All video content on the Cultivation Audiobooks channel is summarized in the description. Please read carefully to choose a novel that suits you. Don't forget to like, follow, and share the channel. Thank you. Chapter 889. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Selina. However, in the next moment, a dazzling gold slime appeared before Kilgrave's eyes. The golden liquid object squeezed itself out of warped air and bounced on the ground before it hit Selina's calf. In the blink of an eye, golden liquid spread out from her calf to cover her entire back and lower body. Kilgrave was stunned. He murmured subconsciously, "What damn thing is that? Gold nugget. Just you wait. Nobody except the fiend and Selina dares call me a damn thing." While Kilgrave was still in a daze, the golden liquid enveloped Selina, and a 2-meter-tall, dazzling humanoid creature appeared before him. Although the humanoid creature clearly had a female figure, he felt it definitely wasn't human. Its eyes were narrow and slanted, but it had no nose or mouth, which made it even less human. But this mouthless monster suddenly roared, "How dare you force me to use my ugliest appearance? Go to hell." Kilgrave, who was still sitting in the chair, realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly said, "Stop. Kneel. What are you talking about?" In a fury, Selina cursed and grabbed his legs. Swoosh. Kilgrave was thrown against the wall. Bang, 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 bang. With a series of dull thumps, Kilgrave turned into a shadow as he was smashed wildly into the walls and objects around him. "This is for being pretentious. This is for controlling me. This is for abusing women. This is for forcing me to be so ugly," the furious Selina cursed as she swung Kilgrave around. Gold Nugget was unhappy. This was the complete form, alright. How was it ugly? It looked cute. However, it had no intention of stopping Selina. The guy had said earlier that it was a damn thing. It wanted him to apologize for insulting its dignity. Suddenly, Selina's support system rang. V has sent a new message. Selina was stumped and her hands jerked. In her grip, Kilgrave's hands and head shook with the movement, but he was already unconscious. Gold Nugget. "Don't worry, it's just serious injuries, he won't die that easily." Dropping Kilgrave, who was about to be bent in half, Selina kicked him in the crotch and flung him away before she checked Luke's message. Naturally, they had their own practice in their communication. If it wasn't an especially urgent matter, they could use a message first. The message was marked as important, which meant that she had to check it as soon as possible. Opening the message, there was only one simple sentence: "Leave Kilgrave alive if it's absolutely safe. Also, keep Gold Nugget with you the entire time." Selina tilted her head and looked at the pulp of a lunatic in the chair. "Why didn't you say so earlier? It was a good thing she hadn't smashed the guy's head in just now. Maybe he could still be saved." She quickly replied to Luke, then gave Kilgrave an anesthetic. After checking that Kilgrave was indeed unconscious, she searched the secret room again. On the other side, after looking at the system notification, Luke left a message via the support system. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, "I hope you're not affected by his control, Selina." The crux was that Selina was too beautiful. Fine, Kilgrave's power was indeed tempting. As long as Selina's safety wasn't at risk, Luke naturally wanted to deal the final blow himself. A moment later, he received Selina's message. Looking at the message, Luke heaved a sigh of relief and sent up a rare prayer, "Thank you, Jesus." "Thank you, Selina." Kilgrave wasn't dead. Although he had more than 50 broken bones and internal bleeding, it would still be a short while before this scum died. He quickly got to his feet and flew to Selina's location. In fact, he and Selina were less than 2 kilometers apart right now. He reached the entrance of the manor in less than a minute. When he arrived at the office, he saw through the open door a humanoid creature rummaging through the room. Stunned, Luke observed the golden figure for a moment. He finally called out via the internal comm, "Beast." Selina, who was happily carrying a strongbox, subconsciously turned around. V, you're here." Listening to the deep and hoarse voice, Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Of course, it would be a waste if you killed Kilgrave." Selina nodded and pointed at the person on the side. "He's over there, but he probably won't last for much longer." Entering the secret room, Luke checked Kilgrave's condition, then looked at Selina. "Are you in the complete form that you've never shown me?" Only then did Selina react. She yelled and darted out. "Don't look." Luke shrugged helplessly. "Actually, I think it's pretty, like a work of art." Selina asked, "Really?" Luke said, "Really." Pausing for a moment, he said, "Take dollar with you." Without gold nugget, it isn't used to the hellhound armor. Stay away, I'm going to start work in a bit. Children shouldn't look. Selena snorted. She was rolling her eyes. Although her eyes were currently completely white, it didn't stop her from doing so. She whistled, and Dollar, who was still invisible, immediately ran out. It had been bored to death earlier. This was a strange place in an unfamiliar Selena. Only the familiar smell of gold nugget made it feel at ease. Hearing Selena's whistle, it followed her out without hesitation. Looking at Kilgrave, Luke grinned. I've heard a lot about you. Let's officially get to know each other today, Zebediah Kilgrave. As he spoke, he was already looking for something in the room. 10 minutes later, seeing the equipment that he had put together, Luke nodded a little unhappily. Forget it, let's just use this. If it really doesn't work, I can put together something new. With that, he sealed up the secret room which Kilgrave was in and moved 50 meters away from the office. He pressed a button, and 10 milliliters of a pale white liquid was injected by an automated mechanism into Kilgrave's body. Chapter 890. Happy Basketball, and Infinite Challenge. With the help of the pale white liquid, Kilgrave, who was on the brink of death, slowly started to breathe more deeply. A minute later, he struggled to open his eyes. Where is this? What happened just now? Luke turned on his external microphone and said in the same English accent, "Good evening, Mr. Zebediah Kilgrave. Congratulations on winning the grand prize of a one-way ticket to hell. You'll see wonderful sights along the way. In order to make your journey more enjoyable, I've also helped treat your minor wounds. You don't have to thank me. I'm just happy to help." Kilgrave subconsciously moved, only to discover that he was tied to the desk like a salted fish. Also, the desk was at an angle so that his feet were higher than his head. He couldn't move his head either, and could only look at his body. His arms and legs were twisted at strange angles, and didn't look like they had been treated at all. Luke, on the other hand, was treating Kilgrave as a test subject, and had injected him with a tiny amount of the medicinal bath made from the ingredients from the fraternity. As for the side effects of the injection, he didn't really care. If he really killed Kilgrave, he would happily receive his abilities. That was the most important thing. As for the information in Kilgrave's head, that was just a side benefit. Thus, he didn't set Kilgrave's bones. Now, more than 50 flesh wounds on the lunatic's body were slowly healing, creating deformities. The wounds that were slowly healing were extremely itchy, and the broken bones were being squeezed by the regenerating tissue. Kilgrave couldn't help but cry out in pain. Luke, however, didn't waste any time. Now, let's begin your infinite challenge, Mr. Kilgrave. He then pressed another button. Kilgrave, who was tied to the desk, saw an object being slowly lowered toward his face. Was this a basketball? A basketball that had been dug out covered his face like a mask. The basketball completely covered his face and it was pitch black. His face was wet and cold. It was a towel soaked in cold water, which made it hard for him to breathe fresh air. After 10 seconds, the mask was removed, and the robotic arm spoke again in that London accent. "Mr. Kilgrave, congratulations on passing the first challenge round. The next breath-holding challenge will start in 5 seconds and will last for 30 seconds. Please be prepared." The basketball cover wasn't lifted again until 30 seconds later. Kilgrave gulped in fresh air like crazy. He wasn't someone who exercised regularly. Right now, his body was covered in internal and external injuries, and he couldn't hold his breath for even as long as a regular person. Luke said, "Next, we'll proceed with the infinite loop challenge. After every 30 seconds of holding your breath, you have 5 seconds, until you're willing to answer my questions." Kilgrave said, "What the FCK do you want to ask, Looking at Kilgrave, who was struggling like a fish on shore, Luke rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I seem to have forgotten something. What is it? Forget it, I'll go check on my teammate first." In the shadows of the patio outside, he looked at Selena, who had returned to normal. "Why did you decide to come out tonight?" Selena tilted her head as she looked at the surveillance image on the tablet, and was silent for a moment. "Didn't you say that you had something to do?" Luke shrugged. "I finished and was going to go home." Selena said, "Well, should I apologize?" Pondering for a moment, Luke shook his head and said, "We will always run into unexpected situations when we're out. Just be careful. After all, I can't be with you all the time. Using scum like him as practice is also good." New York was doomed to be chaotic in the future, and she needed the experience and methods for facing the unexpected alone. It was for that reason that he and Selena had been operating separately for the past few nights, with only Gold Nugget acting as her backup. In fact, with Gold Nugget and Luke's support, her combat ability was at least above average in the superhuman crowd, while her survival ability was first-rate. It was time for her to operate alone. He naturally wouldn't dampen her enthusiasm. He then asked about Selena's fight with Kilgrave. After Selena's account, Luke realized that the unlucky Kilgrave had only spoken 5 sentences before he was turned into a pile of meat. Did Gold Nugget notice anything? He asked. Selena said, "It said that I wasn't under any mental control, but there was an abnormal change in some of the hormones in my body. When we combined together, it fixed the hormonal balance. In fact, in the complete symbiotic form, Selena was no longer physiologically a human being. The abnormal hormonal increase in her body was automatically absorbed or metabolized. Even if the hormones weren't metabolized, they wouldn't have any effect on her in the complete symbiotic form." Luke rubbed his chin. "This guy could control your movements without mental control. That's different from what we predicted." Selena nodded. "Back then, my body was like a robot controlled by someone else. Although my mind was clear and I didn't plan to move, it moved on its own." Luke said, "Hee, we'll know the answer soon. It's only been 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Let me check the lucky guy's condition." On the monitor, all of Kilgrave's vitals were still within normal range, and the basketball was moved away from his face. "Mr. Kilgrave, are you willing to tell me everything now?" The English accent rang out from the robotic arm. Kilgrave said weakly, "What do you want to know?" "Let's start with your ability," said Luke. "Remember, if you lie, another infinite loop challenge awaits you." He looked at the sky outside the manor, and then at the time on his lenses 9:20 p.m. It was going to be a long night for Kilgrave. When it was almost midnight, everything was ready for the finale. Bored, Selena and Gold Nugget had even had a few lollipops. Looking at Kilgrave, who was barely breathing, Luke sighed regretfully. "You should exercise more." Chapter 891. Life is a play, it's all about the acting. In fact, with Luke's basketball torture, injection, and mental telepathy, Kilgrave lost his will to resist at 10 o'clock, and started to tell them everything. The information included the source of his abilities, the bad things he had done, and his connection to Kingpin. All his answers were cross-checked repeatedly, and any slip-ups, deliberate or otherwise, were uncovered. For the rest of the time, Luke simply had Kilgrave enjoy the basketball challenge every half an hour, and had Little Snail ask the questions for him. After 2.5 hours of happy basketball, the heavily wounded Kilgrave began to suffer organ failure. Apart from struggling feebly, he could no longer give any useful answers. Luke returned to the office, and the moment the door of the secret room opened, he whipped out his gun. The bullet pierced Kilgrave's forehead before it left a huge hole in the back of his head. If this Kilgrave was still alive after more than half of his brain was gone, Luke would be even happier. That would mean that Kilgrave had at least an intermediate or advanced healing ability. However, after reading the system notification, he gave up the unrealistic idea. System: Kill Zebediah Kilgrave. Completed. Total experience: 1000. Total credit: 1000. Contribution rate: 100%. EXP plus 1000. Credit plus 1000. The host's experience is 92,500 100,000ths. Credit: 90,200. System: You have killed Zebediah Kilgrave and have received a list of his abilities. Kilgrave's abilities: Basic Psychology, Elementary Pheromone Control. Prerequisites: 40 Strength, 20 Mental Strength, 20,000 Credit. Partial Learning available. Luke scratched his head. Partial learning? That wasn't very reliable. Most of the abilities that could be learned were actually partly based on his body's capability. For example, after learning the female vampire Raquel's hibernation, Luke could only hibernate for around 10 days. According to the information he had tortured out of the vampires, true vampiric hibernation was more exaggerated than a bear's, and could easily span a decade. Some ancient vampires could even hibernate for more than a century with the use of certain methods to reduce the rate of decay to their bodies. Of course, Luke could control his hibernation. He wouldn't sleep like a vampire, and required certain preset methods in order to wake up. To put it simply, he couldn't hope that learning part of an ability would give him the same effect as the original ability. But when he thought of what Kilgrave could do, Luke was still tempted. If he had a full version of Kilgrave's power from the very beginning, he wouldn't have laid low in this world for so many years. Kilgrave's ability to control people was too perfect for doing dirty business as the boss behind the scenes. That had been one of Luke's countless dreams. It was a pity that a lunatic like Kilgrave used it to play with women. With this ability, would it be difficult to make a lot of money? With so much money, there would always be women willing to play with him. Why did he have to be so vile? Recalling what Kilgrave had told him, Luke shook his head again. It was true that the man had a mental problem, which was why he went down a dead end. But Luke wasn't a psychiatrist or a judge. According to Daddy's system, killing someone even when you were psychotic was still a crime. Kilgrave's defeat and death was worth 4,000 experience and credit points in total, which meant that he had done too many bad things. The system in fact judged him as guilty as those 3 demons from hell. A villain boss like this with a skill book should die a quick death. Kilgrave had only enjoyed 3 hours of pain. That had indeed too little. However, in order to wrap up the aftermath smoothly, Luke could only kill the lunatic at midnight. He went in and got Kilgrave out, and then threw him along with the dozen or so bodies of the other criminals onto the yacht next to the manor, before steering the yacht to the other side of the river. He used one of the criminals' phones to call the police. He simply said, "Dozens of people died on a yacht 500 meters southwest of Whitestone Park. Hurry over." Then, he threw the phone into the pile of corpses. Luke and Selena turned into transparent shadows in the night and left the river. After they returned home, they washed up and cleaned Gold Nugget carefully to make sure that they hadn't overlooked anything, before they went to the basement. Half an hour later, both Selena and Gold Nugget had undergone machine tests. The preliminary results didn't show any abnormalities, but Luke still had to confirm the details himself. But he probably wouldn't have much time tonight. When they returned to the living room, Luke's phone rang. It was Dustin. He said, "There's a big case by the river 500 meters southwest of Fort Tryon Park." With her hands on her hips, Selena asked helplessly, "Do we really have to be so realistic in our acting?" Luke pulled her upstairs and said, "Love what you do. Forget about becoming a leader if you can't even act a little." Selena shook her head. "Walter has too much to worry about as a lieutenant. I'll just be a sergeant like John. A small pay rise is enough." Luke said, "Life is a play, and it's all about acting. If you can't act, it'll be hard to bluff your way out of something in front of your boss. Look at John. It's because he can't act that he's still a sergeant." Selena said, "You call that bad acting?" When he and Joe interrogated the criminal, he was like an Oscar-winning actor. Luke said, "You call that acting? At most, he just smiles coldly, broadly, devilishly, fine. In any case, he just smiles a little with that poker face." The two chatted on the way back to their rooms, and after changing into clean clothes, they left. Gold Nugget was taking a break tonight. Dollar was too tired to stay up all night. After all, Kilgrave was already dead, and Selena was with Luke. Luke deliberately drove at a slower speed so that it would seem like they had been woken up to work overtime. There were times when you should let your boss know how hard it was for you. That way, when he asked you to work overtime again, he might be a little more tactful. They drove for half an hour before they arrived at the bay in Whitestone Park. They got out of the car and walked to a small pier that had been blocked off by patrol cars and yellow tape. Luke walked over to Dustin and asked, "Boss, what case is so urgent?" Dustin grimaced. "Go take a look." Luke took a few steps forward and observed the scene from the pier next to the river for a moment before he came back. Chapter 892, Analysis, Report, and New Ability. Returning to Dustin, Luke said in a low voice, "Boss, it seems the people who died are Kingpin's men." Dustin nodded and said in a low voice, "According to the preliminary investigation, it's probably the work of those two mysterious new vigilantes. There are fractures and knife wounds on the bodies of the gang members. The blunt force trauma matches previous cases." Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "It seems that Kingpin isn't the only one who has allies." Something flashed in Dustin's eyes. "You mean," Luke said, "in the previous explosions, the Black Mask was most likely framed by Kingpin's people. Then, two similarly masked vigilantes appeared and attacked Kingpin's forces. It's quite possible that they're teammates with the Black Mask." "That's true." After a moment of silence, Dustin agreed with the hypothesis. He pointed at the other side of the river. "Also, the gang's nest is right across the river. It seems the two vigilantes were worried that we wouldn't have jurisdiction over there, so they dragged the bodies to New York across the river and called our police department instead of 911. That's interesting. Luke asked in a low voice, are you saying that they're doing this for the Black Mask? That's right. Maybe they know that it was Kingpin's men who attacked Walter, since what he's doing can help clear the Black Mask's name. This may not be a small matter. Dustin rubbed his forehead helplessly. But these two have worse tempers than Mr. Black Mask. This time, they've killed 16 people. Are they trying to fill up the morgue in NYPD? Pretending to hesitate, Luke said after a moment, Boss, there's someone among the bodies who's related to a case I've been investigating recently. Dustin was stunned. Who? Luke said, the skinny man in the suit who's lying on the top. Dustin asked, what case? Luke said, he's suspected of abducting an underage high school girl. He uses the name Zebediah Kilgrave, but I didn't find any record of that name in the police database. It might be an alias. Dustin frowned. Is he part of a gang? Luke shook his head. I'm not sure. I don't know much about him. Even his profile was drawn by a professional artist based on the victim's description. Dustin made a sound of acknowledgement. Then make a note of it in this case. He then lowered his voice and said, if this person is indeed connected to Kingpin, tell me if you find any clues. Don't mention it to anyone else. Luke said, okay. However, he was sighing in his heart. There was a connection between the two, but Kilgrave didn't know Kingpin's real identity, nor had he ever seen Kingpin himself. For someone with such a formidable superpower, Kilgrave was truly mediocre. He had worked with Kingpin for a while, but had no interest in the latter's matters at all. Instead, he used his ability on innocent girls every day. It was inevitable that a brainless person like this would get himself killed. And that was indeed what happened. Although he wasn't brainless, there was indeed a literal hole in his head. After going over what needed to be done, Luke and Selena started investigating the scene. Although they knew the details of the case best, they still had to go through the necessary procedures. While the detectives were busy at the pier, in a room 100 meters away, a middle-aged man in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses was looking at the scene. He made a call. Boss, something happened. What is it? A deep male voice rang out. Kill is dead. He and Bias, along with 15 of Bias's men from his New Jersey residence, showed up on a yacht in Whitestone Park. That yacht belongs to Bias, said the man in glasses. WTF. The person on the other end of the line cursed, but very quickly fell silent again. Only the sound of his harsh breathing could be heard over the line. The man in glasses smiled bitterly and waited quietly. What happened? The expected question came from the other end. The man in glasses said, for now, I'm not sure about anything else. I just received an urgent message from the police station that Bias's body was found here. It wasn't until I saw photos of the scene that I realized that Kill's body was among them. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, before the other man continued, are you sure it's Kill? It's him. I'm not wrong. The man in glasses was certain. There was an even longer silence on the other end. A few minutes later, the man said, we can't afford to lose any more of our core. Have the people in charge of the area stop operating for now and go into hiding. Transfer the business arrangements to the external members. Also, find out who killed Kill. The man in glasses said, yes, boss. After a few more seconds of silence, the man said, Wesley, you also need to be more vigilant. Don't personally make an appearance. The middle-aged man in glasses said, got it, boss. After hanging up, Wesley let out a long breath. How can I not make an appearance? With the current situation, if he didn't solve this problem soon, the New York gangs might break away from their control and stuff their own pockets while they were at it. He had to find someone suitable to deal with that damn masked man. Thinking this, his eyes were still fixed on the Whitestone Park pier. He couldn't help but feel depressed. How could Kilgrave be dead? Without Kill, his boss's plan had run into a huge problem. Kill, that idiot, was too incompetent. Why had he run over to Bias's nest when the masked man was attacking all the various bases? Luke and Selena spent an hour working earnestly at the Whitestone Park pier before they drove off. Now that they had seen the crime scene, they needed to go home and analyze the details, which was a very reasonable thing to do. Once they got home, Selena washed up and went to bed. Luke went to the workshop and checked Selena and Gold Nugget's test results. In passing, he also learned Kilgrave's elementary pheromone control. His credit points were instantly reduced to 70,200. After testing this new ability, Luke felt a little strange. It was as if he had grown another limb. However, unlike elementary telekinesis, this limb couldn't move objects. Instead, It was like an illusory line which he could control within a 5-meter radius. Any further than that, and the line would collapse and disappear like bubbles in the wind. Chapter 893. New, Prison Door. Since he didn't have a test subject, Luke didn't know how to use this illusory limb. But based on Kilgrave's ability, the line should be the method for controlling people. I can only wait until I find a suitable target, he thought. He then looked at the data for his own body exam, and nodded. As expected, when he activated the ability, his pheromones increased rapidly in a short period of time, and then dropped just as quickly. His body had clearly released these pheromones. Apart from his equipment, another way to detect it effectively was with sharp nose. It could sense the trajectory of the thin line in the air. The main part of the line was his own scent, and mixed into it was the indescribable scent of the pheromones, which turned it into a new scent. It was similar to the composition of Kilgrave's scent, but the specific scent was completely different. To put it simply, his and Kilgrave's scents were like two different types of perfumes, and sharp nose wouldn't get them mixed up. After analyzing the data on him, Selena, and Gold Nugget, he stored the data in a special laptop and put it back in his inventory. Now, all his research data were on special laptops and storage devices. Data could only be transferred through a USB interface, and traces of the transfer were destroyed every time after they were completed. Luke's constitution was already inhuman, Selena was at the level of a quasi-superhuman, and Gold Nugget was an alien. Anyone who knew a thing or two about data would be able to tell that something was wrong, so it was always right to be careful. Even Little Snail's database didn't have any data on him, Selena, or Gold Nugget. It was best to avoid being detected. Well, a certain tycoon was in the habit of secretly hacking into other people's computers to download information. After that, Luke washed up and went to bed. It was a rare sunny day in New York the next morning. On the 4th floor of an old apartment in Clinton, Jessica got out of bed with blurry eyes and ran her hands through her messy black hair. A moment later, she realized that something wasn't right. Why don't I have a headache today? Looking at the golden light pouring in through the window, she murmured, "It's dawn. I actually slept until dawn." She had to get drunk every night to numb her mind before she could sleep. Because of this, she always slept very late, but woke up very early. She wasn't completely immune to the side effects of alcohol, but she had to drink the strongest vodka. This morning, her head didn't hurt from the hangover and her mouth wasn't as dry. She felt comfortable and lazy after a restful sleep. She couldn't help but fall back on the couch and look at the changing light outside the window. After a while, Jessica suddenly sat up. Wait, that cop, just now. Memories of last night flashed through her head. She remembered asking Luke to come over last night, and there was an image of him standing before her. What happened next? She scratched her head. He seemed to have said something to her, and she kissed him. Jessica wasn't embarrassed at all. At the very least, the man was a handsome and charming boy. However, her face turned awkward when she thought about it. Her initiative, it seemed she was rejected. She could sense the horror on Luke's face, like he had escaped death. Am I that hideous? She thought for a moment and suddenly came back to herself. She put both hands to her mouth. Cough, cough, cough. She jerked her hands away, threw off the blanket, and rushed to the bathroom. Why is it so smelly? She finally understood the detective's expression from last night. After brushing her teeth and taking a shower, Jessica felt refreshed and relaxed, as if a huge weight had been lifted off her chest. She walked lazily to the living room. Suddenly, a silver light flashed in her eyes. Stunned, she stopped and slowly turned around. Was this a door? Stunned, Jessica stared at the door for a moment before she reached out to touch it. The cold touch told her that it wasn't an illusion, but real. WTF, she couldn't help but curse. A thick silver metal door had replaced the original glass window and wooden door. The sun coming in through the window made it shine with a dazzling silver light. In gaming terms, it was like +9 glowing equipment. The door wasn't fully embedded in the wall, but was positioned inward a little. 8 identical silver metal bars had been used to set it into the wall, making it look like a weird metal spider. It wasn't that ugly, but Jessica felt that something was wrong. Pondering for a moment, she pulled on something that was slightly below her eye level to reveal a small observation window. What was even crazier was that there was a silver metal grid on the observation window. She stepped back and examined the metal door. Suddenly, she cursed again. FCK. Isn't this just a prison door? No wonder she found it familiar. No matter how she looked at it, she felt that the door was similar to something used in a special prison or a mental hospital. Which lunatic secretly made this thing in front of her place? Was he trying to imprison her? She couldn't help but look at the windows. They were still the ordinary sliding glass windows, and one of them was even half open. She had forgotten to close it last night. So, the door hadn't been modified to imprison her. She stepped forward again and punched it. The cold metal door merely trembled and stood there without any damage. Jessica couldn't help but increase her strength. Boom! The walls shook and groaned. A woman suddenly screamed from upstairs. Are you crazy? If you're crazy, go to a mental hospital. Mind your own shish tty mouth, you be *tch. Jessica stuck out her middle finger in a warm greeting to her neighbor. Chapter 894. An idle day. Jessica picked up the bunch of 5 keys that were hanging from the door handle and tested them. They were indeed the keys to the metal door. So, someone had secretly changed the door for her last night and even considerately left the keys behind. She suddenly thought of something and rushed to the sofa. She took out her phone and was about to make a call, when she saw a new message. She subconsciously opened it, only to see a short message. She was speechless. Miss Jones, in order to thank you for the leads, I helped you switch to a safer door. Don't thank me, you deserve it. High school detective. That was the contact name that Jessica had given Luke. Her deepest impression of the young detective was his handsome but young face. Of course, she now felt that her impression of him had to change a little. What do you mean I deserve it? Is what I deserve a rotten prison door? Are you crazy? The female detective suddenly roared. The woman above her said, You're the crazy one. You're crazy every day, BTCH, do you think I won't break down your door? The female detective roared. The world suddenly seemed full of life. Luke and Selena went out early after breakfast, and headed to Metro General Hospital first to visit Walter, whose condition was now stable. A week ago, the dutiful lieutenant had been attacked by 2 blood skull gangsters and was heavily injured. The worst thing was that the 2 thugs had told him that they were actually only supposed to break one of Walter's legs. In the end, Walter, who was on high alert, resisted at the last moment. The 2 hitmen impulsively hit him in the head, which got him sent to the ICU. Thankfully, Walter was recovering well, and Luke's conjecture that he might have to retire early wouldn't happen. Walter's doctor said that the patient could be discharged in 2 to 3 weeks, and could start moving around in a month. This also meant that Walter's career wasn't over yet. The 41-year-old could work for another 20 years. Walter was recovering well, but he had been hit in the head, after all. Luke and Selena simply said a few words in greeting, then told him he didn't have to worry about the follow-up investigation. Walter shook hands with Luke and said in a low voice, Thank you. He had learned from Rick that Luke and Selena had arrested the 2 attackers less than an hour after the incident. The next day, Dustin wiped out the gang which they belonged to. His new boss and his new colleague had done all they could, and hadn't gone about it in a half-hearted way. It was one thing for Walter to compete with Dustin, and another for his colleagues to stand up for him. He had to thank Luke, Selena, and even Dustin. Luke and Selena spent a rare afternoon in the department hall as they went through the files. They wanted to verify that NYPD hadn't made any mistakes with the case last night, as well as see the reaction from Kingpin's side. So far, it seemed that they had done a good job last night, and there was no sign of Kingpin's forces. At 3 in the afternoon, Luke and Selena got off work early. They had been invited to Haley's private party tonight. It was at 6 o'clock. They had to finish their daily training before they went to the party. Fun and relaxation were fine, but they had to finish what they were supposed to do. This was a habit they had developed over the past year. At 5 in the afternoon, Luke took a shower and changed his clothes. When he saw Gold Nugget, who was enjoying a chocolate ball and watching a drama, he slapped his forehead. He took out his phone and called Haley. So, are you allergic to dog fur? Haley thought for a moment, then smiled. You want to bring that precious golden retriever with you, right? Luke said, yes, if it knew we went out to have fun without it, it'll sulk for a long time. The smile in Haley's voice was obvious. Okay, I don't keep any pets here, but you can bring it with you. Luke said, thank you. Gold Nugget's ears perked up when it heard that. After Luke hung up, it sat up and whined. Luke said, all right, she's not allergic to dog fur and has said that you can come with us, but you have to control your appetite. They definitely won't be able to accept a dog eating dozens of pounds of food. Gold Nugget whined. Luke said, "All right, you can ask Selena to bring along some candy for you." Gold Nugget considered for a moment, then accepted the suggestion. As long as it didn't chew on the candy, it would last Gold Nugget for a while. While Luke was chatting with Gold Nugget, Selena came downstairs. She had dressed up today. She wasn't wearing her usual white shirt and jeans, but the bohemian dress which Luke had bought for her. She even had a matching orange and red shawl on her shoulders. Her hair, which was usually tied up, now fell in natural waves over her shoulders. "How is it?" She turned around and showed him how she was dressed tonight. Luke said, "Very pretty and casual." Selena was satisfied, but she looked at him. "You're going in just that." Luke shrugged. "I'm a man, I don't have to compete with women in what I'm wearing." Thinking that it made sense, Selena stopped criticizing his laziness. Most of the guests would be women. He wasn't going to pick up girls, so there was no need to dress too handsomely. His outdoor windbreaker and casual work pants were no different from the clothes he usually wore at work. But because of his figure and appearance, he often received phone numbers from enthusiastic girls on the street who expressed that they would be happy to get to know him, whether in the short or long term. 5 minutes before 6, Luke and Selena arrived at a high-class apartment in the Upper East Side. The rent for such a luxurious apartment was more than $100,000 a year. It was completely different from an ordinary apartment. In order to enter an apartment like this, one either had to have a pass or had to be personally verified by the resident before the doorman would let them in. They gave him Haley's apartment number, and the doorman didn't let them in until after he contacted her. They took the elevator upstairs. Luke rang the bell, and the door soon opened to reveal Haley. "We're not late, are we?" he said with a smile. Haley said, "You're on time. Come on in." The two of them and the dog entered the place, and indicated the boxes in their hands. "Homemade desserts. Where should we put them?" Looking at the boxes in Luke and Selena's hands, she asked doubtfully, "Both of them?" Chapter 895. Foreign friend Haley felt that these looked like two birthday cake boxes, but it wasn't hers or Margaret's birthday. Luke and Selena both nodded. How could it be enough to eat? Gold Nugget looked at the woman disdainfully. HMPH. Small chest, little understanding. I would finish these small things in less than 10 minutes. After putting the dessert on the open-plan kitchen table, Luke and Selena greeted the people in the living room. In fact, Elsa was the only one in the living room, leisurely sipping red wine on the couch. She simply nodded at their greetings. "You're here, have a seat." Selena sat next to her on the couch and they started chatting. Luke sat in an armchair, but his sharp senses told him that something was wrong with Elsa. She looked back and forth between him and the door repeatedly, as if expecting something. Generally speaking, this expression meant that something unexpected had happened. Luke didn't think too much of it. Before he entered the apartment, he had completely restrained his sharp nose. He didn't like to use sharp nose during casual gatherings. If he did, life would be tedious and boring, like an ordinary person who remembered every passerby's face on the street. As long as he was resting, he would try his best to be like a normal person and enjoy the pleasures of a normal life, including some small surprises. They sat on the couch for a few minutes and chatted casually with Elsa and Haley. The topic soon shifted to law and order in Manhattan. Haley talked mostly about the previous explosions and the Black Mask. Elsa indeed spoke about the attack on Kingpin's forces, as well as the body dump at the pier in Whitestone Park last night. Neither of them talked about the details, and just discussed how these would affect law and order in Manhattan. Luke and Selena exchanged helpless glances. They were familiar with the topic of conversation. However, they couldn't reveal the truth, and could only watch Elsa and Haley criticize NYPD's incompetence. That was right, these two ladies were on the same side as they criticized NYPD, especially the frontline operators. Luke and Selena looked at each other again. Were they talking about them? Looking at Luke and Selena, Elsa took a sip of wine and said, "This has nothing to do with you. You're not the only field officers in NYPD." Luke could only nod. He wouldn't let the 15th Precinct's SH*T be pinned on him. At that moment, the door opened. The four of them looked over and saw two girls coming out of the room. They were still talking. No, I don't think that's right. If you use regular colors for everything else, the contrast will come out better, but I think that's enough." The mysterious and powerful Dark Knight. Elsa looked at the two girls, and then at Luke, as if she were enjoying a show. A thoughtful look appeared on Selena's face. Luke, on the other hand, immediately realized what was going on. He gave Elsa a look which said, "You did that on purpose." Elsa shrugged, feeling no guilt. She was already giving him face by remaining quiet. Selena recalled what Luke had said about the guests tonight. Foreign plus art student plus young girl. Vague memories from almost a year ago floated up, especially of those very stylistic pictures. Thinking that, she also glanced at Luke. Luke shrugged, indicating that he hadn't known. Then, he stood up and said with a smile, "Hello, Margaret, Elena. It's been a long time." The two girls stopped talking and looked at him. "Luke, you're here." It was Margaret. "Luke." Elena was shocked. "Why are you here?" Luke smiled and said, "Shouldn't that be my line?" He hugged Elena affectionately and then stretched out a hand to Margaret. Stunned for a moment, Margaret shook his hand and said, "I'm glad you're here, Luke. Do you know each other?" Elsa looked at Selena in the living room. Haley, on the other hand, looked at Elsa, Selena, and Luke with great interest. Luke said, "Elena is a good friend of mine. We've known each other for a long time." Margaret nodded and observed the blushing Elena. "You're not the American boy that Elena mentioned, are you?" Luke looked at Elena and smiled. "If I'm that unmatched in her heart, that should be me." Elsa immediately turned around, and so did Haley. However, they found that Selena didn't seem surprised at all. Then, Selena stood up and stretched out her hand to Elena. "Hi, I'm Selena, Luke's partner." Elena shook her hand. "Nice to meet you, Selena." Seeing that, Elsa and Haley looked at Luke, only to discover that he was still smiling. This guy, was he so good? This was okay. Elsa was suspicious. Haley, on the other hand, clicked her tongue secretly. A certain someone wasn't the least bit startled at the arrival of this foreign friend. How suave of her. Selena glanced at Elsa and Haley, and gave them a cryptic smile. Her current sense of perception wasn't bad, either. She was aware that Elsa and Haley weren't deliberately hiding their expressions. What they didn't know was that she had seen all of Elena's pictures. In this world, she was the one who knew Luke's private life the best. She wouldn't let anyone else unrelated enjoy a free show. After this unexpected meeting, they sat down, each with their own thoughts. The atmosphere was no different from any other party. Elsa would just watch the show at most, and didn't really care about Luke's private life. It was just like how Luke sometimes joked about her boyfriend in private, but wouldn't bring it up in front of other people. Haley preferred to observe the subtle expressions of these people, and she wouldn't ruin her own party. Margaret and Elena were the most innocent. They didn't notice the subtle changes in everyone else's expressions at all. Unperturbed, Selena poured herself a cup of juice and gave some cookies to Gold Nugget, who was at her feet. Chapter 896. Do you like the night view of Manhattan? Dinner officially began not long after that. Looking at the beautiful dishes on the table, Luke and Selena exchanged a look and smiled. Yet another woman who ordered from a restaurant. It seemed that Dr. Haley's cooking skills needed work. The plates were quickly polished off. Luke, who didn't want to drink, could only bring the 2 boxes of dessert over. He opened it under everyone's gazes to reveal yogurt mousse and chocolate mousse. Elsa couldn't help but swallow. "Are you trying to make me fat again?" Luke pointed at the yogurt mousse and said, "This one has very little calories. You won't gain weight if you eat this." After hesitating for 2 seconds, Elsa looked at the chocolate mousse and said, "I'll have this." Luke said, "Okay." This one was bursting with calories. Obviously, Elsa wasn't as determined to lose weight as she claimed. Between losing weight and delicious food, she chose delicious food. She wasn't fat now, and after coming to New York, she had to familiarize herself with the environment. She often forgot to eat at work, and didn't get any snacks from Luke or Selena. That was why she was so bold as to enjoy the food now. Apart from Elsa, Elena also chose the chocolate mousse. She had never been skinny, and she liked sweet things. Margaret chose the yogurt mousse. She was clearly controlling her diet. Haley, on the other hand, asked for a small piece of each, and didn't ask for more after she finished them. It was obvious that she just wanted a taste, and she wondered which dessert store this was made from. She didn't believe that Luke and Selena personally made these. Few detectives she had ever met liked to cook, let alone make such troublesome desserts. If she had the money to solve this small problem, she couldn't be bothered to make them herself. As they ate dessert, the conversation centered around Margaret and Elena. It was the 2 most innocent girls who enjoyed the party tonight. Although Margaret had been married 2 years ago, it hadn't affected her pure and simple mindset. Perhaps it was her innocent and beautiful appearance, as well as her outstanding temperament, which attracted the attention of her ex-husband, a deceased gang boss. Elena was a little more mature than Margaret, but she was still young and innocent. She was both happy and excited to meet Luke. The two girls talked the most, and nobody wanted to dampen their happiness. The other 4 people came in contact with mostly negative things in their daily lives. They were happy to share the happiness of the 2 girls and relax. The party lasted until 8:40 p.m., when Elsa got up to take her leave. She was very busy with work. It was only because she hadn't seen Margaret in a long time and had heard that Luke and Selena were coming, that she had taken the time out to come. But work continued as always tomorrow, and she still chose to go home in a timely manner. Elsa left, and so did Luke and Selena. Elena then hurried to say that she was busy as well. Margaret sent them to the door reluctantly. Seeing the 4 of them enter the elevator, she sighed. I still want to talk to them. Haley chuckled and rapped her sister on the head with her knuckles. Are you an idiot? Didn't you see the way your classmate looked at Luke? She's not in the mood to talk to you tonight. Taken aback, Margaret thought for a moment before she slapped her forehead in frustration. That's right, she then asked in a gossipy tone, so, the person that Elena likes is Lu, huh? Haley covered her mouth and pushed her into the apartment. Don't talk about other people's private business outside. After the door closed, Haley dragged her sister to the couch in the living room. After they were holding a cup of red wine each, she said, now, tell me about Elena and Luke. Margaret hesitated. Didn't you just say not to talk about other people's private business? Haley tapped her silly sister on the head again. I'm telling you not to talk outside. This is home. Margaret only mentioned what Elena had told her. Of course, it wasn't anything private. Elena wouldn't really tell Margaret, who was a new acquaintance, about her private life. However, Haley listened with interest. The 4 people who had come downstairs stopped on the roadside. Knowing that there would be drinks tonight, Elsa didn't drive. Luke and Selena rarely drank outside, and today was no exception. Looking at Elena, who was following Luke closely, Selena snorted. I'll drive Elsa home. You can do whatever you want. Luke nodded. All right, rest early today. There won't be any overtime tonight. Selena rolled her eyes, knowing that he was hinting that she shouldn't go out to beat people up tonight. Got it, I'll sleep at Elsa's tonight. Elsa smiled. Ah, sure. Luke said, that works too. Selena gave him a look that said, I know what you're up to tonight. She got into the car and left with Elsa. Watching the car drive away, Elena finally stepped forward and grabbed Luke's hand. Where are we going? Luke said, let's take a look at Manhattan's night lights. How about it? Stumped for a moment, Elena immediately agreed. All right. 10 minutes later, Elena looked at the splendid night view of Manhattan through the floor-to-ceiling windows and murmured, is this how you look at the night view? Luke chuckled. That's right. Don't you like the night view? Elena grabbed his arm hard. I love it. If you like it, look at it for a while longer. Luke hugged her, and they enjoyed the beautiful night. Through the window. At 7 the next morning, Selena was woken up by a soft beep from her phone. She checked and saw that it was Luke's number. Luke said, come back for breakfast. Selena thought it was strange and took the phone away from her ear to check the time. You're home, Luke said, I came back at 5. Selena said, okay. She quickly put on her clothes and left Elsa's guest room. She sent a message to Elsa's phone and then took Gold Nugget home in the car. After she got home, she washed up before she returned to the second floor. Luke was reading the news. You're back so early. Selena sat down, picked up a big bun with her chopsticks, and took a big bite. Luke put down the tablet and gave Gold Nugget a bunch of fist-sized buns. Slacking off for one night is extravagant enough. We can't be too self-indulgent. Chapter 897. Visiting someone empty-handed, and talking with a friend. Selena was too lazy to deal with his nonsense. She glanced at him and asked, why is Elena in America? On holiday. Luke picked up a bun and said casually, she's an exchange student now. Selena nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Luke had never been an ascetic. He would go out at night in Los Angeles. Most of the time, he went to look for Jenny, and also spent the occasional night with Jamina. There were 2 other women, but she didn't ask who they were. He didn't see them often. Given Luke's age, background, and physique, this was already a very low number of women. Unlike some college basketball players, for example, who simply partied every night and refused no one. Also, Jenny had been very busy recently. After coming to New York, Luke had only seen Jenny once. Alina's appearance simply restored the rhythm of Luke's life from LA. Selena was too lazy to say anything. It was still a busy day, but Luke and Selena were idle. They naturally wouldn't investigate the body dump at Whitestone Park, and Kilgrave, the target of their real investigation, was already dead. At noon, the two of them went out in the name of looking for clues in the afternoon, then came home to train and work. But later in the afternoon, someone knocked on Luke's door. Luke, who was working on the first floor, wiped his hands and opened the door. Outside the door were two familiar faces. He greeted them with a smile. "Foggy, Matt, why are you here today?" Foggy said, "I heard from Charlie that you were back, so I came to take a look." Seeing the look on his face, Luke simply opened the door and let them in. "Come in, you're definitely not here to visit a new neighbor, or you would have at least brought some fruit or snacks." Both Foggy and Matt were embarrassed when they realized that they had indeed forgotten. It was their first time visiting their new neighbor, but they had come empty-handed, which usually implied that they weren't on very good terms. Luke waited for them to enter before he closed the door. He turned around and smiled. "All right, it was just a joke. Don't take it to heart." On the second floor, Luke served them coffee. After they sat down, he said, "If there's something on your mind, just say it. Also, your business is booming. You must be busy." When they heard that and remembered their business, they smiled bitterly. A moment later, Foggy said, "Here's the thing, we heard that a police officer was attacked recently." Luke nodded. The police had been very active in recent days, and even uprooted the Blood Skull gang. It wasn't a secret at all. Foggy hesitated and lowered his voice. "I also heard that it was Lieutenant Walter who was injured." Luke nodded again. "It's him. Was he badly hurt?" asked Foggy. Luke said, "He'll be out of commission for about a month. However, he almost died from his injuries on the night of the attack. He was very lucky to survive. I hope he recovers." Foggy frowned. "Do you think it has anything to do with his investigation of the explosions?" Pondering for a moment, Luke looked at the two of them and nodded. "That should be the case." Foggy looked awful. "Was it really the Black Mask?" Luke shook his head. "We found the attackers. They're part of a gang. It wasn't that Mr. Black Mask." He didn't look at Matt at all. Looking at Foggy's face, he smiled. "Foggy, the detective bureau isn't focused on capturing the Black Mask." Foggy was puzzled. Why? He knew that the police had issued a warrant for the Black Mask, accusing him of assault and a terrorist attack. Luke shrugged and said, "I've heard a lot about the Black Mask from the temples. Most of the negative comments about him come from the 15th Precinct. A few of my colleagues warned me that the 15th Precinct isn't trustworthy." Foggy was lost for words. Luke took a sip of coffee and played with the cup. Even the detective bureau doesn't believe the 15th Precinct's nonsense. Also, when Walter was investigating the explosions, someone in a black hood beat him up. You're familiar with this operation, right? As lawyers, Foggy and Matt certainly had more experience with it than the police. "A setup," said Foggy through gritted teeth. He had quite a close connection to this case. He had also been a victim of the explosions that night, but he was lucky that he wasn't seriously injured. Some of the other innocent victims were heavily wounded, and a lot of them had lost their possessions, such as old lady Elena. If it wasn't the Black Mask who had caused those explosions, then his hostility all this time had been misplaced. "Do you have any preliminary conclusions?" Foggy couldn't help but ask. Luke took a sip of his coffee and said, "That depends on whether you're here as a lawyer or as a friend." Foggy was stunned, but Matt understood. As friends, this was inside information. As lawyers, Luke had no comment. "I guarantee that this is just a conversation between friends," Matt, who had been quiet, suddenly interjected. Luke raised an eyebrow and looked at Foggy. "What do you think?" Foggy nodded decisively. "This is just a chat. Only the three of us know the details." Luke nodded and put down his coffee before picking up a slice of cake and taking a bite. On the surface, all the evidence points to a gang called Blood Skull in Brooklyn. Almost all the members of the gang have been thrown into custody, except for the missing boss, Billy Warden. Foggy and Matt listened attentively. Luke took another bite of the cake. According to the two attackers, this Billy Warden was the mastermind. Both Foggy and Matt frowned. The Blood Skull was only one of the smaller gangs in Brooklyn. If Billy Warden had really planned the explosions, then this missing person hadn't gained much from it. Looking at their expressions, Luke continued, however, we believe that Billy was only the hired hand, and the mastermind behind the explosions should be one of Kingpin's men. Kingpin, repeated Foggy blankly. He clearly didn't know this name. Matt's expression didn't change, but he leaned forward slightly, and was clearly very interested in the name. Chapter 898. Working part-time and going under. It's said that Kingpin's real name is Wilson Grant Fisk, but the police haven't found any leads on this name. His real identity is still a mystery, Luke said unhurriedly. But from Clinton to New York, and even more than half of America, he's in control of everything. He's probably the source of the corruption in NYPD's 15th precinct. Foggy was surprised. Are you kidding? How could there be such a terrifying underworld existence? Luke nodded. No, I'm not. The Black Mask has been fighting Kingpin's forces recently, which have suffered significant losses. That's why the 15th precinct reported it as an assault on the police, and the explosions happened. It's also why my colleague Walter ended up in the hospital. Looking at the two people in front of him, he thought for a moment before he said, if I were you, it would be best to stay out of this. The possibility of getting damage compensation out of Kingpin is no different from trying to revive the dead. Foggy fell silent. Matt didn't say anything, but he slowly rubbed his cane. Suddenly, Foggy's phone rang. He apologized and picked up the call. Karen's voice rang out. Didn't you say that you would be back soon? The lady from property management is here. She said that she'll sue us for delayed payments. Foggy said, have her wait and to calm down, we'll be there soon. If her anger had substance, our law firm would already be dust. Karen lowered her voice. Maybe I'm making her feel her age. It looks like she gets angry as soon as she looks at me. I really can't do anything. We'll be right back, that's it, said Foggy, and hung up. That's all I know. Luke stood up. You must be busy. I won't keep you any longer. In the face of his understanding, Foggy and Matt took their leave. Luke had already divulged enough information, and there really was no need for them to waste any more time. Look for trouble with Kingpin. They naturally couldn't expect a minor detective to do that. Thinking that, Matt stretched out his hand. Thank you, Luke. Luke shook hands with him and Foggy. Our department has been very busy recently, let's talk again once we're free. How does that sound? Foggy nodded quickly. Yes, that's great. Luke picked up a plate of cakes from the table. Take this back for Karen as a snack. Of course, you can have it too. Seeing that they were about to refuse, Luke said with a smile, this is just being polite. You can give me something next time. Foggy and Matt smiled wryly. Luke was a nice guy, but why did he always say such awkward things? Foggy had no choice but to accept the cake. Fine, we'll buy you a drink when we're free. You know Josie's bar at the end of the street, right? Luke nodded with a smile. Foggy and Matt couldn't refuse his friendship. These two had just established a law firm, and what they needed most was connections. A contact in the NYPD was definitely the most important. The first department that lawyers had to deal with was the police, followed by the DA, though most of those cases would have been transferred from the police system. Although Luke was only a detective, he was very well informed and was willing to divulge information to them. Both parties found each other pleasing to the eye. Although a certain young detective's words were often cutting, it was best to have as many friends as possible. The thing about real friends was that it was about what they did, not what they said. A moment later, Luke rubbed his chin as he watched the two law enforcement officers go to the law firm diagonally across the street. Hee, this guy's physique is pretty good. He was talking about Lawyer Matt. He had been willing to talk to them for so long because of Lawyer Matt. Just like how Tony would definitely welcome Batman into his villa, Luke also welcomed Lawyer Matt as a guest. When Lawyer Matt was standing at the door, Luke activated a variety of test equipment. Lawyer Matt had sat inside for more than 20 minutes, and more than half a full-body exam had been carried out. Except for things like a blood test, he had done everything else that was possible. The data on Lawyer Matt's body was also backed up to Little Snail. It would analyze and evaluate the data to determine Lawyer Matt's true level. Lawyer Matt was the only blind person. Luke knew since coming to New York, it was very easy to figure out his identity. By day, he was a struggling rookie lawyer. By night, he wore a black hood to beat up the bad guys and called himself Daredevil. When it came to what they did in their spare time, Lawyer Matt and Detective Luke were in the same field. A few days ago, Lawyer Matt was almost killed by ninjas from the hand, but he was now back to work as usual. This could only mean that this lawyer Matt had an extraordinary physique. If it was an ordinary person, they would only be able to get out of bed and walk around after 2 weeks. It would be impossible for them to go to work. Naturally, Luke wouldn't let go of this old patient who had delivered himself to his door. He gave him a free follow-up, and confirmed that he could resume writing The Legend of the Vigilante, Black Mask. Unfortunately, it seemed that lawyer Matt's day job was in trouble. For the two rookie lawyers, the fact that their business was going under wasn't a good thing. Maybe he should test them out. Thinking to himself, Luke returned to his workshop. On the other side, Foggy and Matt arrived at the law firm in a hurry, only to be grabbed by a fat woman who threw a series of complaints and warnings at them. It took them 20 minutes to persuade the woman to leave, but it was more likely that after bellowing in anger for half an hour, the middle-aged woman no longer had the stamina to keep going, so she left. In the office, the 3 senior members of the law firm looked at each other. Lawyer Matt couldn't see the other two's expressions, but he knew that they definitely didn't look too good. He comforted them. "I'll think of something. Don't worry." Foggy managed to pull himself together. "Yes, we'll get through this. We just need a big client to help us pay the bills for the next 2 months. Karen, if you hadn't mentioned the word big, I might still be able to believe you a little." At that point, Foggy suddenly thought of something. He picked up the cake that he had casually put on the table and gave it to her. "It's from Luke. Have a taste." "Huh, it looks beautiful and smells great." Karen took it and examined it. Suddenly, she came back to herself. "You went there empty-handed, didn't you?" Foggy and Matt were lost for words. After this meaningless conversation, the 3 of them got to work. No matter how many bills that had yet to be paid, it was still business as usual. Chapter 899. First joint operation. After sending off the lawyer duo in the afternoon, Luke threw himself into work. At 8 in the evening, he and Selina went to their respective destinations. 20 minutes later, Luke stood on a high building in Upper Manhattan and looked at another building not far away. It was the headquarters of Frank D'Amico, a New York drug lord. This Frank D'Amico was Damon's greatest enemy. 80% of the father and daughter's targets in New York belonged to this big shot's forces. At that moment, there was a notification from the support system. "Big Daddy and Hit Girl have arrived at the designated location." Luke looked at the tablet and sent a communication request to the father and daughter. The request was immediately accepted, and Damon's voice rang out over the communication channel. "We're here." Luke nodded and said, "I've done further reconnaissance and adjusted the operation plan. You have 10 minutes to look at the modified plan before you start." "Is that okay?" "No problem," Damon agreed. But after a pause, he couldn't help but ask, "Can you leave Frank D'Amico to me?" Luke said, "Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let you know about working together tonight." Damon's breathing picked up. "Thank you," Luke said, "we can talk after tonight's operation. Focus on ensuring that the operation is carried out smoothly." Damon said, "Okay." After explaining the situation to Damon and Mindy, Luke sent Selina a message. "You can start now." "Roger. Operation Bait will start in 10 seconds, replied Selina. Luke stood quietly on the edge of the roof with his arms crossed. He looked south and counted down in his heart. 10 seconds later, a fire suddenly burst out in a low building on the south side, which was particularly eye-catching in the dark. On the drone surveillance feed, the people in the nearby building ran around and started to receive calls. Less than 10 minutes later, cars drove out of the building's underground garage and headed straight for the fire in the south. The system quickly calculated the number of people in the cars, 52. According to previous intelligence, there were usually 100 to 150 criminals in this building. So, there were only 50 to 100 criminals left now. The fire in the south was at Frank D'Amico's largest warehouse in Harlem. The goods stored there amounted to at least a month's worth of sales. It was impossible for the D'Amico gang to stay put when an important warehouse was on fire. Naturally, it was Selina who had attacked the warehouse. With the technical support Luke gave her, she only needed to make prior preparations, and when the time came, she started a huge fire with a flick of her finger. In any case, the warehouse was by the river and there were no other buildings nearby, so no innocent passers-by would be hurt. Luke had Selina lead people away not because he was afraid that there were too many of them, but because the more people there were, the more chaos there would be, and the more likely it would be for Frank to escape. As the saying went, one couldn't have both the fish and the bear. Over the past year, Luke had provided Damon and Mindy with equipment to protect themselves. It was Frank's turn now to find himself in a tight spot. After being constantly harassed by Damon and Mindy, this big shot no longer dared to brazenly declare his precise location like before. Even Luke knew that the guy was probably in the building tonight, but he wasn't sure exactly where he was. D'Amico wanted to beat Damon and Mindy to death for their non-stop harassment, but he couldn't find them, and was unwilling to give up by abandoning his territory and business. In the end, he had no choice but to cut a deal with Kingpin's forces and become half a subordinate, half an ally. But Kingpin wasn't planning on swallowing up Frank's gang, which gave Frank hope. He might be able to find Damon and Mindy through Kingpin's network. Then, everything would be over. But Damon and Mindy became more and more cautious, and there were fewer and fewer leads, so Frank's wish never came true. Today, Damon and Mindy finally came to him. After the 20 or so cars drove off, Luke checked the time and then contacted Damon and Mindy via the comms. "Any questions?" Damon said. "No." Luke said, "Okay, attack in 10 seconds. Mindy, follow me." Damon, "Pay attention to the helicopter on the roof and don't let D'Amico escape." "No problem." Damon was excited. V was going to beat the grass to scare the snake, then give Damon the chance to get his revenge himself. After giving the order, Luke jumped off the roof and landed lightly on the 5th floor. He pushed lightly off of a wall and immediately moved sideways toward the main entrance of D'Amico's nest. 2 guards were smoking on either side of the glass doors. Of course, these gang members didn't stand strict guard, not running around was already pretty diligent of them. As they smoked and talked about the fire in the warehouse, and whether they would have to take a pay cut this month, Luke and Selena didn't notice the dark shadow swiftly approaching them. Boom! The tempered glass doors instantly shattered, and a strong wind swept past. Bang! Bang! 2 close-range shots sent them flying with holes in their chests. Bang! 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 Luke switched targets twice with his long and short revolvers, and the 2 criminals who were watching surveillance at the front desk collapsed. The other 2 criminals, who had been drinking on a couch in the lounge, dropped their bottles and were shot in the head. The 6 guards in the hall were instantly taken down, and Luke put his guns back at his waist. Mindy then ran in through the broken door and followed Luke to the elevator. Luke kicked the elevator doors before they fully opened and they got stuck. He jumped up and punched the top of the elevator. He then flipped upward, then lowered his short rod to pull Mindy up. He took out 2 auto rope climbers and gave one to Mindy. Both of them fixed the devices to the elevator cable and activated them with one hand. One after another, they flew up the cable without making a sound. 10 seconds later, they reached the 27th floor. Luke stopped slightly above the elevator doors, and poked his toes into the gap. As he put away the rope climber, he leaned against the elevator doors and opened them. Mindy swayed in the elevator shaft and stretched out her leg like Luke. Since she was short, Luke could only grab her foot and pull her into the hallway. Both of them moved smoothly and without any hesitation. Chapter 900. Revolvers are handsome. When Mindy's foot hit the floor, a few criminals in the hallway noticed them and subconsciously shouted, "What?" They reached for their guns. Bang! 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 Luke shot again and killed the 4 nearest criminals, before he slid behind a pillar. Bang! Bang! He fired the last 2 bullets at the 2 criminals who had just rushed out from a side corridor before he unhurriedly reloaded. Mindy also took out a Uzi and AP-239. Gunshots rang out one after another, and several criminals who had just run over screamed and fell to the ground. She took the opportunity to hide behind another pillar 10 meters away and split up with Luke to avoid being attacked by the criminals. Looking at Luke unhurriedly reloading the 2 revolvers, Mindy finally couldn't help but ask over the comms, "Why are you using revolvers this time?" Luke said, "Life won't end. They'll continue in another form. That's the cycle of life." Mindy, "Huh." At that moment, Luke finished reloading and casually flipped the cylinder back into place. "That's why I like to use revolvers to send them to the next cycle." Mindy, "What the hell are you talking about? Why don't I understand anything? Aren't these bad guys being killed with the bullets?" Luke talked nonsense and befuddled the innocent girl, but he mumbled inwardly, "There are up to 100 criminals here. If I bring an M249 with me and kill all of D'Amico's subordinates, I won't need to change clips. But that would ruin V's mysterious image. The revolver is still cooler." He didn't feel guilty about killing these criminals. The real purpose of tonight's operation was to increase Damon and Mindy's good impression of him. If he did it all on his own, what was the point of Damon and Mindy's revenge operation all these years? A child's game. Damon and Mindy's blood, sweat and deep grudge which had accumulated for over a decade could only be vented through their own hard work. That was why he didn't sneak in to kill Frank D'Amico. This big shot's greatest value was only as a mission tool to obtain Damon and Mindy's good impression of him. Luke didn't care about anything else, not the money, goods or lives. Fine, he was always interested in experience and credit points, so he didn't mind killing a whole bunch of Damon's subordinates. He would just leave D'Amico for Damon. Thinking that, he exerted strength in his legs and charged at the wall behind him. The moment he left the pillar, he stepped onto the wall and ran parallel to the floor. He raised the revolvers in his hands and aimed at the 8 criminals hiding behind the couch and chairs. Relying on his high vantage point and his quick movements over the wall, he successfully created a better battle advantage. Bang, 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 bang. The 6 criminals fell without a sound before they could react. The criminals who were shot in the chest and stomach were all hit by the Colt Python. The criminals who had been shot in the head were treated better. The 9mm bullets from the Colt King Cobra didn't blow up their heads, so they were left with intact corpses. Mindy had been paying attention to Luke's movements. When he started moving, she rolled out from behind the pillar and fired at the 2 criminals on her side. By then, Luke had reached the corner of the wall. Pushing off of his feet, he slid into a corridor on the side. He raised his guns above his head. Bang, bang. Before the 2 criminals who had come as backup could leave the corridor, they saw a black shadow slide past them and they were both killed. Luke landed lightly and gestured at Mindy, who was staring at him blankly. "Don't just stand there. Guard the stairs over there." As he spoke, he entered the corridor and killed his way into several rooms. With the sound of several broken doors and gunshots, all 12 criminals on this floor were killed. After confirming that there was no secret room, Luke went to the stairs. Mindy was reloading in the corner. Scouting with his sharp nose, Luke said with a smile, "There are quite a lot of people." Mindy reloaded and took out a smoke grenade. "Use this, or it'll be hard for us to move forward." Luke waved his hand. "No need. The smoke will block our view." With that, he suddenly jumped up and stuck to the ceiling with his hands and feet as he went up the stairs to face the criminals. Shifting the suction force to his feet, Luke drew out his revolvers again. Pa, pa. 2 criminals who were aiming at the bottom of the stairs were instantly shot in the head. Bang, bang, bang. He simply stuck out the Colt Python in his right hand and fired 3 times at a corner. The 3 criminals who were about to shoot were sent flying and crashed into their comrades. At that moment, Luke's head and hands had already appeared in the criminals' line of sight, followed by the muzzle of the Colt King Cobra. Bang, 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 bang. Chaotic gunshots rang out, and the criminals who were hindered by their comrades' bodies fired wildly. Bullets flew around Luke, but none got close. Bang, 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 bang. At a distance of less than 10 meters, Luke fired his revolver and took down the criminals one by one. His feet paused, and the suction force disappeared. He landed lightly on the stairs that led to the 28th floor and reloaded unhurriedly. Mindy's eyes lit up at the sight of Luke's movements. But when she saw him reload, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and curse fiercely in her heart. "What a poser, you ran out of bullets again." She rushed over and stood in front of Luke. She craned her neck and quickly surveyed the situation on the 28th floor. Bang, 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 bang. Several gunshots rang out from a few corners on the 28th floor. They were from the surviving criminals who had retreated from the stairs. This time, however, their aim was even worse. The closest the bullets got to Mindy was 5 meters away. Terrified by Luke's frightening marksmanship, they didn't dare aim at him at all. As soon as they saw a shadow flicker, they subconsciously opened fire. Mindy didn't raise her head. She simply raised her hands high and fired 2 shots to continue putting pressure on the opposite side. At the same time, she didn't forget to mock Luke over the comms. "Can you please use a weapon with a higher capacity next time?" She still remembered how V had used an M4A1 to drive Bullseye away. So, it wasn't that V didn't know how to use a rifle. However, the feeling he gave off this time had changed a lot. In the past, V felt more normal, but now, V was a little weird. Chapter 901. Qualified to carry a gun and watch on the side. Of course, Mindy didn't hate the current V, but found it interesting. For little girls, they didn't find mercurial changes annoying except when it came to boyfriends. Most importantly, he was cool. As long as he became even cooler, there was no problem. V was using 2 revolvers, he was both accurate and cool. She just had to say something to him. Luke reloaded and chuckled without saying anything. He had only used 2 revolvers, but he had already killed more than 20 criminals. If it were any other gun, there wouldn't be any survivors here. She wouldn't be able to help. Isn't it better not to make you feel useless? Sigh, too young, you need to study more. Luke made a decision. Mindy didn't know that her grumbling had created a big problem for her. She had already charged out of the stairwell and attacked the 5 remaining criminals on the 28th floor. Relying on her new armor, she jumped between the corners and the furniture as she fired. Compared with Luke's targets who had been killed in one shot, these 5 criminals were much more unlucky. Mindy's bullets rained down on them, and the luckiest was only shot twice. The most miserable was shot 5 times, and he died gasping for breath. Luke didn't intervene in the small battle. He simply stood at the foot of the stairs with his arms crossed like an onlooker. Suddenly, he heard footsteps on the stairs above him. Hurry up and go down. The enemy is on the 28th floor. Where's the anti-explosion shield? Take it down first and everyone follow behind. Leaning against the wall, Luke raised an eyebrow. What a professional. The anti-explosion shield would open the way for the others to follow. This was a standard police tactic for an indoor raid. If it were Damon and Mindy here, these people might really be able to charge down. Now, Luke bent his right hand lazily. He didn't fully raise the Colt Python, but pointed it at the corner of the stairs from under his left armpit. Bang, bang. The anti-explosion shield which had just appeared was hit, and the second bullet hit the criminal's right foot, blowing half of it off. The criminal screamed and rolled down the stairs with the shield. Luke ignored him. The criminal had to carry the shield with both hands instead of a gun. He was lucky that he didn't fall to his death. Before the person who had one hand on the shoulder of the criminal holding the shield realized what was going on, his left hand was suddenly empty, but his body was pitching forward from the inertia. Just like that, a string of criminals popped up from around the corner of the stairs. Bang, 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 bang. The 4 criminals who were moving too fast were shot in the chest and abdomen. They hit the wall and rolled down the stairs. Luke then unhurriedly reloaded the Colt Python. On the stairs, the criminals who had stopped in time were sweating. The black, fat leader, who was still on the 29th floor, didn't know what was going on. He roared, "Why did you stop? Charge, charge down." The criminals in the lead vehemently cursed this fat mother **CKER in their hearts as they yelled, "Leroy, they killed Darm." Tommy and the others didn't have cover and were killed. The fat man was stunned. Dead. How? Darm was the criminal who had been holding the shield. Logically speaking, he would be the most protected by the anti-explosion shield. Ordinary rifles couldn't penetrate that police-issue shield. It would be very difficult for him to die instantly. In fact, the man with the shield wasn't dead. He had only been knocked unconscious when he fell. But of course, the criminals would say that he was dead, or Leroy would force them to go down. One of the criminals shouted as he retreated, "There's a guy down there who's too good. He's too ruthless. He killed 5 people in front of him in one shot. Darm couldn't even block it with the shield. He died in 2 shots." Leroy didn't believe it at all, but the other criminals all nodded. "Really? There's a sharpshooter down there. Tommy and the others aren't moving. I saw a lot of blood. There are huge holes in their chests. They won't survive." The criminals spoke in rapid fire, as if they were doing a group talk show. Luke listened with great interest. He watched Mindy eliminate the remaining criminals on the 28th floor and evaluated the strength of this violent girl. At the moment, Mindy was far stronger than her peers. The truly outstanding thing about her were the quick reflexes which she inherited from her father. There were a few moments when she moved almost at the same time as the criminals and shot them dead. This was similar to Luke's close-range shooting and agility. It was just that Mindy had achieved this based only on her own talent and some professional training, so it wasn't deemed real gunfighting skills in the system. Maybe he could teach her some gunfighting. This violent little girl was worth grooming, and her father Damon had already brought her down a different path. It was impossible for her to return to the life of an ordinary girl. If Luke trained her for a few years beforehand, and waited until she was an adult so that it wouldn't be considered child labor, she shouldn't be as crazy as her father, right? He had never thought of 12-year-old Mindy helping him now, but in 4 or 5 years, she would be a pretty good helper. If they were teammates, that would be perfect. Thinking that, Luke suddenly raised an eyebrow and looked at the criminals from where he was on the ceiling. After being bombarded with the words of his subordinates, the fatty upstairs was terrified. The man downstairs had killed 5 of his subordinates in less than 2 seconds, even with the anti-explosion shield. Leroy admitted that he didn't have the guts to fight him one-on-one. Thus, he made a simple decision. What about grenades? I remember that you like to carry a grenade with you. A young Latin American man took out a grenade and handed it over without hesitation. Here, the rest of the gang subconsciously backed away. One of them cursed, "UB*TCH, didn't I tell you not to carry this thing on you? This is New York, not Juarez." Leroy also retreated and pointed at the stairs. "Don't give it to me. Just throw it down. It's best if you blow up that guy. If he isn't dead, you can charge down and kill him together." His subordinates glared at him. "It's not your life, you don't feel bad." Looking at everybody's expressions, LaRousse said with difficulty, "I'll go with you." His subordinates were contemptuous. "Easy for you to say. You're not taking the lead." Chapter 902, Self-Detonate. Attack. Although they were unhappy, the criminals knew that this was Leroy's limit. Everyone wanted to climb the ladder and become a leader so that they could legitimately order their subordinates to die, no, resist the enemy. When the young man heard that, he simply pulled out the pin of the grenade and crouched down to drop it into the stairwell through the gap under the railing. But just as he crouched down and moved the grenade to the gap, a creepy smiley face in a Zorro hat suddenly emerged at the corner of the stairs. Then, a black muzzle appeared. Bang! The young man's wrist was blown apart by the Colt Python, and he flew backward with the grenade. The criminals were stunned. The broken hand fell to the ground and bounced a few times, and the grenade rolled toward them. Holy *T. FCK. OMG. A series of shouts rang out as the criminals scattered. Leroy exploded into movement as he jumped behind a pillar. Boom. There was a loud bang and the criminals felt dizzy. A large cloud of dust spread near the stairs, choking them. Downstairs, Luke said to Mindy, who was looking at him in surprise, "Done. We should be able to go up to the 29th floor." Both Mindy and Luke were wearing helmets that automatically filtered out the noise, so they weren't affected even though the explosion was loud. However, the little girl was still very surprised. A grenade on the stairs? Are they crazy? If they could recklessly use explosives like grenades in the building, it wouldn't have taken them so long to kill Frank D'Amico. The father and daughter could have waited until Frank entered the building, and then blown it up. That was the easiest way to ensure that their enemy died. But was that revenge? No, that would be a terrorist attack, which would definitely implicate a large number of innocent people, and draw intense investigation by NYPD, the FBI, and Homeland Security. They weren't Kingpin, and weren't that insane. Frank also wouldn't throw explosives around in his territory. That would be giving NYPD a chance to investigate him, and his territory definitely couldn't withstand the scrutiny. Mindy didn't know that grenades weren't standard for Frank's gang. That was just a hobby of the young man who had just come from Juarez. The criminals upstairs were dizzy, and only one of them reacted fast enough. Struggling against the discomfort, the fatty got up and ran upstairs. Since the elevator was stuck on the first floor, it must have been sabotaged by the attackers. The only way out now was to follow the boss, D'Amico. The helicopter on the rooftop of the building was D'Amico's emergency exit strategy. Rather than risk his life fighting the terrifying shooter here, Leroy felt that it would be better to hurry up and find his boss. It would be better for everyone to flee quickly. Thus, when Luke and Mindy reached the 28th floor, the fatty had already stumbled up to the 29th floor to report to his boss that something was wrong. On the 28th floor, the criminals who were disoriented by the self-detonating grenade were killed one by Luke and Mindy, including those who hadn't died earlier. The few who had hidden a little further away weren't able to escape Mindy's pursuit either, and were shot to death by the little girl. Damon, who had been silent the whole time, finally couldn't help but ask, "What's going on over there? Why did I hear an explosion? We didn't bring heavy firepower tonight, did we?" What he wanted to ask was if Luke and his daughter weren't afraid of NYPD coming down on them after what they had done. Luke said, "They were the ones who threw out the grenade. I didn't know they would carry some on them." Damon was stunned. "Grenade? Mindy, are you all right?" Luke said with a smile, "It's fine. They were rough and blew themselves up. We're about to clean up the 29th floor. Get ready. If D'Amico runs, it'll only be a matter of minutes." Damon said, "Got it." At that moment, More than 50 criminals in D'Amico's gang had been killed. There shouldn't be too many people on the 29th floor. Luke and Mindy stopped at the foot of the stairs on the 29th floor. Luke gestured at Mindy to stop, and he dashed out for a look at the situation at the top of the stairs before he ducked around a corner again. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets flew and hit the sides of the stairs. 7. 3 on the left and 4 on the right. 2 UMPs and an AK rifle. The rest are pistols, he said casually. Mindy said, I'll take the left, you take the right. Luke said, okay, on my count. 3, 2, 1. On 1, they stuck half their bodies out at the same time and fired 3 guns. Pa, 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 pa. 6 of the 7 criminals were killed. The 4 on the right were completely still, and 2 of the 3 on the left yelled and collapsed. One was so scared that he hid behind the corner. Luke didn't say anything. Mindy snorted in frustration. I missed one. She was using 2 guns, while Luke was only using a Colt King Cobra revolver. Luke had hit all his 4 targets, while she had missed one. What a huge difference. But she didn't feel disappointed. Compete with V in marksmanship. She had long given up on that idea. Whether it was the battle between V and Bullseye, or V's marksmanship tonight, he was at least a level higher than her. It was hard to make up for that with just guns and bullets. In an office at the end of the corridor, Frank D'Amico's face was dark. The fatty, Leroy, had already said in a low voice, let's go, boss. The situation is still under our control, but that might change later. Light glinted coldly off D'Amico's bald head. After a brief silence, he raised his hand and pointed. You, take them out. He pointed at Leroy first, then at the 5 men on both sides of the door. Huh, me, too. Leroy was shocked. He pointed at his nose, and his subordinates looked at each other. D'Amico snorted. If you're not going, am I? Hurry up. Gritting his teeth, Leroy turned around and waved his hand. You go. The criminals didn't move for a moment. Leroy raised the gun in his hand. I said, go. Nikolai, you go first, 2 of the criminals immediately shouted. Together, they pushed the criminal who was closest to the door. The unlucky Nikolai staggered and steadied himself. Looking at his 2 companions who were pushing him, he said miserably, but I only have 1 pistol. You both have 2, Chapter 903. Flipping the table over unexpectedly, his comrade was very quick-witted. He immediately took out a pistol from his waist and held it in one hand, while he gave Nikolai a ump with the other. Okay, you have 2 guns now, it's all good. Nikolai was lost for words. But everybody was glaring at him, and D'Amico's gun looked like it was pointed at him. Desperate, Nikolai picked up the ump in his hand and kicked the door open with a twisted face. Bang! Ah! A scream rang out from outside the door, and Nikolai suddenly saw a prone figure. Extremely nervous, he pulled the trigger without hesitation and fired wildly at the figure. Pooh, 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 pooh. The person outside the door was hit by a series of bullets and fell to the ground. His body jerked and his screams didn't stop. In less than 2 seconds, the UMP was emptied. Nikolai was pleasantly surprised. I hit him. At that moment, he finally saw the person's face. His expression changed from joy to shock. Huh, Jimmy, why are you here? Jimmy was the only person who had escaped Mindy's gun. At that moment, he was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. Blood was pouring out of the dozen or so gunshot wounds on his back, and he mumbled, Don't open fire. It's me, After saying that, Jimmy took his last breath and fell silent. He had been lucky enough to avoid the enemy's bullets, but hadn't been able to avoid friendly fire. In the end, he couldn't escape death. The criminals on both sides of the door looked at the stunned Nikolai. Did you get him? Did you get the guy? Nikolai swallowed and suddenly came back to himself. He fumbled for a new clip. But he then realized that it wasn't his gun. He didn't have any ump clips on him. He quickly turned around and shouted at his comrade behind the door, Give me clips, pa. Pa, pa. 3 gunshots rang out, and the unlucky Nikolai collapsed with 3 holes in his head and chest. Startled, the criminals on both sides of the door stuck out their guns and started shooting randomly into the hallway. In the room, D'Amico had already gotten up and was striding up the stairs inside to the top floor. The black fatty, Leroy, quickly followed. D'Amico didn't stop, but just turned around and snorted coldly. Leroy hurriedly said, Boss, I need to use your collection. Looking at the weapons cabinet in the room, Demiko nodded. Okay. Leroy swallowed. The biggest one, I think. Demiko's feet paused, but he immediately picked up his pace. Whatever. As long as we can kill them. In any case, he was about to leave the building. Whatever happened here could be dealt with later. The best would be if they could kill these attackers. Against such a terrifying enemy, he would rather have his subordinates die with the other party than let the latter leave. Thinking that, he picked up his pace and disappeared up the stairs. Gritting his teeth, Leroy ran to the weapons cabinet, raised his hands, took down the weapon at the top, and strode to the door. Outside, Mindy had just helped avenge Jimmy by killing Nikolai. Retracting her gun, she retreated to the corner and looked at Luke. Are we charging in? Luke shook his head. Wait, they don't have many bullets left. Generally speaking, gang members like these only had 2 clips on them. The criminals had already finished their first clips and started reloading. Both Luke and Mindy were wearing bulletproof armor, but Luke had never been someone to charge through bullets. The armor was only support. If he relied on it all the time, he would easily drop his guard and fall into a trap. In any case, it would take at most 20 seconds for the guys on the other side to become scrap metal. Suddenly, his expression changed. He stuck his head out and exclaimed, "What?" Seeing his expression, Mindy quickly craned her neck, then exclaimed, "SH*T. Are they crazy?" Luke said, "To use an AT-4 rocket launcher inside the building, they are indeed crazy." Mindy asked, "What should we do?" Luke chuckled, "If they want to turn the tables, then don't blame me for flipping the table over. Follow me." With that, he pulled out the Colt Python at his waist with his right hand. He raised his wrist and swung his arm in a beautiful arc. Bang! The moment he fired, he turned into a black shadow and charged out from the corner and down the hallway, instantly covering a distance of 10 meters. A moment ago, Leroy had taken down the AT-4 anti-tank rocket launcher from the top of the weapons cabinet. His eyes were full of madness as he stood in the middle of the doorway at the end of the hallway. Taking a deep breath, he said to his men, "Move." The subordinates who were firing turned around and were shocked. They quickly retreated to the sides. An AT-4 wasn't used indoors at all, nor was it used to attack people. This fatty was indeed crazy. With a twisted smile, Leroy aimed at the other end of the hallway. He flipped open the cover on the red button with his finger, before he looked at the end of the hallway. Not only could the AT-4 create an explosion, it was also destructive and burned at high temperatures. Its light was blinding and its fire was non-stop. Leroy believed that even if the attackers weren't blown up, they would still be burned to death, or even blinded. By then, they would be able to kill the enemy easily. Thinking that, his finger moved on the button. Bang! In the distance, a blurry black shadow suddenly appeared around the corner. It was Luke's right hand, but the fatty couldn't see it clearly. The moment a gunshot rang out, Leroy was sent flying. There was a hole in his forehead and the back of his head exploded. This world had nothing to do with him anymore. The 7 criminals were too busy moving away from the office door to notice that nobody had fired the AT-4. At that moment, Luke charged in. Bang, 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 bang. The noise at the door suddenly quieted down. 2 seconds later, Mindy ran in. Seeing everything, she put the guns back at her waist. "You're too fast." This time, Luke didn't reload. He quickly holstered his gun and patted her head. "If you want to flip the table over, you have to do it when it isn't paying attention." Mindy was dazed for a moment. When the table isn't paying attention? He walked toward the stairs. "That's right, look at how perfect the outcome is." Chapter 904. A crime lord who doesn't understand technology is tragic. Seeing that Luke was about to disappear at the turn on the stairs, Mindy quickly caught up with him. "Wait, how can a table pay attention? That's not right," Luke said. "That's why you have to study more. It's actually very simple." But, as he used the unreliable jargon of keyboard warriors from his previous life to befuddle the little girl, the two of them reached the rooftop. Damon was already talking to his archenemy, Demiko. Their conversation was unusually straightforward. Damon, who was here for revenge tonight, didn't hide at all. When Demiko dragged his son to the rooftop, he saw Damon. Demiko understood. "It's you." Damon said, "It's me." Damien asked, "Why don't you just die?" Damon said, "Because I want to see you die." "Then let's see you try." Damon said, "I will." Their eyes burned with anger. These two had been entangled for more than 10 years, and truly were lifelong enemies. In the past year, The two of them had been going back and forth, digging pits for each other and jumping out to counterattack. There were a few times when Damon had almost died, but Demiko also suffered heavy losses. He lost more than 10 batches of money, goods, and people. Both parties roared and charged at each other like two red-eyed bulls. They raised their guns and fired wildly. Pa, 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 pa. In just 2 seconds, they collided. Damon, who was wearing armor, had the upper hand. He was still fine after being hit by 3 bullets. However, a bullet brushed past his ribs, but he didn't seem to notice. He threw his pistol aside and continued charging forward as his hands reached out for Demiko. Demiko didn't back down at all. He threw his gun away and fought back. With low thuds, the two of them punched and kicked each other wildly. After fighting for a minute, Demiko's face was swollen and his nose was bleeding. Damon's armor protected him, and he was still unharmed. Suddenly, the unrecognizable Demiko grinned hideously. So what if you have this tortoise shell? Die. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Damon's wrist and wrapped his legs around Damon's neck. He fixed Damon's right arm in place in a standard arm lock. Demiko had never been a weak boss. He had killed countless opponents in his youth. He was proficient in judo, aikido, boxing, and muay thai. He was an absolute combat expert. Even though he was almost 40 years old, his combat training had never stopped. He had long known that a bullet wouldn't kill Damon, this old rival. Most of his furious appearance earlier had been a front to enrage Damon so that Demiko could get close and find an opportunity to kill him. As expected, Damon was too agitated to shoot properly. He would have been able to shoot up Demiko like a sieve, but had only hit him once this time. Perhaps, Damon subconsciously didn't want to kill his enemy in one shot. He needed to vent over 10 years worth of fury, which was why he beat Demiko up until his face was swollen. At that moment, Luke and Mindy appeared at the top of the stairs. Seeing that her father seemed to be at a disadvantage, Mindy subconsciously reached for her gun. Luke pressed down on her shoulder. There's no need. Your father isn't that weak. Besides, he's still wearing his armor. Let him get his last revenge. Mindy was stumped for a moment before she understood. Damon's brand new armor was an utter cheat in a fight with Demiko. Damon just didn't want to kill him too quickly. Luke chuckled inwardly. A crime lord should also keep up with the times. The saying that the wealthy relied on technology made sense. Demiko, who didn't rely on technology, was the opposite. At that moment, Demiko was trying to break Damon's arm. But nothing happened. Stunned for a moment, he exerted strength again. Still, nothing happened. Damon suddenly sneered. Surprise. FCKU. He slowly bent his right arm, which had been pulled straight, ignoring Demiko's weight of almost 200 pounds. You. Go to hell. He roared, and twisted around. Damon picked up Demiko's tall and sturdy body and swung him around in the air before smashing him onto the ground. Demiko choked for a few seconds at the impact. He could no longer hold onto Damon's right arm with his limbs, and he dropped down. At the same time, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, it wasn't internal bleeding. It was just that Demiko had bitten his own tongue at the fierce smash, and the blood spurted out along with his saliva. Mindy's eyes glowed. The new armor which Luke had given them had a very simple mechanical support system. They didn't have much control over the mechanical system, but the protective joints wouldn't twist around and the explosive power could crush an ordinary person. Using your own weight to press down on your opponent's joint in an arm lock was the proverbial, arm can't beat thigh, battle tactic. Facing the armor's mechanical support system was simply courting death. Not only was Demiko unable to break Damon's iron arm, he also couldn't withstand the tremendous power of the support system, and was instantly paralyzed after being struck down. Luke curled his lip again. A crime lord who didn't know anything about science was such a joke. Damon slowly got up and looked down at Demiko. Do you have any last words? As Demiko coughed, he spat blood at Damon. You're coming down with me, including that little girl with you. She's your daughter, right? Haha, she'll go to hell with you. Damon kicked him hard in the mouth. No, hell only belongs to trash like you. Go to hell. As he spoke, he drew another gun and aimed it at Demiko's head. No, don't kill my father. A thin figure lunged at Damon and blocked the gun. It was a young man around 15 or 16 years old, but his face was pale and he looked grim. The young man shouted as he pushed Damon hard in the chest, as if to stop him from shooting. Damon didn't say anything. With a gentle push, the young man staggered back and fell to the ground. Pa. A hole appeared in the middle of D'Amico's forehead. His eyes were still fixed on Damon, but they gradually lost their luster. "Dad, Dad," the young man cried as he crawled over and hugged D'Amico's body tightly. Damon silently walked past D'Amico and the young man. "Just you wait, I'll definitely kill you," the young man suddenly roared at Damon's back. Then, he looked at Luke and Mindy. "And you, none of you can escape." Crossing his arms, Luke said over the comms, "This young man has guts. What should we do?" Chapter 905, D'Amico II. Naive Damon ignored the young man and simply replied through the comms, "He's D'Amico's son, Chris." "D'Amico, I've investigated him, he's not involved in D'Amico's business." Luke asked, "So, you're going to let him go?" Damon nodded slightly. "Yes, I'm not D'Amico. Our grudge can't affect our families." Luke nodded and didn't say anything else. He simply smiled at Chris D'Amico. This kid had a future path. Using mental communication, he knew that this young master wasn't a good person. He wasn't joking when he said that he would kill them. "Good luck. I have high hopes for you, young man." Luke silently gave the young man his blessing, and the three of them turned around and left. However, he deliberately slowed down so that he was behind Damon and Mindy. When Damon and Mindy went downstairs, Luke heard a gunshot from behind him. "Pa." Luke smiled and turned around to look at Chris D'Amico. "Your courage is commendable." Stunned for a moment, Chris pulled the trigger again. "Pa, pa, 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 pa." Luke tilted his body and pulled out the king cobra. "Pa." A bullet hole appeared in Chris's forehead, and he collapsed on top of Frank D'Amico with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand why he couldn't hit the smiling masked man from a few meters away. Luke put his gun away and curled his lip as he looked at D'Amico II, who had fallen before he could even take the stage. "Young man, you would even fall for such an obvious trap. How naive." As someone who specialized in bait tactics, Luke knew from the start that Chris was hiding a gun, which was why he had deliberately fallen behind. In order to make it easier for this D'Amico II to make a move, not only did Luke turn his back to him, he also walked slowly and considerately. He wanted to test this young master's patience. It was a shame that young people were always so impatient. Damon and Mindy appeared on the stairs again. "What's wrong?" Luke said. "Young D'Amico couldn't wait to shoot me." Damon opened his mouth during a brief silence, but in the end turned around and left. It was his choice not to kill Chris D'Amico. But Chris D'Amico had dared to shoot at V, and he had no right to ask V not to fight back. He wasn't so great as to speak up for his enemy's son. Mindy, who was walking behind Damon, secretly gave Luke a thumbs up. Luke shrugged helplessly. 5 minutes later, Luke left from a window on the 29th floor with a big bag on his back. He flung out a grappling hook and landed on another building not far away. Several more times after that, he disappeared into the night. In New Jersey, Damon, who had taken off his armor but was still wearing his skin-tight suit, sat on a stool in the secret room and looked at Mindy, who was busy. The little girl was still in her skin-tight suit, and she was taking down one by one the drawings from the walls of the secret room. "Dad, should I lock them up in a box later?" After a brief silence, Damon suddenly said, "No. Burn them at your mother's grave tomorrow. It's over." Mindy said, "Huh, burn them." Damon had drawn these in his spare time over the years. They were enough of them to produce several comic books. This was perhaps Damon's only hobby. Yes, burn them. The pleasure from killing his archenemy, D'Amico, had gradually faded, and Damon felt empty. With D'Amico gone, what was he going to do now? He couldn't help but ask himself the question. Over 10 years of hard fighting had completely ended tonight. On this night of revenge, Damon realized that he didn't have any plans for the future. Looking at her father, Mindy couldn't help but ask in concern, "Dad, are you all right? Why do you look unhappy?" Lost for a moment, Damon sighed. That had just been vengeance. The only thing he felt after that was relief. Happy? No way. Even the thrill of revenge only lasted for a moment after D'Amico's head exploded. In fact, when they left the rooftop, Luke had noticed that something was wrong with Damon, so he told them to leave first and let him clean up the mess. On the way back, Damon almost drove the car into the river, and had no choice but to let Mindy drive them home. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. Both father and daughter looked at the surveillance image and saw a familiar figure. "I'll open the door." Mindy immediately put the sketches on the table and ran off. She wasn't used to her father's current state. She couldn't describe it, but her father suddenly seemed listless. Opening the door, Luke walked in with a big bag. "Where's your father?" he asked. Pointing at the open door of the secret room, Mindy said in a low voice, "He's in a daze. He seems unhappy all of a sudden." Hearing that, Luke's good mood faded. "I'll take a look." Throwing the bag on the coffee table in the living room, he walked to the door of the secret room and saw Damon staring blankly at a stack of sketches. He knocked on the door with his knuckles. "Are you tired?" Hearing his voice, Damon finally perked up. "You're here. Have a seat." "No need." Luke waved his hand and observed Damon with his eyes in mind. He soon smiled. "Do you feel like you have nothing to do now that you've dealt with D'Amico? Have you lost your goal in life?" he asked. Damon had nothing to hide from V. "Before Mindy was born, I was a minor police officer. I swore to catch D'Amico, and he's finally dead, but I'm no longer a police officer." Luke nodded. "So, do you want to retire?" Damon hesitated for a moment before he shook his head. "I don't know. I don't have any ideas right now." Pondering for a moment, Luke looked at the sketches in his hand and suddenly said, "Then, how about becoming a cartoonist in the future?" Damon turned his head in surprise. "Huh," Luke pointed at the stack of sketches in his hand. "Although I don't read comics much, these drawings are pretty good." "So, you can consider becoming a cartoonist." Damon was about to say, "How is that possible?" but stopped himself. He flipped through the sketches one by one and couldn't help but consider Luke's suggestion. He did have a talent in drawing, at least when it came to comics. It was how he had turned his past experiences into comics for Mindy to read and accompany her through her childhood. Luke turned around and looked at Mindy, who was standing not far behind him. "Can I talk to your father in private?" Mindy nodded and left obediently. Chapter 906. Prepare for a better future. Luke entered the secret room and closed the door. As he walked along the wall and examined the various weapons on them, he said, "Damon, did you think about the future? Before you succeeded in your revenge tonight?" Damon thought for a moment before he shook his head helplessly. "I really didn't." "What about Mindy's future?" Luke pressed. Damon's lips moved, but he couldn't say anything. He could only shake his head. Luke looked at the weapons on the wall and said, "You didn't have a choice in the past. If you didn't get revenge, you wouldn't be able to eat and sleep peacefully. What about now?" Damon was lost for words. Before tonight, he had never considered how his daughter and he would live in the future. As long as D'Amico was still alive, all his thoughts were only about revenge. Luke turned around and said, "You're only in your 40s, and Mindy isn't even 13 yet. You should give yourself and her a chance to choose again." Damon exhaled. "Do you have any suggestions?" Luke pointed at the drawings in his hand and said, "Like I said, you can try being a cartoonist. You don't have to rely on this for a living, in any case, and don't have to worry about being rejected." Damon hesitated. "Is that okay?" He couldn't imagine himself holding a paintbrush in the future. Luke chuckled. "Take a long vacation first. Break out of the mold you were living in before." Seeing Damon's gaze fall on the weapons on the wall, he continued, "As for these things and how you use them, they'll just be a hobby on the side, and not the only thing in your life." Damon subconsciously nodded at this. He really couldn't completely give up on the guns and weapons he had been using for decades. "Let's talk about Mindy now." Luke changed the topic. "You need to reorganize your life, and so does Mindy." Damon scratched his head. "What do you think?" Luke said, "Look around. What do regular 12-year-old girls do? They study." Damon was stumped. "Do I have to send Mindy to primary school?" Luke couldn't help but support his forehead with his hand. "Damon, Mindy is almost 13, and she's very smart. Can't she just directly enter the 7th grade? Primary school, what a joke. Given how mature Mindy was, she would be bored to death if she went to primary school. This violent little girl would be bored out of her mind. It wouldn't even be a few days before she beat up those childish primary school boys until they called her mother." Damon sweated. "She should be in the 6th grade. Luke said, "Going to school isn't for her to learn the content. She knows even more than college students about some things, but she can learn how to interact with ordinary people. She can't always rely on fighting and killing to resolve problems." Damon nodded again, unable to argue. Now, even if he racked his brains and came up with plans to purge crime rings, he still didn't feel motivated. That was because the big boss which hung over the father and daughter's heads was already dead. Also, this bald boss definitely wouldn't be refreshed every other day like a big boss in a game. From now on, they didn't have to spend money on weapons and training anymore. Given their regular living expenses, They could live comfortably for a year on just 3 to 5 wads of cash. Think about it. When you take part in family activities in school in the future, can you say that you're a hitman for a living? Said Luke. At least a cartoonist is a regular profession, right? Damon nodded again. At that point, Luke felt he had said enough. There's no rush. You can decide in a week or a month. Have a good rest and think about what's best for the both of you. With that, he opened the door and walked out. Mindy, who had changed into pink piggy pajamas, was on the couch watching TV. Hearing the noise, she turned around and gave him a, "So? Look." Luke made an okay gesture and said as he walked out, "Right, I got a bit of a bonus tonight, and I brought it over." Damon didn't think much of it, but Mindy was curious. "What is it?" Luke unzipped the big black bag that was on the coffee table. There was about $2 million in the safe in D'Amico's nest. "I've already taken my share. $1 million here is the fruit of your labor tonight." Mindy lost interest. She didn't hate money, but she didn't lack it either. Apart from buying equipment, she really didn't need much money. Damon waved his hand. "It was because of your help tonight that we successfully killed D'Amico." "Take the money." Luke thought for a moment before he nodded. All right, he didn't want the father and daughter to think that he was giving them charity. If he took this money, it would make Damon feel better at the very least. After he was done, he rubbed Mindy's head. "I just told your father that you're going to have a holiday. Be prepared for a better future, Mindy." Mindy was curious. "Huh, what's Dad going to do?" Luke said, "He might become a cartoonist." "How does that sound?" Mindy. "Cool, I'll be able to read comics firsthand in the future." System. Mindy McCready has met the requirements to join the host's team and is now a 1-star teammate. Luke was lost for words. Wasn't this little girl too easy to dupe? After he just said a few words, she became a teammate. For a moment, his feelings were complicated. He couldn't help but rub Mindy's head again. "It's too late today. I'll bring you a little gift when I have time. How does that sound?" Mindy stretched out her pinky. "Deal." Luke chuckled and hooked his pinky with hers. "Deal." A moment later, he disappeared into the night as the father and daughter watched him leave. Mindy said, "Dad, he really is a good person, isn't he?" Damon nodded. "Yes." Pondering for a moment, he patted Mindy's shoulder. "Sit down. I have something to tell you." The father and daughter sat down on the couch in the living room. Damon had only said a few words, when Mindy shouted again, "What? You're kidding. Go to school. What kind of better future is that?" You liar." After a brief silence, Damon said, "V reminded me that you really should lead a normal life from now on." Mindy's eyes widened. "I think our lives are very normal right now." Damon smiled bitterly. "Mindy, Frank D'Amico is dead, and other gangs will soon take over his territory. We don't have to think about how to deal with him every day or go out and destroy his nests every now and then." Mindy was confused. "Then there are other bad guys. Are we not going to deal with them anymore?" Damon shook his head. "No, but they're not D'Amico. We can't spend too much time on them. We'll have a lot of free time in the future, so V suggested that you go to school." Chapter 907. School fees and the little girl's counterattack. Looking at Mindy's dumbfounded expression, Damon quickly added, "You'll be starting in the 7th grade. V, you be ****starred. Mindy suddenly stood up and stomped her foot on the couch. "Isn't it just a bunch of brats in the 7th grade? Why do you want me to go to school with brats?" "Ah." Damon didn't stop his daughter from shouting, and let her vent her emotions. He simply continued, "V still wants me to be a cartoonist, and I'll only be drawing at home. I'm also in the same boat. I'll have to try and get used to this new profession. From tomorrow onward, our lives will be brand new." Mindy grabbed her head and rolled around on the couch. "What kind of new life is school?" Damon said guiltily. "Mindy, I'm sorry." The little girl stopped rolling and tilted her head at him. "Huh." Damon rubbed her head. "It's all because of my selfishness. I've always wanted revenge, and I dragged you into it. V reminded me that you should have a normal life instead of following me to kill people every day." Mindy said, "We kill bad people. That's not wrong." Damon asked, "But do you have friends?" Mindy frowned and thought for a moment before she asked tentatively, "Does V count?" Damon smiled bitterly. "Other kids will have at least dozens of classmates. Even if they're not friends, they can still call each other by their names and play together. However, you can only think of V when you haven't even seen his face." Mindy was lost for words. She didn't care about friends, but she really had never seen V's face before. But V's weird smiley face mask was actually quite cool. The little girl's thoughts suddenly changed. After another long conversation, Damon finally convinced Mindy to go to school in a week or two. Damon didn't forget to encourage himself. That's right, we have to learn to live a normal life in the future. We can't always be fighting anymore. Desperation filled Mindy's face, but she couldn't argue with her father. Now that Demiko was dead, there really was no reason for her and her father to go out killing. An idea suddenly popped into her head. Quickly, grasping hold of it, she interrupted her father, who was talking about the future. Dad, we have a big problem. Damon turned to look at her. Huh, what's the problem? Mindy said, you just gave the $1 million. Damon said casually, yes, but he deserves it. Mindy nodded, yes, I think he deserves it, but what about my school fees? Damon was suddenly stunned. School fees? Mindy said, Dad, you're not going to send me to a public school in the Black or Western districts, are you? It won't cost much, but I'm afraid I might be unable to help kill some gang hoodlums. Damon shook his head. School kids in poorer areas had many family ties to gangs. Some people even relied on these connections to sell weed in schools. These kids didn't have good habits. Most of them would become new gang members in a few years and would officially become weed or drug dealers. Given Mindy's temper, it was inevitable that she would clash with these kids, and it would be really troublesome to deal with anything that happened in school. I'll look for a school for you in the next 2 weeks. It'll definitely have a good environment, said Damon. Mindy blinked and looked at him. What about the school fees? Damon rubbed his beard. It shouldn't cost much, right? Mindy grabbed the laptop next to her and did a search. She then turned the screen to her father. This is Trevor Middle School. It's a middle-level school in New York. Let's not think about me being able to transfer in for now. Let's see how much a regular enrollment costs. Damon looked at it and said in confusion, $20,000 a semester. That's not much, is it? Mindy said, no, but we're broke. Damon. Huh, Mindy said, it wasn't easy for us to pay off our debt to V with the money we had. We've been familiarizing ourselves with the new armor for the past few days, and we looked for trouble with that Irish gang, but their executives all went into hiding and we didn't get any money. Damon recalled what Mindy said, and realized that they really didn't have much money left. Looking at his face, Mindy added, Dad, I just remembered that we owe V another $1 million for this new armor. Damon stopped stroking his beard and his face froze as if he had been petrified. He had really forgotten that. He had thought that he could relax after taking revenge, but he suddenly realized that he still had a debt of $1 million. Looking at her father's face, Mindy was secretly amused. So, we still have to find a few big fat sheep to shear. Damon frowned. Not right now, let's rest for a few days. After everything he said, he didn't want to turn around right away and slap himself in the face. Mindy sighed and went to her room. Damon asked, what are you doing? Are you angry? Mindy said, Dad, I'm not that petty. Wait, I'm looking for something. A moment later, she came out of her room with a pink piggy bank in her hands. Damon was still dumbfounded. What are you doing? Mindy put the pink piglet on the coffee table and broke it with a punch. The cash and coins scattered all over the table. She stepped forward and started collecting them together unhurriedly as she said, Dad, this is the only money we have at home. Let me count. It should be enough for us to have fast food for a few meals. Damon said, wait, didn't I just give you $1,000 a few days ago? Mindy said, but you asked me to order a pair of custom-made 42 butterfly knives and 2 classic military knives that you like. I didn't have enough money, and I even topped up several dozen bucks. As she spoke, the little girl was secretly laughing in her heart. She had already swiftly counted the money. Okay, there's still $114.53 left. If we live frugally for a bit, this can last us 2 to 3 days. Damon was speechless. In the face of the difficulty, which his daughter brought up, he realized it was hard for him to persist with his previous thoughts. Sighing, he stood up and picked up the armor that had yet to be put back into the closet. Okay, let's change into our gear. Let's earn a bit tonight. Mindy giggled and quickly changed. Damon looked at his daughter's happy face and felt helpless. I tried my best, but the outcome isn't great. However, a man had to keep his word. Since he said that they would be taking a break tomorrow, then, they would find a gang to clean up tonight. Thinking that, Damon started thinking of a suitable target. A moment later, the father and daughter drove out again. In the car, Mindy asked, "Who are we after this time?" Damon asked, "Do you remember the group we investigated which has a lot of business dealings with D'Amico?" Chapter 908, Teammates Have to Be Grabbed from Dolls. Mindy tilted her head and thought for a moment. "Are you talking about the Asians who use blind people to load and deliver goods?" Damon nodded. "That's them. I think they have at least 100,000 in cash. That's enough for us for a year." Mindy nodded and didn't say anything else. 100,000 was enough for a year. Mindy mumbled to herself, "Then I'll choose a more expensive school, the kind that won't leave much money left after paying the school fees. At that time, as long as we don't starve to death, we'll still have to come out to fight crime." Everything was under control. A particular little girl was full of ambition and vowed to fight to the end against her father and V, these two heartless middle-aged men. That was right. Mindy felt that V should be a handsome man in his 30s or 40s. He might be a little old, but she firmly believed without any doubt that V was definitely handsome. An ugly person definitely didn't have that kind of aura. It was like a shut-in who couldn't string sentences together when he saw a beautiful woman. She trusted her instincts. As Luke drove home, he threw the bag of money into his inventory. The real reward tonight wasn't the money, but the system. Teammate Selena has destroyed illegal drugs. Mission accomplished. Total experience, 6,000. Total credit, 6,000. Selena is a 3-star teammate. Host automatically gets a 50% share of the contribution rate. Host has obtained 3,000 experience and 3,000 credit points. System. Eliminate the headquarters of the D'Amico gang. Mission accomplished. Total experience, 3,000. Total experience, 3,000. Contribution rate, 70%. EXP plus 2,100. Credit plus 2,100. Host's experience, 97,600. 100,000 credit, 75,300. An upgrade was right in front of him. That was his reward. Looking at Mindy McCready's name on the teammates panel, Luke was delighted. In helping someone else for fun, he actually obtained a teammate. That was something he hadn't expected. How hard was it to obtain a teammate? Just look at how many he had right now. There were only 3 of them. Luke had helped Damon a lot tonight. The system notification also confirmed that he had received Damon's gratitude and could learn all his abilities, but Damon hadn't become a 1-star teammate. Maybe kids were easier to fool. A certain detective couldn't help but consider the idea. He had to pick kids for teammates. That would take too long. But if he was picking them from among high school kids, he had a few suitable candidates. Stacy and the Cassidy sisters had just settled down at a training base in New Jersey a few days ago. Although they might not become superheroes in the future, it was still a possibility. He wouldn't force the issue, but if he really got another teammate, it would definitely be worth it. It seemed that he had to invest more in his potential teammates to increase their chances of passing the evaluation as teammates, and the younger they were, the better, Luke thought. It had been too easy for Mindy to be judged a teammate this time. Luke couldn't help but want to try and replicate this success. While Luke was driving home cheerfully and formulating new investments for his potential teammates, Damon and Mindy had already started their last gang purge before their holiday. The results of the operation were out of their expectations. Not only was it an intense battle, there was also a limited amount of cash in the nest. Nevertheless, they returned home before midnight. Looking at the clock in the living room, which showed that it was only 11:45, Damon nodded in satisfaction. At least he didn't go back on his word. Mindy nodded in satisfaction. They had only obtained $150,000 in cash this time, which didn't have too big an impact on her expenditure plan. Both father and daughter had different thoughts as they started planning for their holiday and new lives in the future. At the same time, somewhere in New York, Wesley, the middle-aged man in glasses, dialed another number. "Boss, something happened again." On the other end of the line, "What is it?" Wesley said, "2 things. The first is that Frank D'Amico was just killed. According to his 2 seriously injured subordinates, 2 of the people who did it were his archenemies whom he asked us to help find. They're called Big Daddy and Hit Girl. But there was also the smiling masked man, who's been targeting our business recently." After a brief silence, the person on the other end of the line said, "D'Amico won't affect us much. We can just switch to another distributor. We'll talk about that smiling masked man after we uncover his background." "Boss, the second thing is related to the first thing," said Wesley. Recently, Our people have started to go into hiding. Tonight, a large batch of goods was delivered to Mrs. Gao. During the transfer, Big Daddy and Hit Girl appeared and killed R and Mrs. Gao's men. They also set fire to all the goods. Wesley smiled bitterly. Pausing for a moment, he continued, based on the time of the incident, the two of them attacked Mrs. Gao's warehouse after they and the smiling masked man got rid of Demiko. I just spoke to Mrs. Gao on the phone. She said that the goods weren't delivered, so she won't pay. The person on the other end of the line was breathing heavily. How much did we lose? About 20 million, replied Wesley. There was silence on the other end of the line for a moment before the voice picked up again. Our plan remains the same. Hide. Tell Mrs. Gao that the losses will be ours, but she has to do her best to find the masked man as soon as possible, or nobody will be doing any business. Wesley. Okay, boss. But don't we need to do something? The other end of the line, what do you think? I've contacted the hand, and they said that they're deploying people, but they haven't done anything yet. I suspect that they're just patronizing us and want us to deal with the masked men, said Wesley. The person on the other end snorted. Ignore them, there's something wrong with the people from the hand. Wesley nodded and continued, that's why I want to hire a bunch of hitmen to deal with the masked man. I need your permission. On the other end of the line, who is it? Ordinary hitmen couldn't deal with the masked man. Wesley. I'm going to look for the fraternity. They're not ordinary hitmen. Pondering for a moment, the person on the other end of the line agreed. Okay, it's best if we send someone to monitor the fight when they take action. I want to see how powerful this masked man is. Wesley. Okay, boss. On the other side, Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the system notification. System. Teammate Mindy. McCready cleaned up Mrs. Gao's warehouse. Mission accomplished. Total experience, 5,000. Total credit, 5,000. Mindy's contribution rate, 40%. Mindy is a 1-star teammate. Host automatically gets a 10% share of the contribution rate. Host has obtained 200 experience and 200 credit points. Host's experience, 97,800 100,000 credit, 75,500. What was going on with the father and daughter duo? Weren't they dispirited just earlier? Why were they running to clear a new instance now? After thinking for a moment, he still didn't contact Damon. After all, they weren't on the same team, and weren't obliged to report to each other. If they wanted to do something, Luke couldn't interfere. Chapter 909, Life is Too Unfair. The next day, Dustin summoned Luke to the big meeting room. There were more than 10 detectives in the room. Some information had already been pasted on the whiteboard, with some locations and names written on the board. Luke and Selena looked at each other and sat down silently. They were more familiar with the photos on the whiteboard than all the detectives present. It was the crime scene of Demiko's nest. Yesterday, Luke and Damon had confronted 50 or 60 criminals head-on, and one had even used a grenade. Naturally, the commotion hadn't escaped the police's notice. Demiko was dead, and so were the criminals in the building. The criminals who had gone to the warehouse weren't able to return and clean up the area in time before the police took control of the scene. NYPD had long put the drug lord Frank Demiko's name on a blacklist. But Frank wasn't that stupid. He had stuck to selling his illegal drugs and had done a lot of bad things in private, but he hadn't wrecked law and order in New York on the surface, so he hadn't been targeted. After all, selling illegal drugs didn't affect New York's prosperity and stability. In comparison, it was the FBI and the DEA who were more interested in the Demiko gang. But there had been too much activity in Demiko's nest last night. When the police went to check it out, they found a lot of bodies inside, including Frank Demiko and his son. The nest also contained a lot of weapons and a small amount of illegal drugs. Even more importantly, there were ledgers, which made the police feel like they had found treasure. Luke didn't take the ledgers with him when he was cleaning out the safe. He only scanned the important books and put them back in the safe to give his colleagues some benefits for cleaning up the scene. From the ledgers, NYPD would be able to track down a lot of people who had dealings with Demiko without too much effort. There was some information on the whiteboard that clearly pointed to underground dealings with some gangs. Dustin explained the details and assigned the tasks. As expected, Dustin specifically requested that everybody keep an eye out after the fight at Demiko's nest last night, and to keep calm for now. The objective for the next few days was to capture important leaders of these underground gangs. Normally, NYPD wouldn't make a big fuss, but since they now had evidence of their crimes, they would be idiots if they didn't take the opportunity to claim credit. The big shots in NYPD and New York City Council still needed to rack up some achievements. Otherwise, how could they dupe the public into voting for them? After learning about the mission, Luke and Selena left the police department and got to work. At the same time, two guests who weren't clients arrived at the Nelson and Murdoch law firm in Clinton early in the morning. Looking at the man and woman in formal business suits, Foggy asked, "Is there something we can help you with?" He could tell with one glance that the man was also a lawyer, but the woman didn't look like one. She looked more like an administrative clerk. Recalling the middle-aged woman who had roared yesterday about suing them, Foggy and Matt's expressions changed slightly. Wasn't it just a small management fee? Was there really a need to call a lawyer? That bit of money wasn't even enough to pay for a lawyer. Both of them couldn't help but wonder. The man took out a card, put it on the table, and pushed it toward Foggy. "I'm lawyer Alan Shaw. I'm here on behalf of the Foundation for the Poor and the Disabled. I'm here to discuss a long-term charity donation with your firm. This is Miss Ella Dre, a member of the Foundation. She'll be in touch with you in the future." Both Foggy and Matt were stunned. Charity donation? A lawyer had to go through a lot of legal proceedings for a charity donation, but this lawyer had already done all of it. At that moment, Alan took out a stack of documents and explained the situation to them. But while he had a calm expression on his face, Alan was inwardly very jealous of these two. He wasn't jealous of the fact that these two could apply to the Foundation for money to help the poor and disabled. Alan wasn't so bad as to cheat the poor out of their money. What he envied was the separate donation contract. They didn't talk for long. This newly established charity foundation had received a total of $2.3 million in donations. Foggy and Matt only had to help submit applications to the Foundation on behalf of those who needed aid, and the rest of the work would be done by the Foundation. Amidst the documents which Alan took out, the only thing that really needed to be signed was a separate donation contract. As long as Nelson and Murdoch continued to provide legal assistance to the poor and needy, the Foundation would donate $50,000 to the firm every month for a year. That was the source of Alan's envy. A donation contract like this basically had conditions attached, such as the office needing to provide legal aid to a certain number of the poor and needy every year to prevent them from taking the money and not doing anything, or doing less. But there was no such troublesome restriction in this donation contract. The only condition was that the law firm continued to operate. As long as Foggy and Matt were willing, they could use this money as their monthly salary or to cover the firm's operation costs. If it were Alan, he would use this money to cover company expenses, and whatever profits he made from lawsuits would go into his pockets, which would also help his career along tremendously. Looking at the scale of this Nelson and Murdoch law firm, an annual donation of $600,000 would actually be able to last them for several years. It was clear that this law firm would be able to continue operating for a few more years. It was simply the dream of countless young people to start a business with someone else's money. These two young greenhorn lawyers had really run into such a good thing. What was even more depressing was that Alan was the one to give them the money. Recalling how he had been kicked out of his last law firm half a year ago and had to leave Los Angeles to come to New York, Alan could only sigh. Life was so unfair, but no matter how many times he cursed in his heart, he could only smile and say goodbye to the two young lawyers. After seeing off Alan and Ella, the three executive members hid in the office. Karen looked at the two of them with a smile. "Okay, who did this? What a big surprise. Yesterday, you said you were going to look for a big client, but today, you found a charity foundation which even comes with no conditions attached." A big client who was willing to fork out a lot of money meant that it would be a very troublesome lawsuit, while there was nothing troublesome attached to this donation. Hearing that, Foggy subconsciously looked at Matt, who shook his head. "It wasn't me. I don't know any big shots like this." Chapter 910. Did the two lawyers hit it big? At that, Matt turned to Foggy. "The purpose of this donation is very clear. It's for the poor people in Clinton who suffered losses in the previous explosions." "Foggy, did you mention Elena to someone?" Foggy quickly shook his head in denial. He didn't dare claim such great credit. "No, I really didn't do it. I don't know anyone rich at all." Looking at Karen's doubtful gaze and Matt's dark glasses, he suddenly understood. "No, I know a lot of rich people, but none of them are this conscientious. Also, I don't know them very well." Matt nodded. He and Foggy had been interns at a top law firm in New York, and had seen plenty of rich people. But then the super magnate Roxxon Corporation had filed a lawsuit against a sick employee from their company, and Foggy and Matt had been responsible for the case, and were told to countersue the terminally ill employee. Matt and Foggy finally chose to leave. In fact, if they won the case, they would have been able to stay at Landman and Zach and become official lawyers. That was the dream of countless law students, with an annual salary of millions just waiting for them, but the duo gave that up in the end. Thus, they were moved by the huge donation, but they weren't crazy with joy. Most of the time, any meat pie that fell from the sky was either poisoned or on a fish hook. But with their experience and legal knowledge, they didn't find anything wrong with the donation contract. Firstly, they didn't have the right to use the $2.3 million donation. Even if there was a problem with the cash flow in the future, they could only look for the patron and not unrelated third parties. Secondly, the donation contract was very simple. There were no hidden traps, instead, there were many loopholes. For these two Columbia University law graduates, they were sure that there weren't any subsequent risks. But who would donate so much money to their law firm and the people in Clinton? For a moment, the three of them fell silent. In the end, it was Karen who broke the silence. Should we let Elena know that she can use the water and electricity for now, but there's no money for anything else? It'll take a few days for this money to be approved, right? Only then did Foggy and Matt snap out of their thoughts. Rather than worrying about the law firm being given $600,000, they might as well help the victims of the explosions apply to the foundation as soon as possible. After all, the donation to the law firm could be put aside for the time being, but the explosions had wrecked the walls and windows of many poor families. Thinking that, Foggy took out a huge stack of files from his bag. I have their files. I'll leave the calls to you later. Tell them to come and fill out the application form. Karen said, no problem. Matt said, let me take a look at their files first. I'll find the families in the worst condition. We can put their applications on the top. The three of them got to work. In the afternoon, Luke and Selena returned home from work. As they drove past the law firm, they saw people coming and going. The good thing was that many people here didn't have cars, so there was no traffic jam. Luke had a rough idea of what was going on, but Selena was curious. What's going on? Did Foggy and Matt hit it big? So many clients are going in. Luke nodded quickly. They definitely hit it big. Let's go up and take a look. It might be something else. Selena, on the other hand, shook her head. I don't think so. These people look anxious, but most of them seem happy. They're not hoodlums. There's no way they'll rob a law firm. Right. Luke stopped the car on the side of the road. The most valuable thing in that law firm is probably Matt and Karen's clothes. Selena pushed the door open and burst out laughing. That's true. Foggy's clothes, haha. They went up to the third floor, and there were people going up and down the stairs. It felt like a community party. The people who would have made a fuss in the past were much calmer now. At most, they would look at each other silently and try to stab each other to death with their eyes, but nobody got into a fight. When they reached the third floor, Luke and Selena were about to head to the office, when several people stopped them. Hey, don't cut the queue. Those who cut the queue will be pushed to the back. You're so young, why can't you line up? Luke wasn't angry. He said with a smile, we're not here to do business. As everybody looked at him disdainfully, a black man who was quick to speak said in a sing-song voice, someone said that before. Bro, that won't work. Be good, line up at the back. Luke and Selena. You really should be a singer. Luke stopped talking to them and simply called Foggy. A moment later, Karen, who was wearing a thin blue floral blouse, popped her head out of the office. It was November in New York, but she was sweating and her cheeks were red as if she had just done strenuous exercise. She waved at Luke and Selena, gesturing for them to come over as she explained to the people in line, no, they're not here to fill out the application form. They're fine. Hearing that, the people in the queue reluctantly made way. The people who had caused trouble had already been chased to the back of the line. Nobody wanted to repeat the same mistake. In fact, lining up was just a waste of energy. The real order in which the applications were submitted was still based on their family situation. Matt and Foggy certainly wouldn't tell them that. It was best to be prudent on this point. Otherwise, if all these people squeezed themselves into the law firm, the lawyers wouldn't be able to do anything. It took Luke and Selena almost a minute to reach Foggy and Matt's office. They were busy, and simply greeted Luke and Selena. Foggy said, sorry, we're really busy today. What can we do for you? Luke said with a smile, "It's fine. We just saw a lot of people gathered downstairs. I was afraid that something might have happened here, so I came to take a look." Foggy said, "Thank you very much. Nothing's happened for now, we're just dealing with some new business." Luke looked at the long line outside the office and nodded. "It doesn't look like you're making money, but giving it away instead." Both Foggy and Matt paused and smiled bitterly. They wanted to say that Luke was right. These people were here to get money, not to give them money. They also wanted to say that Luke was wrong. They had indeed just gotten a huge windfall, although they hadn't cashed in the $50,000 for the first month yet. Chapter 911. Return gift, treat, and proposal. Foggy thought for a moment, then explained, "It's free legal aid." Luke gave an, "Oh, okay, it seems I'll have to wait for your invitation a little longer." Foggy and Matt paused again, and Foggy quickly said, Tonight. After work, we'll treat you and Selena at the bar." Luke nodded with a smile. "Okay, we won't bother you anymore, bye." At that moment, Karen was standing at the door with 2 boxes. She said, "Luke, the cake you gave us last time was really good. Just nice that you're here today, take these back with you." As she spoke, she handed him the boxes. Luke saw that it was full of donuts. Looking at the clearly ordinary packaging and the brand he had never heard of, it was probably another thank you gift from the neighbors. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he couldn't refuse. He was the one who had made the joke, he could only grit his teeth and accept it. Saying thank you, he said to Foggy and Matt, "Contact me after work tonight." Good luck with your business." Then, he quickly left with the 2 boxes of donuts. Otherwise, Karen would feel that this return gift wasn't enough, and it would be troublesome if she gave him 2 more boxes. Foggy and Matt smiled bitterly again. Their business would definitely be booming in the next few days, but they weren't making any money from it. Why did the detective like to say such hurtful things? Luke and Selena squeezed out of the office and got into the car outside. Selena wiped her forehead and said, "There are too many people. I'm sweating." Luke gave her 2 boxes of donuts. "Try them. What brand is this? Why haven't I seen it before?" Selena opened one box and took a bite of a donut. "It tastes ordinary and too sweet." Luke said, "Give them to Gold Nugget. Doesn't it love sweets?" Selena thought for a moment, then tossed the 2 boxes of donuts into the backseat. "Gold Nugget, these are all yours." "Gold Nugget. Huh," Selena said, "don't complain, they're very sweet." Gold Nugget hesitated for a moment before it opened its mouth. It was becoming more and more picky about food, but that was mainly with salty stuff and fresh raw seafood. It couldn't refuse donuts. After successfully tossing the 2 boxes of sweet donuts to Gold Nugget, Selena asked, "It doesn't look like Foggy and the others are working on a lawsuit. They're doing pro bono work. If they don't make money, how are they going to pay the rent? You said yesterday that they're already stuffed to the brim with bills." Luke drove the car to the back and parked in the garage on the 1st floor. "Ask them tonight," Selena asked. "You seem to like them." Luke chuckled. "Of all the lawyers we've met, these 2 should be in the top 3 in terms of integrity, and what lawyers lack the most is integrity." Selena was lost for words. To put it another way, it would be unjust to kill all the lawyers in America, but too many would escape the net if half of them were killed. Lawyers with moral integrity were like capitalists who didn't want to make money. At 7:30 in the evening, Luke received a call from Foggy, who invited him and Selena to have a drink at Josie's bar on the corner. Luke and Selena went out and reached the closest bar in less than 2 minutes. The bar's business was so-so, and had an average number of customers. It was hard to do good business in Clinton. The 3 law firm executives were at the counter, and Luke and Selena sat down next to them. They looked exhausted, but were in good spirits and chatting happily. The 3 of them greeted Luke and Selena with smiles. Foggy waved his hand. "Order whatever you want, it's on me tonight." Luke took a deep breath and smelled the fake whiskey that was in front of Foggy. Looking at the dark gray olive next to the cup, Luke felt that it was either moldy or not an olive at all. He quickly said, "2 bottles of Corona beer." The lady boss, who was wearing a red and black plaid shirt, turned around and looked at him. "Are you an adult? I think I need to look at your driver's license first. Don't take out your student ID." Luke smiled and looked at Foggy. Foggy said, "Josie, he's my friend. How can he be a minor? Just give him the beer." Josie curled her lip. "You don't look like an adult, either. Except for your face, of course." Foggy After dealing Foggy a blow, Josie gave Luke and Selena 2 bottles of Corona. She had only said that because she liked Luke's soft-looking face. Otherwise, nobody in Clinton would care if Luke drank or not. Just like that, the 5 of them chatted and talked about the unprecedented event at the firm. As he listened, Luke suddenly said, "What you're saying is that what most of them want to do is fix up their places, right?" Foggy took a sip of his whiskey. "That's right." Luke rubbed his chin. "Wouldn't it be better to help them find a cheap maintenance company?" Foggy shook his head. "That's impossible. There's no cheap maintenance company in New York. Just repairing a door costs at least $200. That isn't cheap," Luke said. "Then, what if we set one up ourselves and find a few locals?" Both Foggy and Matt were confused. Locals? What did this have to do with the locals? The locals also had to make money, and wouldn't do charity work. Luke said, "The fact is that a maintenance company needs to make money in order to keep running and hire workers, so the prices can't be too low. But we can cut costs in these 2 areas." Foggy said, "Tell me about it." Luke said, "We can hire some locals as interns and then bring in skilled workers from outside. If we don't focus on making money but purely on hiring people, we can cut down a lot on maintenance costs." Foggy shook his head. "That's impossible. Even if we hire someone, it won't be cheap." Luke chuckled. "I know 2 candidates. They can be interns. They're also very familiar with transporting and unloading construction materials." Foggy didn't understand for a moment, but Matt's expression changed. "You mean Charlie and Rackle?" Luke nodded. "That's them. Also, we can talk to Temple and Rackle's mother about this, and get them to come in as community volunteers. It just so happens that this is a charity foundation." Matt and Foggy frowned and gave it some thought. It was because Charlie and Rackle were minors that Luke was making this suggestion, since hiring them might cause trouble if they didn't do it right. Once this thing started, it would be a major project. If their law firm was going to step out, it was even more important to consider these legal issues. Chapter 912. Charity and using money to convince people. This was different from when Luke had caught the 2 boys and put them to work. That had just been a verbal agreement and had been paid in cash. Luke wasn't afraid of the 2 boys suing him. Foggy thought for a moment, but still hesitated. "Will that work?" Luke took another sip of beer and said unhurriedly, "Charlie and Rackle were responsible for transporting trash and construction materials during the renovation. I only gave them $20 an hour." Foggy and Matt were lost for words. Of course they knew that. Temple had mentioned it to them. At a regular maintenance company, the hourly wage for interns, even unskilled ones, wouldn't be less than $50. The workers themselves couldn't make that much money, and most of it was taken by the maintenance company. Thinking that, Foggy and Matt found the suggestion interesting. Luke said with a smile, "Also, Foggy, didn't you say that you know a friend who does maintenance work? He was the one who taught you how to fix Alina's water pipe. It would be good if you can find a few suitable workers to help those families save money." Foggy scratched his head. "Is that so? That's indeed worth considering." Luke continued, "Charlie and Rackle will be temp workers." "Oh, right, I saw 7 or 8 of them last time. Their leader seems to be called Hudson or something. These kids don't seem to have anything to do. Why don't you contact the adults and their families? Maybe they need this part-time job too." Foggy and Matt were both stunned. At this point, they finally understood. What did Charlie, Rackle, and Hudson have in common? Firstly, they were all minors in Clinton. Secondly, they had all had an eye on Luke's new home. What a big heart. Foggy and Matt couldn't help criticizing him inwardly. But Luke's proposal was indeed feasible. If it succeeded, nobody would lose anything. At most, the kids who were loafing around would get a taste of physical labor. Also, this was a proper job with pay. Was that a bad thing for those kids? Definitely not. It was just like how most children didn't like to study, but was studying a bad thing? Many people only realized that studying was good when they grew up. It was just that children didn't really enjoy it. Luke didn't mind that Foggy and Matt knew about his little scheme. This was an open conspiracy. In any case, he had already given them the money. He was the one paying people to work, so he didn't feel guilty at all. That charity foundation and $2.3 million were things he had set up with a genuine identity. Luke had long used the police's missing person information to come up with a bunch of unimportant aliases. Each alias would be abandoned after they were used once or twice. He wasn't afraid of being investigated at all, so he would go straight to the casino to wash clean his dirty money. To put it simply, he just needed to switch this cash for chips under this alias, lose a few rounds, then switch the chips back to money. As long as the alias was registered as a taxpayer, it was legal income. He couldn't use this method with his real name, nor was it suitable for one alias to deal with large quantities of money, as that would draw too much attention. But it wasn't a problem to use a bunch of genuine aliases to wash clean some money as backup. They didn't have much money in their accounts, ranging from $1 million to $100,000 or even $10,000. Luke had been using these aliases to rent cars and accommodation or book plane tickets when he was out on personal missions. This donation had been a last-minute idea. He had donated money to the California Earthquake Fund under an alias before. In any case, he probably wouldn't be able to use up all this money in his lifetime. But after meeting Foggy and Matt, he felt that he could use this indirect approach to do good. You could certainly hire lawyers to help the poor, but you couldn't guarantee how professional they would be. It was true that pro bono legal services existed. When they said on TV, if you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be provided for you at government expense, that was the court forcibly assigning the cases to various law firms to provide legal aid. The amount of this sort of pro bono work also fluctuated according to the number of lawyers on hand. But law firms would leave most pro bono cases to the interns to handle so that the time of real lawyers wasn't wasted. Time was precious for real lawyers. $500 an hour was expensive. Interns weren't up to that level yet, and lawyers didn't spend much effort on pro bono cases. It wasn't uncommon for people who didn't need to go to prison to be let down by irresponsible public lawyers who got them sent to prison for years. In comparison, lawyers like Foggy and Matt who were willing to provide legal assistance for free and did their best were rare. Luke didn't mind spending some money to see how long they could last. Even if they changed their ways in a year or two, they would still help many people during this period. As long as they persisted, lawyer Matt would be a teammate worth investing in. Thinking that, Luke said, "How about this? Since this is to help our neighbors in Clinton solve their problems, I'll do my part as well. For every child who contributes in the rebuilding of Clinton, I'll give their families $1,000 to $10,000. Foggy, Matt, and Karen all turned around in surprise. "Huh," Selena interjected, "count me in." Luke nodded with a smile. "Okay, this donation will start at $100,000. You can draw up a donation contract tomorrow and get a check from us." Karen couldn't help but ask, "That's a huge sum of money. You're not going to reconsider?" Even if it was the lowest amount, Luke and Selena still had to fork out $50,000 each. Most families in America didn't have $50,000 in savings, let alone young people like Luke and Selena. Karen was worried that they were biting off more than they could chew just to show off. Luke was amused. "Don't worry. In fact, we can pay $100,000 each. That depends on how many kids are willing to help rebuild the community." Matt's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. This guy really knew how to hold a grudge. He was clearly throwing the money at the brats Charlie, Rackle and Hudson to make them do hard labor. But that wasn't a bad thing for these rascals. In their lives, those brothers of theirs would use money to lure them into joining gangs and selling drugs. Only a big philanthropist would spend money to rope them into volunteer work. Thinking that, Matt nodded decisively. "Okay, I'll draft a donation contract for you tomorrow." Luke and Selena nodded, and everybody started discussing the development plan. Chapter 913. Wesley's play. Luke's idea was neither brilliant nor unusual, but Foggy and Matt hadn't thought about it before. They were lawyers, not construction workers. They were already used to how big renovation companies worked. Luke's suggestion got everybody thinking. Setting it up as rebuilding the community and community service would leave a lot of room to maneuver around in. As the scale increased, they could save on a lot of costs, and residents who received the donations could also do their part. When they knew the renovations would happen, these people wouldn't mind a bit of work. Luke didn't say anything. After half an hour of drinks, he and Selena left. Foggy and the others didn't ask them to stay. Luke and Selena certainly didn't have much free time in their jobs. Being willing to fork out a huge sum of money to do good was the greatest act of charity in America. At that moment, Charlie was watching an action movie at home with his girlfriend, Claudia. He suddenly shivered. Claudia looked at him strangely. "What's wrong?" Charlie shook his head blankly. "I don't know. I just feel like something bad's going to happen." "There you go again. You think you're some kind of reincarnated wizard who can foresee bad luck," but you've never been lucky since you were little. If you're really a wizard, you must be the most useless one, said Claudia unhappily. She grabbed Charlie and made him cry out in pain. Hey, be gentle, aren't you afraid of breaking me? Cordia rolled her eyes. Don't tell me you have another girl out there. It should be an old one. Rackle's older sister made eyes at you last time. Tell me, are you two having an affair? Charlie put his head in his hands. OMG, his sister is almost 100 kilos, okay. Darling, are you mistaken about my taste? I like you the most. Claudia sneered. Don't you always complain that I'm too skinny? You're always saying that they need to be more curvy. When you saw Rackle's sister the other day, you sang that song, Baby Got Back, that's right. Charlie shivered. I was singing to you, all right. He really had no interest in Rackle's sister, but he was interested in big butts. Rackle's sister happened to have one, hence the connection, but unexpectedly, Claudia had noticed. If she realized the truth, he would definitely be in big trouble. He could only try his best to fool his suspicious girlfriend, and he completely forgot about the bad feeling from earlier. After Luke and Selena returned home, they washed up before going back out to work. 2 hours later, Wesley had no choice but to call his boss again. Boss, Smiling Mask and Black Cat just killed the Angel of Death, Gustavo Gomez, and looted their main warehouse. By conservative estimates, the Angel of Death lost 2 tons of goods this time. Even ignoring the subsequent fallout, the loss of these goods will affect our business significantly. There was a long silence on the other end of the line, so long that Wesley almost thought the call had been disconnected. You said you would look for the fraternity last time. Is it done? Asked the person on the other end of the line. Wesley, I was just about to tell you, the fraternity rejected this mission. They said that we don't have any specific information on the targets, like their real identities. The other end of the line, what kind of hitmen are they? Can't they do it? If it was just about taking people down, I wouldn't bother hiring mercenaries. Wesley said helplessly, that's what they said. However, it didn't seem like they were being perfunctory with me. They might be in some trouble themselves. The other end of the line, I'm not the FC King boss of the fraternity, I don't care what trouble they're in. This bunch of trash, blacklist them in the future. Yes, boss, Wesley said, the fraternity rejected the mission, but recommended another platform to us. There was surprise on the other end of the line. What, Wesley? The fraternity mentioned the Continental Hotel. They said that we can directly offer a bounty there and have assassins from all over the world help us find and kill those masked men. There was silence on the phone again. Hearing that, it was possible that something really had happened to the fraternity, or they wouldn't send business to a competitor. A bounty was indeed the simplest way. Wesley hadn't gone to the Continental Hotel before this because this force wasn't to be trifled with, and had once clashed with his own side. But the masked men had been too aggressive in the last few days. In just a few days, they had taken down several of their people, which included allies D'Amico, suppliers Angel of Death, and distributors Mrs. Gao. These people were clearly out to shut them down. Wesley had no choice but to bring up the taboo name, Continental Hotel, to his boss. Okay, but don't use our name. After a brief silence, there was an answer from the other end of the line. Hearing that, Wesley was relieved. If spending just a bit of money could cause the Continental Hotel and the masked men to clash, that would be too perfect for Wesley's side. In any case, both sides were hostile to his party. It didn't matter who won or lost, or if neither side won, even if they continued to clash, it would be a good thing. He hadn't thought of this before because the masked men weren't that strong and had yet to hit Wesley with hard enough firepower. It was a good opportunity to get these two unknown forces to fight each other. After hanging up, Wesley pondered. Frank D'Amico had put up a revenge kill order at the Continental Hotel early on. Once D'Amico and his son were killed, this revenge order was activated, and the bounty for their killer was 2 million each. With both father and son dead, the total bounty for the revenge order was a very attractive 4 million. But that wasn't enough. The gang of masked men was growing from strength to strength, which gave the shrewd Wesley a strong sense of crisis. The more they fought, the stronger they got, and they were also increasing in number, which was really disadvantageous to Wesley's side. He had to drag the Continental Hotel into this fight as soon as possible. Given the way the hotel did things, they would definitely hit the masked men hard. It was all that damn Batman's fault. Why did he have to be so high profile when playing vigilante? I'll kill you when I get the chance. Wesley swore inwardly. The number of masked police officers in New York was dozens of times more than before, and it was all because of Batman. In the last few months, many brats in their tweens in black capes and lousy masks had been coming out to find trouble in the name of chivalry. It wasn't good enough for Batman to be a low-profile vigilante, he had to be on TV, he was definitely a hypocrite. Once he was done cursing Batman, Wesley started to make calls to set a bounty. Chapter 914, A Done Deal. Where's the law? Is there still a law? The next day, the weather turned gloomy again, and it looked like it was about to rain. When Luke and Selina left the house, they saw a long line of people outside Foggy's office again. There were even more people than the day before, including some hapless brats in their elder's grasp. Selina burst out laughing. See that, Charlie and Rackle are over there. Of course Luke saw them. He turned the wheel and drove close to the side of the road as he greeted the four people who were whispering to each other not far away. Temple, Barbara, good morning. Temple turned around and smiled when she saw Luke. Long time no see. Are you going to work? Luke nodded and asked, even when he knew the answer, that's right. What are you doing? Temple said, signing these two up for community volunteer work. Luke looked at Charlie and Rackle with a smile. Wow, it seems you've improved a lot. Do your best. I always thought highly of you. The two boys said gloomily, hello, Boss Luke, Boss Selina. They couldn't change the way they addressed them even after finishing the last job. Of course, they wouldn't appear in front of Luke if they could help it. At that moment, it was unavoidable. What was scarier was that apart from Luke and Selina, these bosses, they were cursed with something that they could never escape from a mother and a cousin. A short, fat black woman waved at Luke and Selina with a smile. Luke, Selina, thank you for last time, but why haven't you called? I want to invite you over for dinner. Luke said with a smile, Barbara, you're still as cheerful as ever. We've been very busy recently, and we really don't have time. However, I have high hopes for Rackle. He'll definitely be chosen. He and Charlie have experience with renovation. This Barbara was naturally Rackle's mother. Barbara nodded quickly. Yes. That would be great. It was like the gates of hell opening. What was great about that? Rackle was in despair, but what could he say? One was his mother, and the other was a terrifying hitman. He couldn't afford to offend either of them. As they were chatting, a car stopped on the side of the road. Foggy and Matt got out, and Foggy said to Luke, you're here. The agreement is here. Take a look and let us know if there's anything you need to change. As he spoke, he took out an agreement from his briefcase. Luke accepted it and scanned the pages one by one. He smiled. You're more meticulous than I am. This is fine. He then handed the agreement to Selina. Sign it first. Selina found a pen in the glove box, signed in the required spots, then wrote a check for $50,000. Luke signed the agreement and also wrote a check for $50,000, then gave both checks to Foggy. Foggy was stunned. Isn't that too fast? You should take the agreement back for a look. He was actually quite afraid of people who signed too quickly, because most of them didn't look closely at the contract and would start wrangling after something happened. Other lawyers didn't really care, as long as they got the money, but Foggy wasn't in the habit of swindling clients. Luke shook his head. This agreement is pretty simple. I had a good look. We still have to go to work, and can't hang around to chat. Bye, everyone. Foggy helplessly accepted the agreement and watched Luke drive off. Temple looked curious, but didn't ask anything. Barbara, however, couldn't help but ask, are Luke and Selina filing a lawsuit? Foggy hesitated and looked at Matt. Matt coughed and nodded slightly, and Foggy understood. No, they're donors, and the ones who proposed this volunteer incentive plan for rebuilding the community. Barbara was stunned. Realization dawned on Temple, and she subconsciously looked at her cousin and Rackle. At that moment, Barbara asked uncertainly, you're saying that if Rackle does volunteer work, he can get an allowance for poor families? Foggy nodded. Yes. If they're donors, doesn't that mean that they're paying Rackle and the others to volunteer? Barbara followed this train of thought and suddenly realized something. Wait, he just said that Rackle would definitely be chosen. Barbara looked at Foggy. Foggy, Rackle doing this volunteer work? Foggy nodded helplessly. That's right. Luke and Selina think highly of Charlie and Rackle's work abilities. They'll definitely get it. Charlie and Rackle's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What the FCK? This hard labor was already a done deal behind closed doors. Where was the law? Was there still a law? Looking at the two boys' expressions, and recalling how Luke had declared that they would definitely be chosen, Temple could only shake her head with a wry smile. Luke had always remembered these two brats. Looking at Charlie and Rackle's expressions, Foggy still felt the need to comfort them. "Don't worry, Hudson's name is on the list as well. I called his mother last night, and he'll be here later. You can join together. I'm sure it'll make the work a lot more fun." With that, he and Matt hurried upstairs. They hadn't finished with the Charity Foundation applications yesterday, and they still had to deal with Luke's donation and volunteer recruitment today. It would be another busy day. Temple patted Charlie's head with a smile. "Hey, Hudson's coming too. Happy. You said last time that Hudson should thank you or something." How could Charlie say anything now? He couldn't even protect himself at the moment. Who cared about Hudson? If Hudson wasn't afraid of death, he could choose not to come. The two bosses would definitely make him realize the error of his ways. The weather was gloomy the entire day, and it finally drizzled at night, enveloping New York in a misty rain. Looking at Manhattan in the rain, Selena took a sip of hot cocoa and exhaled contentedly before she asked, "Shall we continue tonight?" Luke was looking at the files on the couch. He hummed and said, "I said we would give Kingpin half a month. That's still a few days away. He has a big empire and a big business. He won't show up unless it seriously hurts him." Selena said, "But this guy seems to be avoiding us. According to the intelligence from the police department, the important organization members we're targeting have all disappeared." Luke said, "He's more tolerant than I thought. If he can really endure it." Selena asked, "Should we let him go this time?" Luke chuckled, "What are you thinking? We can eliminate his forces in New York one by one. I've always admired people who can adapt to the situation." Chapter 915. Good shooting, wrong target. Selena burst out laughing. Cutting flesh with a blunt knife was also a life skill. Kingpin probably wouldn't be able to hold back since New York was his main territory. Without New York, his foundation would be gone, and whether his allies elsewhere would buy what he was selling would be another matter. At 9 p.m., Luke and Selena left with Gold Nugget Inn. The rain. They didn't use the front entrance at night, but went in and out through an underground passage which Luke had opened. In the last few nights, he had worked overtime after coming home. He opened a separate passage in one corner of the first floor which led to the sewers nearby. As the largest city in America, New York had an extremely complicated sewage system, and one could reach many places through them. The advantage of this route was that it wasn't easily targeted, whether they were coming or going. The downside was that sanitation in the sewers wasn't great. In the past few days, Luke had been sorting out a map and choosing the most suitable routes in the sewers to avoid running into those that dealt with toilet drainage and so on. The oxygen supply system attached to the armor could prevent them from inhaling the stench and methane in the sewers, and the smell on them would be removed with a special scent cleanser so that no one would be able to track them. After crossing a few blocks underground, they emerged from the sewer entrance near Central Park. These exits had been specially selected. There were no surveillance cameras and there were few people in this area. The optical camouflage on their armor could cover most of their tracks and prevent them from being discovered by onlookers. In the rain, they appeared on the west side of the park. There was an apartment building here which served as a transaction hub for Kingpin. Every day, a lot of goods were distributed from this nest. It could be considered an important wholesale channel. Given this strategic location, most of the handovers were carried out in the park, and the people in the nest could use binoculars to check if the handover site was safe. This way, they could avoid being exposed by too many traffickers coming to their door, and lower the chances of being caught by the police, which would greatly reduce the loss of illegal drugs. Unfortunately, this method was useless against Luke. He had long locked onto the nest with sharp nose, and had studied the movements of these gangsters. After this nest was cleaned up, this Central Park distribution center would be paralyzed, and the volume of Kingpin's output would drop by at least 5 to 7% within a few days. Kingpin wouldn't have his eye on this if it wasn't such a significant distribution chain. As a direct competitor to 2-bit sellers, it was a very profitable nest, and their drugs were much more expensive than wholesale drugs from other gangs. Even if they only sold 1/5 of the total volume of other sellers, their profit margin was still 15 to 20%. Goods moved very quickly in this nest and they were delivered in batches which didn't give the police a chance to catch the big fish. But was Luke someone who cared about all of that? He was only here for one person. As long as he got rid of the skilled workers and key figures in this nest, Kingpin wouldn't be able to sell any of his goods. For a big shot like Kingpin, drugs that couldn't be sold were no different from detergent. 2 people and 1 dog followed the standard procedure. Luke attacked, Selena blocked off the escape route, and Gold Nugget remained invisible the entire time. They snuck into the apartment building and removed the optical camouflage. The point of their operations in the last few days was to give Kingpin a hard time. Thus, before they broke out fighting, the 2 of them would reveal themselves and deliberately leave a few survivors. It was a clear message to Kingpin: it's us again. Cut us down if you dare. Luke, who was the main attacker, walked unhurriedly up the stairs with knives in both hands. He even hummed a song. This hit, that ice cold, Michelle Pfeiffer, that white gold, Selena, who had been guarding the back door, couldn't help but mock. Hey, this song doesn't match V's character, does it? As he stepped forward in time with the song, Luke replied, in any case, there's only us, and nobody else can see me. Selena was lost for words and Gold Nugget remained silent. On the second floor, Luke threw his knives at the 2 guards at the end of the hallway. His footsteps were still unhurried as he walked down the hallway. When he passed each door, he paused slightly to get rid of the people who were hiding inside the room or lying in ambush. Luke walked to a door at the end of the hallway. He bent down and pulled out the knives from the necks of the 2 guards who were lying on the ground. With a flick of his wrists, the blood rolled off of the knives. He kicked the door open and walked in. The people inside were very vigilant. As soon as the door was kicked open, they subconsciously reached for their guns. Luke charged forward and drew arcs in the air with the knives in his hands. He zigzagged through the living room several times, and all the criminals collapsed, clutching their throats. At that moment, the bathroom door suddenly opened. Before the criminal holding a gun could see what was going on in the living room, a black shadow flew over and stabbed him in the neck. In the face of Luke's sudden attack, the 16 criminals on this floor didn't even have a chance to shoot before they were killed. He put the knives back at his waist and threw the goods into the kitchen sink. Forget about the toilet. That guy just now had taken a dump in the toilet and hadn't flushed. Luke didn't want to smell it. He had already had enough of the weird smells in the sewers. In less than 2 minutes, Luke had finished dealing with all the goods. As he stood in the living room and examined himself to see if he had missed anything, his expression changed and he suddenly moved half a meter away. Clang! Pooh! The sound of glass breaking and a dull thud rang out in the room. There was a bullet hole in the window on the northeast side of the room. Luke dashed out of the room and turned into a transparent and distorted shadow in the hallway. He flew out of a window on the second floor and ran toward an apartment building on the north side. In a room on the 3rd floor of an apartment building 200 meters away, a middle-aged man with a beard cursed in a low, French accent. He grabbed the AWP from the window and put it in his backpack before quickly going downstairs and entering the alley behind the building. The alleys here led out on all sides, and there were no streetlights or surveillance cameras. It was very suitable for a quick retreat. His car was parked in an alley outside the building. As long as he got into the car and left, nobody would be able to find him. Thinking that, he quickly walked to the car, opened the door, and placed the bag on the passenger seat. Just as he was about to get into the driver's seat, he felt something cold on his neck. The bearded man paused, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He didn't dare move. You're good at shooting, but you don't know how to pick your target. An English accent rang out behind him. The bearded man was even more shocked. His intended target earlier supposedly had an English accent. But wasn't that person still 200 meters away? Chapter 916. Is all this trouble because of Daredevil? Tell me, who sent you after me? The man behind the bearded man continued. After a brief silence, the bearded man felt a slight pain in his neck, and then a thin stream of blood flowed down. It's a revenge order. Someone offered a huge bounty to kill the murderer of D'Amico and his son, the bearded man said decisively. Oh, I see. Dwang. The blow to the back of his head caused the bearded man's eyes to roll back, and he collapsed. Luke grabbed his neck and then stuffed him into the car. He then got into the driver's seat and left. Beast, you and Hellhound go back first. Be careful, someone has put a bounty on us, he said over the comms. Selena simply replied, got it. 40 minutes later, Luke was sitting on the couch in the living room. While eating cream cake, Selena asked, what happened to that guy? Luke said, he's just a local, ordinary professional hitman nicknamed Blue Eyes. He got the news that there's a 10 million bounty on our heads. He was hiding there today especially to see if we would show up. He's so lucky. Selena nodded and asked, where did the bounty come from? Luke pointed at her. Black cat. He then pointed at himself. Smiley face. He moved his finger to point at the law firm diagonally opposite him. Daredevil. Finally, he pointed at New Jersey in the northwest. A 2 million bounty each for Big Daddy and Hit Girl. Selena exclaimed, are they trying to catch us all in one go? Is this money from Kingpin? Luke shrugged. According to the hitman, this is a revenge order which D'Amico set up early on at the Continental Hotel. Originally, it was only $4 million, but this morning, D'Amico's wife suddenly increased it by another $6 million. Selena tilted her head and thought for a moment. Then is all this because of Daredevil? Luke shrugged. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have clashed with Kingpin so quickly. He didn't do anything wrong. Selena asked, does D'Amico's wife love her husband and son that much? Luke chuckled. Let's see how many ambushes this rich lady will cause us in the next 2 days. Selena immediately understood. Are you saying that D'Amico's wife is a trap? Luke shrugged. I can't rule out the possibility that D'Amico's wife is willing to offer an extra $6 million for the people who murdered her husband and son, but Black Cat and Daredevil never showed up at D'Amico's nest. How would she know to put a bounty on the two of them? Also, she could have quietly topped up the money, but she made such a high-profile declaration. Does she want to be buried with her husband and son? Selena nodded in agreement. After chatting, they got to work. A bounty. Luke really had to thank Kingpin. System. Eliminate the drug distribution point. Mission accomplished. Total experience. 2,000. Total credit. 2,000. Contribution rate. 100%. EXP plus 2,000. Credit plus 2,000. System. Kill professional hitman Blue Eyes. Mission accomplished. EXP plus 400. Credit plus 400. Host's experience has reached 100,000, and character has leveled up to level 16. Extra stat points. 6 Host's experience. 300,000 credit. 77,900 with a thought. He clicked on his character panel, and his mental strength went from 35 to 37. Luke was in a good mood. His mental strength was finally going to break through the 40 mark. Looking at the effects of 40 strength, the effects of 40 mental strength wouldn't be bad either. He had accumulated enough experience to level up in a short period of time thanks to the number of people Kingpin had. He had already hit close to 10 nests, but there were still a lot of names on his blacklist of Kingpin's forces and allies. Even if most of them were in hiding, they would come out again eventually. Thus, these experience and credit points would be his sooner or later. He cheerfully continued modifying the black Chevrolet SUV. His mental strength was about to reach a new level, and the new car was almost ready. This was really a double blessing. The next day, Luke and Selena got into the new car. Selena stretched in the passenger seat and sighed in satisfaction. This car is so comfortable. I can finally straighten my legs. Luke said with a smile, familiarize yourself with how to use it. You have a control panel there. He then drove the car out of the house. Selena pulled out a control panel from where the glove box used to be. There were many new buttons in the car that could be activated with one push. Switching to fake license plates, electronic radio silence, external surveillance, drone control, electric shocks, smoke grenades, and partial car transformations were all possible. Only Luke and Selena could operate the control panel. Fine, so could Gold Nugget. This dog had some talent in electronics, which was completely different from its shish-tty math skills. Gold Nugget also whined in the backseat, pleased. Any criminals they arrested would no longer sit in the second row. The third row even further back was now reserved for the criminals. It was guaranteed to be, comfortably, narrower so that the prisoner could fully enjoy the premium treatment of being stuffed inside. They sacrificed a space in the third row to make the first 2 rows more spacious. Gold Nugget no longer needed to use its paws or the back of the chair to hold the tablet in place. It simply plugged the tablet into the LCD screen in front of it and could lie down to watch its drama series. Next to it was a long hidden freezer that could hold even more food and drinks. The 2 seats in the second row could be lowered 150 degrees to sleep on. That was for Selena. With the front seats, more consideration had to be given to safety. The seats couldn't be lowered like this, but the second row could act as a temporary bed for her. At the same time, this new car was equipped with a minor AI system that could be remotely controlled. In the future, Even if the two of them needed to leave the car at the same time, they could get the car to follow them. Generally speaking, this car was similar to O7's car, except that it didn't have any missiles. Its main function was to provide logistical support. Selina and the dog head in the second row were very happy with this upgraded car. With a new car, working cases in the future would be a lot more comfortable. When they arrived at the detective bureau, they saw Dustin admonishing a bunch of detectives in the conference room. Luke and Selina went in. Dustin paused slightly, but didn't address them. After they sat down, Dustin continued, "The higher-ups aren't happy with our progress. We haven't caught any big fish yet. Do you think you deserve your pay? Are you waiting for those vigilantes to kill them before you collect their bodies?" The meeting room was silent. None of the detectives said anything. Chapter 917. Handing over intelligence and a self-declared break. Although the mission to capture and take down D'Amico had only come down yesterday, the Detective Bureau had enough information, so it indeed wasn't right that they hadn't caught any important members after a day. Worst of all, it wasn't just the Detective Bureau that was investigating this case. The 30th Precinct, where D'Amico's nest was located, was also investigating it. As the king of their territory, they did much better than the Detective Bureau. They caught key figures of 2 gangs in one day and were currently trying to dig out the gangs' big fish. Under pressure from the competition, Dustin could only scold the detectives, including Luke and Selina, for 5 minutes before he told them to get lost and get to work. Although they were scolded, nobody was unhappy. Dustin didn't single anybody out, which meant that he was just telling everybody to work hard. Everyone got the same treatment, even Luke and Selina, Dustin's loyal supporters, were scolded. As the saying went, don't worry about scarcity, but about uneven distribution. It was the same when they earned their keep, it was the same when they were scolded. The veteran detectives didn't think anything about being scolded. For detectives, a thick skin was a must. Luke and Selina followed Dustin into his office. Closing the door behind them, Luke said to Dustin with a smile, "Boss, did you work overtime last night? You're too angry." Dustin didn't have to put on a face anymore. He said helplessly, "What can I do? These cases recently are practically gift-wrapped for us. If we don't grab this credit, what will the higher-ups think of me? What will those sly old detectives think of me?" Luke and Selina naturally understood. Dustin had to demonstrate his work ability to the higher-ups. At the same time, he had to demonstrate his ability to grab credit to the people under him. A subordinate who couldn't help his superior fix a problem was unqualified. A superior who couldn't fight for credit for his subordinates was also unqualified. But this was on the premise that his subordinates could nab a big fish quickly. Even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. When that happened, Dustin wouldn't be blamed for his subordinates' incompetence, but he would be hindered if he wanted to take control of the Detective Bureau as soon as possible. Luke chuckled and gestured at Selina. Selina took out a stack of files from her purse and put them on Dustin's desk. Dustin flipped the cover open and asked, "What's this?" Luke said, "A little something about the D'Amico gang." This information was a personal product, and was mainly about D'Amico's underground agents. Damon and Mindy had fought D'Amico for so many years, and they knew more about his gang than the police did. Coupled with Luke's analysis, he came up with this intelligence. However, D'Amico's nest had only been wiped out the night before, so Luke couldn't take this out beforehand, and could only give it to Dustin today. Dustin didn't say anything else and quickly skimmed the information. Less than 10 seconds, he gave a light exclamation and flipped through the files. Luke, however, said, "Boss, you can take a look at the files later. You can arrange assignments for everybody else, but we won't participate in the operation." How does that sound? Dustin thought for a moment and frowned. "There's no need for you to give up the credit." Luke spread his hands. "Boss, what the two of us lack is time and experience." Dustin slapped his forehead. For a moment, he had forgotten Luke and Selina's history of extreme contributions. They were forever waiting for when they could be promoted. In LAPD and NYPD, one could only request a promotion after working a number of years. For example, a police officer had to work as a detective for 2 to 3 years before he could apply to become a sergeant. The subsequent ranks of lieutenant, superintendent, and deputy superintendent basically required 2 to 3 years of work before a promotion could be considered. In LAPD, Luke and Selina's connection was Tony Stark, and they were under the director's supervision. They racked up overwhelming contributions, yet their positions as detectives were only adjusted by 1 level. If Luke was directly promoted to sergeant, he would definitely become well-known in Los Angeles or even America. Countless people would repeatedly study his past achievements. Standing out wasn't something Luke would do. Holding the stack of files, Dustin let them go. This information proved that Luke and Selena weren't goofing around on the job. Now that Luke had given him the credit, what else could he say? They had been colleagues for a year. Apart from important cases which had to be handed to them, he never gave them any instructions. Even when he knew that Luke and Selena were slacking off, he never said anything. Since he couldn't use promotion as a reward, he could only show these two key individuals some favoritism. Reading the files, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Damn, of all the people who've ever worked under me, this is the most valuable pair." After using the intelligence to keep Dustin busy, Luke slipped away with Selena. This intelligence was actually another step forward in increasing the pressure on Kingpin. D'Amico was dead, but there should still be a few key leaders who were alive. As long as they could make money, they would help Kingpin distribute the goods. The death of their boss didn't affect the remaining members of D'Amico's gang much. Without D'Amico to take the profits, they could make a fortune in a short period of time. The main task right now was to continue putting pressure on Kingpin. Luke didn't want to waste time on the small fry. Leaving it to his colleagues wasn't a bad choice. He wasn't some superhero who fought alone. As a detective, he had the support of tens of thousands of NYPD colleagues. Driving the new car, Luke took Selena to Nassau County. When they reached their destination, Selena looked at the brand new Titanium Phone Company signboard on the 18-story building and asked, "Is your lab in the phone company?" Luke shook his head with a smile. "Of course not. The lab and the phone company operate separately in every respect, but I'm the major shareholder." As he spoke, he drove the car to an old 5-story building 200 meters away. From the outside, it looked like a factory or workshop. Luke drove the car into the underground parking lot. The security guards at the entrance heard the sound of the scanner on the metal gate. The indicator light turned green and automatically activated the gate. They didn't go forward to check. Luke drove the car into a parking space and the gate closed automatically. They got out of the car. There was a special elevator not far away. Luke scanned the elevator with his fake phone. They got in and went down. The employees and researchers could move around on the upper 5 floors of the lab, while the lower 2 floors were Luke's private lab. Apart from him, nobody else had access. Chapter 918. Old friend is both handsome and can fight. The truth was that the company's employees, and the garage, the elevator, and the 2 floors underground, didn't exist. Even if someone tried to force their way into the underground lab, they would be subdued by the defense measures inside, and Luke would be informed to handle it. The elevator opened into a separate and sealed space. Luke put the fake phone in front of the scanner again, and the heavy alloy door finally opened. In the spacious room, bright lights lit up one after another, and a gentle female voice rang out. "Welcome, sir," Luke hummed. "Sponge, it's been a while. How are you?" A gentle female voice rang out. "Thank you for your concern. I'm doing well here," Luke said. "Record the lady next to me. She has first-tier access to the lab." "Yes, sir," the woman's voice rang out. "Recorded." Selena was curious. "Is she an AI program too?" Luke nodded. "Yes. You can ask her anything you want to know. We'll be here more often in the future. It's our second home." Saying that, he was about to leave. Gold Nugget whined. "Luke." "What?" Selena walked leisurely to the living area on the side. "It's asking, what about its authorization?" Luke. "Sponge. Record this dog as second-tier access." Gold Nugget whined. Luke said, "First-tier access is mainly for use of the test equipment." "So, have you memorized the multiplication table?" The dog turned around decisively and followed Selena to look at the new place. Luke curled his lip. "There's no challenge in getting rid of a super bad student like you." Putting Gold Nugget aside, Luke walked into the lab on the side and checked the equipment. Only 60% of the equipment he needed was here, the rest had either been ordered or were temporarily out of stock. But he would never have enough research equipment. Even if the equipment wasn't old, most of the equipment here would be outdated in 5 years and would still need to be changed regardless. So, Luke wasn't in a hurry. Buying them one after another was still fine. 20 minutes later, he activated the virtual screen and got ready to work. There was suddenly a burst of, "Oh, yeah," and, "Come on, baby." He looked over with a dark expression and saw Gold Nugget jumping around in a panic because it wasn't familiar with the facilities here. A few seconds later, it was Selena who turned off the virtual screen in the living area, and she shrugged. It wanted to watch a drama. Recalling the almost life-sized characters on the virtual screen, Luke sighed. Do you have to make it so big? You can shrink it down a little. Also, you can shut out the light and make the living area soundproof, plus there are wireless earphones. There's no need to use the external sound system. Selena laughed, then rubbed the dog's head angrily. I told you not to mess around. Hear that? Go to the side and shrink the image and put on the earphones to watch your drama. Gold Nugget did as she said. Looking at the situation, Luke shook his head with a smile and closed the door to the lab. He then lowered the transparency of the window and got to work. The hitman who appeared yesterday had revealed that there was a bounty on them, so Luke decided to postpone the cleanup operation. He had just leveled up but had yet to reach 40 mental strength. When his mental strength reached 40, he would need another day or two to get used to it. Also, he was New York's local bully. Only an idiot would rashly start a war without knowing the hitman's numbers and strength. Intelligence came first before any operation. So, it was better for him and Selena to take a break for the next few days, and take advantage of the time to use the lab facilities to improve their equipment. After a busy day, Luke received a call from Robert after dinner. After trading greetings, Robert asked, "How are you doing in New York?" Luke didn't think much of it. It's fine. The boss has our backs. He's NYPD's first deputy commissioner, and my colleagues aren't stupid enough to pick a fight with me. It feels pretty much like in Shackelford. Robert said, "You sure are confident." Having lived with Luke for more than 10 years, Robert had a deep understanding of his personality. It wasn't his habit to talk big or brag. If he said it was fine, that meant that Luke was doing well in NYPD. After confirming that, Robert got down to business. Here's the thing. I contacted my old friends about the security company you mentioned. 2 of them said that they could come, but the person whom I think is the most important and suitable is missing. Luke thought for a moment before he asked, "You suspect something happened to him?" Robert said, "A little. When I quit back then, I completely cut off all contact with these old friends of mine. But when I contacted the others, they said that they had no news on this person. Apparently, he quit completely." Luke thought for a moment before he asked, "Do you need me to find him?" Robert said, "Our information back then was confidential, and we didn't talk details, but I know that his family is in New York, and he probably has a wife, a son, and a daughter. You might be able to find him through NYPD. If he's doing well now, you don't have to bother him." Luke smiled. Robert was worried that his old comrade might not be doing well. "Okay, I'll try. What's his name?" said Luke. Robert said, "Back then, we usually called him Francis Stronghold, but that's definitely a fake name." So, Luke wasn't too surprised. He asked casually, "What were you called?" "Robert. Gray Rabbit." Luke immediately understood. Robert Grayson sounded a little like Rabbit Gray. But Robert's old comrade's name didn't necessarily follow this pattern. Military code names could even be the name of your ex-girlfriend's father. No regular person would be able to guess the reason behind the names. "Anything else about him?" asked Luke. "He should be around 35 years old, but I'm not sure," Robert said. "He's the sort who likes buzz cuts. Appearance-wise, he looks a little fierce, and his face is shaped like a trapezium." "Luke, is he better looking than you?" Robert was silent for a moment, as if a little angry. "Nonsense. I'm much more handsome than he is." Luke pondered for a moment, but didn't dare ask if Francis was better at fighting than Robert. Hardcore straight man Robert would say, "What's the use of being handsome? I can beat him up easily." Looking at it another way, it was possible that a certain someone had been beaten up by Mr. Francis before, which was why he would haggle over being better looking. Luke said, "That works too. You probably don't have his picture. You can have Catherine draw a sketch and fax it to me." Chapter 919. Laboratory and second home. Robert snorted and said, "He doesn't have a good temper and he's very cautious. If you're found out, you can give him my code name." Luke said, "Okay, I'll have results in a few days. I'll let you know then." Robert nodded and said, "You, be careful. I saw the news. There've been a lot of major cases in New York recently. Don't rush into every situation." Luke said, "Yes, sir." After hanging up the phone, Luke casually inputted the details about Mr. Francis stronghold into his database for Little Snail to do a search. It wouldn't take more than an hour for there to be results, and he would just need to filter them after that. Walking out of the laboratory and into the living area, he saw a gold nugget lying in a corner and watching an explicit scene on the huge virtual screen. Luke had no energy to complain about the dog head's weird hobby. He could only ignore the two people tumbling around on the screen. He said, "How long have you been watching? Be careful not to go blind." Gold nugget didn't even move its head as it whined. Luke said, "Fine, you'll never go blind." "What's Selena doing?" Gold nugget wagged its tail and pointed at a door. Luke stopped bothering the dog and opened the door. Selena was sweating profusely inside as she fought 3 simple human combat robots. These combat robots had sturdy structures, and there was cushioning on their chests, abdomens and legs to ensure that the fighters' hands weren't easily injured. Even with Selena's current strength, it was still hard for her to deal with these 3 combat robots which divided the labor evenly and took turns going forward to fight her. Luke observed for a moment before he said, "Order, stop attacking." The 3 robots immediately stopped moving and stood still. Selena hastily withdrew a few meters away as she broke out of the encirclement. She sat down on the floor and couldn't help but shout, "What the hell is this? Aren't they all better than Daredevil?" Luke shook his head with a smile. "You're underestimating that idiot. If he had your physique, he could deal with 2 combat robots easily. Of course, you can do it too if you had his exceptionally sharp senses." Selena lay limply on the floor with her limbs splayed. "But there's only one Daredevil. Can your robots generate their own energy?" Luke nodded, then shook his head. "They're not that smart. In a complicated environment, it's very easy for someone to restrain them, then destroy them. Secondly, their functions haven't been sorted out yet. Charge them for 10 minutes, and they can be used only for up to half an hour. They can only be used for training for now. If he could produce an arc reactor, he could solve the energy problem, but Luke wouldn't use such a sensitive item on a low-level robot." He then walked over and picked Selena up. "Go take a shower. We'll spend most of the time here for the next few days. Don't be too anxious." Selena said, "Wait, you fight one round with them. I want to see." Luke said with a smile, "Is that necessary?" Selena, however, insisted. "I want to see what the gap between us is like." Luke put her down on the fitness equipment on the side and said, "You might despair." That being said, he still walked to the center and ordered the 3 robots, "Order, active extreme combat mode." The 3 robots immediately moved. Compared with when they were fighting Selena earlier, they were much faster, and their arms and legs whistled as they swung them around. Selena was shocked. "There's also this mode." Luke only moved twice and the hands and legs of the 3 robots brushed past him. He whirled around and chopped at the necks of the 3 robots. The 3 robots immediately turned red and stopped moving. Selena asked, "What does that mean?" Luke returned and said, "In extreme combat mode, they will unleash their full combat ability. However, they mimic humans, so they automatically enter standby mode when they receive lethal attacks. In the regular training mode which you were using, they will continue to attack unless they run out of electricity or are ordered to stop." Selena was enlightened. "What if you broke them?" Luke said, "There are only 3 of them for now. There's no time to make anything better. If I break them, what will you play with? Don't tell me you want to go back to hitting targets." Selena shook her head decisively. With such strong and tireless robots in mock battle situations as her opponents, she felt that her strength was improving rapidly. She didn't want to hit those dead targets. "How much strength did you use just now?" she asked again. Luke thought for a moment, then shook his head. "The difference in strength is too great. For me, it's just a matter of knocking them out with one punch. It's as easy as a boxing champion knocking out an ordinary person with just one punch." Selena was a little depressed. "Doesn't that mean I can only take 2 punches from you?" Luke was amused. "If I don't pull out my trump card, it'll be hard for me to deal with you and Gold Nugget in your complete form. Can you really not use Gold Nugget's power when you really need it?" Selena snorted. "You don't have Gold Nugget. Why are you so strong?" Luke smiled but didn't say anything. He didn't have Gold Nugget, but he had Daddy System. They were all cheaters. At most, it was a difference in levels. Of course, Luke wouldn't underestimate Selena. Selena was now capable of holding her own. She just needed time to build up her confidence. Where did that confidence come from? Naturally, it came from beating up people. The stronger the person she beat up, the more confident she would be. "So, girl, you have to work harder in the future." The next day, Luke called Robert. I've done a rough check. There are more than 1,000 men in New York who fit your description. You better get Catherine to give me a sketch, or I'll have to send you all the photos. Robert said, I'll get Catherine to draw it tonight. Keep the photos for yourself. He then hung up. Luke chuckled and went out for a spin with Selena. It was drizzling in New York today, and the temperature outside was below 10 degrees Celsius. When the occasional cold wind blew, it was even colder. There were fewer people on the streets, and the traffic jam wasn't as bad. Luke drove past various targets. The surveillance cameras in the new car searched for suspicious people. Even at a cursory glance, he could tell that there were people who were acting abnormally near the gang's nests. Some key locations still had windows open on this rainy day, and there were cameras inside spying on their targets. These suspicious people and locations could only belong to those less skilled hitmen. A truly skilled hitman wouldn't make so many low-level mistakes. However, there were a lot of these small fry, and there were at least 6 or 7 suspicious targets. The revenge bounty had only been posted yesterday, but there were already so many people today. A large number of players would probably arrive on the battlefield in the next 2 days. Chapter 920, Cheap Man's Old Client Equals Big Man. Thinking about the big meeting that would take place in New York in 2 nights, Luke smiled. What was a hitman? A hitman had to have taken at least one life in order to be called one, and the number of people he killed was proportional to his level. A top hitman in the industry couldn't be considered as such if he didn't turn it into a big business. He had long since deduced that according to the system's rules, hitmen were villains, and the number of people they killed represented the amount of experience and credit points the system assigned to them. Killing someone without a legitimate reason, or killing innocent people even with a legitimate reason, couldn't escape the system's pronouncement of villainy. How many of these hitmen who were coming for money would show mercy to innocent people? Luke felt that if there really was such a conscientious hitman, he would accept a deduction of his credit points. So, these killers weren't enemies in his eyes, but a bunch of elite and even boss monsters. Thinking that, he was in a good mood and couldn't help but hum a song. They told him, "Don't you ever come around here." Selena glanced at him and didn't say anything. For the past few days, this guy liked to hum whenever he was free. He was in a good mood. She thought he was probably happy that he had gotten the lab he had been longing for. Luke had always liked to fiddle with mechanical things, including armor, portable equipment, drones, cars, and motorcycles. Not only did he make new stuff, he also specially restored some antique and old mechanical objects which he displayed at home. This hobby made him look like a nostalgic middle-aged man. Men were kids who never grew up. Selena didn't dwell on it and asked, "Are we going to continue investigating the environment around the targets in the afternoon?" "No, I'm going to look for an acquaintance." Luke shook his head and said casually, "Call Wade Wilson." The car phone immediately started to dial the number. Selena was stunned. "Why are you looking for that cheap person?" Listening to the ringing tone, Luke said casually, "He's a New York tyrant and a mercenary. Do you think he won't know about this 10 million deal?" Selena thought that made sense. It wasn't that she was stupid, it was just that Wade's despicable behavior had left a deep impression on her, and she had the urge to take out her gun whenever she heard his name. The phone rang and there was no response. Luke smacked his lips and said, "Send Wade a message. Tell him that his old client wants information from him. It'll cost $500. The car program did as Luke instructed, but nothing happened. Selena chuckled. Few people could show Luke up. Wade was quite unique. Luke wasn't angry. He didn't usually get angry with others, let alone with a cheap person like Wade. "Send him another message. Tell him that if he doesn't return this call, I'll take 30% of the reward Wayland gave him last time as a commission," he said. Again, in a New York apartment in New York, Vanessa, who was watching TV with Wade, picked up the phone and said, "It might be something important." Wade lay lazily on the couch, one hand groping her leg. "I need more rest. That last assignment was exhausting." Vanessa smiled and then stepped on his face to kick the lazy guy away. "It's been months. Haven't you had enough rest?" Wade refused to let go. "Darling, don't tell me you don't know why I need to rest." Vanessa rolled her eyes at him and opened the message from the unknown number. After taking a look, she threw the phone to Wade. Caught off guard, Wade was hit in the nose by the Nokia brick. He groaned in pain. "Ah, my face. I need my looks to earn a living." Vanessa said, "Your old client is looking for you. He said that if you don't call him back, he'll take his commission for Wayland's assignment." Wade covered his face and snorted. Dream on. Nobody can take money from me. When he saw Vanessa's half-smile, he quickly added, my money is your money. Vanessa was both angry and amused. She couldn't help but pinch his cheek. Have I ever wanted your money? Wade immediately shook his head. No, you're the one raising me nowadays. Vanessa said helplessly, all right, hurry up and call him. Didn't you say that you want to have a Christmas party? If you don't have money, are you going to make your friends drink tap water? Reading the message on his phone, Wade said, it's Christmas. It's my favorite. It belongs only to the two of us. I won't call anyone. Even if they come, they have to bring their own drinks. At that moment, he finally saw the two messages. Stunned for a moment, he tilted his head and thought for a moment. He couldn't help but click his tongue and immediately call back. Vanessa was curious. For Wade to proactively contact them, were they really an old client? Or did he owe the other party a lot of money, like a commission? Wade noticed her expression and mouthed the words, big man. Vanessa understood. No matter how much money he got from his clients, they were only two kinds of people to Wade, big and small. Then, she saw Wade smile obsequiously. Hey, Boss Luke, it's been a while. Do you need me for something? In the car, Luke said with a smile, Mr. Wilson, it wasn't easy to get through to you. Am I disturbing you? Of course. Wade's hand was still on Vanessa's leg as he mumbled to himself, but he immediately denied it. No, that information fee, Luke said, it's inconvenient over the phone. Let's talk when we meet. Wade was delighted. Boss Luke, I'm back in New York now. If you want to meet and talk in detail, you might have to cover my travel allowance. I won't ask for much for the plane ticket, just business class and a 4-star hotel. I was at the Four Seasons Hotel last time, and it was terrible. The toilet leaked, and I couldn't sleep well for days because of the dripping. Just nice, he could take Vanessa to Los Angeles for a free pre-Christmas holiday, and they could go to the beach to enjoy the sun. He was already making plans in his heart. In the car, Selena couldn't help but curse this cheap person. Luke, however, was calm. He could be angry with anyone, but never with Wade. That would only torture him and make Wade happy. He simply interrupted him. Mr. Wilson, I'm in New York. The best would be a double bed in the room, the round kind so that I won't fall off when I roll around. What did you say? Only after that did Wade shut up in surprise. Chapter 921. I love vigilantism, and only if you pay more. I'm in New York. So, Mr. Wilson, you don't have to take a luxury business class flight tonight, nor do you have to stay in a 4-star hotel. You can sleep in your own bed and get a good night's sleep, said Luke. Slowly, pausing for a moment, he continued, also, if you don't work harder, Mr. Wilson, you'll have to settle for the minimum $500 for the information. Wade's face fell and he was full of regret for the missed jackpot. That's too bad. That's great. Fix a place and time, and send the details to me. Preferably before 7 tonight in New York City Center. I don't plan on taking a plane back to Los Angeles to meet you there. Luke chuckled. Only when the money is in your pocket does it belong to you, right, Mr. Wilson. Wade. Okay. Luke hung up. Selena finally complained. How did this guy survive until now? Is it only because he's surrounded by people with hearing disabilities that he hasn't been killed? Of course, he didn't become such a slag in one day, Luke said unhurriedly. It takes 20 to 30 years to become a super cheap person. This can also be considered an innate talent. Selena laughed out loud. I want to know how many of his classmates wanted to kill him when he was in school. And the teachers. Luke said, he might have been expelled way before that. Wade's message came very quickly. Sister Margaret's School for Wayward Children Bar, 7 p.m. Selena's lips twitched when she read the long name of the bar and saw the word, school. Don't tell me this really is the school Wade went to. Isn't he afraid of being cursed by God? Luke said indifferently, you should trust that cheap people aren't afraid of being cursed, because too many people curse them. At 6:30, Luke and Selena left in their old car. It was now grayish-black and looked even more unremarkable. The license plates had also been changed out for fake ones. Luke and Selena were still dressed like hip-hop young adults. They were also wearing caps, sunglasses, and masks. Luke and Selena found the old bar in Harlem and entered. The moment Luke stepped inside, he felt a sense of familiarity. This place was similar to the bar in Los Angeles where he had met Wade. The smell of alcohol, cigarettes, sweat, and vomit filled the air in the rundown bar. All the customers were fierce-looking, and looked like the kind that should have long been sent to the electric chair. They went to the counter and asked for a bottle of Coke each. There wasn't anything unusual looking about the bartender with the long hair, buck teeth, and black-rimmed glasses. However, the price of a bottle of Coke amply demonstrated how much of a scam this bar was. Perhaps it was because Luke and Selena weren't dressed like the others here. Luke stuffed two $20 bills into a glass jar on the counter and asked, "Is Wade here?" The bartender glanced at him. "Which Wade?" Luke pondered for 2 seconds. "The cheapest and most shameless one." The bartender said, "He hasn't been here in days. Supposedly he's gotten obsessed with a black woman as big as a hippo, the 400-pound kind." Luke and Selena were lost for words. "Is your mouth related to Wade's?" At that moment, someone sat down at the counter. "If you spread fake news about my wife again, do you think I won't blow up your fake alcohol?" The bartender snorted. "Then you can only drink water." The man threw a $5 bill into the bartender's cash register. "Give me your fake whiskey blend." The bartender didn't move. $25. The person said, "Who told you to slander my wife just now?" $5, or I'll take $25 from your money jar." Helpless, the bartender poured a glass of whiskey, which was just a thin layer of amber liquid in a glass half full of ice. He then slammed the glass down in front of the man. "Wade, take it easy. Don't get drunk and go back to the wrong house and bang the wrong wife." It was Wade. Hearing that, he gave the bartender the middle finger, then ignored him. He smiled and said, "Boss, we meet again. What business do you have this time?" Luke took a sip of his Coke. "Someone posted a huge bounty yesterday. You know about it, right?" Stumped for a moment, Wade immediately said, "I know. You're not asking me for information on those masked men, are you?" "I can't help you with that. Those masked men are all cuties. I love them. They're the ones who fill this city with a cheerful and lively air." Of course, Wade wouldn't say that after watching Batman's video, even he had gone out with a mask on with the fancy name of Executioner of Justice. Of course, once he sentenced the bad guys, all their money went into his wallet. He had a good habit of not wasting anything. However, he didn't want to cosplay Batman. Batman was indeed very strong, but he was the strongest Wade, who was no weaker than anyone else. So, he bought himself a dark red suit to show that he was different from Batman. In fact, he felt that there were too many people cosplaying Batman on the streets, and the black armor was too ordinary. It didn't match his unique temperament and figure at all. But one night, when he went out to act heroically, he ran into a few guys wearing similar dark red clothes who were abducting little kids. He was furious at that time. He drew his sword and killed those kidnapping B***stards before dumping them in the river. Not only did they wear similar dark red clothes, they also had long swords on their backs. Except for the slightly looser dark red clothes, these bad guys actually looked similar to Wade. Wade, who felt that he had been tricked for no reason, was naturally ruthless and killed the enemy. After this encounter, Wade made a painful decision. In the end, he added a few bits of black to his battle uniform. For example, the eyes of the mask were now black. The red and black ensemble in his now tight-fitting suit finally helped Wade escape his counterfeit crisis. So, when Luke mentioned the masked men, he decisively expressed his opinion. He was one of the masked men. How could he help Luke catch these comrades? Unless he paid more. Wade was delighted. This time, he had to make this big shot pay more. Luke said, "No, I want to know more about the hitmen." "So, you have to give me a price that I can't refuse," Wade said almost at the same time. He was stunned. "What did you just say?" Chapter 922. First meeting, and 2 transactions. Luke took another sip of his Coke unhurriedly. "I won't force you to hurt those cute, masked men. I only care about the hitmen." Wade was lost for words. What the hell? Only then did he remember that although vigilantes weren't popular with the police, hitmen were undoubtedly more suitable targets. The person in front of him happened to be a police officer. He just didn't know why the LAPD police had come to steal NYPD's job. But that had nothing to do with him. Luke took another sip of Coke and shook the bottle in his hand as he watched the liquid fizz. Investigate each hitman, and look especially at how dangerous they are. Each person will be $100 to $1,000. That little. Wade couldn't help but cry out. Luke chuckled. "This is an information fee. I only want information on their appearance, body build, background and aliases. I'm not asking you to kill them. Wade listened and calculated in his heart. The huge bounty this time would attract at least hundreds of hitmen who wanted to get rich, and some of them were definitely very powerful. He didn't need to investigate everything about the other party, like where they were staying. As long as it was something he heard, he could just report it to this big man. He might even be able to increase the information fee. If several dozen were too few, couldn't he just make up over 100 fake reports? For this big man, that way, he would get tens of thousands of dollars. Thinking that, he smiled and said, "Isn't that too low? Boss, how about increasing it a little?" Luke said, "You think it's too little? Then calculate my commission from last time. In your line of work, it should be 10 to 30%. I'll take a middle value of 20%. Last time, you earned at least 7 figures. I'll calculate at the lowest amount of $1 million, so 20% is 200,000. Wade subconsciously questioned, "Isn't half of 30% 15%? Luke raised an eyebrow. "So, you're going to give me 150,000. Hearing that he now suddenly had a 6-figure debt, Wade decisively raised his hands in surrender. "Okay, I think the price you're offering is very reasonable. I can't wait to get to work. It's a deal, baby." With that, he finished the glass of whiskey in one gulp and ran off. Holding his Coke, Luke stood up and said to Selena, "Let's go." The bartender not far away suddenly said, "I can also provide you information. How about using the price you mentioned?" Luke chuckled. "Aren't you afraid that Wade will come after you?" The bartender snorted. "He's good at killing people. When it comes to looking for information, he's a lot worse." Luke hummed and looked at the customers in the bar. "You're not going to sell me their information, are you?" The bartender shrugged. "If it's possible, of course I don't mind, but the people here probably don't have any hitman credentials. Otherwise, why would they hang out here to drink?" Luke asked, "How long do you need?" The bartender said, "You can come the day after tomorrow." Luke nodded. "Deal." He was about to leave. The bartender stopped him again. "Wait, Luke." The bartender said, "You're new, so I have to accept a deposit. Remember, it's a deposit." Luke tossed a roll of cash into the glass jar. "Then you have to work harder. Don't run out of even the deposit." Watching Luke and Selena, the bartender took out the roll of cash from the glass jar and placed it under the counter. "A client whom Wade can curry favor with is indeed very rich," the bartender murmured. Luke had given him the standard $100 super roll, which contained $2,000. In their line of work, a deposit was 50% of the amount, but only those with good credibility and ability could get it. Ordinarily, it was 20% first. In other words, Luke had put aside $10,000 for him. This was a rare big deal. Thinking that, the bartender quickly walked behind the counter and picked up the phone. Just as Luke arrived at the lab, Robert called him. "Check the fax, I sent you the sketch." Luke hung up and looked at the fax that had just been sent over. "Little snail, compare this image with the suspected targets in the database. Let me know if you find anything." After giving the instructions, he looked at the sketch and mumbled, "Really fierce looking, but he has the aura of a big shot." He was probably more popular than Robert. The man in the sketch had small eyes, a big nose, a trapezoid face, and short hair. He had a cold expression and a strong body. Yes, it was a full-body sketch. After examining the sketch for a moment, Luke smiled. Catherine's drawing skills have improved again. She's pretty good. Putting the sketch into his inventory, he added 2 more points to his mental strength to make it 39. Looking at the number 39, he said expectantly, "I'll be able to taste 40 tomorrow." As Luke and Selena went home to rest, Manhattan was especially lively at night. There were people in many high vantage points in Clinton and Harlem. Every now and then, a couple of people would trade a look through their binoculars. In the beginning, they could still maintain a tacit understanding. They were all professionals who had come for the 10 million bounty. Few of them wanted to waste their time on other professionals. But as 2 hitmen saw each other by chance through their binoculars, a case of confirming it's my arch-nemesis happened. There weren't many good-tempered hitmen, so they decisively started shooting. After a series of intermittent gunshots, a man fell from the 5th floor and hit the street. Soon, the patrol cars arrived. The resident who called the police mentioned that the victim had a sniper rifle. When the operator heard the call, he thought that the other party was joking. There were a lot of people in America with guns, but those with high-end sniper rifles were either fanatics or professionals. Soon after the patrol officers arrived, they reported the situation to headquarters. The victim was dressed in black and was fully equipped. It was expensive, but not in the style of the police or the military. Coupled with the SIG SSG sniper rifle, it was clear that this wasn't just some collector or fan. These people would only enjoy their gun collection at home. They would only shoot them a few times at the shooting range, and wouldn't climb to the roof of their apartment building in the middle of the night to shoot the breeze. As the police entered the battlefield, the scene gradually turned chaotic. Finally, after the second pair of vengeful killers started fighting and accidentally injured a police officer, NYPD exploded like a cat that had been poked in the butt. Not only did a large number of patrol cars rush to the crime scene in Harlem, even helicopters were deployed to investigate the rooftops in an attempt to find suspicious people. 2 ESU Emergency Services Unit, SWAT type in New York City teams also arrived, ready to go to war with the professionals. Most of the hitmen chose to retreat. There was no reward for killing the police, and their target was nowhere to be seen. They had to be crazy to mess with NYPD. Chapter 923, Sunshine, Lunch, Hewing, and Girls. As they ran, the hitmen didn't forget to curse 18 generations of the two battling killers. Wasn't it good to earn money quietly? Why did they have to fight and kill? What pig teammates, they deserved to die. At the same time, in a dark 6D unit in a 6-story apartment building not far away, a middle-aged man in sunglasses frowned and thought for a moment, before he put down his gun. He slowly stuck his head out the window and observed the police cars on the street below. He scratched his head in frustration. Would there be police officers everywhere tomorrow? Thankfully, the location that the police cars were racing to was over 200 meters away, or he didn't think he would be able to sleep. He smiled bitterly in his heart, and it didn't show on his face. He sat down in an armchair in a corner and leaned back. He put his right hand on the coffee table next to him, still holding his gun. A moment later, his breathing calmed down. The next day, Luke received a call from Dustin. Come to the department for a case. He went out alone today, and Selena and Gold Nugget were left in the lab. Selena had been out at night too much recently, and she needed to adjust herself to deal with the upcoming operations. She wasn't Luke. She didn't have the motivation of the system's experience and credit points, and naturally didn't treat bad guys as experienced monsters. It was necessary for her to rest. When Luke arrived at the police department, he received 2 homicide cases from Dustin. The homicides had happened last night in Upper Manhattan. Both victims had a lot of professional equipment on them, and one of them had a sniper rifle. Thus, this case was more important, but Dustin wasn't willing to let anyone else investigate it. After analyzing the files which Luke had given to him yesterday, he had found several leads on D'Amico's underground connections. Today, the entire detective bureau was preparing for a major operation. He simply handed the case to Luke for him to investigate first. After the detective bureau's major operation was over, Luke could either hand the case back or continue investigating it. Luke didn't care either way. This sort of case looked important on the surface, but didn't have any obvious merit. Even if a heavily regulated weapon like the sniper rifle was involved, it was just a routine investigation and not urgent. He decided to take a stroll in the city and bring some food back for the 2 gluttons. Thinking that, he drove to Upper Manhattan. After wandering around the 2 crime scenes from last night, he looked at a building not far away and smiled. It was a 5-star hotel and where D'Amico's wife was staying for the moment. The 2 victims had been less than 500 meters away from the building. Recalling the equipment and injuries on the 2 victims that were listed in the information from Dustin, Luke realized that they were probably hitmen who were here for the 10 million bounty. But for some reason, they got into a conflict with someone else and died here. The 10 million bounty target hadn't even appeared, and these hitmen were already in a hurry to eliminate their opponents. The thought flashed through Luke's mind, but he immediately shook his head. As long as they were professional hitmen, they wouldn't shoot until they spied their target. Most people wouldn't move until they received a deposit. The astronomical bounty this time was a special case. Without a deposit, they would be even more cautious. If they wanted to steal the bounty, they had to at least find the target. But that was just the best hypothetical scenario. As long as the number of participants increased, there would always be weird players who lacked logical thinking. Of the types of criminals caught by the police, there were a lot of brainless ones. It was like a person putting a paper bag over their face to rob someone, and when they didn't have anything to put the money in, they used the paper bag. There were also robbers who put boxes over their heads, but in the end, they couldn't even see where they were going, and dropped their guns and ran away. These weirdos would always refresh a person's understanding of how moronic people could actually be. There was no stupidest, only even more stupid, which was the best description of these weirdos. If there were too many idiots, there would always be a few who would go off to kill someone. Perhaps these two victims and their opponents were these sorts of idiots. Thinking that, Luke drove to a nearby Shake Shack. He had been working at home for the past few days, and he wanted to slack off today. There was still 2 hours before lunch, but there was a long line outside the place. Luke wasn't surprised. He popped a lollipop into his mouth and lined up at the back. After the heavy rain last night, New York was sunny today. Although the temperature was still less than 10 degrees, the cold and damp feeling was gone. The sun shone down on the queue, and everyone was clearly in a good mood. Luke relaxed and enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. It just so happened that there were 2 girls in line behind him. It was cold in New York, and they were wearing thick jackets but short skirts which exposed their bare legs. The 2 girls were also above average in terms of appearance. They were well dressed, and coupled with their youthful and cheerful temperaments, they were quite eye-catching. Luke didn't notice them at first, but the girls noticed him. After whispering to each other for a moment, a tall and slim girl took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Luke had already heard them, and wasn't surprised at all. Of course, the 2 girls were still rather reserved. They simply chatted with him and didn't pass him slips of paper right away. Luke didn't mind interacting with other people during his free time, especially when the 2 girls were pretty remarkable. The 3 of them talked about everything from the weather to burgers, clothes and school life. 20 minutes passed unknowingly, and there were only 2 people in front of Luke who were waiting to order. If everything went well, he could finish ordering in 10 minutes and get lunch in half an hour. At that moment, his fake phone rang. Luke sighed helplessly and smiled apologetically at the girls. He immediately took out his phone for a look, then turned his head to the west. This was an urgent message from the police front desk which had been automatically recorded by the car radio. Just now, someone called the police and said that there was a large-scale gunfight happening 2 blocks away. The identities of the gunmen and the number of people involved were unknown, but dozens of shots had already been fired. If it was just one person calling the police, it might be a prank. But a lot of calls were coming in from nearby that were saying the same thing. The front desk had promptly called for nearby police officers to check the situation and prevent a large number of innocent casualties. This was Manhattan. Even if there were fewer people in Upper Manhattan, it was still the busiest center. Chapter 924, Order and Change Numbers. Luke put his phone back into his pocket with a bitter smile. It seemed that the takeaway today was going to fly away. He apologized to the girls and broke into a run. The tall girl quickly said, "Hey, it's almost your turn." Luke said helplessly, "It's an emergency. I can't wait." He suddenly paused, then took out a card and 5 $100 bills from his pocket. "Nikki, call me later and I'll give you the order. Please help me order. I'll come back later, okay?" Before the tall girl, Nikki, could say anything, several $100 bills and a name card was stuffed into her hands. Then, Luke quickly got into the SUV and drove away. "Hey, you," she raised her hand to stop Luke, only to see that the SUV had already turned at the intersection and was out of sight. Stunned for a moment, she looked at the other girl. "Monica, doesn't he trust us too much?" Both girls looked at the $500. Monica hesitated for a moment, but still reminded her, "Didn't you say that if you like him after having a chat, you'll get his number?" Nikki was conflicted. "This isn't how it works. This makes me feel like a delivery man." Monica reminded her again, "But he's still waiting for you to call him and tell you his takeout order." Stunned, Nikki immediately took out her phone and started dialing. Monica rolled her eyes. "Look at you. If he really asked, you would immediately send yourself over as takeout, right?" "No, there's a charge for takeout. You might even have to pay the cab fee yourself." Luke said a few words of thanks and said that he would be back in half an hour. He then asked the car system to send a takeout order to Nikki. On the other side, Nikki looked at the takeout order and then looked at the money in her hand. She suddenly felt that it wasn't a lot of money and might not even be enough. The cashier asked the 2 girls, "What would you like?" Nikki stepped forward and handed over the phone. Calculate the total price of this list first. The cashier was a little surprised, but still nodded and placed the phone next to the cash register as she started to tally it up. Looking at the amount of food, she couldn't help but ask, "Do you really want this much?" Monica said decisively, "A friend asked us to help order this." The cashier found the answer reasonable and continued calculating. She said, "Are you having a class gathering? This is enough for 50 people." Nikki and Monica looked at each other, and it was Monica who said, "Probably, yes." A moment later, the cashier raised her head. "That's a total of $493.50. Are you sure you want these?" Nikki nodded and handed over the $500. She was glad she had enough. When she saw the takeout order earlier, she was really afraid that she would have to empty out her pockets. But the strange thing was that she was only afraid that she didn't have enough money, and didn't think about buying less or not buying at all. Monica was the same. Luke didn't feel guilty. He had gotten an idea just now. While using mental communication, he also tested the effect of elementary pheromone control. But Nikki had also whispered to Monica that if she liked him, she would ask for his phone number. The three of them had chatted happily just now, and it seemed that she would ask for his number. Luke usually turned down this sort of request. It actually wasn't easy to get his private number. If it was business, he would only give out the number for his work phone. He had two private numbers. The first one was reserved for family members and acquaintances, and there weren't many acquaintances. They were at most old colleagues like Dustin, Elsa, and Elizabeth, or slightly more familiar acquaintances like Jenny and Elena. The second number was for those whom he had personal contact with, but wasn't close to. For example, Takagi, Wayland, Jennifer Perry, and Shira. Since he had asked Nikki for a favor, it was naturally a personal matter, and he gave her his second private number. Compared with the work number, it was easier to get through to a private number or for him to reply personally. Given the number of people Luke had interacted with in the past year, he didn't have the time to answer everyone's calls. Most calls would automatically be transferred to the message bank, and Luke was selective in who he replied to. He directly ignored courtesy calls or those who called for no reason. In that sense, this deal wasn't a loss for Nikki. After making sure that he would still be able to get lunch for his family, a distracted Luke finally pulled up a map of the location of the gunfight. Ever since Luke came to New York, he had been working on filling in this real-time map of New York map whenever he was out in the car. But he had only driven through this place twice, and the gunfight hadn't taken place on the main street, but on a narrower street behind the residential buildings. At that moment, he arrived at the crime scene. He parked the car and got out. Looking around, he noticed that many people were looking at the 5th or 6th floor of the apartment building. He quickly walked into the apartment building and pulled out his badge. It was an old apartment building with a spiral staircase at the back of a small reception hall. Luke quickly went up, and he could hear the vague sounds of talking upstairs. After listening for a moment, he frowned. The suspects didn't seem to have left. They were still talking upstairs as they rummaged around. From the bits Luke could hear, he could sense that they weren't as cautious about shooting as gang members in New York's city center. Instead, they were a little unbridled, and one of them even mentioned something like carrying out official business. Luke went up to the 6th floor and took out a small mirror for a look at the top of the stairs before he dashed down the hallway. In order not to make any sound, he reduced his speed significantly, but he was still very fast. In less than 3 seconds, he was in front of the apartment unit at the end of the corridor. A middle-aged man was holding a gun in front of the door. He was about to turn around, when he felt something tighten around his neck and something cold pressed to the back of his head. Alarmed, he couldn't make a sound. The hand on his neck was so strong that he could only gasp for air. Luke, who had caught the man, frowned and pulled him back several meters. Then, he paid attention to Unit 6D at the end of the hallway while he listened to the conversation in Unit 6B. He asked softly, "Who's in the room?" The middle-aged man felt the grip on his neck relax slightly. He could finally make a sound. He subconsciously asked, Who are you?" However, the middle-aged man was smart enough to keep his voice down. Chapter 925, NYPD vs. Dia Luke, NYPD. This was something that he had to declare. Although he had switched the order and pointed his gun at the man's head first, he still declared his identity in the end. The middle-aged man was clearly stunned. NYPD, Luke asked, "Tell me, who's inside?" The middle-aged man suddenly yelled, "Dia! We're Dia agents. My badge is in my chest pocket. You can take a look." Unit 6B suddenly fell silent. Luke frowned, his gun still pressed to the back of the man's head. He loosened his grip on the man's neck and searched his chest for a badge. With just a glance, he knew that it was real. But whether these Dia agents were real or fake remained to be seen. It would be even more troublesome if they were genuine agents. Sensing the grip on his neck relax, the middle-aged man immediately said, "We're on a secret arrest mission. I'm Blaze Bolton. My colleague is inside." His voice was still very loud. Luke narrowed his eyes and vaguely understood what was going on. Someone in the room finally said, "We're from the Dia." "Who's outside, Blaze?" Blaze quickly said, "It's a police officer from NYPD." While he was speaking, Luke had already put his gun away and retreated to the stairs. He didn't trust these Dia agents at all. Finally, a man stuck his head out of the door and looked outside. After confirming that Blaze was the only one at the door, he craned his neck and looked at Luke. "Dude, what are you doing? It's not good to point a gun at a colleague." Luke smiled, unperturbed. "I'm sorry, but I received a notice of an intense gunfight here. You didn't show me your badges." Even so, he still had his gun aimed at the door of 6B. The man's expression clearly didn't look too good. Luke could also see the panic on the man's face. Someone behind him was quietly telling him what to do. Activity picked up in the room again. After he spoke, Luke walked a little further down the stairs so that most of his body was covered. He then took out his phone and called HQ's information center. Luke gave his identity and police officer number, then explained the situation. HQ said that the patrol officers would arrive in 5 minutes at most. There was a lot of activity in the room, and Luke's sharp hearing and brain synapses were constantly picking up information from the sporadic bits of conversation. "What about this bag, Malky? Bring it out later. If they notice it, tell them that it's illegal drugs we seized. And here, how are you going to explain the kid's body? Figure it out yourself." 5 minutes later, 2 patrol cars arrived. Luke showed the 4 NYPD patrol officers his badge and told them what was going on before he led them to 6B. The patrol officers stood on either side with their guns in hand and shouted, "NYPD, listen up. Put down your weapons and show us your IDs. Otherwise, we have reasonable grounds for treating you as suspects." After a brief silence, 4 people finally walked out. They weren't holding guns, but only because they had put them back into their holsters. Each person had a Dia badge on them. On the badge was an eagle in an octagon with its wings spread. It was clearly different from the NYPD badge. A patrol officer checked their badges one by one and nodded at Luke. Luke wasn't surprised. These Dia agents were real, but as for what they were doing here, only they themselves knew. Luke more or less knew, but there were some accusations that couldn't be made without solid evidence. As the patrol officers spoke to the Dia agents, Luke walked into the room. There was a body of a short and fat man lying near the door, but the 6 bullet holes in his back and the long trail of blood he left from crawling over the floor were very strange. Avoiding all the blood, Luke took 2 steps forward. At the end of the hallway, on the right, a young girl had also been shot in the back. Luke silently took 2 steps forward and looked into the bathroom on the right. A woman was soaking in a bathtub with headphones on. There was a huge hole in her chest, and the water in the bathtub had turned red with blood. There was also a huge red stain on the ground. Luke sneered inwardly. Why would a woman who was listening to music in a bathtub need to be shot in the chest? Even SWAT wasn't that rough with terrorists. After a few glances, he took a few steps forward, and another body appeared at a fork in the hallway. Luke's face darkened. It was a little boy who was at most 4 or 5 years old. At that moment, he was already dead. Except for the man at the door, the 3 people who had died here were unarmed women and children. Were these Dia agents crazy? This was New York, not Juarez, Mexico. How could they kill people here? Pausing for a moment to determine the direction from which the boy had been flung out, Luke entered another room. It was a complete mess. There were bullet holes everywhere. These didn't come from just one gun. This should be the source of the intense gunfight that had been reported to the police. There was the body of a man in a floral shirt at the door. His scent indicated that he had a fair amount of contact with the Dia. This was probably their man. There were 5 victims in the apartment. The man who died at the door was probably the owner, and the woman in the bathtub was his wife, while the young girl and boy were their kids. Scanning the room, Luke's gaze fell on a photo. It was a photo of the dead girl and the boy, but a figure had been cut out from another photo and stuck in between them. It was a 12-year-old girl. As Luke observed the room, a middle-aged man in a beige suit looked at him with a smile. "Detective, this is our case." Luke looked at him, and this time, he didn't even put on a polite smile. He simply said, "2 minors have died here." Was the DEA handling this case like a terrorist attack or a massacre? The man's expression changed. "What do you think drug dealers are? Devout believers, just praying in church every day. They'll take out their guns and kill you at any moment." Pointing at the body of the man in the floral shirt at the door, he yelled, "One of my men just died, and you're already making sarcastic remarks. Oh, right, see this? That fatty even ruined my new suit." He then gestured at his left shoulder. He had indeed been shot. However, Luke could tell that the man had only been grazed by 1 or 2 bullets. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to move his left arm. He nodded. "As long as you're happy." He then turned around and left. Chapter 926. Treat and enjoying nature. The man's mental condition and the smell on him clearly indicated that he had just taken drugs. Luke had seen a lot of scumbags and dirty cops, but it was rare to see a scumbag like this one. Big Nick and his men from the Los Angeles County Police could be considered good people compared with this guy. At the very least, Big Nick and the others didn't take drugs, much less kill 4 or 5-year-olds. Taking drugs on a case and killing people, it would be strange if this person wasn't a psycho. Walking out the door, Luke's gaze paused for a moment on the door of apartment 6D on the right. He said something to the patrol officer before he went up the stairs to the rooftop. A moment later, he came down and drove off. When he returned to Shake Shack, he saw the 2 girls standing there with 2 big paper bags each. Looking at the time, Luke slapped his forehead. 40 minutes had passed, and he had missed the meeting time. He got out of the car and quickly walked over. Nikki and Monica saw him too. They wanted to wave, but realized that they couldn't. Luke approached them and apologized. "I'm sorry I'm late. Sorry for the trouble." Nikki simply asked, "You done with your thing?" Luke nodded. "For now." "Oh, right, give those to me." Saying that, he took the 2 bags of food from Nikki. Monica curled her lip. "Shouldn't you take 1 bag from each of us?" Luke said with a smile, "Didn't you say that you're good at sports? You're good at running, swimming, wrestling, and basketball. You should take a few more bags." Monica rolled her eyes at him angrily. "But it should be fair, right? I support gender equality." Luke shrugged. "So, if you're strong, you should do more. If I had 3 hands, I would definitely help get 1 of your bags." Monica said, "You're only saying that because you don't have a 3rd hand, right?" Luke chuckled and opened the car door. He quickly put the bags of food inside and then took the bags from Monica. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something unusual. "Where's your lunch?" Nikki and Monica subconsciously looked at their empty hands and came back to their senses. "Crap, I forgot. We only bought yours." Luke smiled and held open the back door. "It seems I have to treat you. Ladies, please get in." In less than 10 minutes, Monica was sitting on a mat in the park and eating a mushroom cheeseburger. Her voice was muffled as she said, "You're really good at talking. You make eating fast food on the grass in the park sound even better than a 3-star Michelin restaurant." Eating a beef burger, Luke said with a smile, "When I was in Los Angeles, I never thought that sunlight was precious. Sometimes, I even complained that it was too bright. Now that I'm in New York, I feel that it's worth giving up man-made buildings to enjoy nature's beautiful scenery." Nikki was curious. "You're from Los Angeles. Did you just come here for college?" Luke said, "I grew up in Texas. I'm here for work. If I don't work, I might have to become a cowboy in my hometown." Neither Nikki nor Monica believed him. Luke didn't sound like a cowboy at all. The 3 of them chatted and ate lunch. After lunch, Luke asked the girls what their plans were. It was the weekend, and they were out doing window shopping. They didn't have to hurry to any other destination, so Luke didn't have to drive them anywhere. They said goodbye. After Luke drove off, Monica turned around and left with Nikki. "Let's go. We said we would go shopping. I haven't seen the underwear I need yet." While she was being dragged away, Nikki looked back reluctantly. "It looks like he doesn't have any feelings for me." Monica smiled when she heard that. "Didn't you get his number?" Nikki said, "You got it too. But he doesn't act like those guys who chase us. When I asked him when he would be free to come out and play, he actually said that he's very busy and has to work overtime even at night. At his age, Why would he need to work overtime every night? He's not a nerd. Isn't that a rejection? Monica rolled her eyes. Forget it. I'm sure that he has absolutely no intention of pursuing me, because I'm not the type he likes. But you still have a good chance. At least, he wasn't rejecting you when he said that. Hearing that, Nikki was curious and grabbed Monica's arm. How do you know? Monica said, because I suspect he's from a rich family. Nikki was stunned. Huh, Monica said, I'm not familiar with his SUV model, but can an ordinary student afford that? Secondly, he's using a titanium phone. It's a style that hasn't even been released on the official website. It's very likely that he ordered it directly from the factory. I can't tell what brand his clothes are, but the workmanship and material are very good. They might be custom made. The sunglasses are a new model which Gucci released in the first half of the year. They're worth more than $1,000. Saying that, she looked at Nikki with a faint smile. Would someone like that work as a delivery driver? He might be learning to run the business from home. Nikki was surprised. Why didn't I notice anything? How are you so observant? Monica pinched Nikki hard, causing her best friend to cover her back in pain. What are you doing? Monica said, you still have the cheek to say that. When you were eating just now, your eyes didn't leave that handsome face. Could you see anything else? You also kept talking over me. I was almost bored to death. What else could I do? Nikki was lost for words, but she came back to her senses. She immediately retorted, you looked at his car, phone and clothes, and you have the cheek to criticize me. I didn't even pay that much attention, you cheap person. Ah, pot calling the kettle black. You want to get beat up again, right? Monica was furious. The two girls laughed and bickered on the street, and for a moment, they threw Luke, the instigator, aside. After Luke got into the car, the smile on his face quickly disappeared. If it wasn't for that light-hearted conversation with the two cheerful girls suppressing his mood, he really felt like going out immediately to kill those dirty DIA agents, especially the leader. Pull up the information on Norman Stansfield, he said. The system swiftly displayed a profile on the control panel. Read out his work history. Check the number of complaints he's received and the reasons for them, he continued. The car system immediately started reading out Norman Stansfield's profile in a gentle female voice. This Norman was the middle-aged man in the beige suit who had been at the crime scene. He was also the leader of the DIA team. Listening to the man's history, Luke sneered. Chapter 927. 40 mental strength and electric shock to the brain. As a senior DIA agent, Norman Stansfield had received a lot of complaints. Excessive use of force wasn't rare for DIA agents. A DIA agent without such complaints was definitely a fake. But there had been several disputes between Norman and NYPD, because his team had, accidentally killed, the family members of drug dealers. Thus, Luke stopping him today had been the umpteenth time. Generally speaking, Norman Stansfield wasn't a big deal, but the DIA behind him wasn't easy to deal with. NYPD's pissing contest with the DIA didn't end there. Luke understood why. Just like how the DIA couldn't demand NYPD to hand over their officers, NYPD couldn't demand that the DIA hand over Norman. Unless the culprits were caught red-handed, the higher-ups played a game of compromise. It was impossible for two big law enforcement units to fall out over one or two subordinates. Luke had resisted the urge to kill Norman and the others because he didn't want to poke the hornet's nest. He just noted this Norman in his little black notebook, but put him at the very top of the list. He had no patience for such scum. As he mulled over the issue of Norman, he returned to the laboratory. As Selena and Gold Nugget ate, Selena could still sense the displeasure in Luke's expression. What happened? Luke didn't hide anything. He told her about how Norman's DIA had charged into a drug dealer's house and killed his family. Selena stopped. This person killed kids. Luke nodded. The trafficker's daughter was only 16, and his son was 4. The DIA doesn't even care. Selena suddenly felt that the burger in her hands was tasteless. Luke said, the family won't bother since they're already dead. That's probably what he thinks. Selena was silent and just looked at him. Luke glanced at her. What are you thinking? We are good NYPD detectives. Selena blinked. So, Luke picked up a cheese fry and stuffed it into his mouth. So, whatever the New York vigilantes, inspired by Batman, want to do is none of our business. Selena nodded in satisfaction and took a big bite of her burger. I think the legend of Knee Breaker can also appear in New York. Luke shook his head. No, Selena. Luke said, go look for Sponge for resources on studying torture. She'll give you everything you want. To injure but not kill someone, seriously injure and kill someone, or to kill someone slowly, it's all there. It's always good to learn more. Selena was surprised. Why didn't you mention this before? Luke finished another burger. I didn't want you to dirty your hands with those scumbags. Selena gave an, oh, and continued eating. After lunch, Luke got busy. After preparing for half an hour, he lay down on the bed in the medical room and activated all kinds of monitoring and life support equipment. With a thought, the mental number on the system panel jumped to 40. Almost instantly, it felt like electricity was shooting through his head before it quickly turned into a more complicated feeling. Luke, who was giving himself this electroshock therapy, felt as if his head had become a huge battery that was discharging electricity. His head felt numb and painful, and tears came out of Luke's eyes after a while. It wasn't because he was scared, but because he had lost control of his tear glands from the intense stimulation. Luke finally cried out, "Arg, it really is still so dangerous." With elementary self-healing to protect him, he had already done all sorts of tests on his body. If it were anyone else, it might have been considered self-harm. Luke, who usually came out of a case completely unscathed, had actually been through a lot of fights. He had taken a lot of bullets, and chose to turn them into tests of their various calibers and functions. This kind of bittersweet feeling absolutely wasn't something that an ordinary person would ever experience. But the pain from gun and knife wounds were simpler. What Luke was experiencing now was compounded pain. A few minutes later, an even odder and more uncomfortable phase began. As his mind grew stronger, Luke's consciousness, which had always been stable and clear, gradually turned blurry. All sorts of small fragments of consciousness appeared and disappeared just as quickly, making his head feel like it was a carnival playground. His memories were no longer clear here. It was a dream, yet not. He was in a mess right now. His consciousness seemed to have fallen into a kaleidoscope which was spinning wildly and which he couldn't escape. It felt like a nightmare. Only the monitoring equipment in the medical room stood silent guard, ensuring that his life wouldn't be in danger. An hour later, Luke suddenly woke up from this chaotic and tortuous state. Almost instantly, his chaotic consciousness returned to normal, as if someone had pressed a button. FCK, it's finally over. He subconsciously shook his head to make sure that he wasn't dreaming before. He said, "Osiris, how's my body?" "Sir, on one occasion, your brain temperature was abnormally high. I used a physical cooling technique to control it. All other vitals remained within a bearable range." A calm male voice came through the microphone on the side. Osiris was an existence that had nothing to do with the other ice. Most of the time, it only existed in a few computers in Luke's inventory. Its main task was to analyze Luke, Selena and Gold Nugget's physical stats. When combined with Luke's modified medical mechanical arm, it could be used as a surgeon or a nurse. Of course, Osiris didn't have any fieldwork experience. This doctor role was more risky. Luke didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and felt the familiar sensation of leveling up. The strongest effect which the system had was on transforming the brain, and it was also the most difficult one to endure. The transformation would happen over a few days, but it was already no longer unbearable. On the contrary, Luke's mind was clearer than ever. After feeling it out for a moment, he couldn't help but laugh. I didn't suffer for nothing. Without any huge gains, most people would stay away from the pain of leveling up. But the greater the pain, the more obvious the benefits. After a simple test, Luke confirmed that elementary telekinesis and elementary annihilation had been enhanced exponentially. He didn't have a test subject for mental communication, but Luke could sense that operating it was a lot easier and it had become significantly more practical. He didn't want to move for the time being, and lazed in bed as he had Osiris raise the upper half of the bed before he pulled up his data from earlier for a look. The most dangerous thing about this level up was when his brain temperature increased rapidly at one point. But Osiris used ice to cool him down, so he was naturally safe. Chapter 928. Long forgotten side effect. After lying down for another hour, Luke put Osiris and the medical robotic arm back into his inventory and destroyed everything on the bed before he returned to his room to take a shower. Wearing a loose and comfortable hoodie, he took out a bottle of guarana from the fridge and took a sip. He sighed in satisfaction. This feels too great. Gold Nugget, who was watching HBO on the side, turned its head to give Luke a baffled glance before immediately turning back around. Sometimes, the fiend liked to sigh. There wasn't anything strange about that. Watching dramas was more important. Looking at the time, it was already 6 in the evening. For once, Luke went to personally make dinner himself. He had been too busy recently, and the smart kitchenware was basically responsible for cooking. However, Luke felt that he needed to use cooking to adjust his mood for now, to prevent him from being too excited. Humming softly, he busied himself in the kitchen. When the dog heard the sounds of chopping, its ears twitched, and its attention was instantly diverted. Was the fiend making dinner? It dashed to the kitchen door and looked at Luke in disbelief. Luke naturally knew it had come. Without turning around, he asked, "Is there anything in particular you want to eat tonight?" Gold Nugget's eyes widened even more. It could even make a request. How many days had it been since it had gotten this treatment? It immediately fled. Luke didn't think much of it. The dog head had definitely gone to Selena to discuss the dishes. A few minutes later, Selena grumbled as she wiped her hair, "Hey, it's just dinner. Why are you so excited? I haven't even dried my hair yet." Walking up behind Luke, she looked at the ingredients and said, "Pork ribs, beef sirloin, streaky pork, tenderloin, prawns, green peas, carrots, and celery. There must be braised pork, sweet and sour pork, or barbecued pork. Fry the pork ribs with garlic. Anything else?" Gold Nugget was unhappy and whined. Selena said, Okay. Luke, it wants the sad rice." Luke, "Okay." Of course, that sad rice was some nonsense he had simply cooked up, saying that it could make people cry when they ate it. Actually, it was just Yongzhou fried rice with barbecued pork and onion. If Chinese chefs saw this combination, they might really be depressed and shed sad tears. It was just a joke. Actually, it was Gold Nugget who came up with this combination. It liked this dish because it looked good and took more effort to make. It wasn't easy to get the fiend to generously do things for it, so it naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. In any case, the other dishes were ready, and it would have a share. Selena said, "Just let it be. All it's been doing recently is watching TV or scolding people online. You don't have to worry about it." Luke didn't think much of it. Isn't watching dramas and being a keyboard warrior two of life's great pleasures? With these two hobbies, happiness is always easy to find. Gold Nugget nodded vigorously, feeling that the fiend's words had hit the nail on the head. Watching dramas was to savor life along with the characters, and it was fun to be a keyboard warrior and harangue people online. One had to create their own enjoyment. Selena was still too young to understand anything. Condemning the young woman inwardly, the dog head happily returned to the living room to continue watching its show. After complaining about the dog, Selena asked, "Why are you making dinner today? You weren't in a good mood at lunch." "Wait, did the two girls ask you out tonight?" Luke chuckled. "Even if they dared to, I wouldn't dare go. Both of them are only in high school. You know I have rules." Selena was lost for words. Luke had a lot of self-control. To use his own words, he was usually too busy to go out and play with little girls. "Fine, keep it to yourself." She was about to leave. Luke stopped her. "Wait, take this out. The two of you can eat this first." He took out the new snack for today, which had been kept warm in the oven, and piled them up like a small mountain. Selena was curious. Is this baked fish? Why doesn't it smell like fish?" Luke turned around and handed her a bowl. He said with a smile, "It's taiyaki. It's actually a dessert made from flour, and there's chocolate and red bean paste in it." Selena nodded and picked up the bowl. She was abruptly dumbfounded. The bowl which Luke had placed in her hands tilted and almost fell. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and grabbed the bowl. He shook it a few times so that the taiyaki which had tilted to the side settled, and none of them fell out. "What's wrong?" He looked at Selena strangely. Selena's eyes were wide open as she stared into Luke's eyes. Her mouth was open, but she didn't react. He realized that she was even holding her breath. Frowning, Luke suddenly realized something. He slapped his forehead and said, "Gold Nugget, come here." Gold Nugget immediately scuttled over. Luke said, "Combine with her first so that she returns to normal. The two of you can then try out the new snack after that." Gold Nugget didn't say anything, but a golden slime emerged from Dollar's body and stuck to Selena's calf before it disappeared. Selena finally came back to herself. She took a deep breath and couldn't help but yell, "Luke, what did you do this time? What happened to your eyes?" Luke smiled bitterly. "Okay, bring me my sunglasses. I'll be wearing them for the next 2 days." Selena thought for a moment and asked, "Is it like last time?" Luke said, "Sort of. It'll be fine in a couple of days." Seeing that Luke wasn't going to say anything, Selena stopped asking and went to his room to get him his sunglasses. Only then did Gold Nugget separate from her. It returned to Dollar and whined. Selena pushed the dog head away. Wait, let me take a look. Looking Luke in the eyes for a moment, she frowned and shook her head. No, you won't be able to cover it with these sunglasses this time. It's best if you wear pitch black or tempered ones. Luke was stunned. It's that obvious. What happened just now had happened before when his mental strength reached 20. With the boost in his mental strength, the anomaly in his eyes would directly affect the person he was looking at. Caught off guard, Selena had been snared once again and was frozen to the spot. But her situation was even worse this time. She had to rely on Gold Nugget to neutralize the effect of Luke's mental attack. She observed his eyes for a moment, and seemed to fall into a daze again. Luke could only turn his head. We'll do it this way at home for now. I'll go out and buy a pair of sunglasses tomorrow. Selena nodded but didn't move. Luke said helplessly, you and Gold Nugget can go and eat the snack. It seems anxious. Selena said, okay. Holding the bowl of taiyaki, she turned around and left obediently. Chapter 929, Big Client, and Stealing Business. Looking at Selena, who looked like she had lost her soul, Luke put his hand to his forehead. Last time, my eyes only returned to normal after 3 days. Don't tell me it'll take longer this time. It was a little troublesome to wear sunglasses all the time, and he would have to take them off in formal situations. He could only avoid going to the police department for the next 2 days. Thinking that, he gave himself 3 more days off. After dinner, which was much quieter than usual, Luke went out, or Selena would watch him from the couch the whole night. She couldn't control it. Firstly, she was curious herself, and secondly, Luke's powerful mind was like a magnet that forcibly drew her attention. It just so happened that he had some ideas he wanted to test out, so he just went out to do so. Tonight, he was only wearing an ordinary gray hoodie and black jeans. At night, he was half invisible. It wasn't until midnight that Luke returned to the lab and recorded the experience of using basic hypnosis and mental communication. The weather remained fine in New York the next day. Except for slightly more clouds which dimmed the sun a little, the weather was still sunny. Luke didn't go out in the morning. He stayed in the lab and waited for his body to adapt to the sudden increase in mental strength. Selena went out with Gold Nugget to buy a new pair of sunglasses. She put it on him and nodded in satisfaction. The bluish-purple lenses completely covered his eyes, and she wouldn't be distracted again. It wasn't a bad feeling, but it wasn't convenient to be stupefied every now and then. At most, she would make him take off his glasses to look at her for a while when she wanted to rest. That was the practical thought she had. At 7 in the evening, they drove to Sister Margaret's School for Wayward Children bar again. This time, the bartender was very proactive. What do you want to drink? Luke asked. Your treat. The bartender smiled. Of course, you have to pay. Boss, you don't need me to buy you 2 bottles of Coke, do you? Luke looked up at a bottle of wine in the corner of the bar. I can accept that bottle. The bartender quickly shook his head. That belongs to a customer. I don't dare give it to you. Luke looked away. That's true. It's a 40-year-old Macallan whiskey. Your bar probably doesn't serve that sort of thing. Also, that half bottle is the only genuine thing in this place. The bartender shrugged. It seems that I don't need to introduce the drinks here. Let's get down to business. He then took out a piece of paper and put it in front of Luke. Luke glanced at it. There were almost 50 to 60 names on it. How much? Asked Luke. The bartender tapped the bar with 2 fingers. Luke took out a thick paper bag and threw it onto the counter. Take it. The bartender was stunned. He didn't expect Luke to be so straightforward. But he wasn't slow. He quickly picked up the paper bag and counted the 2 stacks of $100 bills. After confirming that the amount was correct and that there were no fake bills, he took out a briefcase from the counter and placed it in front of Luke. It's all here. Luke looked at the briefcase and then at the bartender. I've already given you the money. Let me confirm one more time. Is this what I want? I don't want to waste time on the wrong target. The bartender nodded calmly. Of course, my reputation has always been good. Looking at his expression, Luke nodded with a smile. Very good. I like law-abiding people. You can ask Wade. I'm always generous to law-abiding people. Right, how should I address you? You can call me Weasel, said the bartender. Luke nodded and picked up the briefcase. Selena followed him and they disappeared from the bar. Looking in the direction in which the two of them disappeared, Weasel felt uneasy. Thinking for a moment, he dialed a number. Wade, who's your big client? Wade was busy and said vaguely, who? Also, what does it have to do with you? If you have something to say, just say it. If not, get lost. Weasel said, I'm talking about the young man named Luke, the one with the hot Latin American girl. Wade paused and asked suspiciously, why are you asking about him? Weasel, I just made a small deal with him. Wade suddenly understood and was furious. FCKU, you dare steal my business. Weasel said, you wouldn't have been able to dig out most of the information I gave him. Wade said, isn't that still stealing my business? $100 a person. You stole at least 50 of them from me, right? Weasel was lost for words. I only gave him information on 54 people, and 10 of them are super hitmen whom I casually wrote down. How is that stealing 50 of your business? Are there only 4 people on your list? Then, I'll give you $400, and the mission will be transferred to me. How does that sound? While he said that, he mumbled to himself that with Wade's talent in mathematics, he shouldn't discover the problem. As expected, Wade, who wasn't good at primary school math, didn't notice. Get lost. You want to send me away with $400? He already had a list of more than 20 people. If he found a few more people to make up the numbers, he would be able to ask for $10,000. Why would he only get $400? Weasel said, cut the crap. I don't care how much your information can be sold for. I'll give you 20%, okay. Wade, 50 to 50. Weasel said, 70 to 30. 70 for me, 30 for you. Wade, 80 for me and 20 for you. Weasel said, I'll take 70 and you take 30. Forget it if you don't want it. Wade, deal. After redeeming some of his future losses, a pleased Wade asked, so, what do you want to ask? Weasel said, he said that he's a law-abiding man who is generous with his clients, but it sounded like he was threatening me not to give him fake information. You really gave him fake information? Wade cursed inwardly. He had wanted to do it himself, but someone had beat him to it. It wouldn't be good for him to do it now. He said unhappily, how can you do that? If you gave him fake info, what about mine? Weasel said, didn't you take 30%? You also have a hand in it. Wade said, then we'll need to revise the split. Weasel said, bye, just pretend that I never called you. Let's call off the deal, okay? Hearing that, Wade immediately shouted, wait, we're all friends. Let's talk slowly. If you want to split the money, hurry up. Weasel gave Wade his strongest threat. Wade said, okay. What are you afraid of? Don't you give out fake info all the time? Are you afraid that he'll kill you? Chapter 930. Back to work, and something's not right. Weasel hesitated for a moment before he said, when he said that last sentence, I felt a sense of danger. What exactly does he do? Wade said, you're not scared of the police, are you? Weasel was lost for words. You're doing business with the police. Wade, he's an LAPD cop. Why can't I do business with him? Weasel was stunned. LAPD. Then why is he in New York? How would I know? I'm not his wife, Wade said casually, and his own wife immediately stepped on his face. Wade pressed down on Vanessa's foot to avoid being hit again. Anything else? I'm hanging up. Weasel asked, he won't go crazy, will he? Some police officers didn't have clean methods. Wade thought for a moment. He's reasonable, and very generous. He means what he says. They talked for a while longer before Weasel hung up. Frowning and thinking for a moment, he suddenly laughed. He's just a young man. Why am I so nervous? He's not from NYPD. He can't control me. Weasel wasn't scared of NYPD himself, but his bar could easily get in trouble. Generally speaking, he wouldn't do business with NYPD people. It would be best if everyone minded their own business. Thinking that, Weasel put aside his anxiety about selling fake info and happily locked the $20,000 into the safe behind the counter. In the car, Selena flipped through the stack of files. Are we going to look for people based on this? Luke hummed in acknowledgement. Although most of them might be unreliable, the rest are still a little useful. Selena clicked her tongue and shook her head. Most of the people here are ordinary. They don't look like they're worth $1,000. Luke said, it's fine. I've always been a law-abiding person. Since I've given him the money, he has to solve the problem. If he can't solve the problem after taking the money, I can only do it another way. Selena was intrigued. How are you going to deal with him? Luke said, give him a chance. Maybe he wants to be a good person too. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance to be a good person, he mumbled inwardly. When the time came, Luke didn't mind taking a leaf out of Daredevil's book. Lawyer Matt only needed to cover his face. There was only one way he got information, and he didn't have to pay for it. While Luke was thinking that, Lawyer Matt happened to be fleeing in a sorry state at that moment. Matt, who wasn't as well informed as Luke, finally came out again after his injuries were basically healed. He was in a good mood following the community reconstruction and volunteer campaign. He decided to come out and do a crime sweep, and see if he could cause trouble for Kingpin. After beating up 2 groups of hooligans who were robbing women, Matt returned to a roof and crouched down to listen to everything that was happening in every corner of the city. Suddenly, he heard a voice. "Ha, I found you, Daredevil. You're mine." The voice came from a building 100 meters away. Matt subconsciously turned his attention in that direction, and heard the faint sound of clicking metal. His heart tightened. That was a gun. Recalling the man's mumbling, he immediately did a flip and fell into the shadows at the edge of the roof. Bang! What sounded like an extremely clear gunshot to Matt echoed in the night sky. There was now a small hole in the ground where he had been crouching. Matt could even clearly feel the bullet shatter and scatter along with the cement debris. As someone who was used to observing the world with his ears, even he was surprised. Sniper rifle. He clearly heard the guy who had fired the gun pull the bolt back and reload. Most people who used sniper rifles were professionals. The gang members whom he usually beat up couldn't compare. For most people, automatic pistols were more practical than sniper rifles, including gang members who often handled guns. Matt immediately raised his guard, but he was confused. Why was a sniper looking for him? Was it Kingpin? But he had been looking for Kingpin for a long time, and the most unlucky thing he had encountered was the siege by 8 ninjas. A professional sniper had never appeared before. Hit the wrong person? That was impossible. The person who had fired obviously knew Daredevil well, and had quickly confirmed his identity and fired decisively. Matt's thoughts spun. Under the cover of the roof, he moved to the other side and quickly descended the stairs. He wanted to catch this guy and ask him what was going on. Keeping an eye on the sniper, Matt took a detour through the alley behind the building, before he crawled through a window on the second floor and headed straight for the roof. In less than 5 minutes, he reached the rooftop and listened to the noise around him. He slowed down and silently leaned over the sniper's back. When he was 3 meters away, he suddenly lunged forward and pressed down on his opponent, punching him in the ribs. His attack was very sudden. The enemy, who had been lying on the edge of the roof, was caught off guard and was hit by a series of heavy punches. Cracking sounds rang out as 4 or 5 ribs were instantly broken. The sniper wanted to curl up in pain, but Matt pinned him down and he couldn't move. He could only scream. Matt didn't hold back. He smashed the man's face against the edge of the roof with one hand, and didn't stop with the other as he punched the man's joints. He didn't stop until he heard the bones in the man's hands crack again. He grabbed the man's hair and pulled his ear to his face. He asked in a low voice, "Who told you to kill Daredevil? Speak." The sniper was in so much pain that he couldn't even breathe. How could he answer the question? Matt adjusted his body and pressed it against the edge of the roof. He didn't have a target tonight. He had plenty of time to pry open the man's mouth. Bang, bang. 2 gunshots rang out, and holes exploded in the sniper's head and chest. Matt also felt his hands turn wet and sticky. Alarmed, he pulled up the sniper's body in front of him. Bang, bang. 2 more gunshots rang out, and the bulletproof vest the sniper was wearing made muffled sounds, but Matt retreated from the rooftop unscathed. Another sniper. Matt felt that something wasn't right. The first 2 shots just now definitely weren't to kill the sniper he was holding. The real target was still Matt. They had just been slightly off. The 2 shots which followed proved Matt's speculation right. The second sniper was indeed after him. Matt quickly went downstairs again to catch the second sniper and ask him everything. He didn't believe that a third sniper would appear later. Chapter 931. The Besieged, Scapegoat. At that moment, Luke was driving past Harlem and about to turn east to return to the lab, when he heard a few gunshots. Selena heard them too, but didn't think too much of it since the gunshots were a little far away and only rang out once or twice. It was a common occurrence in New York at night. Luke, however, frowned. The rhythm of the gunshots was quite interesting. Thinking for a moment, he stopped the car. A moment later, 2 drones flew out from the back of the car to investigate the situation on the ground. Selena was watching the screen on the control panel, while Luke took out his tablet as they handled a drone each. "Got it," said Selena. The drone she was controlling, which had flown south, sent back an image of people shooting from 2 rooftops. As Luke recalled the drone which had flown north, he looked at the feed on her side and suddenly said, "Doesn't the target look familiar?" Selena looked at the man who was hiding in a dark corner, especially the black hood on his head, and immediately understood. "Daredevil." Luke put his hand to his forehead. "I forgot to remind him not to wander around outside for the next 2 days." Lawyer Matt had just recovered from his injuries. If he came out now, he would be easily hunted down, and Luke would lose a lot of experience and credit points. Luke didn't think that an ordinary hitman could kill Matt. It was more likely that Matt would injure them severely. After saying that, his attention returned to the surveillance feed. Selena said, "Are these hitmen here for the bounty? This sniper is quite professional. These 2 don't look like they're in cahoots, or it would be bad luck for Daredevil." Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "Have the police department send someone to clear the area. Stay in the car and keep an eye on the surroundings." As he spoke, he took out a bulletproof vest from the weapons box and put it on before he got out. On this side, 2 hitmen were chasing Matt with precision rifles. Just as Matt was about to look for the second sniper's escape route, a third opponent really appeared tonight and almost killed him with 2 shots. Matt could only avoid the attack for now. These 2 people clearly knew about Matt and kept a distance of dozens of meters between them, not giving him a chance to fight in close range. Worst of all, although they weren't partners, they had formed a pincer attack on Matt. No matter who Matt wanted to attack, it was easy for him to fall into another person's shooting range. They were quite professional. However, they were also wary that the other party would kill them after they killed their target, and take the bounty. While Matt's situation didn't get worse, he was still trapped by the 2 rifles and couldn't fight back. At that moment, Luke was already in place in an alley on the side of an apartment building based on the direction indicated by the drone, his gun sticking out at an angle. When a shadow flashed past the alley, Luke opened fire with his Glock. Pa! One of the hitmen collapsed. After this first kill, he grabbed the man's rifle and quickly went up the apartment building. From a window next to the stairs, he aimed at another hitman. Bang, bang, bang. Luke, FCK, didn't hit him. The hitman whom he had fixed his eyes on suddenly lunged forward and dodged behind a car. 3 shots hit the ground where the man had been standing. The target wasn't within an easy 10-meter range of being shot, but 100 meters away from Luke. When the bullets crossed this distance, the other party suddenly moved and naturally dodged them. This person wasn't a noob. He was at least an experienced professional. Luke's 3 successive shots instantly alerted the hitman, and he hid behind a car. Luke quickly went downstairs and tossed the sniper rifle back on the body. He had full confidence that he could close in on a lone hitman and kill him instantly with a pistol. From the image transmitted by the drone, the hitman who had dodged his triple shot had gotten up and rushed into a nearby alley, and was chasing after Matt. Humans would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. There were even more of this sort of people among hitmen. Killers who knew when to let go were always the minority. The person in front of him was someone who had been blinded by money. Luke liked people like that the most. Because he didn't need to waste any effort looking for them, they would pop up right in front of him. A warning from Selena suddenly rang out in his earpiece. There are a lot of suspicious cars and people approaching from Upper City and East Harlem. There are more than 10 of them. I'm guessing the other hitmen have sensed something. The number of participants will probably increase later. Luke looked at the simple electronic map projected on his sunglasses, which showed yellow street lines, 2 green spots that were him and Selena, and a dozen red spots that were moving in from all directions. This was naturally from the reconnaissance drone that Selena was controlling. Staring at the red spots, Luke's thoughts whirled as he quickly caught up with the hitman in the alley. This hitman, who would throw his life away for money, wasn't slow, but it was Luke who was chasing him. Just as the hitman was about to step out onto a small street from the dark alley, he felt a pain in the back of his head and lost consciousness. Luke carried him back into the alley. A moment later, a distorted, transparent shadow was crawling up the side of a building. Of course, it was Luke. Just now, he had thrown the body of the hitman into his inventory and kept the man's rifle, while he took out the Big Dipper armor, which had the greatest stealth effect. Although it hadn't been part of his plan, Matt himself had jumped out as bait. Luke might as well change his plan, and thus chose an identity to carry out this operation. The transparent shadow hung silently behind Matt like a ghost in the night. A while earlier, just as Matt discovered that the two killers who had been chasing him had stopped moving, a car sped over from a side street. Nerves stretched taut, he immediately sensed the driver raising his gun. Matt decisively hid behind a car on the side of the road. Pa, 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 a series of gunshots rang out, creating a series of bullet holes in the side of the car. Before Matt could heave a sigh of relief, he realized that the driver had thrown away his empty pistol and replaced it with a new weapon, an MP5K. Matt couldn't help but smile bitterly. What the hell was going on? Were these people crazy? They fired at him the moment they saw him. Had he offended someone important besides Kingpin? With that in mind, he turned into a side street ahead of time to avoid the gunfire. However, he clearly heard the man's footsteps as the latter got out of the car. This determination was once again beyond Matt's expectations. Chapter 932. Taking someone into the sewers. Matt was about to counterattack and catch the man to ask him what was going on, when he heard a bang in the distance. Someone fell from a roof not far away. Frowning, he immediately gave up on the idea of a counterattack. The person who had fallen was similar to the others. He was fully kitted out, and was also probably gunning for Matt, but had been killed by a sniper. Was he so valuable that these killers would kill each other in advance? Luke, who had been mistaken for a killer by lawyer Matt, had already picked up the gun from the first hitman. He looked at the red dot on his lenses and started moving again. Now, unless he personally took Matt away, the surrounding hitmen would pounce on him. Luke didn't think it was a good time to meet lawyer Matt. Given Daredevil's personality, he definitely wouldn't be able to accept Luke's killing methods. But Luke was basically done with the evildoers, and a few were crippled. The hitmen tonight were all finished. He didn't have time to discuss with lawyer Matt whether killing was the right thing to do. It was better to shoot secretly and do good anonymously. Matt wasn't able to escape smoothly. The hitmen who arrived one after another were all elites and veterans. These people completely crushed Matt in terms of numbers and weapons. This was the first time Matt, who had always used short sticks as a weapon with low lethality, was being beaten up by a group of big men with modern firearms. The combat skills that he was so proud of couldn't be used at all. These people seemed to know his background and fired from a distance, not giving him a chance to get close. Matt was only wearing ordinary clothes and couldn't risk being shot. He could only move around in various dark corners, looking for an opportunity to escape. However, he also discovered that when he was surrounded several times, hitmen in a certain direction would suddenly fall, and an escape route would appear again. The gunshots all sounded the same to the others. For Matt, however, he knew that it was the same gun which killed those killers every time. Someone was helping him, but what he found strange was that the original owner of the gun was probably a killer who had been chasing him and had attacked him several times. Why had he suddenly changed sides? Exhausted from running, he didn't have time to lock onto this turncoat killer who was very far away, nor did he have time to think about this person's goal. He could only keep running for his life. Luke scratched his head. These hitmen were crazy. In just 10 minutes, more than 20 people had arrived. Even though he killed 5 hitmen in a row and several times helped Matt escape being trapped, Matt still couldn't escape. How long until our men arrive? He asked Selena. Selena said, the nearest patrol car will take 3 minutes. Luke was helpless. Now, 20 professional shooters were chasing and trying to intercept Matt. Lawyer Matt was also a regular guy. He would be killed in 1 or 2 shots. On the other hand, these hitmen weren't a team. They were spread out in all directions and were highly vigilant and professional. It was impossible for Luke to get rid of them quickly. Why are you running around without a bulletproof vest? Luke couldn't help but curse the lawyer inwardly. But it wasn't very nice to roast Matt. After all, Matt didn't know that there was a bounty on him. He thought that his opponents were gang members. Luke didn't want him to die, so he could only give up on the idea of earning experience and credit points. Making up his mind, Luke put the gun away in his inventory and jumped down. Matt was in trouble again. 5 more killers attacked him from all sides, and the occasional gunshot chipped the wall around him. The killers were shooting more frequently, but they had blocked all escape routes, so Matt could only hide in a corner. The killers were moving closer and closer. Matt's room for escape was shrinking and he didn't have a lot of time. What should I do? Matt thought, and his ears worked as hard as they could to find a way out. Suddenly, His ears twitched. The gunshots of a killer in the south stopped. Matt heard the sound of bones breaking, and then the sound of rushing wind approached him. Matt was horrified. This person could fly. He subconsciously left the corner and started running. Bang, 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 bang. After 4 gunshots, Matt grunted and rolled on the ground, cursing inwardly. A bullet brushed past his thigh and tore out a chunk of flesh. He was already very lucky. These killers were all using guns. If the bullet had hit him, a big hole would immediately appear in Matt's thigh and he would lose his mobility. But the bigger danger came from the person who was flying over. As long as this person was here, Matt wouldn't be able to escape even if he wasn't injured. Even Matt couldn't help but feel helpless. Was he going to die here? Bang, 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 bang. The 4 killers launched a second round of attacks which washed over Matt. Pooh, pooh. After 2 dull thuds, Matt felt himself being lifted up and moving quickly. He was stunned. The 2 bullets just now had hit the person who had flown over. The man protected Matt with his body, and the other 2 bullets missed because the flying man picked up Matt, leaving him unharmed in the second round of attacks. In the end, Matt wasn't an ordinary person. He quickly asked, "Who are you?" Luke rolled his eyes. "I operated on you last time, and you're injured again this time. You really are an idiot." Matt immediately understood. "Puncher." Luke said, "Why are you still asking if you already know? You must have been shot, silly." In just 2 sentences, they covered dozens of meters and disappeared behind an apartment building. A minute later, Matt frowned and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Luke said, "This place stinks, but it's safer than being attacked by a bunch of people, right?" Matt could only nod. He couldn't do anything about his keen sense of smell. It was also for this reason that he rarely crawled around in the sewers like a mouse. He preferred to stay on the roofs than crawl into the sewers. Not only was the air there good, it made long surveillance with his hearing easier. 2 minutes later, the torture was finally over. Luke dragged him out of the sewers and into a room in an apartment building. Entering the room, Luke found a first aid kit and cut open Matt's pants to check his injuries. Chapter 933. Rookies, Weaklings, Bunkers. Too cool. The bullet had only brushed past Matt's thigh and hadn't lodged in his leg, which was lucky. Luke quickly cleaned and bandaged Matt's wound. The side effect of such efficient actions was that it hurt like hell. Matt couldn't help but grunt as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Luke, however, didn't let him go. While cleaning his wound, he didn't forget to mock him. "It's good that it hurts now. If you really die, you won't feel pain anymore. I don't know what you're thinking, but you still dare to come out when there's a bounty of 10 million on you. There are at least 100 hitmen in New York waiting for a walking treasury like you to appear." Even though Matt was grimacing in pain, his attention was still caught by the words. "A bounty? I heard that Frank D'Amico's wife put up a bounty in revenge because you and your partners killed her husband and son. The reward for the 5 masked men, including you, is 10 million, Luke replied. Matt. Huh, Luke said, "What, don't you have any sources? You don't even know such a big thing. New York is full of hitmen waiting for you every night." Matt finally came back to himself. "But, I've never killed anyone, much less have a partner." Luke shrugged. "I don't know. In any case, that's what they say about the bounty. Why don't you explain to D'Amico's wife that you're innocent and ask her to cancel the bounty?" Matt. "I would be crazy to do something so stupid." After pretending to be ignorant, Luke said casually, "I heard that the initial bounty was only $4 million, and the target was the person who killed the father and son. But the wife suddenly added $6 million the next day, and listed you, Smiley Face, Black Cat, Big Daddy, and Hit Girl as the targets." Matt's mind whirled. "Are you saying that someone made her put me on the bounty list?" Luke said, "Only you would know what's up with that. Maybe you secretly teamed up with your masked friends to kill the D'Amico father and son." After a brief silence, Matt shook his head. "I don't have any friends, and I don't know them." Luke nodded. "I thought as much. He wears a mask, but you wear a cloth head covering. He's invulnerable, and you get hurt easily. I think your friend won't be so stingy as to not give you any protective gear." Matt smiled bitterly. "Even with that kind of armor, I can't use it. It'll affect my movements. Otherwise, it'll be easy to get a bulletproof vest." Luke snorted. "The point is that you're poor. Don't you know that some high-quality materials can be bulletproof and won't affect your movements? Although, $100,000 for a set isn't cheap." Matt. Now that he knew this, where could he buy clothes made from these high-quality materials? Luke finished up at that moment. He casually tossed all the bits and bobs into the first aid kit and said, "This is my safe house. You can rest here. You can leave when you're ready." As he spoke, he took out a prepaid phone and placed it on the table next to him. "Keep this phone on you. I'll contact you in 2 days. Matt." "Thank you." Luke waved his hand. "Don't be in a hurry to come out. Those hitmen have gone crazy. If you don't want them to take your body for money, you should take a break." Matt said, "But this problem still needs to be sorted out, right? Daredevil still had to protect Clinton, and it was impossible for him to hide forever." Luke chuckled. "Do you think you're the only one who's good in New York? Are those masked friends of yours deaf and mute, and don't know how to snoop around? Since this isn't your doing, do you think they won't deal with it?" As he spoke, he slapped Matt's wound, and the guy groaned in pain. "Young man, you can't be too brash when doing good. Learn from your masked friends." Saying that, he walked out the door with the first aid kit. Matt watched him leave and relaxed. As for those masked friends, he wasn't in the mood to argue about them. He could tell that Puncher was deliberately using them to mock him. He had taken the blame for whatever they did. What was even more unfortunate was that he didn't even know that he had become a scapegoat. He had crashed into the hitmen's trap and almost died. He really needed to reflect on it. If he had been a little more cautious and asked around first, he wouldn't have been attacked without any warning. Next time, he would definitely look for an informant first and ask about the situation before he appeared. Lying alone in the safe room, Lawyer Matt reflected on his mistake, while Luke returned to the battlefield through the sewers. When he came out of the sewers, he changed back into his clothes and got into the car waiting at the alley entrance. "Our vanguard has arrived. The hitmen are retreating," said Selina as she moved to the passenger seat. Luke hummed in response. "What did Dustin say?" "He said he already made the call. We can report in tomorrow," said Selina. Relieved, Luke stepped on the gas and returned to the lab. When he got home, he saved the video footage from the drone in the database, and also had Little Snail scan the stack of information which the bartender Weasel had given to him. After he came out of the shower, Little Snail reported a piece of good news. "Sir, 7 of the profiles you gave me match the targets from the drone footage. 4 of them are tagged rookies, 2 are weaklings, and 1 is bunker." Luke was helpless. This was the original classification method used by Weasel. Perhaps using these terms made the bartender feel he was cool. "Let me see who the bunker is," he said casually. Little Snail immediately pulled up the virtual screen. Luke chuckled. This guy was the hitman who had avoided his triple shot. He indeed had professional marksmanship, and he was clearly much better than the others. Of course, Luke had punched this bunker player in the back of the head, and the man was now cold. Making himself a cup of tea, he sat back down on the couch in the living area. "Find out who were the hitmen who appeared tonight. Also, show me the files on the 6 rookies and weaklings." Looking at the descriptions of the hitmen in Weasel's info pack, and comparing them with the drone footage, Luke basically understood what Weasel's labels meant. Hitmen who were labeled as rookies were either newbies or didn't have any achievements. Hitmen who were labeled as weaklings had been in the business for a while, but hadn't completed enough assignments or they weren't up to scratch. As for the hitmen who were labeled as bunkers, they were probably veterans or even famous figures. However, in the list which Weasel had given to him, Luke didn't find any hitmen from the fraternity, including Mr. X, who was dead, or any of the ordinary ones from the textile factory. Chapter 934. Norman's negotiation. He didn't know if it was because nobody from the fraternity made money at the Continental Hotel, or because Weasel had limited intelligence. After all, famous assassins from the fraternity were even more of bunkers than the guy whom Luke had just killed, unless Weasel had a higher ranking for them. At that moment, Selina came out of the shower and sat down on the couch. Looking at the information on the virtual screen, she asked, "Did you find anything?" Luke said, "First of all, Weasel gave me some useful information, so I won't take care of him for now. Secondly, his info is all on ordinary trash, worth at most $10,000, so I'll take care of him." Selina burst out laughing. "Why do you have to deal with him?" Luke took a sip of tea. "Because I gave him $20,000 without hesitation. If I don't want him to give me even more rotten information next time at a higher price, I have to leave a deeper impression on him. He's much more shameless than Wade." Selina was surprised. "More shameless than Wade? No way." Luke said, "Okay, that's only when it comes to a job. Wade took the money, and he will at least get the job done. As a middleman, Weasel isn't that self-aware. Selena recalled how Wade had protected the Cohen sisters on the motorboat. She had to admit that although he was shameless, he had professional work ethics. What do we do next? She asked. Luke said, go to work, investigate cases, eat and drink. We have to give these people time to show up. Daredevil just happened to jump out. I'm sure they're very excited. Selena agreed. Big Daddy and Hit Girl were on vacation. Luke had already notified them about the bounty, and told them to take a break for several months. Selena and Luke had been waiting to catch the big mastermind behind everything, but he hadn't shown up in the last 2 days. Of the 5 targets, only Daredevil, who had recovered from his injuries, had come out after the bounty was issued. In 2 or 3 days, these hitmen would only become more active in searching for their targets, and wouldn't leave. In fact, if Matt hadn't shown up, Luke would have shown his face in the next couple of days and then retreated swiftly, as continued motivation for the hitmen. Now that lawyer Matt had jumped out and been shot, there was naturally no need to take this step. After chatting, one went to work and the other went to train. Not long before, while Matt was being hunted down by the hitmen, someone was on the phone in an apartment building in Harlem. Stan, they said that there's something wrong with the goods from last time. They want to talk to you in person. What's there to talk about? If they want to buy, buy. If not, they can get lost. Norman Stansfield rummaged through his place as he spoke. Where's my Beethoven record? The person on the other end of the line smiled bitterly. Stan, you have to come. Otherwise, they'll take 10% of our stock to make up for what we lost last time. How long has it been since the last deal? Norman paused for a moment. The money for the goods, that's the rule. Malky, tell them that if they don't want to die, just quietly hand the money over. On the other end of the line, Malky looked at the gang members who were already holding their guns. Feeling bitter, he covered the receiver and said, he doesn't sleep very well. He gets angry when he's woken up. Relax. After barely appeasing the drug dealers, Malky walked to a corner of the room, removed his hand from the receiver, and said in a low voice, Norman, Internal Affairs has already informed us that they'll be investigating us. We can't cause any more trouble right now. Otherwise, we're all finished. Pausing for a moment, he continued, listen to me. Come over and solve this problem. Then, you can take a few days off. That'll be good for everyone. Norman, who was in pain from the gunshot wound on his arm, was about to curse, but a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. These guys were getting more and more disobedient. He should go and take a look. If they kept talking, he would kill them like that short fatty, Lando. With that thought, he relaxed. Killing them would be good. It would be simple and straightforward. In any case, this wasn't the only place that could produce the goods. Thinking that, Norman took out his gun and drove to Harlem. 20 minutes later, he entered a room on the bottom floor of an apartment building. One of the criminals wanted to search him, but Norman grabbed his finger and twisted it. This is my new suit. Get lost. There was a crack, and the criminal screamed and retreated 2 steps. Everybody frowned, but after a brief silence, the leader waved his hand, and his 4 subordinates put down their guns. Norman approached him. All right, Gusman, I'm here. Say what you want to say. Gusman said coldly, Norman, we heard that you killed Lando's family. Norman smiled a little maniacally. Why, you want to avenge him? Gusman shook his head. No, it doesn't have anything to do with us how many times he dies. But I heard that it was because he swallowed your goods that he was unlucky. Is that right? Norman said, yes, but I didn't kill his entire family. His daughter happened to be away, and I couldn't kill her. Gusman didn't look happy. Lando made a deal with you, but in the end, he swallowed your goods, and the 99% purity we wanted turned into 90%. Norman, don't you think that's a little coincidental? Norman still had that strange smile on his face as he said, money for the goods, and accounts settled on the spot. That's the rule. I sell several tons of the goods every year. No one has ever dared play tricks with me. How many times have you bought the goods from me? Don't you understand that logic? Gusman gritted his teeth. Norman, we've been doing business for 7 to 8 years. I didn't check them one by one because I trust you. Are you going to trick me like this? Norman said, maybe you heard the news and wanted to make use of this opportunity to extort money from me. You said it yourself, I've never cheated you. Why would I cheat you this time? Gusman said, Norman, don't play this game with me. Last time, it was 10 kilograms, and you short-changed me 10%. I must get an extra kilogram today, or there's no negotiation. Norman tilted his head and looked at him. Do you want to die like Lando? Gusman's face darkened. Are you threatening me? Norman snorted. I can crush a bunch of drug dealers like you with one foot. I'm just telling you a fact. If you don't want to die, shut up. Do you know how many drug dealers I've killed? That lame Fleck, that Baldy Joyce, and that sledgehammer Colt, I killed their entire families. Look, I'm still alive. Gusman trembled. He wasn't scared, but angry. The Baldy that Norman was talking about, Joyce, was his cousin. His entire family had died. Gusman had always thought that it was an enemy who had taken some sort of revenge on his cousin. Because disaster had befallen the entire family, most people had thought it was the work of gang members, but it turned out it was Norman. Chapter 935. Explosive Shootout. And the only life thinking quickly, Gusman wavered between killing Norman and saving his business. All 5 members of Norman's team were here. If he wanted to take action, he would have to kill all 5 DEA agents. He couldn't afford the DEA's revenge. Looking at his expression, Norman smiled. He unhurriedly took out a metal box that was 1/3 the size of a palm from his chest pocket. He shook it next to his ear and listened to the slight rattle. Opening the box, he took out one of the 7 or 8 capsules that was inside and popped it into his mouth. A moment later, he slowly raised his head and twisted his shoulders. His face flushed, and the pain in his left arm gradually faded. He lowered his head and looked at Gusman. Give me the money, or I'll find someone to kill all of you. Gusman's anger, which had initially almost been suppressed, exploded. Suddenly, a series of sirens rang out, and they swiftly closed in on them. Stunned, everybody looked out the window. Gusman slammed the table and stood up. Norman, are you selling me out? Stunned for a moment, Norman smiled disdainfully. What a boor. One of Gusman's lackeys couldn't help but whisper in his ear, Boss, he wouldn't call the cops if he was playing dirty. Gusman's hot head cleared a little, and he felt that he had overreacted. At that moment, Norman said again, forget it. A fool like you should die as soon as possible. I'll send someone to your place tomorrow to kill you and your 2 daughters. Gusman finally couldn't suppress his anger anymore. The voice in his head suddenly grew louder. He roared, FCKU. Go to hell, kill him. With a bellow, Gusman drew his pistol and fired at Malky. Malky, who had turned his head to persuade his boss, Norman, to stop provoking the other party, didn't have a chance to react before he collapsed. Gusman's sudden outburst caught everybody off guard, all except Norman. He seemed to have seen through everything. With a strange smile, he suddenly drew the revolver that was at his waist. Pa, 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 pa. 6 shots were fired at Gusman. Gusman, who had been the first to shoot Malky, was one step too late. He only had time to shoot Norman in the stomach before the 2 of them collapsed. The clash between the 2 bosses was like a fight in a Western cowboy movie, stunning both sides for almost half a second. Then, everybody cursed and reached for their guns. Bang, 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 ah, ah. Gunshots and screams rang out, and the smell of gunpowder filled the room. 10 seconds later, everybody in the room collapsed. The room suddenly fell silent. Both the gang members and the DEA agents twitched and moaned weakly. Only one person slowly got up. Looking at the people lying around him, Norman suddenly burst out laughing. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. After saying that, he staggered and leaned against the wall. Mine, all this is mine. The money and the goods are mine. Ha 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 ha. A moment ago, a line of patrol cars was hurrying on its way to a gunfight in the upper district. Someone in the car in front yelled over the comms, you don't have to pick me up, I bummed a ride. Saying that, he looked at the patrol officer in the backseat who had a bitter smile on his face. Sorry, buddy, my car just broke down and is in the repair shop. What could the patrol officer say? He knew the guy in the front passenger seat. Many New York police officers had heard of him, and this patrol officer was no exception. The guy had even gotten him involved. The officer said, just call me Kenny, Sergeant John McClane. John said, okay, Kenny. When we get there, look for a place to hide. Don't be a dumbass and stand in the middle of the road, understand? Kenny said, we've learned how to deal with a large-scale gunfight, Sergeant McClane. John's expression didn't change as he curled his lip. Then how many times have you been shot at? Do you know how many shots a person can take without dying? Kenny. Okay, I'll hide. As soon as he said that, they heard a burst of gunfire. John subconsciously looked to the left and raised his hand. There's a gunfight here, behind that apartment building. The patrol officer who was driving immediately turned the wheel and charged into the side street. He drove around the apartment building, and the 3 police cars behind him followed. 10 minutes later, John walked out of the apartment with a confused expression. Touching a small camera on his chest, he took out his phone and made a call. "Boss, I have a bit of a problem here." Dustin reluctantly looked away from Jennifer. "Speak." It hadn't been easy for him to find an opportunity to slack off for a night. "Damn, John." Lawyer Jennifer smiled and pinched his face, before she walked to the bathroom. Looking at her swaying steps, Dustin swallowed and his usually steady heart skipped a beat. But there was bad news in his ear, which made his heart thump. "I found a bunch of bodies here. 4 DEA agents, 6 suspected drug dealers, and 1 senior DEA agent named Norman Stansfield." "What's going on?" Dustin's attention promptly turned away from the gap in the bathroom door and Jennifer. John looked around before he spoke quickly in a low voice. Listening to John's report, Dustin got out of bed and put on his clothes. A few minutes later, Dustin scared Jennifer, who threw the shower gel at him. He gave her a kiss and said that he had a case to take care of before he ran out of the apartment. Jennifer was stunned for a long moment before she shook her head helplessly. "That's work." Of course, she didn't blame Dustin. It wasn't the first time Dustin had run out halfway. Lathering on the shower gel again, she murmured thoughtfully, "What's the case this time? I wonder if we'll get it." As soon as she said that, she shook her head. "What am I thinking? That Reyes woman won't let me get a big case so easily, unless she wants me to take the blame." That night, NYPD was in chaos, but Luke and Selena were already having sweet dreams. In the morning, Dustin summoned Luke to the police department. Chapter 936. Remember to give the big boss the benefits. Looking at Luke's cool, brand new sunglasses, Dustin looked out the window. The light was bright, but there wasn't a lot of sun outside. "Your sunglasses aren't bad. Did you just buy them?" he asked casually. Luke said, I suddenly felt like switching to cooler glasses." Dustin said, "All right, let's get down to business. Do you remember Norman from the DEA? I paid him a special visit the night before last." "How can I forget?" Luke muttered inwardly before he nodded. "That crazy-looking senior agent." Dustin sighed. "John arrested Norman last night. There were a bunch of drug dealers and a few agents from Norman's team at the crime scene. All of them are dead, and only Norman was heavily wounded." Luke was surprised. "The DEA is that fierce?" Dustin smiled mockingly. "They are indeed fierce. They got the news very quickly and took Norman away." Luke said, "Then, this has nothing to do with us, right?" Dustin looked outside the office to make sure that nobody was standing there, before he said in a low voice, "But John gave me a camera with footage of Norman's deal with the drug dealers, and how everything turned south." "Why is there such a thing?" Luke exclaimed softly in shock, but he chuckled inwardly. That digital camera wasn't cheap, it had cost almost $1,000. Dustin nodded slightly. "John found it at the scene. I'm guessing that the drug dealers wanted to capture the transaction to blackmail Norman. Who would have thought the negotiation would fail, and this thing would fall into our hands?" Luke thought for a moment and asked, "Boss, what are you thinking?" Dustin dropped his pen and loosened his tie. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I don't know what to do. John really knows how to make trouble for me. He was just bumming a ride off a patrol car after getting off work, and in the end dropped this hot potato in my lap." Thoughts flashed through Luke's mind. "Boss, you're out to get Norman." Dustin looked outside the office again before he said, "I had someone investigate Norman yesterday. He has someone high up in the DEA in New York. Otherwise, his position in the DEA wouldn't be so steady given how many fingers he has in the pie." Luke rubbed his forehead. "So troublesome. Then, let's throw out the footage." Dustin asked, "To whom?" Luke chuckled. "For the credit, we should definitely think about our big boss." Dustin's eyes flickered and he fell silent. That was actually his intent, it was just that he was a little reluctant. In the video, Norman personally admitted that he sold several tons of illegal drugs every year. Norman had been a senior agent for 5 years. If they really investigated this case, they would definitely be able to hook a big fish. But that was exactly why Dustin was cautious. Norman was the tool of some big shot in New York's DEA. He sold several tons of illegal drugs every year. The big shot would have to be brainless if he didn't know about it. A brainless person couldn't become a big shot in New York. Also, Norman had sold so many illegal drugs. Where did the money go? Norman wouldn't be able to eat such a big piece of cake himself. The only person who could eat it was that big shot. Or rather, the group of people whom the big shot represented. Since these people dared to deal with drug dealers for so long, it wouldn't be hard for the drug dealers to find a few underlings unafraid of death to get rid of anyone who wanted to expose them, and it definitely wouldn't involve these people. Hence, the video could only be given to Luke's boss, NYPD's first deputy commissioner, Brad. Only this big shot could withstand the pressure from the DEA. Thinking for a moment, Dustin sighed helplessly. That's the only way. He was ambitious and also had a righteous attitude. If possible, he really wanted to investigate this case thoroughly. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Brad wouldn't support him blowing such a high-level case wide open. Dustin's boss was more like a methodical creature. In the face of such a big matter, he would only consider the benefits. Justice. What was that? Could you eat it? In other words, Dustin couldn't investigate the case on his own, and would have to ask his subordinates for help. It was a very serious case, and he had to use his own loyal men. But if the enemy retaliated, his subordinates would definitely be implicated. He had the courage to take the risk himself, and Luke and Selena probably wouldn't be afraid. But what about Elsa and Elizabeth? One was getting along in years, and it hadn't been easy for her to switch to an administrative position. It wouldn't be hard for her to be promoted to captain before she turned 40. The other was young and capable, and might be an improved version of Elsa in the future. He couldn't drag all his old subordinates into the gutter just because he had his own thoughts. After seeking an opinion from Luke, the subordinate whom he valued most, Dustin gave up. If he really investigated this matter, some calamity might kill the others even before 2 days had passed. Only Luke and Selena had the ability to protect themselves if they worked the case. But judging from Luke's attitude, Dustin knew that he had no intention of investigating. Dustin didn't think that Luke was a coward. The DEA wasn't the Ellsworth family, it was one of the most violent organizations in America. Compared with the Ellsworths, who used political methods, the DEA was better at thoroughly taking care of problems with their own hands. For the sake of this drug smuggling case that involved several tons of illegal drugs, the DEA would have no qualms using this method. Making up his mind, Dustin immediately chased Luke out. After they left the police department, Luke and Selena parted ways. Selena and Gold Nugget drove off. She was going shopping. She had barely taken a break since she came to New York. Since Luke had clearly said that he wanted to rest for a few days, she chose to take a break. Luke, on the other hand, was going to take a cab back to his place in Clinton to see if Lawyer Matt was at work today. He was in luck today. A cab just happened to stop next to the road for its passenger to get out. Looking at the man in the suit who was vomiting on the ground, Luke opened the door and got in. He said with a smile, "Clinton area. Also, please keep this plane under 50 kilometers an hour." The driver in the front seat turned her head. "Hey, going to Hell's Kitchen is extra. Wow, who's this? Oh my God, am I hallucinating? Kid, hurry up and tell me if that's the case." Listening to the rushed and clear words in that sing-song tone, Luke took out $100. "Okay, I'll pay you $100 for the fare first." The driver laughed and stuffed the money into her pocket. As she drove off, she didn't forget to say, "It's definitely you from how generous you are. I've been driving a cab for so long, and those who are generous aren't as young as you, while those who are young aren't as generous as you. More importantly, no one's as handsome as you." Chapter 937. Hell's Kitchen reopens, and keeping an eye on the ingredients, Luke was amused. "Long time no see, Belle. How've you been this year?" The driver was Belle, the racing queen whom he had met when he first came to New York. Luke had been using her elementary driving all this time, which was especially suitable for city pursuit. Belle was also delighted. "Not bad. Are you here on a business trip again?" As she spoke, she kept looking at him in the rearview mirror. Thankfully, Luke had asked for a speed of no more than 50 kilometers an hour, which was like driving a toy car for Belle. Luke smiled again and took out his second personal number. Putting the card in the cash tray, he said, "I've been transferred to NYPD. You can call me if you need anything." Belle exclaimed, "Oh my God, you transferred to New York. When was that? Why didn't you contact me?" "I didn't change my number," Luke quickly interrupted her. "It happened not long ago. I just got settled in. It hasn't even been a few days since I started work." Belle stopped nagging. Work was always the most important thing. Why did she have such a good impression of Luke? It was all because he was young, handsome, and generous. They had just met, and he had already paid a fare of $100 before catching up with her. How could Belle not be happy with money and to chat with an old friend? Delighted, Belle drove even slower. Otherwise, with her driving skills and the car's performance, she could reach Clinton in 10 minutes. Why are you going to Hell's Kitchen? After chatting for a while, she finally remembered this point. Luke said, my new place is there. Belle's hands couldn't help but jerk, and the steady car shook. What? Why are you living in such a crappy place? Hey, if you don't have the money, you can come to our place. The lease for the single unit is about to run out, and I can ask Jesse to delay the rental payment for 2 months. Luke could only appreciate her enthusiasm. Belle, I just gave you $100 for the ride. Stunned for a moment, Belle couldn't help but slap her forehead. Fine, I'm an idiot. You probably don't lack money, or you would have taken the subway or the bus. Luke said, but thank you for your concern. I live in a nice place. Don't worry, I'm a police officer. Belle's expression changed when she heard the second half of his words. Hey, it's because you're a police officer that I think it's dangerous for you to live there. The Irish, Russians, Mexicans, and bikers there aren't friendly to you cops. The patrol officers don't even dare enter Hell's Kitchen at night. Luke tilted his head and thought for a moment. The Irish gang, it seemed they had been crippled. The Russian mob, they were basically gone after the explosions. The Mexican cartel, Luke still had more than 2 tons of goods in his inventory from the Angel of Death, and he had to find the time to throw them into the ocean. Biker gangs, he hadn't seen them recently. Belle, your intelligence needs to be updated, he teased. Belle was stunned. About what? Luke pointed at himself. I have insider information. The people you mentioned have all disappeared. Frowning, Belle thought for a moment and said, that's right. I forgot that a lot of gangsters died there recently. The gangs in Brooklyn and Queens are all talking about it. Luke asked, oh, are they planning to enter Hell's Kitchen? If that was the case, that would be great, he thought to himself. Belle shook her head. No, they said that thousands of gang members died there recently, that Hell's Kitchen has reopened and the ingredients are gang members. Only a lunatic would dare enter. I reckon if they want to enter, it'll have to be together in tens of thousands. Luke smiled. That was true. As the chef, he had to be cautious and conscientious. Stewing and stir-frying in turn, he had to do his best to turn these chives into experience and credit points. As they talked, the car arrived. Even though Belle deliberately slowed down, she was still much faster than a regular cab driver. Call me when you need a car, okay? Belle gestured at him. Luke made an okay gesture. Don't worry, I'll definitely call you if I have extra pay. Belle rolled her eyes, but she couldn't help but laugh. That was the best thing about talking to smart people. Looking at Luke's back, she said, come over for dinner in a few days. Jesse misses you too. Luke simply waved his hand, but he mumbled to himself, Jesse. What if he thinks that I'm here to steal his sweetheart? That would indeed be a test of his mental fortitude. When he arrived at the law firm, it was still very lively, but the long queue from a few days ago had disappeared. When Luke entered, a young African-American girl was running around with all sorts of files and documents in her hands, chattering nonstop to the clients in the office. The girl was the first to notice Luke. She stopped working and jogged over. Are you here to apply for the community service? Come with me. Stunned for a moment, Luke shook his head with a smile. I'm here for Foggy and Matt. The girl didn't stop. She simply turned around and said, only Mr. Foggy is here. Mr. Matt isn't here today. Luke gave an, oh. He had expected that answer. If Lawyer Matt was a little stronger, he should be at home now licking his wounds. If he was a little more careful, he might still be hiding in Luke's safe house. Then I'll go find Foggy, he said casually and walked to his office. The girl quickly said, wait, Mr. Foggy is very busy. You have to wait in line if you want to talk to him. She quickly looked at the dozen people in the office. Luke was amused. But I'm not here on business. The girl said helplessly, you still have to line up, or else, listening to their conversation, the people in the room glared, as if wary of their competitors. There would always be people fighting over whatever was free. Luke chuckled inwardly. He said, then can I look for Karen? The girl said, okay, I'll call her for you. She then ran into the office. Soon, Karen walked out and greeted him with a smile. Luke, you're here. Luke nodded. I'm here to check on the situation. Karen nodded quickly. Let's talk inside. It so happens that Foggy's looking for you. This time, the people in the room didn't react as much. Although Karen was only the receptionist here, she actually served as the secretary. A lot of the applications had to go through her, and nobody wanted to mess with her. Chapter 938. Ruthless, a price that can't be refused. Someone who had been rude to Karen last time had been beaten up that very night, and had been given a stern warning not to delay everyone's money-making. What Karen held was related to many people's future income. Whoever destroyed someone else's livelihood had to be beaten up. After Luke entered, Foggy quickly wrapped things up with the old couple in front of him and had Karen send them out. When they were alone in the room, Foggy asked, "Do you want something to drink?" Luke said, "There's no need to be polite. How is it?" "Too busy." Foggy scratched his head. "It can't be helped. I've already hired 2 girls to do odd jobs in the name of community service, but that only reduces Karen's workload. No one can help with what Matt and I have to do." Despite knowing the answer, Luke asked, "Where's Matt?" Foggy said, "He said he didn't notice that he caught a cold last night. He's sleeping at home now, and won't be here until tomorrow." Luke could only sympathize with lawyer Matt. He might really have to pretend that he was fine tomorrow and work overtime at the law firm. However, working as a lawyer was better than working as Daredevil. At the very least, he wouldn't get shot on the streets. Looking at Foggy's expression, Luke said with a smile, "Just tell me what you want. You're not a girl. You need me to chat you up." Scratching his head awkwardly, Foggy handed him a file. "This is the community service plan you proposed. There's a little problem." Luke took it and flipped through it quickly. "Those kids don't want to come." Foggy said, "They really don't want to come. The problem is that their families want them to come, but we've received more than 50 applications in just 2 days. This will be a little tricky." Luke quickly understood. He and Selena had donated $100,000 to an average of 50 families, and each family would receive less than $2,000. Although they talked about starting at $1,000, even at the minimum hourly wage for 8 hours a day, each person had to be paid $1,500 to $2,000 a month. It had only been a few days, and there would definitely be more people who wanted to join. If there was too big a disparity between the number of applicants and the number of volunteer positions on hand, this good thing might become a bad thing. Foggy wasn't an idiot. He had sensed the potential trouble ahead of time and wanted to discuss it with Luke. Luke asked, "How many people do you think will apply in the end?" Foggy said, 120 to 150, but we only expected 25 to 30. Luke nodded and took out a checkbook and a pen. He signed a check and put it on the table. "I admire people who are willing to work to change their fates. Later, have Karen make another copy of the agreement. I'll sign it." Foggy looked at the number on the check and said awkwardly, "That's too much. 100,000 will do." The figure on the check was 200,000. It was agreed that community volunteers would receive a family allowance. On average, each family would be able to get around $3,500. If there were more people, the amount would be lower. 3,000 was enough. Only a minority ever got high wages, which could also motivate everyone. Now, the firm had an income of $50,000 every month. Foggy and Matt had already discussed that if they saved up for the next 2 to 3 months, they could squeeze out 100,000 from the amount. That way, there would be more than enough to hire 100 volunteers for the community reconstruction project. If most of the applications were approved, it wouldn't be a big problem, because those who had been approved would automatically maintain order during the community reconstruction, and the small number of people who weren't selected wouldn't be able to cause trouble. But when Foggy said that he didn't have money, Luke took out another 200,000. Foggy felt like he was exploiting someone else's kindness. Luke didn't care. He simply called for Karen as he scanned the list of applicants. Karen came in and looked at Foggy inquiringly. Luke, however, said, "All right, stop dawdling. Have Karen print out the agreement. I still have something to ask you." Seeing Luke's attitude, Foggy could only say a few words to Karen. The secretary looked at Luke in surprise and quickly left the room. Luke flipped through the information on the applicants and found a list of names. He put it in front of Foggy and said, "Charlie, Rackle, and Hudson are all here. But I want to ask, what about the kids who were with Hudson that day? I'm very optimistic about them. Can you underline their names in red?" "Foggy, isn't that too much? You dare fork out 300,000 just to deal with those half-grown kids? Crazy. Ruthless. Those were the only adjectives Foggy could think of. Saying it so openly like that, this was Luke's one small request in exchange for his donation. If those kids could be pulled in as manual labor, they had to be. Otherwise, even if Luke didn't say anything, Foggy would think that he hadn't done a good job. $300,000 was enough to pay a professional hitman to take a dozen lives, but Luke was using it for 10 kids. It was an irresistible offer. Looking at Foggy, Luke shrugged. We have to give these kids a chance to walk the right path again instead of robbing, selling drugs, and becoming drivers in a few years. As a donor, I'd rather watch them work as laborers than take out my badge and handcuff them. Hearing that, Foggy raised his hands in surrender. Okay, I promise I'll try to make these kids take things seriously. Luke nodded. If they can learn something from this community reconstruction, they'll be able to support themselves in the future. It doesn't matter if the workers you hire are mediocre, but try to choose people who are willing to teach them. Also, the time frame for the reconstruction and community service can be extended so that they have enough time to learn. Foggy was full of admiration. You just don't want them to get through it quickly. Do you really need to be so ruthless? In his heart, he subconsciously gave Luke the label, don't mess with him. Even though Luke was definitely a good guy, the way he dealt with people was too pointed. It would probably be more painful for those kids to work as laborers for a month or two than for them to be shot. After all, they could brag to their friends about how tough they were. How were they supposed to brag about being manual laborers? Were they supposed to brag that they could carry bricks? Karen had already printed out the agreement. They already had the template for this thing. Apart from the donation, amount and signature, it was basically the same. Luke went through it briefly, signed it, then got up. Okay, I won't bother you anymore. Call me if you have any more questions. Chapter 939. Leads on. An old comrade. Karen sent him off at the stairs, and Luke didn't make her continue downstairs with him. When he went downstairs, the young African-American girl snuck over and asked in a low voice, Karen, who's that? He looks quite handsome. Karen turned around with a smile. His name is Luke. He just moved here, and he lives in the building across the street. Charlie didn't mention him to you. Claudia, it seems that Charlie is keeping a lot of secrets from you. Claudia was stumped for a moment, before she suddenly made the connection. Her mouth dropped open. He's the Luke who caused me and Charlie to be roped into the volunteer work. Karen made a zipping motion across her mouth. It's good that you know. Of course, you can share it with Charlie. She then went back into the office. This girl was Charlie's girlfriend, and she was only 15. Charlie had been thrown into this reformation camp, no, this reconstruction team, by his mother, while Claudia's father had pushed her into it. Since the law firm had been too busy recently, Foggy had called two girls over to work as Karen's apprentices, including Claudia. This couple could be considered to be going through, for better or worse, together. After staring blankly for a long time, Claudia was finally roused by Karen calling for her. She ran into the office, mumbling to herself. This was part of the assassin couple whom Charlie had mentioned. Did the guy watch too many movies? Was he crazy? The young man just now looked more like a high school student. He did look more mature than an ordinary high school student, but, an assassin. Claudia snorted and confirmed again that her boyfriend's mysterious premonition was just a mental delusion. If Luke was a killer, wouldn't Charlie be the king of killers? For the next 3 days, Luke and Selena slacked off even more. They didn't even report in at the police department in the morning. Of course, while Luke was adapting to his mental boost, he didn't waste his time, and made arrangements for the operation they would be carrying out. In addition to her own training, Selena also had to sort out the information on the hitmen, which included the information from Weasel, the bartender, and alerts about the suspicious people whom Luke's intelligence system had been monitoring in the city recently. In this regard, the system could only come to rough conclusions. Selena would still have to do the final screening. At the same time, there finally were some leads on the old comrade whom Robert had asked Luke to look for. But this person wasn't among the 1,000 names which Luke had put together previously. After comparing Little Snail's sketch with the 1,000 or so people, Luke compared it with all the targets in the police department's database. A few days later, he found a match from a case. It was a shooting that happened more than a year ago. The man was shot in the head and sent to the hospital. That was all the information said. There were no other leads on this old comrade. The information only said that he was discharged not long after. There was no follow-up on the shooting, only a simple explanation that it was a gang fight. Following some clues in the files led Luke to the Metropolitan General Hospital which the old comrade had been sent to. In fact, many of the victims from the shooting back then had been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Unfortunately, doctors were as busy as lawyers and detectives. Even using his identity as a detective didn't help Luke. The doctors he questioned simply said a few words about what happened that night, and said that they couldn't remember much, before they left in a hurry. Luke had no choice. It was unrealistic to ask the ER doctors to stop and slowly recall everything. If Luke had the mental faculties of an ordinary person, he, too, might not have much of an impression if someone asked him about a particular case from over a year ago. He had also confirmed with mental communication that the doctors weren't lying. Since he couldn't find anything, Luke could only leave. He thought it would be better to check the files at the police department. When he rounded a corner, he almost collided with a person who was in a hurry. Luke dodged, then smiled at the person. "You're busy, Temple." It was Charlie's cousin, Temple. She was a nurse, but had been resting at home for a while previously. Seeing that it was Luke, she smiled. "Hey, Luke, are you here on the job?" Of course, she knew Luke's identity as a detective. Luke's heart thumped. "It's a small matter. Can I take a bit of your time?" Temple said bluntly. "I just got out of the OR. Let me use the bathroom first." A few minutes later, they talked in a corner. Hearing Luke ask about the victim from the shooting more than a year ago, Temple nodded and said, "I participated in the rescue as well. The victim you mentioned left a deep impression on me." Luke asked, "Why?" Temple said, "Because the papers for his surgery weren't signed by a family member, and his identity wasn't verified. In the end, 2 men in suits signed an agreement to cancel the operation. If it wasn't for how tenacious he was, he would have died that night." Luke frowned. "Who are they?" Temple shook his head. "I was too busy saving people back then to pay much attention, but they're most likely from some agency. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the right to sign an agreement to cancel the surgery." "Who was the chief surgeon?" he asked. Temple said, "Dr. Albert Carter, but he just left for a medical conference in Europe and will only be back in a week. It isn't rare that it's not the family members who sign the documents, so he might not remember much." Luke said, "Thank you for your help, Temple. I won't waste your time." Temple shook his head with a smile. "You recruited Charlie into the renovation team again. I really don't know how to thank you. You and Selena must come over for dinner when you have the time." He nodded with a smile. "Sure, call me when you're free." After saying goodbye, Luke drove to Robert's old friend's home in Queens. A moment later, he frowned. It had been a long time since anyone had entered the house. Thinking for a moment, he went around to the back of the house and easily opened the back door before he entered. There were still a lot of things in the kitchen that hadn't been put away, such as cutlery, kitchenware, chairs, and towels. He entered the living room through the kitchen. It wasn't in a mess, but it wasn't tidied up either. It was as if the house had entered a frozen state after the owner left, and no one had ever returned since then. Frowning, Luke walked over to the photos in the living room. This was a habit for many people. If they were young, it would be couple photos. If there were kids, it would be family photos. Of course, there might be photos of grandparents and close friends. The photos in this house weren't that complicated. There were 4 people, a man and a woman, and 2 children. Chapter 940, Principles and Problems with the Deal. This situation matched Robert's description. It was very unlikely that this person just looked like his old comrade. When Luke saw the other photo, he knew that he had found the right person. It was a photo of the man in an official military uniform with a middle-aged white man. It looked like a more formal occasion. There were only 2 people in the photo, but the thing they were holding together was particularly eye-catching. It was a medal. Luke looked at the medal. It was probably a Navy Cross, and the middle-aged man looked familiar. Thinking for a moment, he more or less recalled who this person was. He did a search on his phone for a moment, and compared the photo with the middle-aged man in the photo. He mumbled, "This guy seems to be doing better than Robert." The Secretary of Defense personally awarded him a medal. Luke took all the photos and walked around the house before he left. He was certain that nobody had been in the house for a long time, at least not for a month or 2. There were a bunch of notices and ads that had been pushed under the front door. The earliest one was for the day after Robert's old comrade was admitted to the hospital. As Luke drove, he couldn't help but mutter, "Frank Castle, exactly where did you go?" That was probably Robert's old friend's real name. At least, that was the name the man in the house used. When he returned to the lab, he gave all the photos of Frank Castle's family to Sponge to do a search for leads. A moment later, he got the result. Looking at the 3 medical records from Metropolitan General Hospital and the police department, Luke was absolutely certain that something was wrong. Frank Castle and his family were all sent to Metropolitan General Hospital on the night of the shooting. All 4 of them had been shot, and the time on their medical records was close together. This proved that they had probably been attacked when they were together. But in the files of the hospital and the police, Frank Castle was only listed as John Doe, and his injured wife and children weren't mentioned at all. This was highly unusual. Of course, the victims' relationships had to be investigated and recorded for future investigation. It was very likely that someone had tampered with the hospital and police files and erased a lot of necessary information. Luke narrowed his eyes and looked at the simple case report and the glaring John Doe on the virtual screen. He couldn't help but sigh. Robert had personally said he wanted to know how his old friend was doing, and if there was a problem, Luke should do his best to help. Luke didn't want to tell Robert that the man's family was dead and he was missing. That would definitely be unpleasant. He only hoped that this Frank was still alive. That way, he could still give Robert an answer. That was one more thing now that Luke needed to pay attention to. But this matter couldn't be rushed. In a metropolis like New York, which had millions of people, it would take luck to find a person who had disappeared for more than a year. Compared with ordinary people, Luke could use his identity as a detective to look for clues. Also, he had a multifaceted AI system. There were already more than 100,000 cell phone users in New York, and most of them were loyal F2F users. Perhaps one day, Frank Castle would appear in the photos and videos they uploaded. This was the most reliable method that Luke could think of. That night, Luke and Selena went to Sister Margaret's bar again. Wade informed them that they could get the information. This time, Wade was at the front of the bar and talking to the bartender, Weasel. When Luke and Selena sat down at the bar, the bartender gave them 2 bottles of Coke with a smile. On the house, Luke smiled and threw 2 bills into the glass jar. "Business is business. I'm a man of principles." Stunned for a moment, Weasel didn't say anything else. For some reason, he felt uneasy when he heard Luke's words. Wade didn't waste any time. He simply took out the files and pushed them to Luke. Luke asked, "How much?" Without any hesitation, Wade raised a finger. Luke took out a paper bag from his backpack and pushed it to Wade. "Count it yourself." Saying that, he opened the files, then chuckled. Wade was too busy counting the money to notice. Weasel, however, asked casually, "What, did you find someone interesting?" Luke said, "Yes, he is indeed interesting." The last name on the list which Wade had given to him was actually Darius Kincaid. Wade probably didn't know that Luke didn't just know Kincaid, but had also left him a contact number last time. Kincaid had left a message for Luke a while ago, saying that Sonia was pregnant and that they were waiting to welcome the birth of a new life. Luke didn't think that an old man in his 40s would abandon his pregnant wife and come to New York to cause trouble for the masked vigilantes. Besides, Kincaid never accepted such jobs. Laughing inwardly, he looked at Wade. As the deal done, Wade had finished counting the money and put the paper bag into his chest pocket. He nodded with a smile. "Okay, Weasel, give me a dry martini." It was so easy to earn big bucks. Feeling the thick wad of cash against his chest, he was delighted. Luke took a sip of his Coke. "Weasel, let us now talk about our last deal." Both Weasel and Wade were stumped. "Huh." Luke took out Weasel's file from his backpack and pushed it forward. "Take a look." After a brief hesitation, Weasel accepted it and opened it. Wade also leaned over curiously. In less than 2 seconds, he exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" Several people had been stamped in red with "missing." Luke and Selena simply enjoyed their Coke and the expressions of the 2 wretched men. Weasel only looked at a few pages before he flipped to the list of killers at the very top. There were more than 20 names on it. He looked at Luke. "What is this?" Luke said unhurriedly, "Like I said, I'm a man of principles. So, if you want 20,000, I'll give you 20,000. I asked you if there were any problems with the information, and you said you were fair in your dealings. What do you think you should do?" Weasel frowned. "The deal is done. No refunds. If you had any questions, you should have asked them when you got the information. If you think there's a problem, don't buy it. Chapter 941. Were law-abiding citizens. Luke tapped the Coke bottle lightly. I believe I asked if I could find my targets with this information. You said yes. Weasel said, 54 people, 12 of whom have already appeared. If that's not enough, what else do you want? When did I ever guarantee that it was 100% correct? Luke chuckled. Of the 54 people, 25 of them don't even have any achievements. As for the other 10, Mechanic, Enforcer, Judge, and White Phantom. Hee, did you just simply throw in these nicknames from urban legend? Do you think my time is worthless? Weasel pulled a long face. If you're not satisfied, go buy intelligence from someone else in the future and see if they can fulfill your requests. Goodbye. Luke sighed and sent a text message. He then put his phone away and drank his Coke. Weasel was unhappy. Didn't you hear me? You can go now. Luke gestured at the Coke in his hand. I paid for it. Are you sure you want to drive me away? Weasel's lips moved, and he finally swallowed the yes he was about to say. Something didn't feel right. This young man's attitude wasn't normal. He had paid $20,000 for information that was half fake, but he wasn't angry at all. Too many people bluffed or held grudges against Weasel. He had been in this business for years, and could easily tell the difference. Weasel hesitated. A few minutes later, Luke's phone rang. He picked it up and said something before he looked at the door. Soon, 2 people walked in. When they saw Luke waving at them from the counter, they smiled and sat down. Luke said, John, Joe, what would you like to drink? It's on me today. John McClane was still wearing his floral shirt and thick jacket, and still looked as lazy as ever. Joe Lambert was wearing a loose suit. He didn't have a tie on, and his shirt wasn't buttoned properly, revealing his chest hair. Coupled with his robust physique and American Indian features, he looked wild. Weasel said nothing. He could tell that these 2 guys weren't easy to deal with, but there were too many of these sorts of guys in this bar, and he had never been afraid of them. John and Joe asked for iced whiskey and beer. While Weasel hesitated, Luke threw a $100 bill into the glass jar. What? You're not doing business anymore? Weasel's mind whirled, but he still started serving the alcohol. Everything was fake, but the $100 bill wasn't fake. John drank the whiskey as he chatted with Luke. PFF'd. He suddenly turned his head and spat out half a mouthful of whiskey. Joe sipped his beer calmly. What's wrong? Throwing up after drinking too much last night? John wiped his mouth and didn't answer. He looked at Luke suspiciously, only to see him smiling. Looking at the whiskey in his hand, John said hesitantly, Luke, this isn't a surprise for me, is it? This isn't funny at all. Luke shrugged. No, the whiskey here has always been like this. John was stunned. Joe also sensed that something was wrong. He sniffed the whiskey and chuckled. It looks like whiskey, but that's it. At that moment, Luke took out a few $100 bills and threw them into the glass jar. Here, give us all the liquor that you have. Weasel didn't move this time. Luke raised an eyebrow. What, are you discriminating against us customers? Don't blame me if I make a complaint. Weasel frowned and looked around, but could only serve the alcohol. He more or less understood that Luke was looking for trouble. If he drove them away, they could really lodge a complaint against him. Nobody here took the law seriously, but this was New York after all, not the wild. The basic rules of society had to be followed. 10 minutes later, John and Joe were having a great time. This doesn't smell like oak, but it does smell like rubber. How magical. Here, taste this one. It's plastic tequila. I've never had this in my life. This looks like it was mixed with detergent. PFF'd. What's this? Why do I feel like I'm drinking toilet cleaner? Wow, so you've drunk toilet cleaner before. No wonder your mouth looks like a toilet bowl. You're the one who should drink the toilet cleaner since your mouth stinks like a toilet. Weasel's face darkened, and Luke and Selena smiled as they watched the 2 middle-aged men spout nonsense. Feeling that something was wrong, Wade got up to slip away, only to be stopped by Luke. Wait a moment, it'll be good for our future cooperation. Wade was conflicted for a moment, before he gave in to the power of his big client's money. After being a mercenary for so long, he naturally knew that something else was going on. If they didn't meet, he could completely ignore the calls. At most, he would say that his phone was broken. If he messed around after they met, then they would fall out. The $10,000 in his pocket hadn't even grown warm in his hands yet. If they fell out now, he might lose Luke, this big client. The one thing he didn't want to fall out with was money. After John and Joe were done, Luke said, "Let's get down to business." The smiles on John and Joe's faces disappeared, and they no longer paid attention to the strange drinks. Luke said, "Do you remember what I told you in my text?" John glanced at Weasel and smiled casually. "Is this the guy who wants to scam you?" Joe looked at Weasel as well. "He really is a repeat offender. None of the alcohol is real." John coughed. "The beer you drank should be real." Joe chuckled. "Something worth 5.99, how can he jack up the price? Add water to it, that isn't even worth the labor." Weasel's lips twitched. He was lost for words. That was indeed the case. If it wasn't for the fact that there wasn't a big difference in the price of beer, he would indeed have used fake alcohol. John turned his head and looked at Luke. "What do you want to do? Do you want him to go to prison or take him back and teach him a lesson?" Luke shook his head. "We're law-abiding citizens." I heard that you have old friends at the ATF." John didn't think much of it. "Not very close, but maybe a few I can call." Luke pointed at the fake alcohol in front of them. "They should be in charge of this, right?" John scratched his receding hairline. "I'm familiar with the ones who deal in weapons and explosives, but I can call them." Saying that, he took out his phone and made 2 calls. He hung up after a few sentences, and looked at Luke. "How far do you want to go?" Chapter 942, A Stinky Rat Runs into a Jinx. Glancing at Weasel, Luke said casually, "If possible, get your friend to prepare a notice to close down the business. Issue it to this Sister Margaret's bar tomorrow morning." John repeated his words to the person on the other end. Looking at them, Weasel hesitated. He had people in the ATF, and wouldn't be scared by Luke's empty words. Luke and the others didn't leave. They continued drinking Coke and beer and chatting. Less than 5 minutes later, Weasel's phone rang. Looking at the number, his heart skipped a beat. He walked away and picked up the call. The person on the other end said, "You stinky rat. You don't want to do business anymore. How dare you provoke the detective bureau?" Weasel lowered his voice. "What happened?" The person on the other end of the line said, "My boss just told me that if I can't solve your problem tonight, I'll be dealing with your bar tomorrow." Weasel said, "Your ATF doesn't answer to the police department." The person on the other end said, "John McClane, the person who made the call, have you never heard of him? Can you afford to piss off this jinx? Listen to me. Call him quickly and resolve this matter, or I'll have to personally issue you a suspension notice tomorrow morning." He then hung up. Weasel put his phone away and took a deep breath. He turned around and walked over to Luke. A warm smile suddenly appeared on his calm face. "Okay, the problem is with me. I'll refund you everything. How does that sound?" Luke shook his head. "I'm a man of principles. So, you can keep the money and give me 100 of the real deal." Weasel smiled bitterly. "How can I get you so many?" Luke said, "I believe you have the ability. Good luck." Saying that, he called out to John and Joe, and they got up to leave. Wade, who had been watching silently, suddenly said, "Wait." Luke looked at him. Wade was reluctant, but he said, "Well, there might be some mistakes on the list I gave you." Luke smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "It's fine, we're old friends. Consider this payment for introducing Weasel to me." Wade was delighted. "Ah, that's great, boss, you can look for me next time you want to get to know someone." Luke nodded. "Of course." Wade, on the other hand, didn't notice Weasel looking at him strangely when he listened to their conversation. "Very good. It turns out that you lured these villains to me. Just you wait." On the other side, Luke and his friends walked out of the bar and chatted as they walked 200 meters. They found a middle-class bar that clearly had better standards, and they went in. They ordered more drinks. John and Selena didn't ask why Luke was dealing with Weasel, nor did they ask what deals he had made with Weasel and Wade. They were all seasoned detectives, and all of them had informants. The detective bureau had a lot of work, and few people were interested in poaching cases from someone else. The bar was much quieter than Weasel's, and the 4 of them sat in a quiet corner. Luke waited for the alcohol to be served before he raised his beer and clinked it with John and Joe's. "Sorry to trouble you two today. It would have been hard for me to deal with that deadbeat without you. I owe you one." John shrugged. "It was just a verbal threat, it's nothing." Even though he said that, Luke didn't believe him. To get the ATF to put pressure on Weasel, John also had to call in a favor. Whether the suspension notice was issued or not depended on how big a favor it was. After the pleasantries, John said in a low voice, "Luke, what do you think about the Norman case? Pondering for a moment, Luke said frankly, the boss asked for my opinion, but I didn't take it. John was surprised. Are you scared of Norman? You really don't want to investigate this case? Luke fell silent. John glanced at Joe. They drank in silence and didn't press Luke. Thinking for a moment, Luke shook his head. I don't want to get involved. John asked, what's the problem? He didn't think that Luke was a coward. Luke sighed. There'll be people who think we're being nosy if we investigate this case. Don't forget that there's someone above Norman. John and Joe looked at each other and nodded. You mean? Luke took a sip of his beer and said, now, they have Norman. As long as we investigate this case, this person will either commit suicide or go missing. Then, what reason do we have to continue investigating? John and Joe shook their heads with bitter smiles. They were old detectives, and naturally knew what Luke was getting at. Looking at them, Luke said, doesn't anyone in the DIA know what Norman is doing? There must be a lot of people who do. If Norman dies and someone else becomes the captain, nothing will have changed. Looking at John's gloomy face, he said with a smile, enough, it's not like we're counting on this to get promoted. The most we'll be able to dig out is that New York's drug prices have risen by 5%. In 2 months, it'll be like nothing happened. John took a sip of his alcohol and said unhappily, why do you have to be so reasonable about it? I have nothing to say. Luke gestured at the 4 of them. Because we're only police officers who work cases, not big shots who sit in the office. If you really want to deal with Norman and the others, then transferring the case to the IRS makes more sense. But do you understand the accounts and reports? Everybody looked at each other and shook their heads with bitter smiles. Most of the time, internal problems were much harder to resolve than external enemies. Passing over the heavy topic of Norman and the DIA, the 4 of them talked about the other police departments. One of the patrol cops said that he saw the boss treating a beautiful woman to a meal at a high-end restaurant. What? He can't have any lady friends if he's the police chief. That's not it, but I always thought that he would be married by now. I thought so too, but he really only has lady friends. The next morning, Weasel called. The suspension notice, which hung high above his head, was mighty pressure. The truth was that Weasel could still make a net profit of $10,000 to $20,000 a month from his fake liquor business even after paying all the necessary expenditure. $200,000 a year wasn't a small amount. His broker business would definitely be affected if his bar was suspended. He would lose at least $50,000 a month. After receiving the call from his ATF friend last night, he was full of regret, but not because he gave Luke the wrong information. It was already customary for him to deal in half-truths. Compared with his fake liquor business, this was already very professional of him. Chapter 943, Norman's curtain call. Weasel regretted not figuring out the other party's background before swindling him. Looking at the information he had gotten from his acquaintance in NYPD, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Luke Colson had just been transferred to NYPD in November, and was currently with HQ's Detective Bureau. Needless to say, this young man and John McClane were colleagues. Weasel didn't know why Luke had asked John for help, but John, the Jinx, had indeed come to help the young detective. Compared with Luke, John McClane was the real deal. Even though this man had never been promoted higher than a detective for so long, many big shots owed him favors. Otherwise, Internal Affairs would have long recommended that he quit his job. Weasel was a businessman, not a tough guy. He could not get along with others, but he couldn't not get along with money. Thus, he chose to compromise without any hesitation. At the very least, the $20,000 was his. He comforted himself with that fact. After Luke and Selena entered the bar, which wasn't open yet, Weasel took out a file. I put together a proper list last night. Including the previous batch, it's a total of 68 people. This is all I can do. Luke didn't look at the file. Pondering for a moment, he said, you should know brokers in New York in this line of work, right? The kind who are well informed and take a little longer to do the job. Weasel hesitated. Luke didn't think much of it. He tossed him another paper bag. Weasel caught it and opened it without hesitation. It was another 2 stacks of $100 bills. But this time, he wasn't as happy as the first time he took the money. What's this? Luke said, I'm a man of principles. Business is business. I think the info is worth the money. Holding the paper bag, Weasel was conflicted for all of 2 seconds before he decisively knelt down in front of this tycoon. Old Tony. It's an Italian restaurant on 144th Street in West Upper Manhattan. He's been in this business for decades. Although he doesn't do much, he's very well informed. Also, he's not from the Continental Hotel, so he should be easier to talk to. Luke nodded in satisfaction. He liked people who talked for money. As long as he sorted them out first, it would be easy to communicate with them in the future. Okay, happy cooperation. He then prepared to leave. Weasel quickly said, about the suspension notice. Luke didn't turn around. It wasn't printed. So, I hope you have a good day. Weasel smiled bitterly. If he hadn't given Luke the information he wanted just now, the bar would have been in for an unpleasant month. Thankfully, this matter was resolved. I would be a son of AB*TCH if I ever do business with you again. Weasel swore inwardly, but the heavy paper bag in his hand was very solid. Forget it. At most, he would double the price the next time he sold Luke info. It would be fine as long as the info was real. A certain person only hesitated for one moment. Between being a son of ABH and money, he decisively chose money. In this world, who had never been cursed as a son of ABH before? Luke returned to the lab, and he and Selena were going through the new information they had when Sponge sent an alert. Sir, urgent news on Norman Stanfield. Luke hummed and said, throw it up. A virtual screen appeared not far away, but it was a live feed. Looking at the bright golden DIA letters on the door, Luke knew where this was. This was the building where the DA's office was located. Not the whole building belonged to the DIA, but the entrance did. On the screen, Norman was holding a middle-aged man at gunpoint as he roared with a deranged expression, how much have I done for you? How much have I made for you? Do you know how much pressure I feel when I help you sell several tons of illegal drugs every year? Selena exclaimed in surprise. Isn't this info too explosive? Luke chuckled and poured 2 cups of latte in the kitchen. Selena took one and asked suspiciously, aren't you in too good a mood? Her latte even had a flower pattern in the shape of a cute foam heart. She would never believe that Luke wasn't in a good mood. Luke chuckled. You would be happy too if you knew who Norman is holding. Selena couldn't bear to touch the heart. She put her latte down carefully and asked, who's he? Luke said, Norman's connection when he sells drugs, and also his boss, Jot Huckleson, the boss of the DIA in New York. Selena was stunned. Why is Norman holding him at gunpoint? He doesn't look as strong as Deputy Director Bill from the DIA in Los Angeles. Luke chuckled. Jot has a first-class background, but he transferred to a desk job a long time ago because of an injury. Thanks to the great contributions he made when he was injured, however, his road was smooth sailing and he became the boss of New York's DIA branch. As they spoke, Jot Huckleson's expression on the screen was especially wonderful. He was a little panicked, but no more than an ordinary person. He tried his best to remain calm, but wasn't succeeding very well. What was most obvious was his, are you crazy? Expression, as if he was silently asking Norman the question. Unfortunately, Norman was holding him from behind and couldn't see his expression. Jot could only lower his voice and squeeze out, Norman, do you know what you're saying? The DIA hasn't made a decision on the matter yet. You still have a chance to retire. Norman, however, burst out laughing. Retire. You're waiting for an opportunity to silence me, aren't you? Someone tried to kill me the night I was injured. If I hadn't sounded the fire alarm, I would have died. Jot. He was dumbfounded by the answer. As the person most likely to kill off Norman, Joe was sure that he hadn't sent anyone to kill him. The fire alarm that night had also been ruled a false alarm. As for Norman's claim that someone had tried to kill him, Jot didn't care at all. Norman was a drug addict. When he was delusional, he would often say strange things. If it wasn't for the fact that it was too troublesome to groom another, trustworthy, subordinate like this, Jot really wanted to kill Norman now. The madness on Norman's face became even more obvious. You want me dead, don't you? Don't lie to me. What did you tell Malky? If there's an opportunity, he can take my place. Do you think I didn't know? Ha. Jot's heart jumped. He really had said that, but how did Norman know? Malky wouldn't be stupid enough to tell Norman about it, right? What Jot didn't know was that Malky had told Luke himself. Norman observed Jot's expression from the side behind him, and guessed what he was thinking. Ha, you can't fool me, Jot. If you want me to die, we'll die together today. Chapter 944, Norman's curtain call, and Jot's ending. Jot quickly said, wait, don't be rash. I can help you resolve this. You just need to take a simple mental evaluation, and you'll be able to go abroad and live like a millionaire. Why are you doing this? Norman gave a twisted grin. No, you didn't want me to live. If I were in your position, I wouldn't want someone who knows too many secrets to live either. So, I want you to die with me. Saying that, Norman suddenly pushed Jot to the side and shot his boss. Jot screamed and fell to the floor. Bang, 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 bang. Two DIA agents who had been lying in ambush fired a string of bullets from their rifles. Norman fell to the floor, his gun flying out of his hands. Two agents quickly rushed forward and helped Jot up. Although Jot had screamed, he was relieved. Norman's shot had only hit his leg. Judging from the amount of blood, it probably hadn't nicked any major blood vessels. He was still alive. After signaling to the two agents not to drag him away, Jot turned to Norman. Norman was lying in a pool of blood, but he had a strange smile on his face as he stared at Jot. Countless thoughts flashed through Jot's mind, but he had nothing to say. Norman coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He mumbled, "Do you think you can hide? Haha, I've already sent evidence of your drug trafficking to the FBI, NYPD, the DA, and some of the most famous newspapers in America. Congratulations, Jot, you'll be going to hell with me soon. I'll be waiting for you there." With that, he heaved a long sigh, and his body went limp. Jot was terrified. Although Norman was crazy, he had never been stupid. If he was saying all that before he died, it couldn't be fake. How did this happen? Why did it suddenly become like this? What exactly went wrong? Jot fell into deep self-doubt. In front of the virtual screen, Selena's mouth was wide open as she watched the live feed. What the hell is going on? Is Norman crazy? Norman had been under strict watch since he was taken away by the DIA. It wouldn't have been easy for him to escape. Since he had successfully escaped, he could simply disappear. At the very least, he could change his identity and go to South America to live as a tycoon. Why did he come here to cause trouble for his boss? What was even more bizarre was why he had pushed Jot away before shooting him. His gun had been aimed at Jot's head just now, and he could have killed him easily, but he had given the others a chance to shoot him. Luke sipped his coffee leisurely and didn't answer Selena's questions. Even if he was the one who knew everything. The truth was that the first day he met Norman, he had seen him again that night. Even Norman's lackeys met Luke that night. But Luke hadn't been there to catch up with them. The effect of 40 mental strength was so obvious that Luke didn't want to waste it. As the saying went, good things didn't happen overnight. He had written down the names of Norman's team in his little black notebook at noon, and he used them that night as his first test subjects after his mental strength reached 40. Why would Norman's team do a deal with Gusman the day after the incident, and with the entire team present? The answer was clear. Why would Norman suddenly change his mind and let himself be called to the transaction site by Malky? Of course, only Luke knew the reason. Actually, it wasn't just Norman's team whom Luke met that night. Unbeknownst to Gusman, he had met Luke before. They had all personally experienced an inducer plus basic hypnosis plus mental communication plus mental strength. Unfortunately, Luke didn't truly have the ability to hypnotize people, as indicated by the partial learning available tag behind Kilgrave's elementary pheromone control. The only difference was that Luke's pheromone control could only be used on women, and had no effect on men. Thus, he couldn't make Norman and the others do anything that would directly endanger their lives. Like directly turning themselves in or disclosing Jot's crimes, since they subconsciously knew that they would definitely die if they did that. Luke could only target the weaknesses in their personalities and chart a path toward this spectacular show. Increasing the fury and fear in Gusman's heart and magnifying Norman's paranoid, violent, and self-destructive tendencies caused them to ignore logic, and they slowly walked down the road of no return. In fact, Norman and Gusman had always been cautious in their dealings. It was rare for the bosses to meet directly, and even rarer for them to bring their trusted lackeys with them to a negotiation. Of course, this was also Luke's doing. Both parties ignored the risks and focused on the goods and money. For both parties, the most important thing was goods and money. After all these years, these deep-rooted beliefs made them ignore the huge risks. After all, selling illegal drugs was a huge risk, and both parties were used to it, so they weren't very vigilant. In this experiment, Luke obtained information about the mastermind Jot Huckleson who was behind Norman's team, including the fact that Norman had gathered a lot of evidence of Jot selling drugs, and how Jot wanted Malky to replace the unstable Norman. Even so, if he wanted to make Norman kill Jot, it could easily rebound and trigger Norman's will to live. Thus, Luke donned his optical camouflage armor and created what Norman thought was an assassination attempt, and successfully activated the signal for mutual destruction. Norman was narrow-minded and an extremist. As long as Luke strengthened the ideas of revenge and mutual destruction in his heart, Norman would most likely follow this road to its dead end. After spending the most time and effort on Norman, Luke finally pulled the big fish behind the scenes, Jot, out of the water and onto the shore. With the live feed and the evidence which Norman had put together, it would be a problem if there was nothing wrong with Jot. Besides, it wasn't that there was nothing wrong with Jot, but that it was a huge problem. Also, he was now experiencing Norman's plight. Because of this scandal, it wasn't just the victims and competitors who wanted him dead, but also his partners and subordinates. As long as Jot's mouth was pried open, his men and accomplices wouldn't be able to escape disaster. The easiest way was to make Jot, a key figure, commit suicide or disappear. Thus, this Dia bigshot could only go to prison or run. A drug trafficker from the Dia wouldn't survive long in prison. As for running, Luke thought that was even better. Finishing his latte happily, Luke went to work in high spirits. Selena continued to read files in the living room and looked at the untouched heart-shaped flowers in her coffee cup from time to time. Chapter 945, a $2.5 million commission for an idiot on the other side. Wade made $10,000 in cash and bought Vanessa some clothes that would be fun for both parties. He spent 2 days happily. That night, he and Vanessa were reading a book on the couch. The silence was suddenly broken. Do you think the author has a screw loose? Why did he let Drake Storm die? And with a hole in his head to boot? Vanessa hummed lazily. This is Casal. His books always exceed your expectations. Wade threw the book away angrily. But I'm not here to see the male lead with a hole in his head. How did he die? Unless this turns into a fantasy novel, the series will end here. What kind of sh*t is this? Vanessa chuckled. I remember. When you first read this, you said it wasn't as good as Adventure Time. Wade said, of course. That's my favorite cartoon, one of them. Vanessa could only kick him. Are you sure the book isn't good? Wade stuck to his decision and nodded. It's not. Vanessa suddenly stood up. What if it's like this? She picked up the book and showed him an illustration. The moment Wade saw the woman in the picture, he curled his lip and turned his head. This woman is really ugly. Vanessa was very satisfied with his reaction. What if I want to act it out? Wade sat up straight. How? Vanessa drew circles on the illustration with her finger. Of course it's a detective roleplay. We don't have sunflowers at home, but we do have roses. We can use ketchup for blood, or maple syrup. As for this victim, it's me, of course. You play the murderer, alright. Wade was already nodding frantically. Okay, that works. Vanessa smiled. I'm going to take a shower first before I put on makeup. You can prepare the props for the rest of the case. Wade immediately jumped up and ran to the kitchen. 5 minutes will do. Vanessa waved her hand and walked into the bathroom. In the kitchen, Wade rummaged through the cabinets and muttered incessantly. Where's the maple syrup? Damn it, is that all? With ketchup, but sweeter seems a little better. Suddenly, a London accent rang out not far away. Mr. Wade Wilson, it seems that I came at the wrong time. Startled, Wade turned around and grabbed a kitchen knife. A black figure walked in from the balcony and closed the door. Looking at the person, Wade dropped the kitchen knife in his hand and exclaimed, smiley face. Luke put down the box and said, as an uninvited client, you should know my official name, V. Stumped for a moment, Wade looked at him suspiciously. Are you an imposter? That's up to you to decide, Mr. Wilson. Luke chuckled. But let's talk business first. He then gestured at the bathroom behind him. I'll be done before your girlfriend comes out. Wade was shocked. That was right. If this guy refused to leave, wouldn't he faint from blood loss when Vanessa came out? He nodded decisively. Okay, what business? Attack him. That was impossible. Putting aside the question of who was stronger, Wade wouldn't do such a stupid thing with Vanessa around. If he really wanted to beat up this guy who had forced his way in, he would do it when Vanessa wasn't around. Also, this was Vanessa's place. He had been freeloading here for days. If Wade wrecked another place, Vanessa would probably fly into a rage. Luke, however, gestured at the big box. Let me show you the deposit first. He pressed down on the box and then opened it to reveal stacks of green bills. Wade's eyes widened, and he subconsciously exclaimed, wow, Luke said, Mr. Wilson, I'm now formally offering you a top-level commission. Your rule is that you have to be paid 50% up front first. Wade murmured, how much is this? He had never seen so much money in his life. Luke said, $2.5 million. It's all untraceable, old bills. Just perfect for an idiot like you. Luke silently criticized a certain mercenary in his heart. Wade's feet subconsciously moved over. He couldn't resist the pull of the box. In front of money, he was insignificant and helpless, like all other human beings on Earth. He took 2 steps forward, and with a bang, the pile of green bills disappeared, their cute outlines hidden from view by that hateful box. Luke asked, now, do you want to hear the details? Wade nodded without hesitation. 7 o'clock tomorrow night, I want you to be in the southwest corner of Staten Island for an hour, said Luke. Wade immediately nodded. I'll do it, he cut in quickly. At that moment, Luke finished his sentence unhurriedly, as V. Wade nodded twice, then suddenly came back to himself. Wait, what did you say? Hang around there for an hour as V. Luke said, that's right. I want you to hang out for an hour as Smiley Face who has a $2 million bounty on his head. Wade's eyes widened. Don't tell me you're looking for a scapegoat. Luke said, do you think you can die so easily? Don't you have the confidence to survive? Of course I do, Wade said. Wait. There are hundreds of people in New York looking for you right now, and you want me to pretend to be you and die? I'm the strongest Wade, but not Superman. That's hundreds of professional hitmen, not hundreds of pigs. Luke chuckled and shook his head. If it were a few hundred pigs, would I have to pay you $5 million? A lot of people would be willing to do it for $500. Wade was lost for words. The smiling masked man, who was also the guy who called himself V, only had a bounty of $2 million on him, but hundreds of hitmen had come for it too. Luke said again, also, there are only about 120 to 150 hitmen, and not as many as you think. Wade, what's the difference? In any case, they're not pigs. Looking at his expression, Luke continued, also, these people will receive a message from you at 6:30 tomorrow night. Wade, WTF. Looking at his disbelieving expression, Luke said indifferently, now, you can choose whether or not you want to accept this job. You better hurry up, this offer is only valid until your girlfriend comes out. Chapter 946, The Rich Man Courting Death. Wade was conflicted. His brain was desperately telling him that this commission was courting death. He absolutely couldn't accept it, but his heart was already on the box of green bills. This was a big business deal worth $5 million. He had only received 2 7-figure requests in his life, and that old man Wayland had only given him $1 million. It was nothing compared with $5 million. We don't have much time, young man, Luke casually reminded him. Wade was well aware. He knew Vanessa's habits very well. She would be out in a minute or two at most. Done. He gritted his teeth and pointed at the cash box next to Luke. Now, let me look at them again. It'll warm my cold heart. Luke, however, shook his head. You can look later. Now, I'm going to tell you the important parts of the mission. Saying that, he opened another big box on his right. Wade looked at the items inside. Is this what you wear? Luke said, more or less. You should start wearing it tonight. I left you everything you need to know. As he spoke, he closed the box again. Don't just count the money tonight. You'll only get the other $2.5 million after you complete this mission. Also, I'm only lending you this set of equipment at the last minute. You have to bring it back with you after everything's done, understand? It would be a shame if an idiot like you died. Wade wasn't in the mood to talk to him. He simply nodded. Got it. You talk too much. Luke chuckled and looked at the bathroom. If I were you, I would think about how to survive first. If you die tomorrow night, this beauty will belong to another man. Good luck, young man. With that, he jumped off the balcony again. At that moment, the bathroom door creaked. As Vanessa wiped her hair, she said, did you find the things? Her eyes fell on the 2 big black boxes in front of Wade. What's this? Where did they come from? She asked suspiciously. Wade's lips moved, and he subconsciously looked at the balcony door that was closed again. That is the Christmas surprise I prepared. Vanessa found that odd. It's already night. There's a delivery company that's still working. Wade laughed. Private delivery. Vanessa didn't really care about the delivery service. She stopped asking and looked at the 2 boxes with interest. Can you open them? Wade shook his head vigorously. What a joke. One of them was a mountain of cash, and the other was V's exclusive equipment. If Vanessa saw them, she might not be pleasantly surprised, but she would definitely be shocked. More importantly, how could he explain the origins of these two items? I told you, it's a Christmas surprise. The smart guy quickly came up with an excuse. Of course we have to wait until Christmas to reveal the mystery. Vanessa thought for a moment and realized that it made sense. She stopped caring about the boxes and looked at him. Where are the things you were looking for? You don't want to act out the case. Wade then remembered what he was looking for and slapped his forehead. Damn it, there's no more of the maple syrup I like most, there's only ketchup. Vanessa stepped forward with a smile. It should be fine, right? Wade said, you're my sweetheart. Something as sour as ketchup doesn't suit you. Vanessa asked, then, do you want to go out and buy maple syrup? Wade decisively turned lazy. I suddenly feel that your sweetness can overwhelm all sourness. Vanessa asked, then what are you waiting for? Wade said, as you wish, Miss Victim, let's start the reenactment of the case. Outside the window, it was drizzling in the winter night. Inside the house, the two people who were busy playing detective no longer paid attention to the two big boxes. At 9 in the morning the next day, a phone rang in the quiet room for a while before stopping. But a moment later, it rang again. In a daze, Wade searched the floor next to the bed and took out his phone from the pile of clothes. Hey, baby, did you forget your key again? Vanessa's voice came through the receiver. I'm at the supermarket. Didn't you tell me last night to call you at 9? You said you had something to do today. Wade. Thanks, I got it. Bye. Vanessa shook her head. She knew that Wade wasn't fully awake, but she would call him again in half an hour. He was exhausted from the case roleplay last night. Thinking that, she continued picking out ingredients at the supermarket. In the apartment, Wade's phone slipped out of his hand and fell silent again. Half an hour later, his phone suddenly rang, and he sat up. Looking around blankly, Wade picked up the phone. Baby, you forgot your key again. Do you want me to open the door for you? Vanessa rolled her eyes. I woke you up half an hour ago. Did you forget that you have something to do today? Wade was still at a loss. Huh, what thing? He suddenly jerked. Oh no, I was too focused on the case last night that I forgot about it. Vanessa cursed him and hung up. She was done with the wake-up call and didn't care what this guy was up to. Wade scrambled to his feet and looked around the room. Where are the boxes? Where's my money? A black dot suddenly flashed in the corner of his eye. Wade quickly ran over and saw two big black boxes in the corner of the room. Vanessa had moved them after she woke up in the morning. Otherwise, they were eyesores in the middle of the room. Wade picked up the two boxes and couldn't help but open the big box which contained the money. The box which contained the money was a lot bigger. The difference was obvious. He opened the box, and the neat rows of green bills appeared before him again. Wade picked up a handful and put it in front of his face. Ah, what bliss! He chuckled as he looked at the money, before he poured all of it out and lay down on the pile of cash in satisfaction. Finally, Wade murmured. I'm a rich man now. Half an hour later, he finally woke up from the smell of money and focused on the other box. Wade searched the box for a moment before he cursed. What the hell is this box? How do I open it? At that moment, his hand touched the metal panel next to the handle, and a gentle female voice rang out. Do you want to open the secret box? Wade was stunned. Just open it. Why are you talking rubbish? This stupid box. Chapter 947. Code name Deadpool, please state the user's code name. The woman's voice continued. Wade murmured, what the hell? Box. Code name error. Wade said helplessly, handsome Wade. Box. Code name error. Wade. Okay, the strongest Wade. Box. Code name error. Wade. Huh, that's my code name. Are you crazy? Wait, is the person who set you up crazy? Box. Code name error. Wade scratched his head. Did that guy eavesdrop on my private life with Vanessa? Box. Code name error. Wade. Baby, not this. Sweetheart, not this. Ah, it must be this. Open Tiny Tim. Box. Code name error. Wade was desperate. Don't I know what to call myself? Can you give me a hint? Box. The code name is related to the location where you accepted the mission. Wade pondered for a moment. It probably wasn't Vanessa's place, so he said, Sister Margaret's School for Wayward Children. Box. Code name error. Wade tried for a few minutes, and even gave the wretched name, Weasel, but it was still, code name error. He angrily threw the box away. Are you crazy? Do you have to do this? If Luke were here, he would have laughed without saying anything. Serves you right, who told you to fool me with fake information? In short, he was playing with Wade. In fact, as long as Wade said that he wanted to open the box, it would automatically open in an hour. There was also a code name, but it was a random name of something which Luke had seen in Weasel's bar. Furious for a moment, Wade simply looked at his pile of money and then stuffed it back into the box. Vanessa might be back in half an hour. He didn't want her to see so much money. It wasn't that he was afraid that she would be blinded by the money, but that he didn't want her to ask him how he got it. At the very least, he didn't want her to know about the remaining $2.5 million before he completed the mission tonight. She would definitely make him give up this suicidal mission. Who would pay $5 million if it wasn't a suicidal mission? Reveling in the pleasure of moving the money, he mumbled, with so much money, I have to survive tonight. I can't have Vanessa changing husbands. Also, I can't let that guy pushing me down in the Deadpool win. Deadpool, correct code name. A gentle female voice suddenly rang out from the box next to him, and the lid slowly opened. Wade was stunned. Huh, since when did I have such a stupid code name? You might as well call me Tiny Tim. The moment he said that, he was stumped. I think, the code name sounds nice. Can I use it in the future? Very soon, his attention was drawn to the equipment in the box, and he stopped thinking about the new code name. After he put on the smiling face mask, he heard a dull male voice. User detected. Identification verified. Welcome, Deadpool. Wade. Fine, call me whatever you want. You have a new mission. Please check it immediately and look at the details of the mission as soon as possible. The electronic voice rang out. Wade was unhappy. Hey, what the hell is that sound? Can't you change it? All system functions are activated after the user receives and completely understands the mission, was the electronic reply. Wade readily agreed. Okay. Where do I see that lousy mission? Hurry up. In less than 4 minutes, the details of the mission were explained. Wade was stunned. Wait, what did you just say? The electronic voice. The user requested to speed up the explanation of the details of the mission, so 8 times the speed was used. Wade. FCKU. Did I say 8 times the speed? What's 8 times the speed? 20 minutes later, he finally figured out the details of the mission. Looking at the information and images projected on the lenses, he was shocked and couldn't help but say, holy sh*t. So, this is how a mission is arranged. I'm going to do the same in the future. He suddenly stopped talking. He probably couldn't afford the equipment, let alone plan an operation like this. If it was a regular army, this would be the staff office's job. The details of the mission included the location of the operation tonight and pertinent information such as transportation, personnel, and terrain. Secondly, he could choose his route tonight. Wade was still a little worried. He asked the awful electronic voice if he could rearrange the route, and the answer was yes. In the end, less than 10 minutes after he made a few requests, a new operation route was set up which basically fulfilled his initial ideas. With this thing, many junior staff officers would be fired, right? Wade couldn't help but mutter. Suddenly, he heard someone climbing the stairs through his earpiece. Wade didn't even need to think to know that Vanessa was back. **T. He cursed and quickly moved his hands and feet. 10 seconds later, the door opened, and Vanessa walked in. She looked at Wade, who had his head covered as he lay asleep on the other side of the bed, and shouted angrily, "Didn't you say you had something to do today? It's almost 11. Get up quickly and come eat." She then carried the things into the kitchen. Wade struggled to pull off the hood and cursed in a low voice. "This is too hard to take off. Why are you so tight?" 5 minutes later, Vanessa came out of the kitchen and saw a certain someone in shorts holding 2 big black boxes, as if he wanted to take them out of the corner. She couldn't help but put her hand to her forehead. "Are you a kid? It's not Christmas today. Do you have to take a look at them when you get up?" "Yes, sir." Wade stuffed the 2 boxes in one corner of the living room and saluted her. In fact, he hadn't been taking the boxes out, but putting them back. It was fine if Vanessa misunderstood. On this side, Wade was busy counting money, accompanying his future wife in detective roleplay, counting money again, playing with the equipment, and having breakfast that was now lunch. On the other side, Luke and Selena were already busy. V was going to make big news tonight. The news might not be on TV, but it would spread far and wide underground. There were a lot of things to consider, and Luke had to make arrangements in advance so that he could spend more time dealing with unexpected situations. However, since he had found Wade, the strongest person, who didn't care about money or life, Luke's plan was much less dangerous than before. He expected that his revenue would be even higher than before. Chapter 948. The Aftermath of Giving Fake Intelligence. In fact, 20 of the 30 people on Wade's list were nonsense. For example, Kincaid, who was a retired man, was on the list, which proved how unreliable it was. Luke had asked the old man over a secret communication channel yesterday, and it turned out that there were at least 8 legendary hitmen on Wade's list. To be precise, they had all left legends behind in the hitmen circle, but it wasn't that they had gone missing for years, but that they had either retired or died. One of them, John Wick, was an acquaintance whom Kincaid had mentioned to Luke last time. He had retired a few years ago to get married. Like Kincaid, it was impossible for him to accept a mission. What was even more ridiculous was that there were a few familiar faces on the list. Redback Spider Rebecca, Mr. X, Firefox and Cross were all famous assassins from the fraternity. Who knew how Wade knew their names, but he also put them on the list. Of course, Luke knew that they wouldn't come looking to kill him, since cutting ties and internal conflict were the main themes for the fraternity this year. Mr. X had been killed by Luke himself. Could he turn into a ghost and come after Luke? Since Wade's ridiculous behavior was too outrageous, Luke smiled and gave him a black mark. Thankfully, Wade had a lot of strengths, or Luke wouldn't have minded getting rid of someone who gave fake intelligence. In his life, he had never been afraid of informants who asked for high prices. What he hated most were liars who gave fake intelligence. So, his original plan to pick off the Hitman sightseeing group which had gathered in New York on his own turned into a double V plan the night before. In any case, Luke was rich. He didn't think that a mercenary who wanted money desperately would be able to resist the temptation of 2.5 million. The twofold 2.5 million was very suitable for a cheap person like Wade. Of course, he didn't plan to get Wade killed. A cheap mouth didn't deserve death. Fine, it was because Luke rarely had dealings with Wade, or he would have thought that it was better to kill off someone with such a foul mouth. Unsurprisingly, Wade would suffer a lot tonight, but it wouldn't be that easy for him to die from severe injuries. Looking at Little Snail constantly revising the action plan on the virtual screen, Luke took a sip of his tea. I hope there aren't too many smart people. If there were too many smart people in the Hitman group, his experience and credit points would be greatly reduced tonight, which would undoubtedly waste his preparations and plans of the past few days. Looking at the 3 million points he needed for the next level up, Luke felt that he had to work hard. Well, Wade and Weasel, those two wretched friends, had to work harder. At that moment in Harlem, Weasel was looking at the people who were entering his bar one after another in bewilderment, and his hair stood on end. Although his shabby bar was open for business at noon, most people would choose to appear after 5. But not long after opening the door at noon today, there were strangers in the neighborhood. As time passed, more and more strangers appeared in his bar. The bar, which usually could accommodate more than 30 people, was crammed with 60 people before 6:30 in the evening. The strange thing was that all these people had come alone and had no intention of talking to anyone else. Also, these people only asked for water or juice. Occasionally, they would ask for alcohol, but they didn't touch it. Most of them just sat there and played with their phones. Weasel wasn't unhappy if that was all they did. It wasn't the peak period for him to start selling fake alcohol, so it didn't matter if they didn't order a second round. But looking at more than 30 inches familiar faces among the strangers, Weasel felt that something must have happened. Yes, all 30 of them were in the files which he had given to Luke. Were they all here to settle scores with him? But they wouldn't go so far as to gather all together. But why weren't they doing anything? Weasel's heart pounded and his legs shook, but he didn't dare move. He could only stay at the bar. Nobody asked for drinks or talked. The bar was as quiet as a cemetery. Several regular customers in the bar sensed the strange atmosphere and quickly got up to leave. As gangsters, they were much more sensitive to danger than ordinary people, and had long sensed that these strangers weren't easy to deal with. Whether Weasel died or not had nothing to do with them, it was good enough as long as they didn't send themselves to their deaths. Just as Weasel was frozen stiff and sweating, his phone rang. The originally quiet bar suddenly became so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone's gazes fell on him. Weasel's hair stood on end and he didn't dare move at all. Holding a cloth in one hand, he stood there in a daze. His phone rang, but he didn't dare pick it up. He noticed that many people looked disappointed. Suddenly, his phone rang again. This time, everyone in the bar looked away. Weasel still didn't dare move. "Hurry up and answer the damn phone. Put it on speaker, or you'll die," someone said with suppressed anger in his voice. Stunned for a moment, Weasel looked at everyone else who was still silent, before he finally took out his phone and answered it, and pressed the speaker button. "V will appear at Swamp Park in the southwest corner of Staten Island at 6:30 in the evening. Remember to transfer $500,000 to the account I gave you," a woman swiftly said before she hung up. Weasel. Huh, a text notification rang out. At the sound, the bar suddenly came to life. Everybody got up and hurried to the door. Weasel stared blankly at everything, his mind in a mess. What the hell was going on? Until a woman stretched out her hand to him. "Give me your phone." Weasel subconsciously handed the phone over. The woman frowned. "Put it down." Weasel quickly did as he was told. The woman took out a tissue and picked up the phone with a disgusted expression. She opened the text message and took a photo with her titanium phone, before she dropped Weasel's Nokia brick and left. 10 seconds later, Weasel finally looked away from the door. Looking at the bar that was as empty as a real haunted house, he shuddered. Did I run into a ghost? What's going on? Looking at the drone feed, Luke smiled. With this many, his gains today wouldn't be small. Selena said, apart from the 65 people in the bar, there were 7 more people outside. They should be partners with some of the hitmen. Got it, I'll be careful. Luke chuckled. Besides, I have the strongest teammate tonight. I trust him. The joke is that 205 in Mandarin means idiot. Chapter 949. The first snow of winter 2004. It wasn't rare for hitmen to work in 2s and 3s. Many people would be lacking in certain aspects, and could be third-rate when carrying out an operation on their own. With suitable teammates, however, they could become top class. The type of difficult missions which first-class and third-class hitmen could complete were different, and the rewards they received were also very different. Thus, even though it was hard for hitmen to trust others, many still chose to team up. A hitman team like this was quite troublesome for Luke. Most of these groups would have a lookout or someone in a supporting role. This person would devote most of their energy to checking for flaws as well as taking note of unexpected situations and retreat routes. This was a huge hindrance to Luke's crackdown. After all, these people were all professionals with outstanding abilities and cautious and suspicious personalities. That was why Selena had specifically given him the warning. She wouldn't be taking part tonight, so she could only warn him. But her mission was very important. At that moment, in the sky above Staten Island, a medium-sized drone had already turned into a warped, transparent shadow which maintained a steady speed as it flew over Swamp Park. It was a fixed-wing drone, not the most common rotor type of small drone. The battery power made it practically soundless, and its heat signal was significantly reduced. Coupled with optical camouflage and an anti-electronic detection coating, it was a genuine fully invisible drone. It was also a new product which Luke had created recently, and was perfect for the battlefield. Thus, Selena was his battle intelligence center. In addition to controlling the drone, she also had to monitor the movements of various parties, such as NYPD, the FBI, and even Kingpin's possible reactions. She had to give Luke warnings at all times and help him deal with unexpected situations. This wasn't going to be easy at all. Even Gold Nugget had to stay by her side and be on standby. At that moment, Luke, who was invisible, suddenly looked up at the dark sky. Small white flakes quietly fell and gradually enveloped New York City. It's snowing, Luke murmured. Stretching out his hand, he caught the snow that was still grainy. After a brief silence, he said in a low voice, the first snow of 2004 came later than usual. Watching the surveillance feed, Selena picked up a cupcake and munched on it, thinking, here we go again. She had already realized that every time Luke used his V-alias, he would become poetic. Or was it pretentious? Whatever it was, that was the case. Thus, she could only silently mock his sudden sorrow. While they were making the final adjustments before the battle, Wade had been loitering in Swamp Park for almost 10 minutes. Compared with his nonchalant attitude in the morning, he could only envy and hate the equipment he was wearing. In fact, after Vanessa left for work in the afternoon, Wade put on the V uniform again. Now that he had temporary authority, he changed the voice of the support system to SpongeBob SquarePants. Also, he insisted that SpongeBob SquarePants change the user to Brother Octopus. At that moment, SpongeBob SquarePants reported in a cheerful voice, "Brother Octopus, the hitmen are on their way. Please be vigilant." Wade put his hands on his hips indifferently and didn't forget to rub one foot on the ground. "Damn, who threw up this toffee? It got on my feet. How rude." He then sighed. "Who designed this thing? I can't eat anything. I should have chewed some gum first." He didn't think about how he was going to spit out the gum from the mask. In fact, Luke could eat in his official V uniform, but Wade's suit didn't have many functions. In any case, it was just for this guy to use once. There was no reason to make it comfortable. Given how Wade had dared to cheat him of his fee for information, Luke was already kind enough not to use the corset design and restrict his limbs. Sniper detected. Target at 2 o'clock, 320 meters away, the support system suddenly said. Wade glanced at the tiny red dot on the lenses and snorted. "HMPH, you're so proactive for just 2 million. You must be poor." A certain newly rich upstart suddenly felt superior. That being said, he had already started moving, and vanished in the shrubs on the side. Bang! A bullet hit where he had been standing. Wade turned his head as he ran and said disdainfully, "You missed. Bad review." Just as he was acting pretentious, he paused and staggered forward. WTF. Wade cursed in frustration. He rolled deeper into the bushes and rubbed his back. "He's definitely a pervert. How dare he hit me?" Looking at a furious Wade, who was rubbing his back with both hands, Luke couldn't help but shake his head. How embarrassing. Forget it. As long as he killed everyone, nobody would know about V's humiliation. Thinking that, the transparent shadow silently glided down the slope. Looking at the smiling man who was jumping around as he hid in the woods, Barry cursed and started moving his sniper rifle. Given the excessive number of people involved in this bounty mission, the Continental Hotel had already promised to act as a notary. As long as he could provide valid evidence that he was the one to kill the target, he would be able to collect the bounty. The body itself wasn't necessary. Thus, whoever was slower would lose. Barry, who was good at mid-range sniping, was even happier. If he was lucky, he might be able to obtain the 2 million bounty in a few shots without taking any risks. If the smiling man wanted to kill him, he still had to cross a distance of several hundred meters and deal with the other hitmen along the way. To be cautious, however, Barry still switched locations after firing. Never entrust your life to someone else's good intentions. V might not be able to kill him, but his competitors wouldn't mind doing so. After all, his sniping was too big an advantage. Thinking that, Barry moved to the shadows of a garret on top of a small building and locked onto the smiling man again. As he worked, a transparent shadow approached the garret in the dark. Suddenly, Barry felt his vision go dark, as if his head was covered by something. Before he could react, he was punched in the back of the head. A second later, the garret was empty again. Barry and his equipment had completely disappeared from this world. With 2 gunshots, the mysterious event which would become famous in the Hitman Circle, the transmigration of the Swamp Park Group, officially kicked off. Chapter 950. Battle and Surveillance. Barry, who was a seasoned veteran with mediocre abilities and great caution, was officially the first person to transmigrate. Although this was never mentioned in the legend of this huge event in the future, he did indeed hold first place. Holding Barry's M110, Luke looked at the silencer attached to the gun and was quite satisfied. This thing was semi-automatic, and Barry had 20 specialized clips with high-caliber bullets to increase the firepower. Clearly, he thought highly of V's abilities. For Luke, this gun was even more useful than a regular sniper rifle. After going out 10 meters, he adjusted slightly and pulled the trigger of the M110. Pooh! In a car on the outskirts of Swamp Park, a hitman who was busy in the passenger seat suddenly collapsed, and the remote control device in his hand dropped. This was a hitman who was responsible for intelligence and logistics, and was Luke's priority target. In fact, there were as many as 5 of these targets which needed to be eliminated first. As for their movements and information, Luke had already locked onto them when they went to Sister Margaret's bar. Titanium phones were convenient, practical, and technologically advanced products. Hitmen were almost always the first to use them. They weren't interested in the F2F attached to their phones. Hitmen who were stupid enough to take selfies on F2F probably wouldn't survive more than a few days. But one of the core components of the titanium phone was the camera, which was far more useful than for just taking selfies. Assassination happened to be a profession that often required photos, such as of locations, the environment, and data. It was fine or even better to bring a camera, but it was definitely inconvenient. Using a titanium phone meant one less camera to carry around and rouse suspicion. However, Luke had added a lot of functions to the titanium phone when it was first created. Once it was activated, the camera would automatically do a facial recognition of the user. Thus, 80% of the assassins in the bar already had their faces captured by the multifaceted system. This was how the world changed unknowingly. Luke had waited silently for Titanium Phone Company and let Jenny run it for half a year, but the multifaceted system had already quietly taken shape and was beginning to showcase its powerful information-gathering function. It was like markings that were later washed away without a trace. Nobody except Luke knew about it. He liked the feeling of quietly working like an old farmer, waiting for the harvest. The group of hitmen in front of him was the first harvest of the multifaceted system. Luke smiled and moved on to his next target. According to the plan, Wade would run around the park for an hour. But Luke estimated that the operation would pick up speed. If he wasn't wrong, this purge operation shouldn't take more than 30 minutes. In a luxurious high-rise apartment in New York, a tall man was watching TV. The TV wasn't showing the news, but a chase. A few minutes later, the man frowned. This smiling man is really strong. On the screen, the smiling man was already surrounded by the hitmen. None of the hitmen were bad. At the very least, they were all veterans. Although the battle was intense, there wasn't a lot of gunfire. Nevertheless, the fingers didn't relax on the triggers. There was no one stupid enough to open fire full blast at the smiling man. That didn't make the intermittent triple and single shots any less threatening. But the smiling man in the image had been hit several times before he escaped into dark corners. The next time he appeared, he was still nimble and fast. What was even more terrifying was that this guy would occasionally use 2 guns and 2 knives at the same time. In a flash, he killed 3 hitmen who were too close to him. This wild move was met with an even fiercer pursuit from the hitmen, but the smiling man was still running around the park. This black mouse really isn't an ordinary person, the man in front of the TV mumbled. But even if your clothes are bulletproof, how long can you last? Hee. Based on the man's understanding of the human body, he could still sense that the smiling man's condition deteriorated every time he was shot. Although it wasn't a big deal, with the absolute numbers advantage which the hitmen had, the smiling man could kill 10 more people at most before his condition deteriorated to a dangerous level. At that time, it might only take a few minutes or even just a few seconds for him to be completely incinerated by the hitmen. Without the ability to move at high speed, this slippery guy would immediately die. Thinking that, the man picked up the wine next to him and took a leisurely sip. He chuckled. What's the point of being strong? The life of a brainless person like this is only worth $2 million. He knew how difficult it was to deal with this smiling man compared with the others. Of the 5 masked men, the only one who was truly terrifying was the smiling man. Of the other 4, the Black Mask was basically only active in Clinton, and only targeted low-level minions. He was clearly too young to be the key. Big Daddy and Hit Girl had a grudge against D'Amico. Black Cat was just Smiley Face's partner, and didn't interact much with the other 3. Only this smiling man was the key figure who connected all these masked vigilantes together. Also, this smiling man was the most ruthless and effective. His targets were clear, his operations were precise, and his whereabouts were untraceable. In less than half a month, he had killed many people and gangs in key locations, and had even made contact with Big Daddy and Hit Girl. Wesley was right. After getting rid of this smiling man, 80% of the problems he had been having recently would disappear, so this guy had to die. The man sneered as he tasted the red wine in his mouth. At that moment, the image on the TV suddenly flashed, and then went dark. Stunned, the man frowned. But he wasn't worried. He simply looked at the night sky outside the window. Snow fell from the sky, plunging Manhattan into a world of black and white. 2 minutes later, his phone rang. The man picked up the phone, and Wesley's voice came through the receiver. "Boss, we can't contact the person we sent to monitor the battle. He's probably dead. The surveillance equipment on him has been destroyed, so we don't have a feed." After a brief silence, the man said with a cold glint in his eyes, "Find a way to notify the Continental Hotel that this is a trap. Smiley Face has an accomplice at the scene, and he's very strong." Wesley said, "Okay, I'll get D'Amico's wife to call them right away." The man was silent for a moment before he suddenly chuckled. "Interesting. This guy is scarier and more confident than we thought. I like this kind of opponent." Chapter 951, Withdrawing and Switching Targets. Wesley frowned. "Boss." He didn't think it was a good thing that the smiling man was too good. Looking at the falling snow, the man said in a low voice, "Keep an eye on the transfer plan yourself. We need to speed up and ignore this smiling person for now." Wesley was surprised. "What? Then our business?" The man smiled. "If Smiley Face dies, then nothing changes. If the hitmen are all killed, how will the people at the Continental and the High Table react?" Wesley immediately understood. They will have to do their best to track down this smiling man, or their strength will be questioned. The man said, "If not even 100 mid-range hitmen can kill a smiling man, how can the Continental Hotel claim to be the strongest? This isn't about the money. It's more beneficial for us to complete the transfer plan." Wesley agreed. "Got it, boss." The man said, "Go do your thing." At that point, he couldn't help but add, "Leave New York. You can go to Boston or Philadelphia. Don't stay here any longer. The Continental Hotel will suffer a huge loss this time. It's very likely they'll start investigating D'Amico's wife for the real person behind the bounty. Remember to clean up the aftermath. There's no need for us to take part. Just watch them fight to the death." Wesley hesitated, but still agreed. He hung up and went straight to the airport. During this time, he quickly dialed a number and arranged various matters. He wouldn't question his boss's judgment or decision. In less than 10 years, his boss had earned the honorific title of Kingpin. It wasn't purely because of his strength, but because his boss was far smarter than the gang bigshots. Bringing the transfer plan forward would be quite the loss. But it was worth it to screw over the Continental Hotel and Smiley Face at the same time, and increase the chances of the transfer plan succeeding. If it were any other gang leader, they would definitely be reluctant to part with their territory and business. Kingpin, however, already had a foothold in other industries. They would lose 20% of their revenue from the underground business in New York, but that wasn't enough to shake their foundations. Also, by temporarily pausing in their conflict with the masked men, they would have more energy to focus on the transfer plan and successfully plant their own force at the High Table. By then, they could indirectly influence the Continental Hotel. In the end, whether they swallowed this powerful hostile force or let it go to bloody war with the smiling man would be a matter of a thought. They could attack or retreat, or could even stand safely on the side as a spectator and watch the two sides fight. Thinking that, Wesley boarded his private plane. In front of the cabin door, he turned around to look at the familiar New York night view. Under the snow, New York at night seemed to be enveloped in a murderous atmosphere. Wesley couldn't help but sigh. "I'll be back, just you wait, New York." With that, he strode into the cabin without hesitation. A few minutes later, the private plane took off and flew toward Boston. A fierce battle continued in Swamp Park. Wade couldn't stop cursing. Thankfully, the V-suit had a voice block function, and he wasn't discovered because of his endless trash talk. All right, there were few moments now when he went undetected. After the prelude a few minutes ago, his battle with the hitmen quickly heated up. Both parties had a rough idea of each other's abilities. The hitmen were certain that they had the advantage in numbers. The biggest problem was that they didn't want to be buried along with this smiling man. Wade had been shot 7 or 8 times. What gave him a headache was how he was going to explain this to Vanessa when he got back. He didn't even need to look to know that his body was now as ugly as a Dalmatian's. It was just that a Dalmatian had black and white splotches. By the time he got home, his own splotches would be bluish-black. But thinking about the remaining 2.5 million, Wade was full of energy. So what if he was a human-shaped Dalmatian? 5 million was enough to make countless people want to be dogs. Also, he wasn't fighting alone. Killing his way out of a hail of bullets, he had long realized, as a mercenary, that someone was secretly eliminating the hitmen. He didn't know why the hitmen hadn't noticed, but Wade had. His combat skills and intuition were at least 2 levels higher than that of the strongest hitmen, so he was certain of it. Several times when he was surrounded and almost killed, the support system would send him a notification, indicating a certain escape route. As long as he followed it, he would escape again. Wade was very sure that there had been hitmen on these routes earlier. The support system had been keeping an eye on the hitmen around him at all times, taking note and sending out warnings. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted so long. As soon as these escape routes appeared, some hitmen who had fired for less than 10 seconds on the way would have mysteriously disappeared, naturally creating gaps in the circle. If Wade couldn't tell that something was wrong, he was definitely a xianxia mercenary. It was for this reason that he hadn't decisively run away after all this time. Wade wasn't stupid. He had already gotten 2.5 million, and had no intention of fighting to the death. He could take risks in order to complete a mission, but he wouldn't refuse to run if he knew he would die. The rate for completing missions was only meaningful to the living, the dead had no need for it. Like V said, only when Wade was alive could he live happily with Vanessa. If he died, his future wife would be taken advantage of by another man. On top of that, the V-suit gave Wade a lot of confidence. He even had the time to ridicule the other hitmen. It was a pity that he couldn't activate his critical hit speech. Luke, who had a deep understanding of his foul mouth, wouldn't give this cheap person a chance to destroy V's character setting, much less turn him into a legendary neurotic chatterbox. In addition to no eating, the low-end V-suit didn't have a voice system. Wade didn't need to talk tonight. He just needed to be a moving target. While Wade was in pain yet cheerful, Luke was silently reciting a doggerel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is 1005. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 is 2008. These hitmen were all fat and juicy, small bosses. It was only when he disposed of people who appeared to be lookouts that the system only gave him 40 experience and credit points. When Luke tossed another man into his inventory, a thought flashed through his mind. This man was probably the one who was responsible for intelligence and logistics, so he hadn't killed many people. Chapter 952, Hunters and Hunting the Hunters. Luke had this idea because the man wasn't very strong, but he was very good at hiding. At the same time, the man only had a pistol, but he had been using an extremely high-end professional camera to document Wade's fights. If Luke didn't have sharp nose, he might not have been able to find the man. The thought only lasted for a moment. Luke almost immediately forgot about this unlucky guy, but he didn't know that the surveillance feed would disappear in front of a certain person in Manhattan as the lookout disappeared from this world. He didn't know that someone had already decided to sit back and watch the tigers fight it out. Even if he knew, Luke would only laugh. If he was running low, a certain someone would spend money to buy monsters, or even lure them in for Luke to kill. He really didn't mind having a few more of this type of kind-hearted person. After all, he had many aliases. After taking them off, Luke was still that diligent and dedicated detective. Whoever wanted to fight V could only wait. The choice to do battle was up to them, but Luke had the final say on where and when. He really enjoyed the privilege of killing monsters at his designated time and place. But now, Luke, who didn't know anything at all, was completely focused on his task. Swamp Park's full name was Swamp State Conservation Park, and the vegetation here was more overrun. After all, Staten Island was the smallest of the 5 major New York districts. There were even fewer people in the southwest corner. There weren't even any skyscrapers in the area, and the buildings here were just small shops that provided tourist services. At night, there was only one night watchman at the park entrance far away. Luke had already called and sent him back to the city. No innocent victims would be harmed here with this place as the battlefield. Naturally, nobody would call the police since there were no witnesses. The battle here would end with the complete disappearance of one side. Ordinary people wouldn't know about it, which was what Luke wanted the most. Let dark matters remain forever in the dark. This time, Luke started cleaning up from the outside in. He killed the lookouts first before he started to clean up the mid-range shooters from behind. Compared with the lookouts, these mid-range shooters were much more troublesome. They were closer to the battlefield, and could observe each other. Of course, no one was stupid enough to expose themselves. The shooters hid in dark corners, waiting for an opportunity to deliver the fatal blow. Luke's first target was a shooter hiding in a tree. The shooter, who was dressed in camouflage, was hiding on a thick tree branch. He moved very slowly. Ordinary people might not notice him even if they stared at him for a long time. He was an extremely patient hunter who hadn't fired a single shot since the beginning. Unfortunately, a hunter who wasn't as patient as he was appeared tonight. While he was silently waiting for an opportunity to attack, a special cloak fell from above him. It was gentle and natural, like a cold wind blowing past out of the shooter's line of sight, and it enveloped most of him. If the shooter could see himself from a third-person perspective, it was like he disappeared from sight. Bang! With a low thud, the shooter's gun barrel and scope were dragged up into the air. Luke didn't put the man into his inventory until he was completely under the optical camouflage cloak. He wasn't happy or excited. He glanced at his experience and credit points to confirm that he hadn't killed the wrong person, before he moved on to the next target. One of the hitmen fired 2 shots from a distance and cursed under his breath as he quickly bent over. The smiling man was still far away. He wasn't worried that the other party would counterattack, but he was worried about the other hitmen. He had to be more vigilant with his own life. With that in mind, he squeezed through a gap in the bushes and hid without making a sound. He stuck his gun out of the gap and waited for an opportunity. Just as he entered the bushes behind him parted silently, and a transparent shadow slipped in. Dong! It went dark for the hitman as he died on the spot. His body was covered by the optical camouflage cloak, and he entered Luke's inventory to accompany the other hitmen. A hitman has withdrawn from the battlefield and is retreating. He was alerted when you killed his partner, Selena warned. Got it. Luke nodded and headed in the direction of the fleeing hitman. As the first hitman ran, 4 of 5 others at the back started to retreat. It was one thing for the competition to be intense, but the less resolute hitmen also retreated at Wade's brutal counterattacks. The chance of snatching the bounty from dozens of competitors was very low, and they might be killed if they weren't careful. Luke had killed the first batch of people who had chosen to leave. These were the ones who had lookouts for teammates, and when they didn't get any response from them, their sense of danger immediately increased. It was inevitable for assassins to be sensitive and suspicious. It was even easier for assassins with partners to fall into this mood. Luke watched as Wade was chased by a bunch of hitmen as he headed for a neighboring park. He knew that this guy wouldn't die. He would occasionally pick up the guy's mic, and when he heard the guy cursing, he knew that he wasn't at the end of his rope yet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the energy to talk. Luke retreated from the middle and outer circles of the battle and stood behind a tree next to a small road. A few seconds later, a figure emerged from the bushes on the side and was about to step onto the road. Pooh! An extremely soft gunshot rang out, and the first hitman to run away was shot in the head and immediately fell. Luke walked over to the body and covered it with his cloak. He didn't stop. With a light tap of his foot, he quickly reached a tree on the side of the road. The M110 rifle appeared in his hand again, and he pointed it at another area. All that took just 2 seconds, and he pulled the trigger lightly. Pa, pa, pa. The silencer basically made the flash from the muzzle invisible, and the sound was a lot softer. By the time other hitmen looked in that direction, Luke had already left the tree. In the driver's seat of a car in the distance, a hitman lay limply out of the open door. There were 2 bullet holes in his chest, and blood was pouring out. Struggling, he pressed down on the wound with one hand and tried to pull himself into the car with the other. But in less than 10 seconds, it was over for him. The rapid blood loss made him lose consciousness. He could only lie there and wait for death. Chapter 953. One-on-one. After killing the fleeing hitman on the opposite side, Luke slowed down. Stuck at a corner of a scenic rock, a killer charged out a few seconds later. Before she could react, she felt her vision go dark, as if she had scurried into a trap. Her entire face was flattened as if it had hit a wall, and the bones in her face cracked. Then, there was nothing else. From the side, it looked like when the female assassin turned around the boulder, she suddenly disappeared into thin air, like a TV ninja. The world lost yet another elite assassin. The transparent shadow disappeared into the dark again and moved on to the next target. On the other side, Wade was breathing more and more heavily. In the beginning, he relied on his suit and his guts to kill a few hitmen who were impatient to take advantage, which made him very proud. But when his pistol blew up the 8th hitman's head 25 meters away, none of the hitmen approached him anymore. With Wade's bursts of speed and a hit rate of almost 50% within a 20 to 30 meter range, the success rate of such an explosive technique was terrifying. Almost all the hitmen who died were killed in this way. Once they became cautious, Wade started to suffer. The enemy was completely relying on the range of their rifles to bully him and didn't engage him in close combat at all. To a certain extent, he had made the same mistake as Lawyer Matt. Although his twin guns had a longer range, it was 40 meters at most, and wouldn't reach an enemy that was 50 meters away. Wade's useless longswords were already back on his back, and he could only use his pistols to suppress the fire. He had practically lost the ability to counterattack. Thankfully, the support system had repeatedly told him to bring at least 20 clips with him. The knife that would have originally hung from the belt of the V-suit had been replaced with clips. For the sake of the 5 million, Wade had resigned himself to this heavy burden. He rarely brought more than 5 clips with him when he was on a mission, and he was now glad that he still had so many bullets. He couldn't kill the enemy, but if he couldn't even shoot, his longest ranged attack would be a pair of blades less than 2 meters long. It would be hard for him to escape. It wasn't even an hour yet, not enough for the remaining 2.5 million. Why didn't he bring a rifle? Because the support system forbade him from carrying a rifle or a machine gun, a rocket launcher, or a grenade. Luke had already given Wade this life-saving V-suit, how could he allow him to use those lethal weapons? Wouldn't that be stealing his experience and credit points? It was fine as long as the guy didn't die, it was only right for him to suffer. How could he earn 5 million without suffering? Wade fled with difficulty into a service area that was made up of single-story buildings. Panting heavily in one unit, he didn't forget to curse. A bunch of lunatics. It's not easy to die. If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. As he spoke, he couldn't help but search his body. His hands and feet hurt. What was worse was how his back hurt everywhere. With his combat awareness, he would naturally try to shift the attacks to his back. After all, pain in his limbs would greatly affect his shooting and movements. Although his back hurt, it was still bearable. More importantly, Wade wasn't going to let his front take any bullets. It was fine if they hit his chest or abdomen, but if they hit a vital part below his abdomen, he would have to drop to his knees on the ground even if his suit was bulletproof. After all, although Mr. Wade's vital part was strong, its strength wasn't in its ability to endure a blow. Rubbing furiously, he mumbled, "Vanessa doesn't have trypophobia, does she? My back definitely doesn't look like a Dalmatian's anymore." At that moment, SpongeBob's cheerful voice rang in his earpiece. "Brother Octopus, you have 5 seconds to move, or you'll be surrounded." Wade crawled to the back door and opened it. He asked, "What's the time now?" 7:15 and 27 seconds. 28 seconds. SpongeBob SquarePants immediately reported the time happily. Wade gritted his teeth. "Isn't that just a quarter of an hour so far? The agreement with V was 1 hour, from 7 until 8. It had only been 15 minutes, but he already felt like he couldn't hold on any longer. It wasn't that he was weak, but that the mission restrictions were quite troublesome. He couldn't use large-scale weapons or set up traps, nor could he leave or make contact. Otherwise, Wade could have lured them into a trap and killed most of his opponents in one go, or after they broke out, he could pick them off one by one. As long as he killed more than half of them, the rest wouldn't be so arrogant anymore. Wade's idea was indeed good, but the person who was paying him didn't want him to kill too many people. He was a moving target that had been pushed out to be beaten up tonight. At that moment, SpongeBob suddenly said, "Brother Octopus, you have a new message. Please check it." Wade. FCK. What the hell? Wait, open it. SpongeBob SquarePants. "Brother Octopus, please take the following route and leave the battle completely. Consider the job finished early. V. Wade. What happened to 1 hour? It had only been 15 minutes, and he was already leaving. That was too much. Forget it, let's just slip away." In any case, the client said that the job was complete. Apart from his vitals, his entire body was in pain. He really couldn't take it. Looking at the route projected by the support system, he decisively started to slip away. This route wasn't a simple line. The support system constantly warned him when to adjust his speed and direction. Wade wasn't stupid and quickly realized the reason. As he moved along this winding route, many of the hitmen around him were already fanning out in one area. Compared with how they had been scattered about earlier like sesame seeds on a biscuit, wasn't it easier to get rid of them in one go like this? However, he had been shot 7 or 8 more times as the hitmen were lured into position. Wade didn't have time to think too much, and did his best to make sure the bullets hit the meatiest parts of his back. It stung like repeated muscle injections, like when the last needle hadn't been pulled out before the next one was stuck in, but he still endured the pain and stubbornly moved forward. On the other side, Luke couldn't help but sigh as he watched Wade leave the battlefield and approach the escape route. "Sorry, but all of you have to die today." As long as 2 or 3 of the remaining assassins made it out alive, the news of V being beaten to a pulp would become a legend, just like this battle. Although V was just an alias, Luke felt like he was going to become obsessed with cleanliness when he thought about how the distinguished V might develop a reputation for dirty tricks. Chapter 954. Now, pick a lucky audience member. At that moment, Wade had already retreated to a corner of the park, where there was a small peninsula wrapped halfway around a lake. The hitmen were also excited. This was dead territory. As long as Smiley Face dared to jump into the water, they could wait by the lake and shoot the guy in the head. It would be impossible for him to dodge. There was no way a person could move faster in the water than on land. When it came to someone as quick as Smiley Face in particular, this was basically throwing away his advantage. If he didn't jump into the water, he could only move around on this narrow peninsula. The extreme lack of space would also cripple most of his swift movements. The remaining assassins were all top-notch experts, and almost all of them noticed this. This was the critical moment to kill him. That was what all the hitmen thought. They subconsciously started to force their way onto the peninsula, but they were still cautious and maintained their positions on the same line as their temporary accomplices. Nobody dared to leave their backs to their temporary accomplices, and nobody wanted to charge forward and be killed by the smiling man. The closer they were to the end, the more cautious they had to be. At that moment, Wade finally retreated to the lake. Unexpectedly, he plunged into the lake without any hesitation. Stunned for a moment, the hitmen finally gave up on keeping their distance and ran to the shore near where he had jumped. They dropped their guard significantly after the smiling man jumped into the water. Even if the smiling man fell into dire straits after he jumped into the water, everyone had lost this target at that moment, and any other thoughts they had were superfluous. The lake wasn't small. If there were fewer people, the smiling man might come ashore again to kill them. Bingo! Luke suddenly materialized. His V-suit was unusually neat, and his hat was firmly on. Wade's hat had long fallen off, and his V had been pissing his pants the entire time. It was a tragic sight. Taking a deep breath of the cold night air, Luke murmured, "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Those who need to leave can't stay." His voice wasn't loud, but he didn't try to hide it. A hitman 10 meters away heard something and turned around warily. When he saw Luke, his hair stood on end. The smiling man. He opened his mouth to shout, "Pa!" The hitman's head jerked and his body spun half a circle before he crashed to the ground. "Life is just a journey. It doesn't matter if it's sad or happy," Luke murmured. He seemed to be walking leisurely, but he was actually moving at an astonishing speed. Another hitman heard the gunshot and saw the fallen hitman out of the corner of his eye. Sensing someone moving very quickly, he took a wary look. He was stunned when he saw Luke. That was a fatal mistake. Of course, his ending wasn't any different. While the man was still in a daze, Luke was about 10 meters away when a black dagger flashed through the darkness and flew at his face. Plop! Another body fell to the ground. At this point, it was hard to hide his whereabouts. The remaining hitmen were all highly vigilant. Luke had killed the two men in a moment when all gunfire had paused, and it was especially abrupt. The sound of his own gunshot was a little further away, but some people still looked over. When they saw Luke, they looked like they were seeing a ghost. A few of them couldn't help but look at the lake and then at Luke, as if to confirm that the smiling man who had jumped into the lake wasn't an illusion. Luke suddenly sped up. The two silver Colt revolvers in his hands were a stark contrast to his basically black appearance, and left faint afterimages in front of him. Pa, 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 bang, 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 bang. 11 bullets were fired like falling rain, but there was a strong rhythm to the gunshots. 6 shots from the Colt Python mixed with 5 shots from the Colt King Cobra. The hitmen who had been leaning over the lake in a semicircle instantly collapsed. And Luke officially occupied the key position, the exit of the peninsula. All the hitmen were now confined to the small peninsula. They were now in the same situation as Wade. But none of them had noticed. There were too many of them. Wade had killed 8 people, and Luke had only killed 39 people on the periphery so far. At that moment, Luke was still facing 87 people. 87 versus 1. No matter how careful the hitmen were, they wouldn't think that they were surrounded. Furthermore, they were all elites in the business. They easily recognized the make of Luke's revolvers. After 12 gunshots, the smiling man would only be holding 2 empty guns. At that moment, a quick-witted hitman finally shouted, "Be careful. He's not alone. There are 2 smiley faces." Most of the hitmen who hadn't understood immediately realized what was going on. Whether it was Luke's revolvers, his Zorro hat, or his almost spotless equipment, they all proved that he wasn't the guy who had been beaten up just now. Luke smiled and said unhurriedly, "The answer is correct. You're the first lucky audience member." As he spoke, he swung the Colt King Cobra in his hand. Pa! A bullet arced in the air before it finally turned 90 degrees and hit the forehead of a hitman hiding behind a tree. He was the first lucky audience member who had reacted the fastest and revealed the truth. He was also the first lucky audience member whom Luke selected out of the 87 people to die on the spot. The hitmen were stunned again. What happened to a revolver having just 6 bullets? Was this a special model with 7 bullets? Bang! The barrel of the Colt Python sparked, and a hitman who had just raised a HK-416 was sent flying. The hitmen were surprised. Both guns had 7 bullets. What kind of freakish revolvers were these? Luke moved at lightning speed, turning into a blurry shadow in the night as he approached. The group. Pa, 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 bang, 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 bang. The first line of hitmen who had just turned around and raised their guns were cut down, and 10 more people fell. Everybody's hair stood on end. The most sensitive strings in their hearts thrummed. Super expert. No, that wasn't right. The first smiling man who had been sent running was definitely a super expert. But compared with this second smiling man, he was at least one level lower. Legendary killer. Everybody thought the same thing. Chapter 955. Superhuman plus legendary killer equals. Legendary killers were basically terrifying existences that only existed in legends. They had even more nicknames, such as extraordinaries, non-humans, or king of killers. Everybody felt as if they had been hit by lightning, and their hair stood on end. It was the subconscious fear and reverence of a predator who was far superior to them. But Luke didn't give them any time to hesitate. In just a tenth of a second, his powerful mental strength manipulated the inventory's storage function and took the empty shells from the Colt King Cobra to be instantly replaced with 6 new bullets. Pa, 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 pa. The silver gun exploded in the night with bright sparks as it swept through all obstacles in front of Luke. Another small section in the semicircle of hitmen was missing. The remaining hitmen were all shocked. Most of them had already stopped moving and were now lunging for the nearest cover. In a confrontation with a legendary killer, the stupidest thing to do was face them head-on. Whoever faced him would be the first to die. This was an iron law that countless rookie hitmen and bodyguards had verified using hundreds of lives and blood. Nobody wanted to be the first person to die. Luke reloaded the gun in 1/10 of a second, and the Colt Python opened fire. Bang, 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 bang. Broken branches, leaves, and wood chips were sent flying by the gunshots, and 6 killers who were one step slower were all shot in the face or neck. Most of them were wearing bulletproof vests, and would only sustain minor injuries at most when shot in the chest. Luke aimed at the unprotected faces and necks. He was less than 20 meters away from the 6 targets. It was harder for him to miss than to hit his target in this range. Supported by 40 mental strength, his brain was as calm and clear as the first snow of New York's winter night. As he shot his targets one by one, he still had the capability to judge his next move. Compared with 20 mental strength, his brain was like a CPU which had been upgraded from a single-core, dual-speed processor to a quad-core, quad-speed processor. Previously, shooting rapidly at multiple targets with 2 guns would affect their accuracy and speed slightly. Now, however, it was as if both guns operated independently, but perfectly distributed the shooting load between them. The lethality of this attack was obvious by how there were almost 90 people in the hitmen group, but they had instantly been thrown into disarray. Not only that, his brain was also able to quickly analyze each individual hitman's battle characteristics and come up with a simple focused plan of attack. A hitman on the other side, who liked to open fire only when he was 90% sure of his chances, noticed that the way Luke was moving put him at an extremely awkward angle. He hesitated for half a second and didn't open fire. Then, a bullet hit him in the head, and he no longer had to think about when to open fire. As for another hitman who liked spraying his targets with bullets, he realized that his bullets could only follow behind Luke. Before he could adjust, he was shot as well and fell to the ground. Other hitmen who preferred getting closer to battle, who preferred to pull back, who liked to play dirty tricks, or who liked to fight head-on all experienced similar things. This was the qualitative change brought about by 40 mental strength. Luke would change his movements and attack rhythm several times in a second. Even though there were dozens of elite killers on the other side, they couldn't find a chance to fire. Thus, They were either hesitant or reckless, and couldn't hit Luke. What was even more terrifying was that they soon discovered something strange. How was he firing his 2 revolvers without needing to reload? From the first to the 8th round of bullets, the smiling man's 2 revolvers fired continuously without any gap to reload. If it was just 1 revolver, they might have been able to picture the other party reloading a gun with the other hand. But how could a person with 2 revolvers reload both at the same time? That didn't make sense at all. Ordinary people might be dumbstruck, but the experienced elites immediately thought of a possibility as superhuman. Everybody's hearts turned cold at the thought. Some of them even cursed when they figured it out. Killing a superhuman was completely different from killing an ordinary person. Kill a legendary killer with super abilities. Sorry, they had never carried out such a mission before. Or rather, they didn't have the qualifications to take on such a mission. For a mission like this, they would have to recruit a lot of killers who were a level higher, plan carefully, then ambush the target with absolute numbers and a terrain advantage. That was the only way to succeed. The combination of a legendary killer and superpowers wasn't just 1 + 1. It was 2 × 2 or even 10 × 10. Their strength could only be counted as 1. Even 100 of them combined might not necessarily be able to stand up to such an existence. Those who were quick-witted and figured this out immediately left the battlefield. At the same time, several black objects flew toward Luke. Luke wasn't surprised at all. He finally unleashed half of his strength, and with a muffled burst of noise, he left small holes in the ground. He suddenly sped up and disappeared from the hitman's sight. Boom, 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 boom. 4 explosions rang out in a row as 2 grenades flew out to cover a large area. The other 2 stun grenades exploded with blinding white light and a deafening noise that could make one's heart stop. For a moment, Luke's gunshots were drowned out. At that moment, the hitman's huge weakness was exposed. Those who didn't have companions wouldn't help the others when they were under attack, and the ones who retreated beforehand didn't care if the others were in danger. In fact, they deliberately didn't warn the others. 2 flash grenades and 2 grenades were suddenly thrown out. Apart from the dozen or so hitmen who had dodged the sudden attack, most of the others were caught in the crossfire. The 2 stun grenades, in particular, blinded at least 30 people. The other 10 or so people were either injured by shrapnel or were overwhelmed by the loud noise. Several hot-tempered hitmen cursed angrily. The moment they were affected, they knew that their chances of survival were almost 0. Their only hope was that the terrifying smiling man number 2 was also affected. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Luke, who had an electronic earpiece, automatic filter and anti-glare lenses, and a full bulletproof vest, only felt that some parts of his body were hit, but the impact wouldn't even cause bruises. Chapter 956. London Accent, Poem and Action. These trump cards resulted in half of their comrades instantly losing their combat ability. The originally intact defense line was like a pile of sand under an incoming flood. After the huge waves passed, only foam remained. Luke considerately switched targets to these temporary teammates, who had helped stop most of the hitmen from running away, and gave them his warm greetings. Pa, 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 bang, 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 bang. He fired 12 times in a row, and a dozen previously unharmed hitmen who were fleeing like crazy fell one after another. With a thought, Luke reloaded the Colt King Cobra. Pa, 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 pa. Brushing past the last 4 killers, Luke stopped almost as soon as he shot them in the head. Looking around, he unhurriedly took out his left revolver and reloaded the ordinary way for the first time that night. The crisp London accent echoed in the park in the winter night and was carried on the cold wind and snow. I hear the echo, from the valleys and the heart, a lonely sickle harvesting empty souls, incessantly repeating despair, but also repeating joy. The hitmen who were either blinded or caught in the explosions felt despair. The moment they heard the London accent, they understood. This was the real deal. A London accent, a poem, and murder, smiley faces, triple hallmarks. Also, the 2 revolvers which seemed to contain infinite bullets, the terrifying shooting which never missed, and the unhurried movements fit the description in the intelligence perfectly. As guns sparked, the hitmen lying on the ground recalled what happened just now. The first smiling man didn't say anything from beginning to end. His weapons were longswords and desert eagles. Although his speed was also terrifying, his style was extremely haphazard. They were 2 completely different people. It was just that the 2 smiley faces were too strong, and the battle was intense and short, so they hadn't had time to think. Nobody thought that the smiling man, who liked to recite poetry and act cool, would be able to maintain that calm when he encountered more than 100 professional experts. They expected him to be pissing his pants in terror. Now, the real main character had appeared. It was only then they realized that the real smiling man could still act as pretentious as ever even when faced with almost 100 professional killers. They were just props for the other party to show off. I believe I am, born as the bright summer flowers, pa. Pa, 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 not withering, not defeated, as bewitching as fire, bang. Bang, 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 the burden of a heartbeat and the inconvenience of breathing, pa. Pa, 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 I never tire of it. Bang, 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 bang. Amidst the gunshots, Luke recited a poem like someone dancing to a drum as he made his way around the battlefield. By the time he recited the last line of the poem, basically all the hitmen at the scene were dead. Crossing his arms, he put his guns back and caught a snowflake. It's snowing hard. In the lab, Selena, who was sitting in front of the monitor, was holding half a cake. Her mouth was wide open as she forgot to take a bite. She stared blankly at the person who had caught the snowflake. She had always known that Luke was very strong. Killing dozens of people in one go could only be considered a regular operation for him. The ultimate operation was killing hundreds of drug dealers in Mexico. But tonight, Luke had refreshed her understanding of him. He had killed more than 100 criminals, and all of them were veterans. It was like the difference between beating a few hundred primary school kids at table tennis and 100 national table tennis players. But when all was said and done, table tennis was a one-on-one game, while this had been one versus many. Selena again recalled how, when Luke brought up the difference in their strengths, he always had a kind expression on his face. Selena immediately understood. She smiled bitterly. This was indeed a topic that couldn't be discussed. Without the symbiotic complete form with Gold Nugget, she would be instantly killed when facing more than 100 hitmen. There was no room for a counterattack. Even if she used the complete form, she would still be easily restrained by the hitmen's flash and stun grenades. In comparison, Wade was really strong. Luke was even stronger, and the number of professional killers was meaningless to him. Sigh, life is as lonely as snow. A faint sigh came from the monitor. Selena finally came back to her senses. She slapped her forehead and said, "Hey, aren't you too deep into the act? Hurry up and clean up." The police station still got a few calls saying that there's a lot of activity in the park. You have 30 minutes at most to clean up. Remember, it should be spotless. Luke was woken up by her words and could only shake his head with a smile. Walking over to an assassin, he looked down at her and chuckled. There's no need to pretend. I only hit the bulletproof panel over your chest. Unless you have a serious heart attack, your skin will only be red at most. The female assassin still didn't move. Luke didn't think much of it. Go back and tell the Continental Hotel that this is just a small meeting gift. Since I'm standing in New York, all of you have to kneel. If I sit, all of you have to lie down, just like you right now. With that, he kicked the back of her head lightly with the tip of his foot. The muscles of the person lying on the ground loosened, and she fainted for real. Luke snorted. Sigh, I still went back on my word. After thinking for a moment, he had finally decided to leave one messenger for the Continental Hotel. But the purpose of the message was to instigate the exact opposite response. This message would only make the Continental Hotel regard V as their real enemy and attach more importance to him. Why was Luke doing this? The sharp increase in experience and credit points in the system said it all. Apart from the Continental Hotel, it was hard for him to meet good people like these in New York. There weren't many big villains who were able to send over 100 small bosses to his door at one go. He wondered how many experience and credit points he could get if he pulled the Continental Hotel out by its roots. As he thought about making a fortune, he moved quickly as he transported the garbage that was all over the ground and washed the scene clean. It wasn't that he wanted to act pretentious just now. In the past few months, as he experienced more and more battles, Luke had the feeling that a team made up of ordinary humans posed no threat to him. He had made ample preparations for today's battle and had prepared for all kinds of accidents. But with Wade's help, everything was unimaginably easy. Luke had only been shot a total of 3 times and several parts of his armor was broken. He had only been hit because he had chosen to increase his efficiency, which meant dodging less. From the results of tonight's battle, as long as it wasn't regular army foot soldiers working in tandem and there was no air support, it didn't matter if 100 or 500 people showed up. For Luke, the only difference would be in the number of shots he fired. The situation wouldn't be that much more difficult. Besides, there was basically no chance that Luke would encounter a situation like that in the future. One by the poet Tagore, chapter 957, loneliness like snow, and messenger. The appearance of the bounty this time was purely unexpected. Except for on a battlefield, there was basically no other way that 100 special force soldiers would be deployed to besiege Luke. He wouldn't enter a battlefield either. He didn't treat killing people like a hobby. It was all about experience and credit. Even though some of them definitely had experience and credit points, Luke didn't kill all of them. He had handled 100 to 200 cases in the past year, for example, and most of the perpetrators had been sent to prison. Most of those who died were gang members who had done a lot of evil. Even if he could open fire to deal with the rest, like petty thieves and bank robbers, he just subdued them. The Continental Hotel bounty had been an opportunity. Actual combat was the only way to test the truth. Today's battle had been a test of his speculation. Without a lot of firepower, ordinary human troops were no longer a threat to him. That didn't sound like much since everybody in the military would have heavy firepower. However, Luke and his various aliases operated in big cities. It was unlikely that the military would use heavy firepower in such an environment. The consequences would be too severe. In the city, he was invincible against ordinary people. He wasn't surprised at this conclusion. Instead, he felt a little empty. That, loneliness like snow, phrase was indeed a reflection of his current mood. From this moment on, a battle with ordinary people would be a simple and predictable act of grinding points, even if the enemy was an elite killer or special force soldier, even if there were hundreds of them. Unless the opponent was someone with super abilities or had extraordinary equipment like a certain tycoon, they were just moving targets in front of his gun. As Luke mulled over this, he quickly cleaned up the garbage and the crime scene and threw them into a truck in the park. This was also a prop that he had placed here for the purpose of cleaning up the scene. He turned around and looked at the park, which was completely silent except for the snow. Pondering for a moment, he chuckled. "I'll leave you a souvenir." Using the truck as cover, he took out a life-sized sculpture from his inventory and placed it on the small peninsula next to the lake. This was where most of the hitmen had lost their lives tonight, so it was a good place to leave a souvenir. After setting up the sculpture, Luke swung his knife, and a line of standard English words appeared at the base of the sculpture. Looking at the sentence that looked like it had been carved out by a machine, Luke nodded in satisfaction and was about to leave, when he suddenly stopped. He swung his knife again and carved a number 126. "Now, your memories will be clearer and further." Luke chuckled and drove the truck out of the park. Swamp Park fell silent again. Snowflakes fell from the sky and gradually piled up on the unconscious assassin and the black statue. The snow was getting heavier. In New York's Continental Hotel, Winston was reading a book leisurely on the couch next to the fireplace. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. He frowned. "Come in." When he heard the knock, he knew it was Karen, the manager on duty at reception. A thin black man entered and walked over to Winston. He was wearing a neat black suit, and his back was straight. His movements were quick and unhurried, and he looked quite refined. This was Karen, Winston's most trusted subordinate. "Sir, something's happened," said Karen in a low voice. Winston wasn't worried, but he didn't waste any time. He slipped the bookmark he was holding into his book before placing the book down on the coffee table and asked, "What's wrong?" "Karen, there's a problem with the order on the Smiling Man. We've just received news that only one of the 127 killers who went to Swamp Park survived." Winston paused for a moment before he took off his gold-rimmed glasses. Exactly what happened? As he spoke, several thoughts flashed through his mind. An ambush by other hitmen? A government operation? Or, had that person come out? At that last thought, he couldn't help but shake his head. That was impossible. That person had gone through so much to leave this circle just for a precious love. How could he come back? The person who survived was deliberately sent back by the Smiling Man to deliver a message. "She called the hotel as soon as she woke up, which is how I learned of it," said Karen. With a calm expression, Winston slowly stood up and walked over to the fireplace to add 2 logs to the fire. "What did he say?" Karen was usually in control of his expressions, but it was clearly stiff this time. "Sir, his exact words." Winston watched as the wood that had just been thrown into the fireplace gradually changed color before the flames rose. "Say it." Karen said. His exact words were, "Go back and tell the Continental Hotel that this is just a small meeting gift. Since I'm standing in New York, all of you have to kneel. If I sit, all of you have to lie down, just like you right now." Karen had confirmed this repeatedly. He knew that his boss would ask. The flames in the fireplace danced in Winston's eyes. The fire burned more aggressively with the new wood. After a brief silence, he said, "Take good care of the person who's still alive. Make sure she recalls any useful information." Karen, "Yes, sir." He waited for a moment, but didn't hear more. After a brief hesitation, he said, "Sir, that smiling man." Winston waved his hand with his back to him. "Ignore him for now. Continue as before." Karen opened his mouth, but still said respectfully, "Yes, sir." He then left the room. One order had killed 126 hitmen, which was very rare at the Continental Hotel. Karen had wanted to ask what to do, but he couldn't guess Winston's thoughts. However, he believed that the boss had his own plans, and he didn't need to remind him repeatedly. Winston stood in front of the fireplace for a long time until he felt a little hot. Only then did he return to the drawing room and take out his phone to dial a number. Investigate order number 041125. Contract code name, smiley face. Include the client and the reason for the contract. Remember, I don't whatever drivel is floating around on the streets. I want verified first-hand information. After getting a reply from the other end, he hung up. He walked to the window and looked at the first snowfall that was getting heavier and heavier. He had a bad feeling. This premonition had helped him avoid many crises. He would rather trust in it and spend time and effort to verify its authenticity than chalk it up to an old man's paranoia. This world was too dangerous. The Continental Hotel wasn't invincible. Chapter 958. The system isn't God, and will not give out free pies. The next morning, Selena washed up and went downstairs, only to see Luke slacking off. Holding a cup of coffee in his hand, he sat leisurely on the windowsill and looked at the snowflakes outside. Selena walked over, but didn't greet him. Instead, she walked back and forth in a semicircle not far from him, sizing him up. Looking out the window, Luke said casually, "Breakfast is ready. We were just waiting for you." Selena shook her head. "Why do I feel like you're acting weird today?" Luke turned around and grinned. "Isn't this handsome?" Looking at his bright smile, Selena choked. "Fine, you're handsome, but you seem relaxed, but not happy." Luke was amused. "After so many days, we finally caught all the big fish in one net. Shouldn't I be relaxed?" Selena thought for a moment and agreed. "Okay, let's have breakfast." Luke put down his coffee cup and followed her with a smile. What Selena had sensed was his minor emotions which hadn't fully settled after the battle. In the system interface, the host had 49,700 300,000 experience points and 127,400 credit points. These two figures were enough to prove the success of last night's operation. The system had given him 7,000 experience and credit points for the fight between Norman's team and Gusman's gang, 5,000 for Norman's team and 2,000 for Gusman's gang. Norman also exposed his boss, Jot, on camera at the entrance of the Dia building, and was killed. Norman gave Luke another 500 experience and credit points. Jot was still the big boss of the Dia for now. Also, it seemed that Daddy's system didn't recognize the scandal exposure, so there were no more experience and credit points for now. In other words, the 126 killers had given Luke 42,000 experience and credit points, and each of them had been worth more than 300 points. Luke could count the number of times on one hand that he had reaped such a huge harvest. He was actually in a good mood, but at the same time, he was a little disappointed. Who knew how long he would have to wait for the hotel to deliver a share? As long as the person in charge of the hotel wasn't an idiot, he wouldn't be so stupid as to make this matter public. That would only be a slap to the face. They would definitely confirm V's real identity first before they took him down. But it was very hard to find Luke. Unless they had some sort of superpower that could check the past or make predictions, it was almost impossible to uncover his real identity. Luke had always been prepared for this. In this dangerous world, it was impossible to level up without taking any risks. The system had never been an idiot system that gave benefits for free. Its output was proportional to Luke's labor. Based on Luke's speculation, it was probably giving him benefits based on his foundation and points according to a fixed algorithm. The system wasn't God, it had never given Luke free meat pies. If he didn't work, the system wouldn't produce anything. It had never hidden this intent, or Luke wouldn't be so sure of this rule. From this point of view, the system was simple. But the person who created the system might not be simple. If an ordinary person obtained some sort of hack, and knew that they would lose $9 but earn $10, how could they not use it? Only a fool wouldn't use it. The biggest thing about this hack was that ordinary people would only earn $10 in their entire lives, but Luke could earn $10 or even $100 in a month. No matter how high the expenditure was, it couldn't compare with how fast the profits came in. This was an open conspiracy against human nature, and there was no solution to it. If he wanted to become stronger and protect himself and his family, he could only minimize the risk of being discovered and increase the efficiency of gaining experience and credit points. Only the son of the system, or the son of the system's maker, would be able to get stronger without taking any risks. He had already rejected the possibility of this happening. To be treated like a godson or even a laborer was actually quite good. The most tragic thing was to be treated as a slave in an infinite flow one system where you died if you didn't do anything. As Luke aimlessly pondered things, he and Selena finished breakfast. "Work today?" asked Selena. Luke nodded and said, "We've been slacking off for a few days. Let's go see if Dustin has a case. We'll take some time off in the afternoon." Selena stretched as well. "I don't think I've been exercising much in the last 2 days. It feels unnatural." Luke was amused. "You can't go out at night to beat people up now. We have to see how they react in the next few days. A lot of people were killed this time." Selena snorted. "That was you. All I did was look at the surveillance cameras at home for an hour. The only thing I moved was my fingers." Luke said, "Okay, I'll see if I can modify the training equipment. And teach you something new." Selena asked, "What is it?" Luke started the car and said with a smile, "Shooting skills." Selena asked, "What?" As they chatted, they headed to the police department. Somewhere in the city, Wade was sound asleep, when he suddenly felt sore and in pain, and his back felt itchy. He couldn't help coming awake with a shout. "Vanessa!" Vanessa leaned lazily against him. "What's with your expression? Did you get into another fight last night?" Wade grimaced in pain. "What fight?" "It was a one-sided beating. Last night, after he jumped into the lake, he had followed instructions and found an underwater propulsion system in the shallows. After he started the engine, the machine brought him to a drainage hole in the lake. He crawled through the grate that had already been broken open, and soon entered Hackensack River. After following the riverbank for several hundred meters, Wade went ashore at the designated location some distance away from the park. An unremarkable old Ford had been parked not far away. By the time he returned to his place in Harlem according to plan, Vanessa had just started her night shift. Wade finally received the notification that the commission was complete and the payment would be settled in 3 days. After cleaning himself up, he put the V uniform back into the box and lay down on the bed to watch Adventure Time. He then fell asleep, and didn't sense when Vanessa returned. At that moment, Vanessa was stunned. "You were beaten up." She didn't know exactly how good Wade was at fighting, but he had once beaten up 7 or 8 hooligans who had tried to harass her, and had stuffed them all into a dumpster in the back alley. She still remembered the pile of human flesh sticking out of the dumpster. At that time, Wade had taken a few punches without flinching. She quickly lifted the blanket and his t-shirt. She exclaimed in surprise. Wade's mouth twitched with pain. He was even less vigilant around Vanessa, so he hadn't noticed her movements. Hearing her exclamation, he cursed inwardly. A genre in Chinese novel similar to The Hunger Games Chapter 959, Temporary Assignment, and a party forgotten. Vanessa's eyes bulged, and she couldn't help but cover her mouth. "Who hit you?" Wade said without thinking. "A bunch of ruthless people. They surrounded me and beat me up. I couldn't hide." Vanessa touched him, and he moaned again in pain. Frowning, she immediately got up. "Get dressed. We're going to the hospital." Wade startled. "No, I don't have insurance." Vanessa said, "At the very least, we need to check if there are any internal injuries. It looks serious." Wade shook his head. "It's just flesh wounds. There are no internal injuries." Vanessa was angry. "Look at yourself in the mirror. You look like a Dalmatian right now. You have so many big bruises, and you still think you're fine." Hearing that, Wade also got up and looked at the big mirror at the foot of the bed. He immediately sighed. "Ah, my handsome back muscles and my sexy American curves. Didn't you say you're from Canada?" Vanessa decisively exposed Luke's lie as she put on her clothes. "Don't just stand there, hurry up." I'll go to the hospital with you. A moment later, Wade was dragged downstairs by Vanessa, and they took a cab to the hospital. At that moment, the mercenary only had one thought in his head: it's a good thing I'm rich, or this trip to the hospital will bankrupt me. As Wade said earlier, he didn't have medical insurance. Most of the time, he went to illegal clinics, which were cheap and convenient, but the medical treatment was subpar. But he was a rich man now, and was also still waiting on a balance of $2.5 million. Thinking that, he heaved a sigh of relief despite the pain in his back. At the very least, medical bills were nothing to him now. Wade didn't know that his back was completely bruised. It was just that a certain someone had deliberately omitted the hard buffer layer of the V-suit because he had been displeased with Wade's fake intelligence, hence giving the special effect of pain without holes. It would only hurt for a few days anyway. Luke and Selena went to check in with Dustin at the police department, and really were pulled in. I just received a case. This is the related information. You can follow up on it. He threw out a file that wasn't too thick. Luke flipped through the 2 sheets and raised his head with a strange expression. Family dispute. Dustin pointed. Temporary assignment. Luke immediately got it. Pressure from the higher-ups. Dustin said, otherwise. Luke said, you can call John or Joe. These 2 wily old foxes were definitely old hands at dealing with this sort of lousy matter. Dustin raised 3 fingers. Firstly, the higher-ups want me to dispatch elite individuals. Your closure rate is on file, which makes you qualified. Secondly, you are the team with the most free time in the department in the next few days, otherwise, I'd have to temporarily transfer someone else back. Thirdly, compared with your ability to solve cases, I think your faces will be more useful this time. Selena blinked and couldn't help but ask, what do our faces have to do with it? Dustin sighed. Generally speaking, we don't rely on our faces when we work cases, but this couple is very notorious. They can't even be bothered to talk to ugly people. Selena was stunned. Huh, Dustin said, do you think John doesn't know about this family? If you have the time, go ask them what happened last time. So, the case is yours. Luke and Selena both thought of a certain person's receding hairline. They looked at each other as their imagination ran wild. Looking at the 2 people exchanging a bewildered look, Dustin said encouragingly, good luck. Use your good looks to deal with these 2. But he also felt that this sounded too ambiguous, so he added, think about your reputation. You can't look like you're half-assing things, okay. Luke gave the case file to Selena. Who's this family? Dustin said, every year, they donate millions of dollars to various departments in New York City. The exact donation amounts change every year. The most they gave NYPD was $2 million, and the least was $500,000. There are no conditions on how the donations are used. Do you understand? Luke and Selena both smiled. Got it, they're rich. Dustin snorted. The assistant commissioner's boss shares the same family name. Do you understand? Luke was lost for words. After learning about the situation, they quickly slipped out of the office. What was so great about being rich? It was indeed great. Furthermore, Luke and Selena were now just as amazing. But this family was even more remarkable. They were caught again the moment they left the office. Elizabeth was standing outside with a smile. You're so hard to find. Luke and Selena greeted her with smiles. Luke said, you could have just given us a call. Do you need something? Elizabeth looked at him for a moment before she said, did you forget? Luke was lost. Elizabeth reminded him helplessly, your housewarming party. Luke slapped his head. Sorry, my bad. After renovating the new house, he had been busy taking care of his new territory. He had just cleaned up a bunch of elite monsters. How would he remember the party? Elizabeth smiled without saying anything. It was actually Dustin and Elsa who brought it up. But it wasn't appropriate for these impatient people to ask, so Elizabeth had to ask as Luke's student. Luke thought for a moment and said, tonight, go back and tell Elsa. I'll tell Dustin. Elizabeth nodded. Okay, you've been so busy these days I haven't seen you at all, and I can only have spies keep a lookout. Luke didn't think too much of it. Instead, he joked, you're very meticulous in gathering intelligence. It's great you got an inside position in the department. Let me see who your informants are. Elizabeth turned around and smiled in the direction of 2 people not far away. She nodded. Your new colleagues are surprisingly easy to talk to. Luke couldn't help but smile when he saw them. That was reflex, right? Elizabeth chuckled. Well, Detective Beckett isn't bad. Luke nodded. Beckett is quite good at solving cases. She's beautiful, but she's also very strong-willed. If she wasn't, she wouldn't be the boss of their group. Selena burst out laughing. Are Javier and Ryan used to being bossed around by Beckett? Looking at you makes me feel like I'm seeing my own boss. Elizabeth smiled. I don't know about that. Luke said helplessly. They're here for a refresher, and will be returning to the 12th precinct soon. Also, I heard that Beckett is going to be the head of the Major Crimes Division, and might be their boss. How can they not be a little more respectful? Chapter 960. Investigating a case. Together as they talked, they didn't forget to nod at Catherine Beckett, who was looking at them. Beckett only smiled politely before she turned back around to instruct her two subordinates, who were laughing foolishly for some reason. She wouldn't reprimand Javier and Ryan for that. Luke and Selena were ordinary detectives, but they didn't have low positions. They were frontrunners in solving cases, and there were rumors that Luke was good at fighting. He had also found the hitmen who attacked Walter, and all the old detectives in the police department were very friendly toward him. They also had a good relationship with John and Joe, these two sly foxes. With Dustin's support on top of that, nobody in the police department wanted to come into conflict with them. Both of them had good manners, good looks, and a good reputation. If it wasn't because Beckett was especially busy with the transfer, she would have talked to them earlier. After all, Luke, Selena, and Beckett were the best-looking detectives in the department. It was impossible for them not to feel close to each other. At that moment, the two groups of three left the department separately. At the door, Elizabeth parted ways with Luke and Selena to return to the intelligence department. Luke and Selena, however, headed in the same direction as Beckett and the other two. Walking a little ahead, Beckett turned her head to talk to her subordinates, Javier and Ryan, and noticed Luke and Selena. She slowed down and asked, "Are you going to the parking lot too?" Luke nodded. "Working a case too." Everybody laughed. Of course, it wasn't a funny exchange. It was just a regular conversation between detectives, like ordinary people asking each other if they had eaten. They went to the parking lot, but Javier and Ryan, the weak personnel, subconsciously fell behind the three big shots. They might be older than the other three, but there was a huge gap between their abilities and their positions. In the police department, age needed to be backed up by ability in order for a person to be deemed qualified. Aware of the disparity, they didn't want to go forward. Even if this walkway was wide, 5 people still couldn't walk side by side. Actually, Selena hung back a little, leaving the conversation to Beckett and Luke. They had been partners for a long time, and Luke had always been the one to set the tone for their first contact with other people. She wouldn't say anything at first. For easygoing Selena, it was very hard for her to quickly determine if someone had an ill nature, and she was more friendly with most people. Luke, on the other hand, was just polite with most people, and wouldn't get close to just anyone. He was the one who curbed her shortcoming of being over-friendly. It was the first time that Luke and Beckett, this beautiful colleague, were speaking to each other in person. Beauties weren't rare to Luke. Of course, it wasn't common to see a woman like Beckett who was still pretty without makeup. She had short black hair and soft, slightly doll-like features. After chatting for a while, they ended the conversation without even the, "Let's get a drink after work when we're free," that was the most common invitation among colleagues. A great beauty like Beckett had a different sensitivity to after-work invitations compared with middle-aged men like John and Joe. Unless she extended the invitation herself, it was best that men who weren't interested in her didn't say anything. But it was also easy for her to be misunderstood if she opened her mouth. With Luke around, Selena was also lazy to make conversation, since everybody wasn't familiar with each other. Following behind like attendants, Javier and Ryan had no opportunity to intervene. Thus, when they reached the parking lot, both parties smiled politely and went their separate ways. Before long, Beckett and her two subordinates charged out of the parking lot. Luke also drove out unhurriedly. Clearly, Beckett's case was more urgent than Luke's. He drove slow enough for Selena to read the case file before they met the troublesome couple. Selena, on the other hand, chucked the file onto the console. Scan the information and establish a new file. Code name. She looked at Luke to see what he was thinking. Code name, Troublemaker. Luke gave the case an appropriate name. In less than a minute, Selena turned on the tablet, and the image was synchronized with the screen on the console in front of Luke so that he could look at it when he needed to. With his current attributes, Luke could even vaguely see the trajectory of bullets. His memory and reaction speed were many times faster than that of an ordinary person. It was definitely dangerous for an ordinary person to be distracted while driving, but Luke was more efficient than an ordinary person when it came to multitasking. There wouldn't be any problems. Selina started the brief. Jeffrey Soderbergh, 52 years old, a famous financier in New York. The Goldberg Fund is his, and his assets are worth around $1 billion. His wife, Aurora Soderbergh, is 43 years old and mainly manages various charity funds funded by her family. Most of the time, it's Laura who's responsible for donating to the various departments in New York. She's also a major player in the Face Appreciation Society. Luke found that odd. Isn't she afraid of being called out for discrimination? It wasn't easy for the poor to sue the rich for discrimination, but once the latter became the subject of gossip and derision, their standing would collapse. A powerful couple that was willing to donate millions to charity every year to uphold their image shouldn't be so stupid. Selina continued flipping through the file. In the end, she burst out laughing. This Madame Aurora seems to be quite proud. It seems she's at odds with some of the upper-class ladies in New York. The rumor is that they've mocked her before for her poor taste in men, and they've become enemies. Luke was even more confused. Shouldn't they be bickering over newspaper or magazine appearances? What does it have to do with looks? Selina said uncertainly, it's probably because they said that the person she likes is ugly. The file doesn't mention that. It's on a piece of paper from Dustin. Luke glanced at the words which Dustin had casually written on the paper and was lost for words. Selina said, fine, I'm relieved. At least I won't be classified as ugly, right? Luke said gloomily, they're rich white people. Selina was lost for words. Is it true that surface discrimination is ultimately racism? Luke tilted his head and thought for a moment, but still shook his head. Maybe in the end, it still has to do with looks. Glaring at him unhappily, Selina continued, more importantly, our mayor's last name is also Soderbergh, and he's Jeffrey's cousin. Luke wasn't surprised since Dustin had mentioned it earlier. He simply sighed. No wonder. They're rich and influential. They reached their destination and entered the parking lot. When they got out, Luke said with a smile, hey, Beckett and the others are here too. Chapter 961. Troublesome family. Selina took a look, but didn't see anyone. Luke pointed. Both their cars are over there. What a coincidence. That being said, they didn't think much of it. There were more than 100 companies stationed in this 50-story building. Some people might never meet even after working in this same building for years. The two teams were working in the same building, and there might be dozens of floors between them. After the elevator reached the 32nd floor, they found a hall with a sign at the door that read, Desperation, Monroe Peterson Exhibition. Luke nodded. This should be it. Luke and Selina walked into the exhibition hall and saw that there were very few visitors. There was also the sound of an argument being suppressed, though a voice would be raised every now and then. Going around a display wall, they entered the hall and saw two couples arguing in a corner in front of the French windows. Well, it seemed complicated. Actually, it was a young girl who was arguing with a middle-aged couple. Behind the girl was a middle-aged man with messy long hair. He simply raised his head and looked out the window without saying a word, as if he didn't care about the argument. Luke and Selina looked at each other before they helplessly took out their badges. It was Luke who spoke first. May I ask who called the police? The middle-aged woman immediately turned around. What's the police doing? They're only sending people over now. At that moment, she finally saw Luke's face, and her complaints were cut off. Luke smiled faintly. This was actually his standard expression when he was on the clock. His smile was neither friendly nor distant. It was polite and gentle, but not overly solicitous. The smile was like warm water that wasn't scalding, and the middle-aged woman's fury suddenly subsided a fair amount. The middle-aged man next to her controlled his emotions better and said, my wife called the police. Luke nodded and asked, Mrs. Aurora Soderbergh. The middle-aged man was slightly surprised, but he still nodded. Yes. After confirming the identity of the person who had reported the case, Luke asked, who is the swindler you mentioned in your report? The middle-aged woman finally snapped out of her daze. She raised her hand and pointed at the other man without thinking. It's this man. Arrest him. Luke was amused, but he said, Mrs. Soderbergh, unless this gentleman is a wanted criminal, we have no right to arrest him before a judge issues a warrant. Stumped for a moment, Aurora immediately corrected herself. He hit me. Arrest him now and wait for the police to interrogate him. The girl immediately shouted, "Mom, what are you doing?" The middle-aged man next to her smiled wryly and pulled his wife behind him. "I'm sorry, my wife is a little agitated. Please don't mind her." Luke was still smiling. "And you are Jeffrey Soderbergh," the middle-aged man said, as he pointed at the girl opposite him. "This is my daughter, Lindsay Soderbergh." He then pointed at the middle-aged man behind the girl. "This is Monroe Peterson." He emphasized the last half of his sentence with obvious derision. Luke secretly praised the man in his heart. At least this man wasn't that stupid. The wealthy naturally occupied a strong position in front of the police. But this was only a generalization. It wasn't unusual for a rich heir driving a sports car worth millions to be stopped by a police officer and given a ticket. The number of police officers who hated the unbridled rich wasn't any lower than ordinary people. Some police officers would even issue the maximum fine. This was the mindset of the common citizen: aren't you rich? Then contribute more to society. Luke had now clearly hinted to Jeffrey that he wasn't here to be a goon for the rich, not on this occasion, at least. That was what Jeffrey thought. The truth was that even with Jeffrey's logic, he still wasn't qualified to treat Luke as his hired hand. Suppressing his furious wife, Jeffrey said, "We suspect that Mr. Monroe Peterson used improper means to gain our daughter's trust and make her pay a huge rental fee for this venue, so we want to go back with him to the police station together and carry out an investigation." What he said was quite neat. He wasn't as arrogant and bossy as Aurora, but he had said, "Go back with him to the police station." At the police department, they who donated millions every year could put on a show and didn't need to go through this petty detective who didn't know how things worked. Instead of talking to these two lowly detectives, Jeffrey wanted to make a tacit deal with the higher-ups at the police department. Compared with his wife, what Jeffrey was even more furious about was that the man had tricked his daughter. As long as they found evidence, he would get him sent to prison without hesitation. What d*mn painter, what d*mn abstract art? If you have what it takes, go draw sunflowers in prison. Luke didn't stop him. If the other party insisted, he had to do so. Even if he didn't want to do it, another patrol officer would. Rich people would always find a police officer who was willing to be their thug. He looked at the man behind the girl and asked, "Mr. Monroe Peterson, do you have any objections to what Mr. Soderbergh said?" Monroe finally turned to look at him and suddenly smiled. His smile seemed empty, as if he was mocking himself. "No." Luke shook his head inwardly. He had already discovered that the painter's mental state wasn't normal. It was too much to call him crazy, but he wasn't like a regular, clear-headed person. It was as if most of Monroe's thoughts drifted in some unknown world, and only a small part of him was still in reality. Luke suspected that if he changed the question to, "Did you not take your medicine?" Monroe would say, "No." He could only nod. "Then please follow us back to the police department." The girl, Lindsay, who was standing in front of Monroe, grew anxious. "Wait, he hasn't been well recently. How can he go to the police department? He needs to rest or go to the hospital." Aurora couldn't help but say in a low voice, "I think he can go to a mental hospital. I can cover all the medical fees for him to be treated until he recovers." Chapter 962, A Coincidence, and taking people back to the police department. Lindsay looked anxious and angry again. "Mom, how did you become like this? You have no heart." Luke raised his hand. "Ladies, I think it's best if you calm down. Hurting each other won't solve the problem." The family of three looked at him in surprise. This wasn't something an ordinary police officer would say. Most of the time, when it came to family disputes, the police would rather watch on the side and then take people back to the station according to procedure. As the saying went, even an honest and upright official would have difficulty resolving a family dispute. The police also understood this. If they got involved recklessly and subdued a drunkard who was hitting his wife, who knew if the howling wife might take out a gun and start shooting? When it came to the rich, many police officers were even less inclined to take action. It was too easy for a rich person to hire a lawyer. If a police officer intervened or took action, it was very easy for a lawyer to find a fault and blow it out of proportion, which would be the worst luck. Luke, however, didn't care about that. He wasn't afraid of the other party hiring a lawyer. He simply said, "Mr. Soderbergh has already made his request, and Mr. Peterson has no objections. We can discuss it in the interrogation room at the police department." When he talked about the interrogation room, his tone grew heavier, and his eyes met the girl's for a moment. Lindsay's thoughts moved, and she suddenly said, "Then I want you to be there the whole time." Luke found that odd. He hadn't used any special abilities, it was Lindsay herself making this request. But he didn't want to argue about it here. For the police, the most annoying thing was a public argument or watching other people argue. If the family really wanted to argue, they could go back to the police department and argue in the interrogation room together. When the time came, Luke would at least be able to drink and eat his snacks as he watched them bicker. This wasn't his own unique way of handling a case. It was the countless senior detectives with bitter experience who told Luke and Selena that this was the best way to deal with most family disputes. Jeffrey, Lindsay, and Monroe all agreed with Luke. Aurora couldn't make a fuss even if she wanted to. Luke gestured, and the 6 of them walked toward the exit. But just as they reached the display wall near the exit, 3 people walked around it and bumped into Luke. Both parties were stunned for a moment, before they both smiled and asked at the same time, "Why are you here?" "A case," they replied in unison. This time, Luke raised his hand to indicate that the other party should speak first. Detective Beckett said, "We're here to talk to Lindsay Soderbergh and Monroe Peterson." Luke said with a smile, "These 2 are involved in my case. They happen to be returning to the police department with us." He gave Beckett a look and nodded slightly. Beckett instantly understood. Since they were already going back to the police department, there was no way she would let go of this opportunity to question them. Luke was implying that he wouldn't stop her, and that it would just depend on whether or not she could deal with him. They exchanged a swift look and finished negotiating in just a few seconds. This was just a common tacit understanding between detectives, not telepathy. 3 cars arrived, and 5 went back to the police department. Luke had just asked Selena to take the 4 people to the interrogation room, when Dustin called for him. After asking Luke to come to his office, Dustin asked, "What are you doing? Why did you bring them back here?" He wanted Luke to deal with the Soderbergh family, not bring them back to the police department. The Soderberghs weren't ordinary rich people in New York. Dustin really didn't want to associate with them at all. He had had no choice but to take this assignment from his superiors. In fact, there was a lot of talk about this family in the police department. Nobody in the police department wanted to touch this bad luck when it came to family matters, so it had been decisively reported to HQ. The Soderbergh's annual donations were distributed by HQ. Now that this family had to be cleaned up, it was HQ who naturally had to do it. Dustin had Luke and Selena go, firstly because he knew that they weren't mentally vulnerable to the rich. Luke, after all, was rich himself. Secondly, Luke and Selena had made a lot of contributions, but there was no hope of them getting promoted in the short term. They couldn't lose their jobs, but they could be suppressed. With Dustin around, however, that wouldn't happen. Seeing Luke beam at him, he said helplessly, "Tell me, how can we get rid of them quickly?" Luke took out a lollipop, not forgetting to give Selena and Gold Nugget one each. He then said with a smile, "Why chase them away? Since they're big clients of our police department, they have the right to occupy an interrogation room. Let them slowly talk it out inside." Stunned for a moment, Dustin asked a crucial question. "But someone has to keep an eye on them, right?" He was really afraid that if a fight broke out, it would be a big problem if someone was injured or killed. Luke raised his hand. "I'll stay inside and watch the show." Dustin was lost for words. Are you planning to wear this family out? But on second thought, what else could he do but drag it out? Be the judge. The case had been pushed around because nobody wanted to be the judge. Dustin quickly sorted out his thoughts and nodded decisively. He pointed at Luke and said, "You can keep an eye on them. They can stay in the interrogation room for as long as they want. I'll have someone else give you a quiet room to work on the case." Luke curled his lip. "Okay, boss. Don't be late for the party tonight. Don't work overtime." Dustin lowered his head and started handling files. "Send them away first, then we'll see." Luke chuckled. "From what I can see, Mrs. Soderbergh doesn't have much stamina, at least." Dustin couldn't help but raise his head. "You can tell." Right after that, he got it. Luke had a good understanding of human anatomy and keen observation skills. It wasn't hard for an expert marksman and fighter to make such a judgment, not to mention that he was a police officer who could crack cases. Thinking that, Dustin's heart settled. Sending Luke had indeed been the right decision. Luke was always careful before he took action. After Luke and Selena left, Luke told Selena to prepare something for the party. Looking at the shopping list on her phone, Selena found it odd. "Why is there no meat?" There was still meat at home, but they were mostly gold nuggets frozen goods. Today was the first party in months for Dustin's people, and also their first private gathering in New York. Serving gold nuggets days-old frozen meat wouldn't be good. Luke and Selena ate fresh meat almost every day. The meat was kept in the fridge overnight at most, and what they didn't finish in 2 days would become a snack for the dog head. In any case, to the dog head's taste buds, there was practically no difference between day-old and several days-old frozen meat. In this regard, it wasn't as unreasonable as humans. Actually, most people couldn't tell the difference between meat that had been frozen for 3 days, 5 days, and a week. Chapter 963. What on earth is the problem? Luke sent 2 text messages. We have a specific supplier for meat and seafood. Selena asked. What? Molly Johnson, the girl from the high school diving team. Her father, Richard Johnson. Do you remember him? Luke asked casually. Naturally, Selena remembered Molly's case. It was through her that they had discovered that pervert, Kilgrave. In her fury, Selena had practically folded that psycho in half. Richard runs a seafood operation in Boston. He's a direct supplier of major restaurants in New York, and has to deliver a few trucks worth of goods every day. The ingredients are definitely fresh, he said. So, I just need to send a message to the person in charge of the cold storage to prepare the goods, and then have someone go get them. Selena nodded. They always paid for their orders, which wasn't a loss to Richard. At most, the people at the cold storage just needed to do a little more work. Richard, whose daughter had been saved, certainly wouldn't refuse such a small request which cost him nothing. Shall I go get it? Selena asked. Luke shook his head. Our meat supplier will help. Foggy's parents and brother run a butcher's shop in the Clinton area. I've already talked to them, and we'll order from them directly. His brother will also help us get the seafood from the cold storage. You just need to drop by their shop on the way home. Selena was dumbfounded. When did you set this up? Why don't I know about it? Luke couldn't help but sigh. How many times do you go out to buy seafood and meat on your own? What's the point of telling you this? Selena chuckled. Most of the time, she followed Luke to buy seafood and meat. It wasn't that she was lazy, but that she wasn't confident in her taste and bargaining skills. She still remembered the expensive king crabs sold by the Chinese boss at the San Gabriel Valley Seafood Market in Los Angeles. She wasn't short of money, but she had been taught since young not to be swindled. It was best to leave this to the professional. Naturally, Luke was the professional. Actually, Luke wasn't good at bargaining. In his previous life, the supermarket was his favorite place to buy things. He picked up his items, scanned them, paid and left. Any discounts were marked on the price tag, and he didn't need to argue with anyone. Now, even without using mental communication or 40 mental strength, he could still feel out the bottom line of most bosses based on basic psychology. Thus, he had become Selena's best bargaining chip. But Luke couldn't be bothered with that small amount of money. He had ordered all the good meat from Foggy's family's shop. The price was already high, and he was even paying 10% more than the market price. Thus, it was only reasonable for Foggy's brother to help him bring the seafood back when he was picking up the goods, since it meant that Luke had already paid a tip in advance. Money in exchange for time was basically instinct for Luke. If it was something that could be solved with a small amount of money, there was no need to save it. He had just spent $5 million last night for someone to lure in the monsters so that he could earn some experience and credit points. Today, he spent $200 to save himself the trouble of running around. Seeing Selena go off happily to round up the ingredients for dinner, Luke sighed, and then entered the interrogation room. It was better for him to deal with this mess today. Selena usually took on most of the meaningless yet necessary conversations. For example, if a colleague came over to say hi, Luke would return the greeting, but wouldn't deliberately make conversation. When interrogating eyewitnesses, for example, some of them were important and some not, and some people were long-winded and some not. Luke would question important eyewitnesses, while Selena would deal with the less important or long-winded ones. Consoling victims or calming kids down were also things that weren't useful to a case, but which needed to be handled nonetheless, and it was Selena who basically dealt with all that. If Luke had a partner like John, Luke would be the one doing all that, but he hated this sort of thing the most. Thus, it was really hard to meet a relaxed partner who didn't have any complaints. Luke could say that there wasn't anyone else in the police department who would make a suitable partner. It wasn't that they weren't willing to do all the minor things, but that they would fight with him over the important things. This was unavoidable for most detectives. Selena, on the other hand, didn't lack money. She didn't have a low position, and she basically didn't have any career ambitions. Most of her focus was on training, beating up people, and eating after work. This was the best assistant whom Luke had groomed for over a year. If he had to find a replacement for Selena in the police department, Elizabeth might be able to play half of Selena's role. As for other things, Luke couldn't help but shake his head. It was really hard to find someone he felt at ease sharing things with, even if it was only a small portion. However, there was already a way to deal with the biggest problem with this matter, but he needed more time to verify his thoughts. Javier and Ryan were standing at the door to the interrogation room. When they saw Luke, they straightened up. Luke asked, "How's it going?" The two of them smiled bitterly. "If this goes on, we might be here all day and still not ask any of our questions." Luke shrugged. "Look on the bright side. They found that odd." "What bright side?" Luke said. "At the very least, they're my problem first before they're yours. If I can solve their problem, yours won't be too big." Both of them were dumbfounded and couldn't wrap their heads around it for a moment. "Then, what on earth is the problem? And whose problem is it?" Luke, on the other hand, had already opened the door to the interrogation room, and was greeted by a wave of noise. It was similar to what happened in the exhibition hall earlier. It was still a family of three, parents versus daughter. Monroe, one of the main leads, continued to sit there in a daze, as if the three people arguing in the room didn't exist. As for the beautiful detective with her arms crossed, she was also ignored. The three people who were arguing seemed to have reached the climax, and didn't notice Luke at all. Luke asked in a very soft voice, "How's it going?" Beckett's gentle lips curved up, but she clearly wasn't happy. "It's troublesome." Luke didn't think much of it. "I heard that even John and Joe didn't want to take this case." "There's no way it wouldn't be troublesome." Beckett nodded slightly. "What should we do?" "Need my help." She was a woman, after all, and should be more suitable as a mediator than Luke in this family conflict. Luke shook his head. "Not for now. Let's wait." Beckett. "Huh," Luke said. "They can carry on like this for another 20 minutes at most. They'll have to take a break for some water then." Beckett. That was indeed one way to solve the problem. Their mouths would turn dry from arguing. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to continue making noise. Chapter 964. Eat snacks and watch a show. At that moment, the door opened again. The two looked over and saw Selena standing at the door with a smile. She handed Luke a bag and said, "Take your time." Luke accepted the bag with a smile and made an okay gesture. The door closed quietly again. Beckett didn't say anything and just silently watched the two partners communicate. She was quite curious about these colleagues who had transferred in a year after her. As the best-looking person in the police department, she was naturally curious about the two players who had suddenly been transferred here. And some time ago, there had been vague rumors about Luke. Beckett became even more curious about them. At the very beginning, she had thought that they were on par only in terms of looks. She was quite confident in her ability to handle cases. She couldn't say that she was better than John and Joe, but she was good at what she did. But if the rumors were true, her ability to handle cases would conversely become her weakness. She wasn't jealous. John and Joe were also detectives who were good at taking action. She wasn't as good in this regard, and didn't intend to turn it into a competition. Thus, she wouldn't compete with Luke and Selena in terms of taking action. Sensing her attention, Luke simply unzipped the bag and took out a lollipop. Beckett. What's going on? Luke didn't look at her. He simply reached into his bag and said, "What do you like? Take your pick." Looking at what he was holding, Beckett couldn't help but be even more stunned. Lollipops, chewing gum, chocolate, and cupcakes were fanned out in his hands, like he was a magician. After a brief daze, she hesitated before choosing chocolate. The chocolate was a small, round, wrapped ball, which suited her taste best. Carefully tugging off the wrapping, she asked in a low voice, "Do you like snacks?" What she wanted to ask was, "How much do you like snacks?" It was rare for a detective to bring a bag of snacks with him. Luke said, "We used a lot of energy. We should replenish our strength first and prepare for a long battle." If you can't wait, you can ask Javier and the others to spare someone. "I think I'll wait here." After a brief hesitation, Beckett stuffed the chocolate into her mouth and shook her head. Luke didn't say anything else and quietly sucked on his lollipop. With his foundation and extraordinary abilities combined with his 40 mental strength, he could easily sense Beckett's emotions. The woman didn't hate him, nor did she doubt him. Staying was just a matter of personal choice. Of course, this beauty wasn't interested in him. He wasn't the male lead in a novel, and beautiful women wouldn't cry and cling to him the moment they saw him. Fine, he had often enjoyed this sort of treatment where beautiful women took the initiative, but most of the time, they would approach him with a smile, and wouldn't cry or pounce on him. That was something only fans would do when they saw their idols, and he had never been an idol. The family of three had more stamina than he had expected. They argued for 26 minutes before the first prolonged pause occurred. During that time, Luke had already eaten a lollipop, 3 pieces of chocolate, and a cupcake. As for Beckett, she had unknowingly eaten a piece of chocolate and was now eating a cupcake. She had no idea why, but when Luke asked her if she wanted more, she accepted. Was it because of how he enjoyed the food, or was it because she couldn't help but want to eat snacks while watching the show? She was puzzled. It was when she was halfway through her cupcake that the family took a break. When Jeffrey saw the 2 people standing at the door, he frowned. "Officer, is this how you work cases?" He had already seen the cake in Beckett's hand, which made him feel as if he was part of a sideshow. Watching his family like they were a joke, these 2 detectives didn't want their jobs anymore. Luke stepped forward and shielded Beckett behind him. He took out 3 unopened bottles of mineral water from his bag and placed them on the table. "Have some water first, Mr. Soderbergh. Your throat is a little hoarse. Also, ladies, have some water and take a break." Frowning, Jeffrey looked at the bottle of water, and couldn't say anything derisive. The price of Fiji water had yet to skyrocket, and after all, it wasn't as if this bottle was 24K pure gold, and the cap wasn't studded with diamonds. Yet, whether in terms of price, taste, or even customer base, it couldn't be used as a source of ridicule. His wife, however, couldn't care less. She grabbed a bottle of Fiji and gulped down half of it. The reason why they stopped arguing was because her throat was on fire. She couldn't help but cough non-stop just now, and couldn't continue arguing anymore. Now that she saw water, she couldn't care less about what Luke had been doing. Conversely, she hadn't noticed at all. On the other hand, her daughter, Lindsay, was still young, and her voice hadn't given out yet. However, she couldn't help following her mother, and grabbed 1 bottle to drink. With the mother and daughter's actions, Jeffrey also gave in. He was already in his 50s. Even if he wasn't the main force in the argument, he still found it difficult. The atmosphere in the interrogation room finally cooled down. Luke took out 2 bottles of water and gave one to Beckett, who was at the door, before he unhurriedly took a sip from his own bottle. Seeing that the family wasn't going to continue, Luke slowly twisted the cap back on and played with the bottle of water as he said, "Now, everyone should calm down. Let's talk about how to resolve this." The family of 3 stared at him in surprise. It wasn't the first time they had quarreled in front of the police. Few police officers dared to interject. Luke was making a futile attempt here. This was a classic family dispute, and most of them just went around in circles. For example, questions like, "Why do I put up with you?" would basically get the typical, "Then why should I put up with you?" in reply. These sorts of lines, just like the famous, "You're cold, you're heartless, and you're unreasonable," would never reach a conclusion. How long an argument went on for didn't depend on whether the problem was resolved, but on when both parties got tired. Without stamina, the 2 bickering parties could only go home and recover before the next argument erupted. The problem was that the Soderbergh family was rich and powerful in New York. Of course, it was NYPD's problem, not the family's. Chapter 965. Doing away with trouble and reaching a compromise. The Soderberghs were rich. If they wanted to fight and wanted the police present, NYPD could only obediently send someone to the scene. Otherwise, the family would rather give their donation to dogs next year than to NYPD. For other police officers, it wasn't worth it to be blacklisted by such a rich family for something like this. They would go to the scene just to skive off. Some would take it as a family drama to watch for free. Arrest. Of course, that had already happened. The parents got Monroe arrested, but the daughter bailed him out. Since both parties didn't lack money for lawyer fees and it was very hard to file a case, Monroe was released very quickly. Ever since the first police officer who had been too obedient to the Soderbergh couple had been forced to take a long break, NYPD had become wary of the messy business with this family. Nobody wanted to be the second fool. Now, any police officers who were at the scene were determined to stay out of the argument, for fear of being strung up by Miss Lindsay's lawyer. There were no police officers who dared to open their mouths and step in directly. Looking at the astonished trio, Luke said unhurriedly, "Legally speaking, Miss Lindsay Soderbergh is an independent adult who has the right to use her assets however she wants." The couple's expressions turned ugly when they heard that. As if she had gotten support, Lindsay waved her hand at Luke, as if to say, "Listen to him." Luke, however, changed the topic. "But when it comes to family matters, Miss Soderbergh, you should understand your parents' concerns. If the law can be used for everything, then what is family for? Wouldn't it be better for everyone to send their children to welfare homes?" Aurora's ugly expression froze for a moment, before it smoothed out. She immediately waved at Luke, as if to say, "Listen to him." Luke wasn't too bothered by the silent confrontation between the mother and daughter. He continued, "The problem isn't money, but Mr. Monroe Peterson. But he should go see a psychiatrist first, not be sent to prison right away." This time, neither side looked happy. Aurora felt that sending Monroe to a mental hospital or prison was the best choice. Lindsay felt that Monroe was just immersed in his own world. After seeing a psychiatrist, he might end up in a mental hospital. This was the most awkward thing to say when both parties weren't in favor, and they weren't grateful for it. Thankfully, Luke didn't need their gratitude. He simply continued, "In any case, Mr. Peterson won't be able to enter our detention center or prison in his current state." He looked at Aurora as he spoke. "But you definitely don't want him to be sent to a mental hospital." He looked at Lindsay when he said that. The mother and daughter were about to explode with anger, but they couldn't accept either outcome. Luke turned to look at Jeffrey. "What do you think? What would happen in the end depended on the decision of the head of the family." Jeffrey was the calmest of the three, even if there was a limit to his composure. He also held the most authority in the family, and his indecisiveness was the main reason for this ongoing conflict. Jeffrey fell silent. His thoughts were even more complicated. Whether Monroe was released or sent to a mental hospital or prison, neither outcome met his expectations. This was reality. There would always be instances where you couldn't satisfy everyone, no matter how you dealt with it. For a moment, the interrogation room fell silent. Beckett subconsciously raised the cupcake and took another bite. She was quite engrossed in this family drama as she pondered Luke's actions. Was he brilliant? Not necessarily. Was he terrible? That didn't seem to be the case. But his expression was calm, without panic or fear. That was the most important thing. Most of the time, the solution didn't depend on who was right or wrong, but on whether the overseer could keep the situation under control. Luke wasn't acting very imposing right now, but he had restrained this troublesome family for the time being. Frowning and thinking for a long moment, Jeffrey's heart softened every time he looked at his daughter. But when he saw the middle-aged man behind her, he was vexed again. Why did such trash appear? Why did such trash attract his daughter's attention? Why was his family quarreling over such trash? After thinking for a moment, he still couldn't make a decision. He could remain calm in the face of hundreds of millions of dollars, but he couldn't do anything about his precious daughter. She was too outstanding. If it wasn't for this Monroe incident, his daughter would be perfect. Finally, he looked at Luke. "What do you think?" Jeffrey finally focused on the young detective. It wasn't rare for a detective to be able to be frank or indifferent with him. There had been that half-balding detective a few days ago, who was even more unbridled than this young man. But that person was clearly more used to solving a problem with a gun. How could a detective who had just gotten a divorce and taken off his wedding ring be good at dealing with family disputes? Although this young detective wasn't married, he was about the same age as his daughter, and might be able to give a reasonable suggestion from that perspective. Of course, Jeffrey didn't have much hope. Family disputes were the classic example of internal conflict, and one of the most difficult to resolve. That was because the cause of many such conflicts always made people feel helpless. Luke said, "In my opinion, Mr. Monroe Peterson needs to be examined by a proper psychiatrist." Seeing that Lindsay was about to speak, he raised his hand to stop her. "We're not sending him to a mental hospital, but we can at least verify his condition for Mr. and Mrs. Soderbergh. From what I can tell, it would be very difficult for him to commit fraud in his mental state." He looked at the couple and said, "If Mr. Peterson is mentally ill, he should be undergoing treatment instead of fighting a lawsuit with you. Miss Lindsay can look for the treatment center herself, and hire a guard and private doctor to take care of and treat him. After he said that, the family of three fell silent, but their eyes flickered as they clearly mulled over the feasibility of this plan. This way, Lindsay would be able to protect Monroe, and the Soderbergs would be able to separate Monroe and their daughter. It was the perfect plan for the time being. After a long while, Jeffrey and Lindsay looked at each other at almost the same time. In just an instant, they reached a compromise. Jeffrey nodded slowly. "I'll give him a chance, but you have to come home." After hesitating for a moment, Lindsay finally nodded. "I'll go home, but you have to promise me that you won't do anything in private without my knowing." When she said that, she subconsciously glanced at her mother. Clearly, Aurora was much less trustworthy than Jeffrey. Chapter 966, Scalper. Slipping away, the glance almost made Aurora lose her temper again, but her husband, Jeffrey, pulled hard on her hand from behind. She instantly came back to her senses. In any case, their daughter was willing to go home, which was at least an improvement. They could take things slow in the future. Seeing that they had basically reached a compromise, Luke smiled. "Well, by the way, do you need me to provide a third-party psychiatrist?" "She's pretty good." The family of three turned their heads in unison. "Are you a police officer or a hospital, Scalper?" The family expressed their doubts about Luke's profession for the first time, but Lindsay only hesitated for a moment before she agreed to let him introduce a doctor. She also requested that the doctor come to the police station immediately to give Monroe a preliminary diagnosis. For some reason, she trusted this calm detective. Also, Luke seemed to have inadvertently reminded her of something. If an official record of their agreement was left here at the police station, some of her parents' tricks wouldn't be as useful. Lindsay wasn't stupid. It was precisely because she was too smart that her parents took her so seriously. She didn't feel that Luke was acting like someone her parents had arranged. Although she didn't have direct evidence, she was somehow sure. Naturally, the psychiatrist recommended by Luke would be more reliable than whomever she looked for later. She knew all too well how capable her parents were in New York. If things went wrong, they might be able to replace the doctor with one of theirs, which would be bad for Monroe. In less than half an hour, there was the sound of high heels coming over swiftly, before they stopped in front of the door. The door opened, and a blonde woman with black-rimmed glasses appeared. The family was stunned. Surprised, Lindsay opened her mouth to say something, but abruptly clammed up as joy flashed in her eyes. The blonde woman's gaze swept over everyone before she nodded at Luke. "Hello, Detective Coulson. Who is the patient?" "Hello, Drive, Haley." Luke smiled and gestured at Monroe. "That's him, but you need to discuss with these three how to carry out the consultation. They have some special requests." With that, he gave Beckett a look before they left discreetly. After they went out and closed the door, Luke said to Beckett in a low voice, "When Monroe is being examined, you can talk to Lindsay about your case first. I think there's still a chance that she'll cooperate. Don't get your hopes up about Monroe. He's really in a bad mental state." Beckett nodded and couldn't help but ask curiously, "You studied psychology in college?" Luke looked at her strangely and said, "I studied a little on my own. I never had the chance to study it in college." Beckett nodded and said, "Thanks, Luke. You can look for me if you need anything in the future." This was a small favor she owed him. The colleagues in the police department were all close or distant to varying degrees. Without these favors, there were many things other people wouldn't agree to help with. For example, when Luke asked John and Joe for help a few days ago, Luke would have to help them out the next time they asked. However, everyone was clear on the grade of these favors. For example, Beckett's favor was much smaller than John's. That was because John had done Luke a personal favor, while this was just a small work favor. Also, when she had asked Luke the question earlier, he realized that this lady was still too green. At the very least, she wasn't too familiar with Walter John Joe. Otherwise, how could she not know that Luke hadn't gone to college? She hadn't paid enough attention to the ins and outs of the police department, or it would have been easy for her to find out that Luke was only 19. But that wasn't a bad thing. A person who focused on work and didn't care about office gossip might not get a promotion or a raise that easily, but they were much more comfortable to be around than those part-time, underground spies. Luke went to Dustin's office and told him that everything was under control. Dustin was suspicious. "Are you sure? If it was that easy to deal with, why would this family be famous even in NYPD?" Luke said, "If we're lucky, the situation really will stop here. If we're unlucky, we'll probably get a break for a week or two. The whole of NYPD didn't care how big the family drama was, as long as the family kept it at home. Most of the family disputes which Luke dealt with as a detective were either serious or fatal. He had never dealt with such purely emotional disputes. A certain lonely and unmarried middle-aged man was even more impatient than Luke when it came to dealing with the rich. Worried, Dustin asked, "What if they cut their donation?" Pondering for 2 seconds, Luke replied, "Even if they do, that might not necessarily be on my head." Lost for words, Dustin raised a finger. Get lost. He realized that he had asked a silly question. It was possible that might happen, but the police department had already had to deal with this troublesome family 7 or 8 times. Even if they didn't receive a big donation from the Soderberghs next year, nobody could be sure what had offended them. This wasn't ancient times, and the big shots couldn't hold anyone accountable over some groundless accusations. Innocent until proven guilty, this was the same in America. On his way out, Luke looked in the direction of the interrogation room. Only Javier was at the door, which meant that Beckett had gotten something. After solving the family's problem with unexpected efficiency, he no longer hung around the police department. After sending a text message, he waited for another 10 minutes before he got up and left. Outside the entrance, he found a cab and got in. The driver smiled. "Are you in a hurry today?" Luke paid the fare. "Of course, I'm not in a hurry. Please keep your plane to the minimum speed. It's snowing today. My car can switch to snow mode at any time." Belle, who was in the driver's seat, nodded regretfully. "When I saw your message, I thought it was a chance to chase after a suspect like last time." Luke said helplessly, "You basically only get that in movies, right? Most of the time, the police drive themselves." Belle thought about it. The last time Luke hired her car to chase someone, he had been a LAPD detective. It was indeed hard for a LAPD detective in New York to chase someone without a car. Even though it was snowing and the ground was slippery, it only took Belle 10 minutes to reach Clinton. Luke waved goodbye to Belle and entered the Nelson and Murdoch law firm. It was snowing today, but there were a lot of people in the law firm. Most of them looked happy. Luke knew why. The reconstruction plan had already been set in motion, and the first batch of renovation teams had officially begun to repair the houses of many families. Chapter 967. Real capability and going on TV. The community reconstruction couldn't be delayed any longer. After all, it had started snowing in New York last night. If they didn't take care of the holes, these families would only be in slightly better shape than homeless people. Foggy had talked to Luke over the phone and they had determined that repairs were the priority. The interior refurbishments could be delayed for a few days. The residents wouldn't complain about renovations which they didn't have to pay for themselves. While the residents who had received help were grateful, they also couldn't help but feel that the donations were a sinkhole for this great philanthropist. However, when Foggy had screened the applicants, he had also talked about the donor. All the applicants knew that the donor didn't have any demands, and didn't even leave his name. He was just giving fixed donations to the charity fund, and everyone could only admire him. Unlike those who made a big deal out of donating money and wanted the whole world to know about it, the donor this time wasn't even looking for recognition, and didn't care about their gratitude. Of course, they were wrong on this point. Luke went upstairs with a smile. He was quite happy when he saw these people. He wasn't a saint, but seeing people in dire straits have some hope for the future was always better than seeing a bunch of bitter faces. He hadn't been in the Clinton area for long, so it wasn't a bad idea for the time being to make the environment around his house a little better. Unlike those who were wholeheartedly devoted to charity, he did it for his own benefit. Hoping for an honest and stable society in the Clinton area was futile, and nobody would be in a good mood about the various criminals who freely roamed the place. Foggy and Matt's firm already had some reputation in this circle. They had helped out many times in the past, and many unlucky hoodlums and bikers had benefited from them. Even if the gratitude was passing, they would still look for these two lawyers the next time something happened, so many people consciously stayed away from them. There was no specific range, but very few thieves and small fry would break out into a scuffle within a radius of 200 to 300 meters of the law firm. Nothing could be done about the sale of weed here since that was their livelihood. Coupled with the community reconstruction program which Luke had come up with, there were basically no more hooligans here. Of course, Luke and Matt had done even more. Some of the more ruthless gangs, such as the Irish, the Russians, and the factions under Kingpin, had been put down by the two one after another. The gangs in Clinton had been behaving themselves recently, and the crime rate on the streets had dropped significantly. Some of the criminals were seriously injured, some were crippled, some were dead, and some were in hiding. That being said, when Luke went upstairs and saw a cameraman and a beautiful TV reporter with a microphone, Luke still mumbled to himself, "There haven't been any bad cases in this area recently. Why is the media here?" He had seen the news van downstairs earlier, so he had specially come up to take a look, hoping that it wasn't a bad thing. He wasn't overthinking it. A few people died every month in the Clinton area, which wasn't even worth making the news. If no one died in a month, then, that would make the news. The victims here were mostly ordinary people, not gang members. Most private battles were cleaned up by the gangs and wouldn't blow up in public, which was the same as saying they never happened at all. Recalling that he hadn't heard of any violent deaths in this area recently, Luke made a rough guess. But when he heard what the female reporter said, he knew that he had guessed wrong. Hell's Kitchen has been undergoing a new change recently. After the severe serial explosions last time, a large charity donation has been channeled into the area, and the living environments of victims who are most in need are being restored. The beautiful reporter's words echoed in the corridor as many people watched. She wasn't speaking very fast, but her speech was clear and her pronunciation was precise. Her expression was also on point and she looked very capable. She would be more believable if this wasn't Hell's Kitchen. Luke scratched his head. The young blonde reporter happened to be near the entrance of the law firm. If he wanted to get there, he would have to pass by the camera. Although a lot of people in America loved to go on TV and would even go over to mess around when they saw a camera, Luke wasn't in the habit of doing that. If possible, he hoped to never appear on TV in this lifetime. The female reporter wasn't like many reporters who became chatterboxes as soon as they were holding the microphone, saying a bunch of irrelevant things to the camera. In less than 2 minutes, she gave clear opening remarks. Luke figured out her reason for being here. She had been drawn here by the latest happenings in the Clinton area and New York's notorious Hell's Kitchen. Or rather, she had been drawn by the massive community reconstruction program and volunteer training. It wouldn't be strange if something like this happened elsewhere in New York. Harlem or Brooklyn could also be just as bad. But someone had actually donated a large sum of money for such a high-class community project in Clinton, which was known as Hell's Kitchen. Most New Yorkers would only have one thought: this person had to have a screw loose. It wasn't that they weren't sympathetic, but there weren't many good people in Hell's Kitchen. A good person who had the ability to fork out a lot of money would definitely be on the local news in New York. Now, it was really going to be on the news. Thinking back, Luke remembered the eye-catching logo on the news van downstairs. It wasn't from a TV station, but a Trish logo. He wasn't too familiar with the name. He had indeed been busy recently. Although he hadn't given up his habit of watching local news, there were truly too many local news channels in New York. The number of TV stations in America's biggest city and the world's financial center wasn't something that some small country TV channels could compare with. Most of the reporters he saw on the news were in their 40s and weren't the gossipy type, but delivered professional reports, which suited him. He had never seen this beautiful reporter on the news before. After she finished her spiel, she went to the law firm for a typical assault interview. Of course, even Foggy should have learned of her movements in a shabby place like Nelson and Murdoch, let alone Matt. Luke entered the office with a smile. Not only weren't there many people in the law firm now, the number was continuing to shrink. After the camera entered the office, many people pulled their hats down to cover their faces and left in a hurry. Chapter 968. I know this is a little over the top, but the people who left might not necessarily be criminals, but they undoubtedly had reasons for not wanting to be on TV. They couldn't do anything, and it had been tacitly agreed that the area around the law firm was a peaceful zone. If these people wanted to get help from the law firm, or if they needed help in the future, or even if it was their relatives or friends who needed help, they had to abide by this unspoken rule. They could only leave first and wait for the troublesome reporter to leave. Hearing the sound of an interview being conducted in the lawyer's office, Luke shook his head with a smile and turned to leave. Suddenly, someone popped out of the room. His movements weren't hurried, but he was quick. He immediately closed the door. Luke was amused. "Matt, it's good to be on TV. Why are you running away?" Matt nodded at him with a bitter smile, and at a gesture, they left the office and hid out by a window around the corner at the end of the corridor. You know, some people are more interested in how I'm different. They seem to think that blind people have to work harder and have it harder, and need more sympathy, said Matt helplessly. Luke chuckled. That's true. You're living a good life, and you don't need anyone to sympathize with you. But some sympathy is better than none. Matt nodded. So I'll just hide and let Foggy deal with it. Luke clicked his tongue. I know saying this might be a little over the top, but I still have to say it. Matt, if your face appears on TV, it won't be a problem for the firm's business to increase by 50%. Of course, most of your clients would be women who love beauty. Matt wasn't angry. I know saying this might be a little over the top, but I still have to tell you, the number of girls who have confessed to me since I was young has already proven that. I can't do anything about it. Luke, has Foggy ever wanted to hit you? Especially your face. Matt chuckled. He's said so many times, but he's never really done it. Luke said, it's the same with me. Matt was a handsome man. Even being blind couldn't change that. Luke, on the other hand, was a man who was getting more and more handsome. He didn't feel envious or jealous of such a handsome man. What Matt said just now would hurt a lot of single people, but it didn't affect Luke at all. After some idle chatter, they returned to the topic of the community reconstruction program. The news interview was indeed unexpected, but it wasn't a bad thing. Something like a tall tree attracting the wind wouldn't happen in a community reconstruction program. Firstly, it didn't have a lot of money, and secondly, it was rooted in the activity of a large number of people. Thirdly, gang members with crooked thoughts would definitely suffer. Luke had already examined Matt as they spoke. In just a few days, the wound on lawyer Matt's leg had already scabbed over. He would definitely be able to fight in a week. His physique was as abnormal as ever. If anyone wanted to cause trouble, lawyer Matt would put on his hood and mete out a beating. And if lawyer Matt couldn't do it, Luke would. They had already eaten the big fish, and the small fry had become appetizers. Selena could now fulfill her craving to be the Terminator. It was fine as long as she didn't wear the second-generation beast armor. After confirming that Matt had recovered, Luke didn't waste any more time and took his leave. It had to be said that the community reconstruction project was going well thanks to Luke leaving it to Foggy and Matt. Other lawyers focused on making money, but these two were special. Matt really didn't care about money. All he wanted was to protect the area and its people. Foggy's ambition was related to money, but not directly. His dream was to expand the firm. Generally speaking, if a law firm wanted to expand, it had to make money. But his ultimate goal wasn't to make money. Compared with many lawyers who took up this profession with the sole aim of making money, these two were willing to do more than that. For example, when it came to the community reconstruction program, other law firms would immediately consider how much money they could make. Or how much they could make from increasing their fame. Foggy and Matt, on the other hand, had practically no such thoughts. They were old residents of the Clinton area, and had complicated and profound feelings about this, Hell's Kitchen. They were willing to work hard to make it a better place. Luke said goodbye to Matt and went downstairs to look at the news van. He then raised his head and looked at the third floor, before he walked to his house diagonally across the street with a smile. He hadn't been back in days, but the house was still tidy. With the sweeper and ventilation equipment, the floor wasn't covered in dust and it wasn't stuffy. Luke took 2 tablets into the kitchen and had little Snail look for the Trish news program. He spent 5 minutes preparing lunch before he leisurely started preparing dinner. Most of the ingredients which Selena had bought were the main ingredients, and he could make things like dessert and pastries in advance. He had dealt with the family in less than 2 hours. It was only noon, and he had plenty of time to finish what he needed to do for the party. In fact, there weren't many things that he needed to do himself. As the smart kitchenware was constantly upgraded, Luke was usually only responsible for verifying the results of the various steps before moving on to the next one. For example, when it came to making buns, he could use a preset mode or key in a scheduled time. Naturally, the preset mode was for Selena and Gold Nugget, and Luke was the one who used the schedule option. With Little Snail projecting a video simulation, even Selena and the dog head could follow along and make a lot of desserts. However, they were traditional Americans when it came to cooking. For example, most people would try to stuff enough fast food into the fridge. The slightly better stuff was sandwiches with ham and lettuce. This was what most people called cooking. Rather than make food which involved 10 or 20 steps, they might as well buy ready-made meals. But when Luke cooked now, it involved 80% less work. Most of the time, he was more like the quality inspector than the cook. Sitting on a special kitchen bar stool, the tablet on his left was showing the local news program, Trish Talk, which he had just discovered, while the tablet on his right was showing all sorts of information which Little Snail had found online. Luke had a lot of time today. He put together the semi-done ingredients produced by the smart kitchenware and placed them in the fridge. The base for the tiramisu was basically done. Elsa was fond of caffeine and sweet food, and this would certainly suit her best. If she liked it, she could take a box home after the party. Chapter 969, Trish Talks Small Impact. Mindful of the fact that most women didn't want to get fat, Luke had improved the recipe for the tiramisu. The heat used was much lower than normal, and he was also using yogurt mousse and similar such ingredients. While he was making dessert, Luke quickly browsed through more than 10 videos of Trish Talk. Apart from the fact that her voice was a little strange, everything else was tolerable. A little like, telling the truth as it is, he murmured. The main content of this Trish Talk was focused on exposing some problems, reporting some touching stories, and unmasking social inequality. There was no lack of such programs in America, but this Trish was both the producer and the reporter for this program, and she was pretty good. Looking at the information on the tablet on his right, he exclaimed, "There are so many hardcore fans. This really isn't an ordinary reporter." Even if a reporter was very good, most people would only think that it was part of their job. Just like the TV presenters on CCTV in his previous life, they might be good, but they might not have as many hardcore fans as a minor celebrity in a D-list drama. However, Trish had a face which suited Western taste. She had long blonde hair and dressed very professionally. Perhaps that was why she had so many loyal fans. Of course, Luke wasn't sucked in. After understanding the gist of what she was saying, Luke confirmed that this beautiful New York Idol reporter's program wouldn't have any negative impact on the community reconstruction project, so he closed the video. He might as well read more information and make plans for the upcoming operation. Selena soon returned. Half an hour after Luke got home, she drove back. She went upstairs to wash up and change into her home clothes before she went to the second floor. In the open kitchen, Luke was leisurely reading the files as he ate taiyaki and drank coffee. Occasionally, he would tweak the processed ingredients. Selena walked over and took the coffee cup which Luke had just put down. She then took 2 of the taiyaki from the big plate in front of him and tossed one to Gold Nugget outside. The dog wasn't allowed in the kitchen, even if it was an open-plan setup. Then, she took a bite of the taiyaki and enjoyed the smooth red bean paste and crunchy skin. "What are we eating for lunch?" Luke said with a smile. "Potato and beef with rice. There will be more variety tonight." Selena nodded decisively. They had been busy recently, and since they didn't have much time to spare, they had been eating mostly Western-style dishes. At most, Luke would modify a Chinese dish with a Western twist. Chinese dishes weren't easy for the smart kitchenware to master. As for many Chinese dishes, Luke would rather not cook them if they weren't going to come out delicious. Potato and beef was one of the few dishes that didn't require much attention since the ingredients were a perfect match. He only needed to use the pressure cooker to get a big pot of soft and savory food in 40 minutes. He could also adjust the dish for spiciness, and the rice in the rice cooker was done almost at the same time. Coupled with cabbage and broccoli, as well as a fruit salad, the 2 of them and the dog had lunch together. This certainly wasn't enough for Gold Nugget, but there would be a lot of snacks and pastries to eat throughout the whole afternoon, so it wasn't a problem to eat less for lunch. Lunch went by quickly. They were going to have a party that night, but they wouldn't stop training for that, and had to be done in the afternoon. Half an hour after lunch, Luke and Selena sat in front of the window and looked at the bustling office across the street. Selena found it strange. "What's with today? Some of these people don't look like they're from around here, right?" Knowing what she meant, Luke answered her question. The community reconstruction project was on a local news program today, Trish Talk. These people might not be from the Clinton area, and might have come here because of the hype. Selena was enlightened. Just now, she had seen someone dressed in a style different to the people who typically walked in and out of that apartment building. After drinking a mouthful of hot cocoa and taking a bite of taiyaki, she asked, "Is the project already so famous? Why do I recall that the renovation group hasn't been sorted out yet?" Luke said, "Don't worry. As soon as it started snowing last night, Foggy and Matt informed the renovation group that the first-line members start duty today." Selena rolled her eyes. That includes Charlie, Rackle and that Hudson, right? Luke said, those 3 should be here. Some of the others are in the second batch. They probably won't start volunteer work until 3 days later. Selena nodded in satisfaction. That works too. It's better to earn some money for Christmas than idle about every day. We only have 10 days left. If they don't work now, they won't be able to get any money before the holidays. Luke chuckled. Don't worry, their families will definitely remind them. As long as they work hard, they can get $500 to $1,000 before Christmas. Selena snorted. This job is much better than what my father's salary was at the beginning. When he first came to Texas, he was so happy to earn $200 a week. Luke said helplessly, at that time, he and Sandra were both illegal residents and had no professional skills. Drax had been taking a risk. Selena's father had been employed by Luke's grandfather. Selena chuckled. That's not what I meant. I just feel that these people are too lazy. Even a construction worker in New York can earn more than $500 a week. Luke sighed. The people around you can earn hundreds of dollars from petty theft, and it's not hard to sell weed for $200 to $300 a day. How many people can resist this temptation over doing honest work? The idea of reaping without sowing was something people often thought about. But in the end, some people chose to believe in their own efforts, while others followed through on this train of thought. The former would become ordinary people, while the latter would end up in prison. Selena wasn't the sort to reflect on social issues like these. She was simply lamenting how spoiled these guys were. She didn't think much of people who thought rich but didn't work for it. Getting rich was never easy. Most of the time, getting rich and going to jail, or even losing your life, were too closely related to each other. She subconsciously glanced at the person next to her. Fine, his efficiency and the extent of this wealth wasn't normal. It was a short afternoon break, before they got busy with their own things. Luke simply moved his workstation to the open-plan kitchen. He wouldn't be able to get any hands-on labor done today, but his investigative work and intelligence gathering wouldn't be affected. Outside, the snow fell even harder. Chapter 970. Whoever thinks they can, go right ahead. We won't. While Luke was leisurely cooking and researching, Karen was reporting to Winston. 2 smiling men appeared last night. According to the survivor, the first one was just bait, while the second one was the target. Winston didn't say anything, he just took a sip of his coffee. According to the survivor, the bait and the target were on the legendary level. Also, Karen paused before continuing, also, the target might be superhuman. Winston's eyes flickered as he slowly put down his coffee cup. Seeing that, Karen continued, the target's abilities are unknown, but his 2 revolvers fired at least 60 bullets without him needing to reload. Winston finally turned his head. Is there any specific analysis of this superpower? Karen shook his head. Not at the moment. Apart from that, he didn't expose anything else that was too weird. His speed, marksmanship and strength didn't surpass our warning levels. Winston sighed. Anything else? He wasn't interested in listening anymore. Although the news wasn't bad, it didn't mean that the situation wasn't serious. If they were really unlucky, most people could be paralyzed by the opponent and lose before they could react. Thus, this lack of news didn't represent good news. Karen thought for a moment, then said, we found a statue in Swamp Park. It was probably left behind by the smiling man. Winston frowned. Karen said, we've already sent it back to the lab. We did a lot of tests overnight, but we haven't found anything strange. Winston finally said, are you sure he was the one who placed it there? Karen said, we did a careful check. There weren't any black marble statues in the clearing next to the lake last night. According to the survivor, they were wiped out there. Winston looked up at him. Karen said, also, the statue looks like a smiling man. There's something that looks like a signature on it. Winston, where is it? Karen said, in the truck in the parking lot, it hasn't been unloaded yet. Winston said, send it to the basement. I'll check it out later. Karen, yes, sir. 10 minutes later, in the spacious basement hall, Winston slowly walked around the black statue. He had been staring at it at first, but now, he was deep in thought. Karen stood silently on the side. After a long while, Winston looked at the words at the base and murmured, it's not just flesh and blood under the mask. It's belief, and belief is invulnerable. After a brief silence, he shook his head with a slight smile and left. Karen followed him. At the basement door, Winston stopped and suddenly said, change this smiling man's name. Karen, what do you mean? Winston said, didn't he leave his name and tell us how many people he killed? Karen, Winston turned around and looked at the statue again. He smiled. That's it. Send the name to the high table, let it be their problem. As they returned to Winston's room, Karen continued with his report. D'Amico's wife is dead. When our investigators dropped by, she had been dead for less than 2 hours. Winston sneered, but didn't say anything. He simply leaned back comfortably on the couch. Karen knew this meant that Winston was prepared to listen slowly, and he continued, but from the bodyguards around her, were sure that she only raised the bounty after she received a call. Also, there's this. He pulled a photo out of the case file in his hand and placed it on the coffee table next to Winston. While she was on the phone, she copied down these names. Winston wasn't surprised at all when he saw the 3 names, Smiley Face, Black Cat, and Black Mask. Who was the caller? Karen shook his head. This man is very clean. Apart from the fact that he called D'Amico's wife, we don't know anything. Winston wasn't too surprised. Karen said, but we found something at Swamp Park. Winston said, tell me. Karen put another photo on the coffee table. We've checked. The crime scene was cleaned up very well. If it wasn't for the survivor, it would have been hard for us to detect that a fierce battle had happened there. Winston knew that it wasn't easy to clean up the traces of a battle between more than 100 people, especially when there were more than 100 bodies, which couldn't have disappeared into thin air. Karen said, then, we found that this truck was suspicious. From the surveillance cameras, there was one less vehicle in the park in the afternoon. This car was only driven to the parking lot at Swamp Park yesterday morning. Winston looked at the person in the photo and took a sip of black tea. Is this the driver? Karen nodded. Yes. Did you find him? Winston asked. Karen shook his head. According to our investigation, this person disappeared a week ago. We don't know where he's hiding. He only showed up yesterday to rent a car and drive to Swamp Park. According to our intelligence, this person should be a secret henchman of Kingpin's. Even the boss of his gang doesn't know about this. Winston narrowed his eyes and the hand holding the teacup paused. He was quite familiar with the name Kingpin. Although they had been at peace for a long time, Winston still remembered the earlier conflict. It was very difficult for Kingpin and the Continental Hotel to become friends. In the end, only one side would rise, and the other would fall. The fact that Kingpin was involved in this rare hitman wipeout instantly rang alarm bells for Winston. Frowning, Winston listened as Karen briefed him on the driver and mentioned that the truck hadn't been detected by the surveillance cameras around it, and had simply disappeared. Winston thought for a moment before he sneered. Kingpin and the masked men have had a lot of conflict recently. D'Amico was his ally to begin with. What a rotten plan. Karen asked, what should we do? Winston raised his cup again. Block all information related to the battle with V. In any case, everyone's dead. As for the survivor, let her stay in the hotel for now. Karen asked, will that work? He felt that Winston knew what to do, but dumb allies and the opponents might not cooperate. Winston took a sip of his black tea and said, whoever thinks they are capable can go right ahead. In any case, we're not stepping forward. Right, word of the time and location of V's appearance was from some bar, right? Karen said, yes, the survivor also has details of the informant's bank account. Winston said, have the survivor spread the word that the mastermind behind the 10 million bounty on the masked men is Kingpin. Karen understood. Yes. Chapter 971. Bad news, and Liz's new position. Whether the information was accurate or not, it wasn't a loss for the Continental Hotel. Also, the person who leaked it was the survivor who had nothing to do with the hotel. It didn't matter who wanted to go to war with V, but the Continental Hotel wouldn't be their pawn. As for the deaths of the 126 hitmen, what did that have to do with the hotel? The hotel was only a platform which provided intermediary and logistic services. It didn't have its own assassins, nor was it a training agency for killers. Winston didn't care about the deaths of a few killers. There were thousands of such killers in the database of the Continental Hotel. It was normal for 1 to 200 to die every year. If more than 100 of them died, then 200 of the elites who were on standby would be sent forth. This had always been the case. Assassins were always expendable. Only 1 in 1,000 killers could live to retire safely, not to mention that some hitman enterprises weren't clean. Some were for silencing others, while some were for saving money. They would kill the killers who wanted to quit. This was the legendary death ends all troubles, which saved money and simplified matters. Winston didn't like these enterprises, they were too rough. Here, the records and membership cards of the people who declared they were retiring were preserved in the Continental Hotel's database. As long as they wanted to, an assassin could quit in the morning and come back in the afternoon to take on another mission. Once a killer, always be a killer, even if it was a part-time job or hobby. Winston couldn't be bothered to set up an insurance or retirement plan for hitmen. If they didn't like it, they could get lost. This was how the Continental Hotel had always been. The fact was that many hitman firms and brokers went through the Continent Hotel, and their hitmen would receive orders through the hotel. No contribution, no official membership card. A low contribution rate meant that a hitman couldn't receive any high-level member missions or access to many high-level membership services. How could a hitman increase their contribution rate? By converting their completed missions into credit points for use at the Continental Hotel. Luke didn't know about this. Bad news. Luke, who didn't know much about Kingpin or the Continental Hotel, had been overly optimistic when he was doing the math. What he didn't know was that the two big bosses whom he thought weren't going to let this matter rest had backed off for the time being. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Elsa and Elizabeth arrived in the same car. The car belonged to Elizabeth, this hidden rich young lady. After parking the car in the garage on the first floor, Selina welcomed them to the second floor, and they gave her their gifts. Looking at the gifts, Selina knew that Elsa had probably given them porcelain utensils. It was a useful household gift that any family would use. Even if they didn't use them, they could still leave the set in its original packaging and give it to someone else next time. It was also very easy to guess what Elizabeth's gift was. It was most likely an art piece, and the biggest possibility was that it was a vase. This was a very individualistic gift from a young person. After all, everyone had different aesthetics when it came to art. Selina wasn't too bothered. If it was nice, they could use it. If it wasn't, they could stuff it in the storeroom. After all, this building was big enough. She asked casually, "Where's Dustin?" "He didn't come with you." Elsa said, "I called him on the way here. He won't be able to leave the department until 6:30. He'll be here at 7. No one was surprised. They were all Dustin's old subordinates, and they all knew what the boss's schedule was like. In fact, they all had a rough idea of each other's habits. Elsa liked to be ready half an hour or 20 minutes beforehand. Luke and Selina were usually 10 to 15 minutes early. Dustin would at most be 2 to 5 minutes early. He was usually unavoidably late, but that was what being the boss was like. Elizabeth, she was more free and could be ready anywhere between 5 minutes and half an hour. On the second floor, they greeted Luke, who was sitting in the kitchen. Luke smiled and took out some pastries which he had been keeping warm in the oven. "I knew Dustin wouldn't be on time. Have these first, and don't get too full." There weren't a lot of pastries, but there was quite a variety. There were more than 10 different types, including cupcakes, biscuits, and taiyaki. Luke simply reminded Selina to serve drinks to the ladies, before he went to the window to continue reading. Since Elsa and Elizabeth were here, he couldn't look at the sensitive files, but there was a lot of less sensitive information on New York that he could go through. Half an hour later, he heard someone say, "Luke, what are you looking at?" Luke put down the tablet. A map of New York. It was Elizabeth. She was the only one who had come down from the training room on the third floor. Elizabeth looked at the image on his tablet curiously. "Why does it look like a photo?" Luke said, "It's a satellite map, so it's pretty much a photo." Elizabeth was stunned. Taken by satellite, so, a spy. Luke chuckled. "Then we would have to interrogate the hundreds of companies involved in the development of the system before we can figure out who it might be." Elizabeth immediately understood, but wasn't embarrassed. "It's just something I saw in the movies." Luke chuckled. "You'll get used to it in the future. Sooner or later, someone will provide this service online for free." Seeing her thoughtful expression, Luke cut straight to the chase. "All right, what do you want to ask me?" Elizabeth's expression finally returned to normal. "I need your advice about the future." "Have a seat." Luke gestured for her to sit down across from him at the coffee table, before he poured her a cup of black tea. She explained the situation. There was a female detective in the intelligence department who was having a lot of issues after giving birth, including household, physical and mental issues. She couldn't take temporary leave, and could only resign. This position was empty. If it was any other position, just having seniority would be enough. However, It just so happened that this position required a high degree of literacy and a certain level of technical knowledge. Many older female administrators had enough experience, but didn't have enough knowledge to take this position. Luke asked, "What position is it?" Elizabeth said, "The NYPD intelligence branch responsible for collecting and analyzing online information. The position requires the ability to gather information and also a certain amount of online skills." Luke understood. Back in Los Angeles, he had, intentionally or otherwise, told Elizabeth to learn some online skills on the side. It wasn't in depth, but at the very least, she had to understand the basics. Cases in the future would definitely start to involve the internet more and more, and it wasn't a bad thing for Elizabeth to get an early start. Chapter 972. Afternoon tea and dinner. It was only 2004, and many senior female administrators in NYPD only knew how to type and tabulate data when it came to computers. They didn't know much about gathering information online. Looking at Elizabeth's expectant gaze, Luke pondered for a moment before he said, "If you like, you can give it a try. Work like this will become more and more important in the future." The titanium phones still occupied the top position, but all sorts of big shots who wanted a share of the smartphone market had already started, and a lot of negotiations had already even been completed. If everything went according to plan, other low and mid-tier smartphones would be popping up around the world next spring. These big shots weren't stupid. By next year, the wireless network in America would be even more complete, and the market would be even bigger. As for smartphones without internet support, they didn't have the ability to deal a fatal blow to consumers' wallets, and couldn't steal too many users away from the titanium phones. Luke didn't care at all. The more people Jenny could drag down now, the fewer patent lawsuits titanium phone company would face in the future. Given that chasing profits wasn't their top priority, Jenny had collected more and more patents in exchange. After quietly buying the patent for phone cases, this would be enough to deal with most patent lawsuits. This also meant that smartphones would explode in 2 years. What Luke had done with the titanium phones was different from what it meant to the world. Everyone was bearing witness to this imminent new age. Gathering intelligence online would also become more important and quicker, even more so than the traditional way of gathering intelligence. If Elizabeth was interested and stepped into this line of work early, she would indeed have broad future prospects. In any case, she would be a supervisor, not someone who crunched numbers. There was no need to worry about dark circles or hair loss. Elizabeth was relieved. Thanks to Luke's guidance, she had inadvertently stumbled upon gathering information online and intelligence analysis. After moving to NYPD's intelligence agency, she naturally leaned toward this area. She realized that she preferred doing this sort of investigation behind the scenes rather than going out and shooting every day. Conversely, her teachers, Luke and Selena, were more the active kind. Presented with such an opportunity, Elizabeth couldn't help but wonder if she would be betraying her teachers. Thus, she had to talk to Luke in person. More importantly, she and Luke had talked before about what she would do after she got rich. Since she had chosen this route, she was basically destined to stay in the office every day. She was afraid that Luke would misunderstand and think that she couldn't take it. Luke certainly didn't think so. Working in the office was like being a housewife. It was work that many people couldn't take. It wasn't like Elizabeth would be hiding at home, playing games and browsing the news. She would have tasks to complete every day. It was all formulaic and she would inevitably have to work outside work hours. This wasn't a job she could do if she wasn't enthusiastic about it. With Luke's approval, Elizabeth relaxed. She drank the black tea in one gulp and stretched out her cup. Another one. Luke had no choice but to pour her another cup. "This is black tea, not Coke, and it definitely isn't whiskey. Drink it slowly. There's milk and sugar here as well as biscuits and snacks. Take it as afternoon tea." Elizabeth chuckled and slowed down. "Am I disturbing you?" She knew that despite his lazy appearance, he was serious about his work, but most people wouldn't notice it. Luke rolled his eyes. "Since you'll be joining the intelligence gathering branch, let me test you." Elizabeth was intrigued. "How?" Luke gave her a tablet. "Just answer whatever questions I have here." This way, he would be able to get a lot of information from the intelligence department. When Elsa and Selena came down, they saw Luke and Elizabeth sitting opposite each other at the window, each holding a tablet. If it wasn't for the way they were sitting cross-legged at the coffee table and looking at the tablets, Elsa and Selena might have thought that they were playing Go. Elsa was confused. "What are they doing?" Selena sat down with Elsa after giving the latter a tour. She took out another tablet and had a look, before she smiled. It's a daily test. Elsa shook her head helplessly. She was an old-school police officer, and she would only teach when she was at work. She didn't even have enough time to rest after work, so she naturally didn't have the patience to set such a test. It could only be said that Luke was indeed a serious teacher. Holding a chocolate chip cookie, Elsa hesitated for half a second before she bit into it. Then, she took a sip of the warm black tea which Selena had just poured and sighed in satisfaction. This is just afternoon tea. Life here recently feels even worse than in Los Angeles. At the very least, I can see the sun to and from work in Los Angeles. Here, it feels like a world without sunlight. Selena was slightly better. Haha, my bathroom has a sauna function. Shall we try it later? Elsa's eyes lit up. Okay, that works. As soon as she said it, she shook her head. Forget it. Dustin's coming. He doesn't have much time. Selena said casually, we'll wait until after he leaves. I dare say that he'll only be here for an hour at most. Elsa said, sounds right. Let's talk again after dinner. Selena said, there's a guest room on the 3rd floor. You can sleep here tonight if you want. Elsa hesitated for a moment before she agreed. Selena had also stayed over at Elsa's place before in Los Angeles, and they were on good terms. As they chatted, Dustin arrived. Looking at the time, it was 2 minutes past 7. Unsurprisingly, he was late. Dustin's gift was simple but interesting. It was a pot of indoor ivy. When Selena accepted the gift, he said, I was going to give you a cactus or something, but seeing how you don't leave for work so early, you should have time to water it. She could only chuckle. There were some decorative plants in the house, but it was little Snail who watered them, so she didn't have to worry about it. The extra pot of devil's ivy just needed a thin water hose. Everybody was familiar with Dustin's style. After 5 minutes of small talk, dinner was served. It was quieter during the main course. The one thing that could be said about Luke's cooking was that it was tasty. From lobster to fish, as well as pork, beef and mutton, all of these could be considered the main dishes. While there wasn't much of each, there was a little of everything. If they had really gone to a restaurant, the others wouldn't have that much time to eat. They would also have to mind their manners, so enjoying the food would be secondary. Hence, everybody happily gorged themselves today, and had no time to chat. It was only at 7:30 that their mouths stopped working. Dessert and wine were served, and idle conversation officially began. Chapter 973. Even dogs are scared of drunk women. Dustin and Luke still talked business. It had been a long time since they had a private gathering like this, but he still had things to say to Luke. Not long after they started chatting, the group automatically split up. The woman occupied the couch in the living room, and Luke and Dustin went to the window. Since they weren't in the police department, nobody was watching them. Luke and Dustin were hence much more relaxed. They didn't have to pretend to be superior and subordinate. In Dustin's heart, Luke was more like a friend and a peer. At that moment, they retreated to the window and shared private intelligence which they otherwise usually had no time to communicate. It was only at a time and in a place like this that they could talk to each other. Dustin mainly talked about Brad's recent progress, the dealings between this big boss and the mayor, and so on. Luke, on the other hand, talked about Dia and Jot, as well as how the people in the police department felt about Dustin. With clear communication, everyone would have a clearer idea of the future. At least, that was how Dustin felt. The lonely, middle-aged workaholic drove off at 8:15. He didn't even have a sip of wine, since he had to work overtime when he got back. After Dustin left, Luke returned to the 2nd floor and saw the 3 women talking animatedly. He decisively hid in the basement. If anything happened, Selena would call for him. Gold Nugget was also enjoying snacks in the living room. If necessary, it could run errands and send messages. In fact, Gold Nugget hid in the garage on the 1st floor later. Shaking, it told Luke that women who drank were scary. And drunk women were even scarier. Curious, Luke connected the tablet to the surveillance camera on the 3rd floor. The 3 women had already gone up to the 3rd floor. The living room only had a couch and the TV, which wasn't much fun. On the 3rd floor, however, were facilities for exercise, baths, and healthcare. He turned on the surveillance camera on the 3rd floor and, after a look, shook his head helplessly before turning it off. The 3 women were wrapped in towels. They had probably just come out of the sauna. They were clearly too excited and were running around with red wine in their hands. It wasn't uncommon for women to exercise in sportswear which looked like underwear in the gym. But it was too beautiful to look at when they were in these sorts of clothes and holding glasses of wine, and trying out the fitness equipment every now and then. Thinking for a moment, he sent Gold Nugget up and told it to keep the three drunkards safe. Gold Nugget could make Selena sober up if necessary. Gold Nugget only needed to combine with Selena to eliminate her drunken state in 3 seconds. But it was true that Selena rarely hung out with her best friends, and Luke didn't want to ruin their rare gathering, so he could only sacrifice Gold Nugget's spare time. But this guy didn't spend much time on work, and was a little happy to receive this assignment from Luke today. Luke patted the dog's head in encouragement. At the Sister Margaret bar, Weasel looked at the woman nervously and murmured, spreading fake info. I don't specialize in that. The people who came to your bar yesterday are all dead. I was the only one lucky enough to survive. That was all because of your info. The woman bared her teeth. There was fear in Weasel's eyes, and his lips moved, but he didn't dare say that the info had nothing to do with him. If he told the truth, people might think that he was useless. Naturally, useless people could die. The woman placed her hands on the counter. This is a fair trade. You give us info, we'll give you info. You just need to give that person the info. Weasel said, I'll try my best. He didn't know who the number belonged to at all. How the hell was he supposed to send the message? The woman nodded and got up. You're very lucky. Someone wants you alive, or I would be the first to kill you. She had almost died. Someone who gave info on a trap should die. Unfortunately, the hotel wanted this wretched man to live. Currently, this guy was the only person they knew who could contact V. Even if he himself didn't know how to get in touch with V, V definitely knew about his movements. Weasel watched the woman leave the bar with a complicated expression on his wretched face. He knew that he was in big trouble. Although he didn't know how it had come to this, that woman really looked like she wanted to kill him. Thankfully, only one is left, he mumbled inwardly, and was suddenly stumped. More than 60 tough guys had come to the bar yesterday, and the surveillance camera at the entrance showed that there had been about 70 people waiting outside. So many people had died. Why didn't he know anything about it? Even if 60 to 70 regular hooligans died in one night, he should have heard something. Had his intelligence gathering ability weakened? Thinking that, Weasel made up his mind to message the number which had given him a call yesterday. Little Snail automatically screened the message and deemed it unimportant. It didn't interrupt Luke, who was working overtime. He continued to work attentively. Early the next morning, Elsa and Elizabeth greeted Luke in the living room on the second floor awkwardly. Thankfully, Luke's house wasn't as small as the one in Los Angeles, which was a huge relief to them. According to Selena, even if they demolished the third floor, Luke wouldn't be able to hear them from the garage on the first floor. The two ladies, who had drunk so much last night and fooled around in the gym and training room, had finally calmed down. After greeting Luke, they quickly had breakfast, and Elizabeth drove the car to work. Looking at Luke's expression, Selena said confidently, You know what they did last night, right? Luke snorted. It's not they, but all of you. Selena snorted. Did you record it? Luke rolled his eyes. Gold Nugget told me that even the dog got scared when you went crazy. Gold Nugget whined. He turned his head. Was Dollar scared when it saw them fooling around last night? Gold Nugget lowered its head and fell silent. It hadn't been scared of the three drunkards, but Dollar had really been frightened by the three women who yelled and laughed and banged the equipment around, even if Selena was among them. Selena chuckled. You have no eye for beauty. Luke felt even more helpless. There are plenty of nudist beaches. Don't tell me you turned the training room into a beach yesterday, right? Selena was lost for words. They hadn't been that crazy. She could only change the subject. What are we doing today? Luke looked outside and said, Work as usual. We'll get off early in the afternoon. Chapter 974. Cake for the soul. There had been a lot going on at the police department recently, but they didn't have many urgent cases. Dustin had switched from being captain of the Major Crimes Division in LAPD to the chief at NYPD HQ. His requirements for Luke and Selena had also changed slightly. Before his arrival, the quality of work in the police department was already above average. After he came, even following precedent, he would still pass with flying colors. Now, Luke and Selena didn't have many cases to deal with. Unlike before, Dustin didn't need them to crack more cases and boost the rate. It was possible for Police HQ to receive 5 to 10,000 cases a year. Luke and Selena busting their asses to solve 100 cases a year would only boost the rate by 1 or 2%, that was what Dustin felt. He would rather they work on cases they were interested in and take fewer cases, so that they could take on trickier cases at any time. These sorts of cases might not be dangerous, but they would definitely be troublesome, just like what happened with the Soderbergh family yesterday. Previously, Luke and Selena had handled Walter's case and provided Dustin with important under-the-table intelligence. They didn't work many hours, but they knew how to solve problems. A shrewd and surprise attack force, this was Dustin's new position for them. It was truly a waste for them to spend time on ordinary criminal cases. After all, this was New York. They were too outstanding and didn't have a strong enough backer. He was afraid that Luke and Selena would be targeted. While Deputy Commissioner Brad could give up on Luke and Selena without any hesitation, Dustin definitely wouldn't. Thus, he consciously controlled the number of cases they took, and even tacitly allowed them to slack off from time to time. When Luke and Selena went to the police department now, it was mainly just to show their faces. They still needed to hang out with frontliners like John and Joe, they couldn't put up a front with people like these. They were all seasoned detectives. It would be hard for them to improve their relationship if they didn't get drinks and curse their shish-tty bosses together. Of course, everyone was busy. Meeting once every 3 to 5 days and getting together once every week or two was already considered very diligent. It could be postponed, but it couldn't be missed. When they arrived at the police department today, Luke greeted a few people, and Selena started to take out pastries from a box on the pull cart she had with her, and gave them out. The blonde, Connie, was surprised. She took the paper bag from Selena and asked, "Pastries? Did you make them yourself?" It wasn't that she doubted Luke and Selena, but that she had lost hope in the police department. None of the top detectives in the police department would make their own pastries or bring them to the police department. Even if they bought donuts, they would only buy 1 or 2 boxes at most, and it was first come, first served. There were close to 100 bottomless pits in the police department. Even handy civilian personnel wouldn't dare give out pastries in public, since it was impossible to give more than 100. Even if they just bought donuts, they would go bankrupt. Luke didn't think much of it. It's just cupcakes. Selena happens to have a big oven. He wasn't lying. Making these snacks was like washing clothes in a washing machine. The only difference was that the washing machine was filled with clothes and detergent, while the smart kitchenware was filled with enough raw ingredients before a few buttons were pressed on the operation panel. After a while, over 100 little cupcakes were produced in one go. Of course, Selena's evaluation of these automatic desserts was that they didn't have soul. She didn't know exactly what it was, but she could tell with one bite whether Luke had made the cake himself or if it had been produced by the smart kitchenware. However, this kind of mass-produced light refreshment could be used as snacks for a certain dog head at home, and as wholesale gifts at the police department. There was only one word for it: time efficient. Although there were a lot of people in the police department, only 50 to 60% of them came to work in the morning. Distributing the snacks wasn't hard for Selena. Most of them were thrown directly to Connie for the detectives who came later to get them. She just needed to make clear that they were from Luke and Selena. Luke and Selena only needed to personally hand out a small portion. For example, Javier and Ryan, who were yawning non-stop, were a little flustered when they received the cakes from Luke. "Eat something before you go to bed, or you might get gallbladder stones," Luke reminded them. "One of them is for your captain. Don't eat them all." They thanked him with wry smiles. Luke looked at them and asked, "What kind of case is it, that you need to work overnight?" They looked at each other and hesitated for a moment before they said, "A female college student was murdered. Her death's a little strange." Luke asked, "Is it related to Miss Lindsay and Monroe?" That was clearly a much easier question to answer, and Javier replied, "Lindsay and the victim often volunteered together, and they have dealings with Monroe." Luke was stunned. "What do you mean?" The question stumped them for a moment, before Ryan said in a low voice, "Supposedly, the victim once gave Monroe some counseling." Looking at their expressions, Luke asked, "Don't tell me the victim died in a more bizarre way." A cough rang out, and the three of them turned their heads. Javier and Ryan said awkwardly, "Beckett, you're back." Beckett looked a little tired, and her outfit was a little wrinkled. It was clear that she hadn't gone home to change after working overtime last night. There were beads of water on her face. She had probably just washed up. Luke didn't think much of it. He took the paper bag from Javier and gave it to her. Everybody gets cupcakes. Looking at his empty hands, Javier didn't dare say anything. Beckett casually took the paper bag. She had already seen the cake in Javier's hands, and didn't forget to glance at the table. Luke shrugged. I don't deliver coffee. That's too troublesome. Ryan was much smarter. Beckett, I'll get you some coffee. He then dragged Javier away. What the two big shots wanted to talk about had nothing to do with them. Contrary to Ryan's expectations, Beckett didn't really care about them privately divulging case details to Luke. Simply put, whoever was pleasing to the eye was fine. If Ryan had told John about the case, she might not have let him go so easily. Beckett took out the cake from the paper bag and looked at it. In the end, she couldn't help but take a bite. It had to be said that even if Selena said that the cake didn't have soul, a lot of OCD people would still choose this perfect presentation over slightly lacking taste. Luke wasn't in a hurry. He was very free right now, and it was normal to be interested in other people's cases. The most important thing was looks. Just like how Beckett found him nice to look at, he thought the same of her. If John hadn't acted as a live target for Luke, back then, Luke wouldn't be so nice to him. As she ate the cake, Beckett asked, "Where did you buy this?" "This cake tastes good. I can buy some for breakfast next time." Luke said, "It's homemade. If you really want to eat, you can get them from Connie. I left a lot with her." Chapter 975. Money is the root of all problems. Beckett picked up the cake and observed it for a moment before she looked at him. "You're not kidding." Luke was amused. "It's not like I'm going to be a pastry chef. There's no need for me to pull in customers right now." Beckett couldn't help but take another bite. After savoring it for a moment, she nodded. "The taste is really better than from any other bakery I've been to. It's not a problem for you to open one with these skills." She then asked, "Are you interested in our case?" Luke nodded, then shook his head. "It's mostly because of Lindsay and Monroe. You should know how troublesome that family is. I don't want them to call back. I just promised the boss that they would stop for a week or two." Stumped for a moment, Beckett then replied, "Then it shouldn't be a problem. These two just happened to have had contact with our victim. The floor where the art exhibition was held is where we found the victim's body in our case. We had reasonable doubt, and were just being cautious in covering the bases." Luke immediately got it. When it came to police work, the most important thing was that there's no such thing as coincidences. Many coincidences were often the key to solving cases. There were too many coincidences between Lindsay, Monroe and the victim, which required investigating. Even if none of them was the murderer, there could still be clues to who the murderer was. At that point, Luke lost interest. He had handled too many strange cases in the past year, and as a vigilante, he had seen even stranger things. He really wasn't interested in simple cases. "Is the victim rich?" he asked casually. "Beckett. Her father's very rich. She likes to do volunteer work and doesn't have that much money herself." He nodded. $1 million, $10 million, $100 million, Beckett. $10 million. Luke nodded. "Then follow the money trail, even if it's her father's money. In my experience, 80% of the problems rich people have comes from their money." Beckett was stunned. "Are you sure?" He smiled. "More than 90% of the cases involving the poor is also because of money. It's always the easiest to crack cases from this angle." Beckett couldn't help but pout. Did that even need to be said? Everybody in the world worked for profits. Live for money, die for money, suffer a lifetime for money. This was how most people lived. Luke left soon after that. He had completely lost interest in this case, and didn't want to steal Beckett's assignment. Javier, who was observing the situation from the lounge, hurriedly waved his hand. "Quick, get the coffee. They're done." Ryan howled, "Ah, my hand. Why are you panicking? You scared me." Javier turned around and saw that the coffee in Ryan's hand was steaming. The coffee had been poured over the back of his hand instead of into the cup. He didn't really care about Ryan's injury. He simply turned around and said, "Pour another cup." "Do you think Luke is interested in Beckett? Are you out of your mind?" Ryan angrily wiped up the coffee with a tissue. Thankfully, it was winter, and the coffee wasn't too hot, or he would have to see a doctor. Javier was unhappy. "Why are you scolding me?" Ryan said, "Look at the woman behind Luke. I think she could send us to the hospital on her own. Would you dare mess around with a wife like that?" Javier was suspicious. "Why, do you seem so affected by that? Also, Selena is Luke's partner. She might not even be his girlfriend, let alone his wife." Ryan snorted. Someone without a girlfriend like you doesn't understand at all. Selena, cough, forget it. Take the coffee. I need to rinse my hand under cold water. Seeing Ryan slip away, Javier curled his lip in dissatisfaction. You have a fiancé and you're just waiting to get married. Big deal. Nevertheless, he still picked up the coffee and gave it to Beckett, because it was more difficult for her to stretch out a hand while eating the cake. He was more interested in gossip on Luke. On the other side, Selena returned after distributing the cakes to the detectives she was familiar with. Are you done flirting? Luke said, we were talking about the case they're working on. It probably has nothing to do with the Soderberghs. Selena lost interest. There weren't many cases that could catch her attention. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Hey, interesting. Luke turned his head and saw John and Ricky enter with 3 people. Ricky used to be Walter's partner, but now that Walter was on medical leave, he was working with John, which could be considered a relief for the newbie detective who had been John's partner. The 2 detectives were both middle-aged men, but one of the 3 people they brought in was very interesting. Luke looked at her in interest and agreed. Interesting indeed. Let's take a guess. Why is she here again? Selena couldn't be bothered to play around with words. She probably beat someone up. Luke said, $20. Bet you she didn't. Selena was stumped. Fine. Although I know I might lose again, I'll put down $20. Take it from Gold Nugget's private stash. Gold Nugget, who was eating cupcakes to kill time, raised its head blankly. It was very sensitive when it came to its private stash, but $20 was a very small amount. It didn't understand why Selena was taking the money from its stash. On the other side, Luke had already stepped forward. Ignoring the woman's surprised expression, he turned to ask John, what happened? John wasn't on guard against him. This couple want to sue this woman for trespassing and attempted murder, but they aren't married and they can't take out proof of their lease, nor are they injured. I could only bring them back before they were done bickering. His back was to the 3 people as he spoke, and he had an exaggerated, annoyed expression on his face. Luke said with a smile, then go get some rest. Since I'm a newbie, I'll use the case to familiarize myself with the procedure. Looking at his newbie demeanor, John and Ricky immediately understood. Ricky nodded solemnly. I didn't sleep well last night, and I didn't have breakfast this morning. I think my low blood sugar is acting up. Luke was considerate. Go to the front desk. There are cupcakes to eat. The 3 of them chatted for a while before the case was smoothly handed over to Luke. He turned around and said solemnly to the 3 people, all right, let's go to the interrogation room. The couple was a little scared. Interrogation room, detective, it's just a regular dispute. We don't have to go to the interrogation room, do we? Luke suddenly smiled. It's fine. We're just borrowing it for the time being. The main thing is that it's quite close, and the interview can be recorded there. It'll be done in one go. Looking at his smile, the couple felt even more uneasy. Something wasn't right. It was especially the case for the woman, who was going through a divorce. If it was discovered that she had colluded with her boyfriend to set up a private investigator, and an official police record was even used in court, she might lose her divorce case altogether. Chapter 976. Stealing from a dog to treat others. The law in America didn't protect the party at fault during a divorce. Most of the time, the law would be more inclined to protect the woman. The wronged party, here naturally referred to women as well. For many middle-aged men, the ex-wife was the most destructive weapon. It was impossible for these men to be clean in a divorce, and they had to shoulder a huge debt. It wasn't uncommon for a man to go bankrupt in a divorce. Because of that, more and more Americans chose not to get married. Some families had 2 or 3 children, but the parents still weren't officially married. The cost of getting a divorce was too high, to the point that most people didn't have the courage to get married. Once this woman lost this protection, her husband would be able to escape unscathed and could even demand a share of her assets. Alarm bells rang in her head, and she quickly shook her head. No, we were just talking. Luke was unconvinced. I think I heard you accuse her of attempted murder. He shifted his gaze to the slender and petite figure next to him. The couple looked at each other, then shook their heads at the same time. No, you heard wrong. We only argued for a bit, but everything's fine now. We're leaving now. Luke raised his hand. You have to get her permission first. Otherwise, you'll have to give formal statements and your ids need to be recorded so that you won't complain that NYPD didn't. The petite figure in front of him lowered her head and said gloomily, it was just a quarrel. Can you tell them to beat it? Luke nodded and looked at the couple. The couple was confused. What's wrong? Luke said, do you need me to tell you to hurry up and leave, and stop wasting NYPD's resources? The couple was stunned for 2 seconds before they realized that Luke was telling them to get lost. But after what Luke said, they no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. They weren't like the Soderberghs, and weren't qualified to boss NYPD around. Hearing that, both of them were depressed, but they turned around and left the hall without hesitation. Luke raised his hand and said, let's sit down and clarify this matter, Miss Jones. Hearing his voice, Jessica Jones couldn't help but look up at his face again. She quickly lowered her head and followed him. When they reached his desk, Luke grabbed a chair and gestured for her to sit down. He grabbed a bag of cupcakes from the dog head hiding under the desk, and placed it in front of Jessica. Have a snack, try it, and tell me everything. Jessica stared blankly at the 2 cupcakes that were sticking out of the paper bag, and there was a strange feeling in her heart. Luke took out another carton of milk from the drawer. If it's too dry, you can have some milk. After holding the cake for a moment, Jessica put it back into the bag in the end. Someone approached me about investigating the man having an affair. In the end, these 2 set me up and wanted to get even with me. Luke. Jessica said, exactly what you think. I investigated that woman before. Her husband wants to divorce her, but he doesn't want to go bankrupt. Luke said, if she blows up this matter, won't she lose the lawsuit? Jessica said, without this incident, she would have most likely lost. With this, she would have lost for sure. If she had brains, she wouldn't have found a boyfriend in the middle of her divorce. Luke was lost for words. He could only change the subject. Why did they say that you tried to murder them? Jessica said, because I smashed up the place where they were having their affair. They were probably afraid that I would smash them up too. Luke was shocked. Your firm does demolition as well. Jessica rolled her eyes in annoyance. That was because they have such foul mouths. It was like I was taking photos of her stealing something big. Luke thought for a moment. Divorce isn't a small matter. Right, Jessica said, she's going through a divorce anyway. It's just that she might not be able to get the money. What she wants is the money, she's not interested in saving her marriage. Luke had a rough idea of the situation, and wasn't interested in continuing the investigation. He found Jessica even more pleasing to the eye. Naturally, he wouldn't help that xianxia couple with such a petty dispute. Okay, then it's fine. You can leave anytime. You can leave after you're done eating. Saying that, he ignored her, and started going through information on his computer. After a brief silence, Jessica stood up and took a step, before she stopped. She then turned around, grabbed the bag of cupcakes from the table, and left quickly. After she disappeared, Selena looked at him teasingly. I don't think this one is easy to flirt with. Luke looked away from the screen and chuckled at her. Could he say that if he hadn't been so determined last time, the woman would have had her way with him? He didn't want to give, naive, Selena a blow. Just let her enjoy herself. Behind her, John winked at Luke and gestured for them to go to the lounge. Luke got up and took another bag of cupcakes from Gold Nugget under the table. Gold Nugget whined, half-heartedly expressing its dissatisfaction with Luke snatching food from a dog. It then took out the 25th bag of cupcakes from the box next to it and started eating. In any case, they were all common goods to pass the time. The fiend could take them if he wanted. In the lounge, Luke tossed the paper bag over. John, who had already sat down on the couch and was sighing comfortably, caught the bag. He opened it and started eating without hesitation. You need my help with something. Luke said, everybody in the office has some. John's hand paused. Everybody, Luke said, about 150 bags. John was speechless. There were slightly under 180 people in this department, and 2/3 of them at most came to the police department every day. His words were muffled as he chewed the cake. You might as well open a bakery. It's much better than being a detective. Luke looked at him like he was an idiot. John was a classic example of someone who looked rough but had quick wits. His careless actions and appearance couldn't hide his meticulousness as a top detective. One look at Luke's expression and he knew that he had said something wrong. Isn't that the case? Luke said, if you hadn't blown up part of Nakatomi Plaza and caused millions of dollars in damage, I'm sure Takagi would have given you hundreds of thousands of dollars as a personal reward. John snorted. I was too busy killing the guys with the RPGs. Wait, how do you know Takagi would have given me a personal reward? Luke smiled without saying anything. John didn't need him to say anything else. He slapped his head in frustration. Then, did IFC King lose out on hundreds of thousands? Luke chuckled. Look on the bright side, John. Huh, Luke said, compared with a reward of hundreds of thousands, the best thing is that you didn't lose millions. It's not like you could have gotten NYPD to settle your debt in Los Angeles. Chapter 977, Dead. What a shame. Help pour me a cup of coffee, thanks. John compared earning hundreds of thousands with losing millions in his heart, then decisively gave up on this meaningless regret. He then asked about what happened just now. That girl, are you interested? As he said that, his usual poker face was gone, and he winked in a vulgar manner. Luke found that odd. You've never cared about Bill's personal life. Did you take the wrong medicine today? John smiled and stuck out his lip. How brave of you to be so open in front of Selena. He. Saying this, his expression became even more animated. Luke poured a cup of coffee and put it in front of him. I dare. Do you? John's mouth dropped open. He really wanted to say yes, but when he recalled the past, he realized that he had never done anything like this before. He really had no confidence to brag about something like this. Luke said, I know Jessica from before. I just helped her out a little. Or should I have helped that couple? John compared the two parties in his head and felt that there was nothing wrong with what Luke said. When he had been handling the case earlier, he subconsciously sided with Jessica. A beautiful and quiet young woman always garnered more sympathy than an ordinary-looking middle-aged man. After shooting the breeze for a bit, they went back to work. They only chatted about this small case, but John's heart had indeed been a little gossipy. Looking at Luke and Selena, who were as calm as ever, John could only admire them. Young people nowadays were so bold and wild. Back then, the bald middle-aged man suddenly remembered that he didn't have any romantic history that was worth bragging about. His first girlfriend in high school had dumped him very quickly. Recalling that he had been dumped by his wife recently, he felt even more depressed. Luke, on the other hand, murmured to himself, Jessica didn't seem to be in a good state of mind. Had the previous psychological cue worn off? Mental illness was a complicated and tricky issue. Even with basic psychology, basic hypnosis, elementary mental communication and 40 mental strength, he didn't dare say that he could cure some mental illnesses. But a few days had passed, and the case at the pier in the park was no longer confidential. It wasn't a big deal to simply reveal that Kilgrave was dead. Mental illness wasn't that simple. Even if Jessica knew Kilgrave was dead, she wouldn't be able to go back to normal. But this would probably have a significant impact on her, and it wasn't entirely impossible to alleviate some of her symptoms. In addition, he could consult Drive Haley on the high schooler Molly, another of Kilgrave's victims. With Kilgrave dead, his final worth had to be squeezed out. Otherwise, how could he make up for all the sins he had committed? Thinking that, Luke took out his phone and contacted Haley. Dr. Haley said that she was free that afternoon, and that he could treat her to lunch. Surprised by the request, Luke couldn't help but ask, I just introduced you to a client yesterday, and you want me to treat you today? Stunned for a moment, Haley burst out laughing. Okay, my treat. After work at noon, when Haley arrived at the restaurant, she was amused to see Luke and Selena already inside. Well, at least she didn't have to worry about Detective Luke having any thoughts about her. She had already guessed this beforehand. No wonder your wife is so confident in you. You even brought her here to have a meal with a beautiful woman. You're really as timid as a mouse. While she was looking down with absolute disdain on a certain cowardly mouse, Haley's expression was very normal. After lunch, everybody chatted about business while they enjoyed dessert. You want to know about that Monroe, right? Haley said directly, his condition is very interesting. He's suffering from an unusual case of schizophrenia. I suspect that after talking for a long time, she finally came out of professional mode, only to see the two people opposite her looking bored. Luke sipped his coffee lazily while Selena ate her strawberry sundae. Haley sighed, You're not here for Monroe. Luke smiled and looked around. He then took out a file from his bag and pushed it over. I'm more concerned about Molly's condition. Frowning, Haley opened the file and said, She's in really bad condition. It might take a long time for her to recover, unless she sees Kilgrave die in front of her, huh? Luke shrugged. There lies the problem. I can clear the way, as long as you're willing to take her to the morgue to see the body. Unfortunately, I can't bring him back to life and make him die again. Haley was lost for words in the face of Luke's offhand demeanor. She read the file carefully, and couldn't help but ask, "Did you kill him?" Luke said, "According to the file, the detective bureau happened to find his body in a case." Seeing the case description, Haley shook her head regretfully. "Really? What a shame." Luke asked, "Is there a problem? Is this bad news for Molly?" "No, it's definitely great news." Haley shook her head decisively. "Of course, if she can see Kilgrave's body with her own eyes, it might help her condition. I'll consider taking her to the morgue as a backup plan." She thought to herself that it was a shame that this strange creature had died just like that. She had planned to study him. Luke nodded. "A week. His body will be in the morgue at the forensics department for a week." Haley said, "The day after tomorrow at most. I'll come up with a plan." "A week is plenty of time." Luke said, "I hope you can keep in touch with me about Molly's treatment. I want to know if this helps." Haley frowned. Why? She didn't like it when other people meddled with her patients, even if Luke was the one who had sent the patient to her. Luke said, "I want to see things through. After all, I was the one who saved Molly, and Richard is a nice guy." Haley didn't think there was anything wrong with that. It was very common for detectives to have a closer relationship with the victims, which was similar to the relationship doctors had with their patients. Luke had Selina, this personal bodyguard, so the chances of him falling for Molly were very low. It was like how people tended to be more concerned about cats or dogs that they had rescued themselves. Thinking that, she said, "Sure, I'll let you know what the results are like." Chapter 978, Buying a House, and an invitation to a dinner party. Only after that did Luke turn to Monroe's case. Haley had nothing to hide. Lindsay and her parents have reached an agreement. "She'll find a place to take care of Monroe," said Haley simply. Luke chuckled. "Do you and Lindsay know each other?" After a brief hesitation, Haley shook her head. "Actually, Monroe and Margaret are from the same college. I met him before, which is how I met Lindsay." Luke was stunned. "Huh." Looking at his expression, Haley finally smiled. "It's rare for you to guess wrong, so don't always act like you know everything, okay?" Luke spread his hands. "Okay. However, is it because you know her that you're willing to help? Don't deny it. You're very professional, but Lindsay isn't as good as you are." Her eyes lit up when she saw you. Haley was silent for a moment, before she nodded helplessly. "She admires Margaret's paintings, and we've interacted a few times. It's not a personal friendship, but it's nice to talk to her. It's just that she doesn't know that I'm a psychiatrist." Luke could only sigh at how easy it was for people in high circles to run into each other. This also proved that poor people didn't think much of psychiatrists. After that, everybody got up and said goodbye. A psychiatrist's time was money, and was as valuable as a lawyer's. A detective's time wasn't as valuable, but the amount of hard work they did put them in the top 3. Nobody wasted any time. On the way out, Selina looked at the red Lamborghini which drove off in the opposite direction. "This doctor, I don't think she's normal. From what she said just now, it seems she feels it's a shame that Kilgrave's dead." Luke said, "Aren't FBI agents who go after serial killers the same? They're just interested in the hunt. Even we feel the same when we run into armed robbers and hooligans." Selina tilted her head. "That's true. I want to shoot any robber holding an AK, and break the legs of hooligans when I see them." Luke smiled but didn't say anything. "Don't you know why you're called the knee breaker in Los Angeles? You don't just stop at 2 legs." They chatted as they drove northeast over the Brooklyn Bridge and then through the Lincoln Tunnel next to their house as they headed to New Jersey. In less than 2 minutes, the car arrived in a neighborhood where a middle-aged man in a suit was waiting for them. When Luke and Selina got out of the car, he immediately focused on them. Luke stepped forward. "Mr. Peter Porter?" the middle-aged man asked. "Detective Luke Colson. This is your wife." Luke smiled, but Selina was as calm as ever. "She's my friend. She's worried that I'll be careless, so she came with me to take a look at the house." He was just talking rubbish now. Selina couldn't be bothered with him. She simply took Gold Nugget to check the front and back of the villa. Luke and Peter entered the house. 20 minutes later, they walked out again. Selina and Gold Nugget were already eating tiramisu. When she saw him, she nodded slightly to indicate that the situation outside the villa was exactly as described in the file. Luke said, "I'm buying the house. I'll have my lawyer talk to you later about the contract. Mr. Peter, you can wait for my call." Stunned for a moment, Peter quickly nodded. "No problem. My phone is on 24/7. Luke nodded with a smile and got into the car. Selena said lazily, "If the lawyer handles the paperwork and settles everything today, he'll save on waiting another 14 hours. Luke said, "Someone who wants to quickly sell a house before Christmas must have his own difficulties." Selena thought for a moment. If they weren't in desperate need of money, who would be in a hurry to sell their house at a price 5% lower than the market price? It was very likely that Mr. Peter wouldn't be able to make it past Christmas unless he sold the house. After running into a buyer like Luke who didn't haggle over the price, Mr. Peter would be crazy if he didn't make his phone available 24/7 day to seal the deal. "Come over when you have time and switch out the daily necessities for new ones," Luke said. "Also, are your parents and siblings really not coming for Christmas? It's a rare opportunity to play with snow, right?" Selena said helplessly. "Dad is too absorbed with the ranch, and Mom doesn't want to throw the head of the family out of the ranch for Christmas. Now that they finally have their own ranch, they want to spend their first Christmas there. Who cares about snow? They can go to Alaska to play when they get the chance. They'll have so much snow then that they'll puke." Luke was stunned. "They don't have to go that far, right? But true, a trip to Alaska isn't a bad idea." Selena said, "Those are my mom's words, not mine. I think she'll come running back after 3 days." Luke smiled. "It's indeed fast by plane." Thinking for a moment, he said, "Why don't you go home? We won't be doing anything for Christmas." Luke's family would be coming to New York for a winter Christmas this year. Selena could also go back and enjoy a family reunion. She hadn't been back since last Christmas. Pondering for a moment, Selena nodded. "Fine. It won't take long by plane anyway." This was the first year that the Hayek family had their own ranch. It had been Mario and Sandra's lifelong dream to own land in America. Of course, they wanted her to go back so that the whole family could be together. As they chatted, Luke glanced northwest. Damon and Mindy lived only 500 meters away, so they could be considered neighbors. In the afternoon, Selena went out with Gold Nugget to buy things for the villa. Luke was working alone at home. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was the unimportant second private line. As usual, the number was unfamiliar, and it was a fixed line. He picked up the call. "This is Luke Colson. What can I do for you?" "Hello, Mr. Colson. I'm Jeffrey Soderbergh's butler. Mr. Soderbergh is holding a dinner party tonight and has invited you. I'll send a car to pick you up at 6 in the evening. Please be ready." Luke found this absurd. Not free, not going. Bye. He then hung up. It wasn't that he wasn't polite, but that the other party's manners were even worse. Even when the butler was addressing him respectfully, his tone implied that he was doing Luke a favor. Luke was someone whose every minute was worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Did they really think that he was some rich kid who had nothing better to do but wait every day to attend dinner parties? Luke curled his lip and casually ordered, "Little Snail, add this number to the automatic reply list." "Yes, sir," Little Snail replied right away. In New Jersey, Tommy Hoffman, the butler of the Soderbergh family, was stunned for a moment before he dialed the number again. "Hello, I can't answer the phone right now. If there's anything, please leave a message after the beep." Chapter 979. You have skill in dealing with rich people. Tommy almost exploded. "Damn it, I just called you 5 seconds ago, and you can't answer now." Unfortunately, after making a few more calls, all he got was the voice recording. Helplessly, he put down the phone and sighed, and went to inform Mrs. Soderbergh of the bad news. Everything was peaceful after that. New York was especially peaceful that night. There weren't even many gunshots. The next day, Luke and Selena drove out after breakfast. When they arrived at the villa in New Jersey, Dustin called. "Did you piss off the Soderbergh family?" He sounded like he was keeping his voice down. Luke thought for a moment before he said, "Last night, a guy who claimed to be their butler ordered me to attend some dinner party, but I refused. Can this be considered pissing them off?" Dustin was lost for words. If this was considered pissing them off, then this family was too petty. But, he looked at the middle-aged woman in his office and sighed helplessly. "Why don't you come and see what the problem is? It might be related to the case the day before yesterday." Luke smiled. "Boss, you know it definitely isn't related, right?" Dustin said, "Just do me a favor. I have a lot of things to do here, but this Mrs. Soderbergh is sitting in my office and wanted me to call you. I can't just kick her out." Luke found that funny. "You're worried that the Soderberghs will donate too little to NYPD next year, and the director will put the blame on you, right? Dustin said, of course. Rich people are all petty, well, not you. Luke was very impressed with the way he scolded the rich in front of the rich. Fine, have her make some time for me. It would be best if we met alone. I don't have time for dinner parties or whatever. I'm very busy. Dustin asked, you, busy? Pondering for 2 seconds, Luke said, busy enjoying the life of a newbie NYPD detective, right? Dustin, I don't care what your life is like, but please send this family away so that it doesn't interfere with mine. I trust you have the ability, Luke. Luke was stunned. What ability is that? Dustin said, stop pretending, you're good at dealing with rich people, especially women. Shira, Jenny Gwenis, and Jennifer Perry all have pretty good relationships with you. Luke. Okay. In his heart, however, he despised Dustin for only focusing on the women. Weren't Takagi and Tony Stark even richer? As the saying went, when you had a woman in your heart, everything would be related to them. Dustin and Jennifer must have gotten very close for Dustin to dare bring up this sort of gossip. Silently despising the old man, Luke hung up and then called Mrs. Soderbergh. This was the personal number on the card which Mrs. Soderbergh had given to him the other day, which had been passed along through Dustin. What was even more amazing was that Dustin hadn't gotten one. Aurora Soderbergh had given only Luke this personal card. Even if Dustin could remember the number, it was meaningless. Only the people who got these business cards had the right to call the private numbers of the rich and powerful. If someone else who didn't know the rules took down the number and dialed it, it would only be seen as harassment. Calling a private number like this to get help from the other party was pretty much impossible, and the unsolicited caller would inevitably be blacklisted. That was why Luke couldn't be bothered with the butler. If Aurora really wanted to extend an invitation to him, she could call him herself. Even if she thought it beneath her or was too busy, and so had the butler call Luke, the butler shouldn't have treated Luke like a nobody. Luke didn't know for sure if it was a problem with Aurora or the butler, but he wasn't interested in figuring it out. If a dog bit someone, would they ask the dog for compensation? It was definitely the owner's responsibility. As far as Luke was concerned, Aurora wasn't some amiable, benevolent old lady. Mrs. Soderbergh's arrogance, meanness, and omnipresent sense of superiority were her most distinctive traits. The phone rang more than 10 times before it was picked up. It was Aurora. Who's this? Luke asked. NYPD, Luke Colson. Mrs. Soderbergh, why are you looking for me? Sitting in Dustin's office, Laura frowned. Luke's tone was indifferent and formal. That was unusual. How many people in New York who knew her identity could speak to her in such a flat tone? She didn't want to waste time on empty talk. They had learned the lesson when the butler had been hung up on last night. If possible, I would like to invite you over to my place. How about we have afternoon tea together today? Luke more or less figured it out. He asked directly, personal matter. After a brief silence, Aurora said, yes, which is why I can't discuss it here in the police department. Luke said, okay, 2 in the afternoon. Aurora, all right, I can send a car to pick you up, Luke interrupted her. Mrs. Soderbergh, I have my own car, and I'm not disabled. I don't need your butler or you to arrange my schedule for me, understand? Stunned for a moment, she frowned and couldn't help but explain herself. All right, I didn't mean to sound like I'm forcing you. Then why are you sitting in my boss's office? Are you trying to hook up with a lonely middle-aged man? Luke said, your butler wasn't as amiable as you are. Just send me the address. Goodbye. Listening to the end tone, Aurora slowly put her phone down, her forehead still furrowed. She turned around and looked at the butler at the door. Mrs. Soderbergh, is this enough? Dustin had a smile on his face, but it was clear that he was trying to chase her away. Frowning even more, Aurora asked, is Luke a newbie you took in? Dustin found that odd, but shook his head. Hee, I'm old, I don't have that ability. Aurora had no interest in becoming entangled with someone like Dustin, who was tactful with his retorts. This sort of person was the most troublesome, because they didn't mind dragging things out shamelessly, and it was hard to make them change their minds. Thank you for your cooperation, Chief Hammer, she said gracefully as she got up and left the office. After Dustin sent her out of the hall, he snorted. Your husband isn't the mayor, but you sure act like the mayor's wife. After complaining about this troublesome lady, he went back to work. As for why the woman was looking for Luke, he didn't really care. Luke was quite good at dealing with rich people, and a rich detective who didn't have ambitions was practically invincible. Chapter 980. Aurora's thoughts. In the afternoon, Luke and Selena drove out separately. Selena wasn't interested in dealing with people like Mrs. Soderbergh. Besides, this wasn't a case, and the other party wasn't as rich as she was. It would be a waste of time for her to go, so she might as well go out and buy stuff for the villa. Based on the address he received, Luke found a luxurious manor on the northeast side of New Jersey. After giving his name, he was quickly let in. After parking the car in the garage, a maid took him to the main building. After asking for his preference, the maid served him a cup of green tea and stood in a distant corner like an invisible person. A few minutes later, Mrs. Soderbergh came downstairs. Even at home, this lady was still dressed magnificently, as if she were attending a banquet. Admiration flashed in her eyes when she saw Luke. At her level, handsome men were everywhere. There were a lot of celebrities, male models, and rich family heirs, but not many of them were pleasing to the eye. Luke was different from the handsome guys who made people's hearts pound. The first impression he gave was that he was gentle, while his good looks came second. His temperament was even better than his looks. Tony Stark was known for his looks, but Aurora didn't like him. He was too flamboyant and unsuitable for Lindsay. That was right, Aurora had an eye on Luke not for herself, but for Lindsay. Although this sister-in-law of the New York mayor didn't have much experience in politics, she was very conscientious when it came to matchmaking. All of this was because of her daughter, Lindsay. Ever since she met the homeless swindler named Monroe more than a year ago, there had been a huge falling out within their family. It was as if her daughter, who had always been good and obedient, had become possessed as she became entangled with Monroe. What was even worse was that Lindsay and Monroe had been grouped together by a few of those upper-class ladies who were Aurora's enemies. They mocked her family's poor taste, and mocked her daughter for actually liking an old and ugly man. This greatly agitated Aurora. Although there were a lot of people in America who had messy private lives, Lindsay was different. Aurora had different expectations for her daughter. Those women who relied on bedroom scandals, plastic faces and their bodies to become so-called socialites and upper-class ladies were nothing in Aurora's eyes. Lindsay was capable and strong enough to enter the political and business world and become a key figure in the future. As long as she followed the plan, she would be able to take over the family business at the age of 40. Or she could enter some department and become an important figure like her uncle, Michael Soderbergh, to protect the family business. By the time she was 50 or 60, it wouldn't be impossible for her to become the second female president in American history. That last point was the biggest and most secret dream of Aurora's. She had never mentioned it to anyone. But in America, a woman had to be more cautious than a man if she wanted to enter influential circles. If Lindsay wanted to go far on a steady path, she couldn't leave behind a major stain from her youth. Michelle Geber, the first female president, was from a minority background, and had a minor disability and cancer. She had also been slandered during her presidential campaign. When she became a mother at a young age, she had even been suspected of being part of a Russian conspiracy, and had been investigated repeatedly. The reason why Aurora and her husband had reacted so strongly to the matter with Monroe was because Lindsay and Monroe hadn't really done anything yet, and there was still a chance that Lindsay could be saved. But after Luke's mediation, both Lindsay and her parents calmed down a little. After the father and daughter had a long talk yesterday, they finally cleared up some misunderstandings. That was what Lindsay thought. On the other hand, Aurora had thought further. She noticed that her daughter, Lindsay, treated Luke more normally. It wasn't out of politeness, but when Luke spoke, Lindsay actually didn't flay him with retorts. Instead, she seriously considered Luke's suggestion before she accepted it and negotiated with her family. For Lindsay, when she was feeling sensitive and tense, this was rare. Aurora also realized that even when the young man hadn't shown them much respect when speaking to them back then, she wasn't disgusted by Luke at all. As a woman with keen senses in this regard, she immediately had a new idea. No matter what, she couldn't accept someone like Monroe, but someone like Luke seemed okay. It wasn't that she wanted her daughter to be close with Luke right now. It was just that it was better for her daughter to come in contact with a normal man like Luke first than with those inexplicable, egoistic artists. She had also checked Luke's record. From the police files, this young man had a net worth of millions at such a young age. He didn't have any stain on his record. he had a good reputation with both men and women, and his work attitude and abilities were outstanding. This was enough. It would only take the Soderberghs 8 to 10 years to groom a person who already had the capability and skills. Of course, Luke was really too young. Aurora had been a little surprised when she read that he was 19 years old. A 19-year-old detective who was worth millions that didn't have anything to do with his family, and who was also even more outrageously capable than her own daughter. After her brief shock, she still decided to go ahead with her plan. After all, detectives could be considered part of the municipal department, and there were plenty of ways to get promoted. It was a much more stable and promising career than being an artist. She wasn't angry at Luke's rejection last night. In fact, she was even more interested. Playing hard to get, that was impossible. It was normal for a capable and rich boy to be arrogant at his age. There were plenty of family heirs that were more arrogant than Luke. In comparison, Luke's attitude wasn't bad at all. So, she went to the police department this morning and started with his boss. After talking to Luke on the phone, she knew that something had definitely gone wrong with the invitation yesterday. Playing dirty tricks behind people's backs was very common among the upper-class ladies in New York. She was all too familiar with it. After calling the butler over and carefully verifying his words, Aurora understood that the butler had done something wrong. The butler probably thought that Luke was a young man who was trying to curry favor with the Soderberghs, so he gave him the usual, reward, attitude, only to be rebuffed by Luke. In response, Aurora simply fired the butler, who had just been promoted 2 months ago. It was one thing for him to be rude, but for him to brush it off when she was questioning him, this sort of attitude after letting his position get to his head would easily get her family in trouble. After all, he had already left a bad impression on Luke. Luke didn't know what Aurora was thinking. He simply stood up politely and greeted her when she came down, before she had him sit down again. What was odd was that it had only been 2 days since he last saw her, and she seemed very cordial toward him. Chapter 981. The troublesome family strikes again. At that moment, they were only 3 meters apart. Unlike when he could only hear her voice over the phone earlier, Luke could now easily sense with his mental communication that this arrogant and harsh woman, who was well known in New York's upper-class circle, really admired him. He couldn't go ahead with his initial plan to sort this out with a few words. Luke felt even stranger as they chatted. Why did this Aurora sound like she was checking up on his background? Why was she so interested in his education, work history, family background, and what he wanted in a future wife? Luke wasn't interested in discussing his personal matters with this lady. He just laughed and said directly, "Mrs. Soderbergh, did you call me here just to ask these questions?" Aurora chuckled and took a sip of her black tea. "Luke, I just said that you can call me Aurora." Luke said, "Okay, Aurora. Can you answer my question now?" Aurora winked, and the sly expression unexpectedly made her look younger. "If I said that I really did call you here to talk to you about these trivial matters, would you leave right away?" Luke raised an eyebrow and found it funny. Unexpectedly, she was telling the truth. Of course, Aurora had no idea who she was facing. She didn't try to hide her attitude at all. She was in her early 40s, but had never been poor since she was young, and thus had always taken very good care of herself. Her daughter, Lindsay, was pretty even without makeup, and mother and daughter were similar in their looks. Appearance aside, without taking her personality into account, she could completely charm men who didn't mind the age gap. The way she winked just now was even more at odds with her usual arrogance. It was a very casual action, and a lot more likable than how rich ladies acted. Luke smiled. "Aurora, I'm just a minor detective, and I'm very young. I need to work while I'm on the clock. I don't have time for idle conversation in my schedule." The admiration in Aurora's eyes grew. If it had been any other young man, most of them would have come at her invitation, and work wouldn't have mattered at all. But since Luke had made it clear, she couldn't really say that she was inspecting him as her daughter's boyfriend. She coughed and said, "I need to thank you for what happened with Monroe. If you run into any trouble in New York, you can call me." Looking at the suddenly benevolent Aurora, Luke was a little uncomfortable. He felt that it was very bizarre when she was like this. This amiable approach really didn't suit her. Luke could only nod. "Okay, if I need anything, I will. I probably don't have anything I need from you. Go find somewhere else to play," he couldn't help but add inwardly. Aurora said with a smile, "But I have a request." Not wanting to waste time, Luke said, "Go ahead." Aurora said, "If you have time, please give Lindsay some guidance." Looking at Luke's surprised expression, she sighed. "I agree with what you said at the police department the other day. If it's only about the law when it comes to family, then what's the point of family?" That was true. Luke had obtained another result. "You must have heard about our family from your boss and colleagues in the police department. However, just ask around the department about our family 2 years ago, and you'll know that we had no choice," Aurora said with a self-deprecating smile. She paused for a moment, her mood dropping a little. "Our daughter has grown up and has her own way of thinking after college. She always thinks that everything we say is wrong and that we're interfering with her freedom. It's just that we don't want her to fall into the mud. Even if she can climb out of it, people will mock her sooner or later for not being clean." Luke understood what she meant. Monroe was Lindsay's mud, or more precisely, a scandal. Aurora looked at him and said, "There are a lot of boys around Lindsay. In college, some were rich, some not. Some had power, some didn't. Did we interfere? No. Except for this Monroe, we've never interfered with her freedom to make friends." Luke listened quietly. Aurora was still telling the truth. She said with a bitter smile, "But who is this Monroe guy? All up, he's taken more than $100,000 from Lindsay, which made me suspicious. After a simple investigation, I found out that he's promiscuous and addicted to drugs, not weed, but drugs. Do you think I can keep calm and let my daughter interact with a man like that and give him money to buy drugs?" Luke couldn't argue with that. If this happened with Claire, he would think about making the man disappear off the face of the earth. Once you got involved in gambling and drugs, you basically lost your bottom line. When addiction kicked in, a person wouldn't care about their family. Nobody wanted their family to be mixed up with such a person. Aurora said, "Our relationship with her is very fragile right now. Jeffrey told me not to do anything for the time being, but how can I not? She's my daughter. I've always cherished her, from when she was young to now. So, I can only ask you to help me." Pondering for a moment, Luke said, "Aurora, I'm a young man and also an outsider. There's nothing I can do about it." But Aurora said, "I know, but you're at least a normal person. No, you're an excellent kid. You did well in high school, you work hard, and have a good reputation." She then noticed Luke's strange expression. After a brief pause, Aurora apologized with a bitter smile. "I'm sorry, Luke. You know that we were paranoid about what happened with Monroe, so I ran a basic check on you, but it was limited to your background in the police department. I don't mean to pry into your privacy." Luke believed that, if she had investigated him in detail, they might not be having this conversation. Compared with an artist addicted to drugs, a young man who had taken down hundreds of armed villains in over a year probably wouldn't be considered normal. After all, NYPD wasn't LAPD, and wouldn't record his past achievements in detail. Dustin had made the information confidential. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to see details of his past achievements unless they had a high level of authorization from LAPD. But Luke's expression remained solemn. "I can understand how you feel, Aurora, but that doesn't mean that I can accept being investigated at will." Aurora looked a little embarrassed. She had blurted out everything that she shouldn't have. She didn't know why, but the longer she talked to this young man, the more she liked him, and the less guarded she was. She raised her hand. "Okay, I promise I won't do it again. Please forgive me for being hasty this time." Chapter 982, Be Friends. Luke seemed to be pondering something. After a long while, he nodded slowly. "Okay, actually, it didn't matter what she was able to find out. What he really needed to hide had never had to do with his identity as a detective." Aurora was relieved, but Luke said solemnly, "I can understand your worries, but I can't agree to your request." Looking at her expression, he continued, "Lindsay and I are strangers who have only met once. If there's a chance, I'll talk to your daughter, but I can't guarantee when it will be or that our conversation will have any effect." Aurora said, "It's fine just to keep this in mind. Just consider it a private request from a mother." Luke said helplessly, "Aurora, from what you said just now, I have a rough idea of how much boys like Lindsay. If I run over to talk to her, will she think I'm just interested in a chat? Then just be friends." The moment she said that, she noticed Luke's strange expression, and subconsciously covered her mouth. "Pretend I didn't say anything." Luke was amused. Why was Aurora, who looked like a rich lady at first, acting a little like a kid now? Though she wasn't that old. Luke sighed. "Aurora, I'm just a detective, I'm not a teacher or a psychiatrist. I'm not good at counseling, but I'm very good at shooting. Aurora was confused. Huh, Luke said, so, I've killed a lot of armed criminals myself. This is probably very different from what you were thinking. Stunned for a moment, Aurora didn't know how to respond. Luke said, I'll help if I have the chance, but don't get your hopes up. Also, I've only met Lindsay once. This case might be our only connection, so don't investigate me anymore, okay? Stunned for a long while, Aurora suddenly asked suspiciously, are you afraid that I'll investigate you? Yes, Luke admitted frankly. If I told you that I wanted to make friends with Lindsay, so I had people investigate everything about the Soderberghs, including any suspicious things about your past, would you accept it? Aurora opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. If Luke and Lindsay really became good friends, she would investigate him thoroughly, even if she had just promised Luke that she wouldn't continue doing so. It was natural for a mother to go back on her word for her daughter. She had no choice, but Luke investigating her family like that, she really couldn't stand it. In this world, who didn't have private things they didn't want others to know? Luke knew what she was thinking, even if she didn't say it out loud. He simply stood up and said, okay, that's it. I still have work to do, so I won't bother you. Goodbye, Mrs. Soderbergh. He used the polite and distant address again. Aurora knew what he meant. He didn't want to have anything to do with her family, or rather, didn't want any trouble with them. Aurora understood that Luke was clearly saying that he didn't want to get too involved in this matter. She stood up helplessly. Wait, I didn't. She couldn't help but be stumped. Luke's words were so direct that she was a little stunned. Lie, she felt that she couldn't lie now, and lying wouldn't change the young man's mind. Luke nodded politely. You're not in the best frame of mind. You should rest more. You don't have to see me off. I'll see myself out. Saying that, he waved at the maid who was standing far away. Please take me to the garage. The maid looked at her mistress and saw that she had no intention of objecting, so she immediately said respectfully, please follow me. There weren't many young men who could cause this woman to act amiably, so he was definitely a unique person. Driving out, Luke looked at the manor in the rearview mirror and shook his head. Every family had its own difficulties. Having money didn't mean there weren't any problems. Family, love, and friendship weren't things that could be solved with money alone. In fact, money could have a negative impact. Thanks to his experiences in his previous life, Luke had spent 30 years becoming a middle-aged Buddha. Other than family, he didn't value much else. That was because family was nurtured over decades. As long as one wasn't an orphan, it was hard to ignore family. Everything else was a choice. If he couldn't find a woman he liked, then he didn't want love. If he couldn't find a friend to take photos with, then he didn't need friendship. Money made life easier, and having a lot of money only made his life even easier. Now that he was a billionaire, he could do whatever he wanted. That was because he already knew from his previous life what money meant to him. Money was a way for him to live freely. Money could change the amount of freedom he had in life, but he couldn't lose himself in it and forget himself. Now that he had money, it was only for further protecting his family. It wasn't for showing off or hooking up with girls. In any case, he could make a living with his face now. Money was just a means, not his master. Thinking about Aurora's request, he casually asked Little Snail to look up some information. At the same time, he called Connie. The Soderbergh family drama was something that had started before they joined the department. It was hard for Elsa and Elizabeth to find out anything from too far back, so it was better to talk to an old-timer like Connie. After talking for a while, he hung up. Connie didn't look up the information at all, and didn't even need to think much about it when she gave him the start of the family drama, which was last fall. The information which Little Snail had found also came out. The earliest record of the Soderbergh family's dispute with Monroe was last November. The time frames matched what Aurora had just said. Last fall, they had intervened in the matter between Lindsay and Monroe. After a while, they couldn't take it anymore, and went to the police department. Over the past year, the two parties had dragged the police department in more and more, and the conflict had escalated. Before this, the Soderberghs indeed didn't have the nickname troublemaker, and were even NYPD's favorite donor. Alright, they probably still were. It was nothing for the officers and detectives on the bottom rung to be picked on. If it got too big, Dustin would come in as the police supervisor to clean things up. The police took paychecks, and getting shot in their line of work was to be expected. Taking the brunt of the anger was a minor thing. Luke drove to a villa in New Jersey. After he got out of the car, he took out a bunch of bibs and bobs and tools, and changed the door locks himself, without looking for a locksmith. It had been snowing on and off recently, and it was also Christmas Eve. Money wasn't the issue if he called in a locksmith, but the problem was that they might be in a poor mood and slow, and Luke would have to wait at the villa for them. If he had the time to wait for the locksmith, he might as well buy new locks and change them himself. It only took him 5 minutes. After changing the lock on the front door and the electronic lock on the garage, he checked the house again. The broken windows, the leaking pipes, and the water leak in the attic had all been taken care of. Chapter 983, The Small Gold Dog and the Big Blonde Man. When Selena returned with a car full of stuff, Luke went to meet her, and they carried the stuff inside. Gold Nugget lay lazily in the new kennel on the porch and looked at the snow. The house had to be cleaned up, and it wasn't convenient for it to help out here, so it had been chased out. However, it had a tablet in front of it and snacks next to it. It could watch TV shows while the fiend worked. This treatment couldn't be any better. As Selena sorted out the items, she asked, "Did Aurora piss you off again?" Luke threw the various unwanted junk into a big cardboard box. "No, you don't look very happy," she said. As Luke continued to throw things in, he told her about the Soderbergh family and the conflict with Monroe. Selena moved a table lamp around the living room and tried to find the best place for it. "Hearing you say that, I get it now. If it were my father, he would probably go after that person with a gun." Luke smiled. "Would you keep in touch with a drug addict despite Mario and Sandra's objections, and give him so much money?" Selena snorted. "If I gave that person $5,000, they'd probably beat me up and call me stupid." Luke asked, "Are you sure?" Selena said, "In my father's words, kids have to be taught a good lesson when they go astray. I took a beating when I was young." Luke was curious. "How?" Selena glared at him angrily. "I was too young so I don't remember, but when I was 5, I took money from my dad's wallet to buy a cowboy hat. He gave me a thrashing when I got back." Luke found that odd. I've never heard Sandra mention this before. When he went to her place for dinner, Sandra would often tell embarrassing stories about Selena's childhood. Selena chuckled. "Because I bought the hat for Dad. Strictly speaking, I didn't steal any money. I just bought him a birthday present with his money." Luke didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Then didn't you suffer for nothing?" Selena finally put the vase down and nodded in satisfaction. "Not really. Since then, my father never touched me again. We talk it out instead." A blessing in disguise, Luke concluded simply. They chatted as they cleaned up the villa. Luke could have gotten a housekeeping service to do it, but he felt more comfortable doing it himself. He was a man who was slightly obsessed with cleanliness and a little OCD. He had never used a housekeeping service at all. His family would be living here in the next few days, and he didn't want anyone else touching places like the bedroom. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Putting down the cabinet he was holding, he went outside and looked at Gold Nugget's kennel on the side. A little girl was squatting in front of Gold Nugget with pleasant surprise on her face. "Hey, golden puppy, give me a smile." Gold Nugget couldn't be bothered with this sort of low-level coaxing. It continued eating its snacks unhurriedly. Of course, it didn't hate the little girl in front of it. At the very least, she hadn't come barreling over to pull its fur. The little girl leaned forward and slowly stretched out her hand. "Be good, let me touch you, just once." Gold Nugget was unmoved. As it ate its cake, it watched a TV show on a tablet. It could tell that the little girl's hands were clean, unlike some brats who would touch it with greasy and muddy hands. If Gold Nugget got dirty, Selena would nag at it while she helped bathe it. It was very annoying. The little girl finally touched it. The big golden retriever just looked at her indifferently before it continued looking at the phone. She was overjoyed. This was the big golden retriever she dreamed of, genuine, open, tolerant and elegant, like an elder. But this golden retriever liked to watch TV dramas. This wasn't strange. There were dogs who liked to watch football games. She couldn't help but want to touch the dog's head. It was huge and furry. It would definitely feel nice to touch. In the end, a pair of black dog eyes glared at her, and it sneezed in dissatisfaction, before it moved its head away. The little girl chuckled and continued trying. She could sense that the big golden retriever wasn't angry, but just a little unwilling to let her touch its head. Then, she had to touch it. "It's watching a TV show. You'll disturb it if you touch its face," someone said not far away. The girl tilted her head and saw a young and handsome man waving at her with a smile. "Hi, Mindy, long time no see, where's your dad?" Mindy was blank for a moment, as if trying to recall something. Suddenly, she was shocked, and she pointed at him. "Are you that big, warm blonde from the plane?" The corner of Luke's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Since when was he like a golden retriever? Women, even minors, indeed had very strange logic. "I'm Luke." He could only give his name. After all, he had only met her once with this identity. Even if Mindy had a deep impression of him, she might not be able to recall his name. Mindy blinked. "Oh, nice to see you again, Luke." She wasn't too sorry for her slip of the tongue, since a big, warm blonde was how she had labeled Luke in her heart. Although she had complained about this guy at the time, his gentle temperament had left a vivid impression on her after the incident. "Is this your dog?" Mindy immediately asked. It was quite suitable for a big, warm blonde to raise a golden retriever. Luke chuckled. "Sort of, but it's very old. You can't go crazy with it." Mindy said, "Can't I touch it?" She looked disappointed. Luke said, "Touch the back of its head. Just don't block it from watching TV." Mindy immediately touched the back of Gold Nugget's head. She couldn't touch its face, but the back of the dog's head was fine. Gold Nugget couldn't be bothered to resist. It didn't have any objections to this level of petting. Dollar even liked it when people touched it like this, so it let the little hand do whatever it wanted. "What's its name?" Mindy asked as she looked at the cute golden retriever. "Gold Nugget and Dollar are both its names," said Luke. Mindy found that odd. "Two names?" Luke shrugged. "Your dad calls you Mindy, but also calls you darling or sweetheart, right?" Mindy said, "But there's only one name." Luke asked, "Can dogs differentiate between names and nicknames?" Mindy paused and thought for a moment, before she shook her head helplessly. "Probably not." Gold Nugget glanced at her again. Foolish little girl, tricked by the fiend again. Sure enough, she was all breasts and, she was no breasts and no brain. "Where's your dad?" Luke asked as he looked around. Mindy said, "He's out doing some sketching. I'm going to the supermarket to buy something for lunch." Luke asked, "You make lunch?" Chapter 984, Visit and Gift. Mindy sighed and said, "Like a little adult, a man can live until he's 60 and still be a child." Luke was speechless. He couldn't refute this principle. Selena walked out at that moment. "Luke, this is," Luke said, "Mindy McCready. The first time I came to New York, we ran into hijackers. Her father and I subdued the hijackers." Selena instantly looked at Mindy. She had heard Luke mention the father and daughter before. Sure enough, the little girl was very beautiful and cute. That was perfectly normal. Luke had always been someone who looked at appearances. Few people who were close to him were ugly, especially the women. "Are you Luke's girlfriend?" Mindy asked curiously. Selena smiled. "We're good friends." Mindy blinked again and stopped asking. She wasn't an ordinary 12-year-old girl. She knew all the basic etiquette, though she didn't usually use it. Luke thought for a moment before he suddenly said, "I haven't seen your father since last time. Can we drop by for a visit today?" Stumped, Mindy thought for a moment. "I'll ask Dad. I don't know when he'll be back." She ran to the side and took out her phone to make a call. Looking at the pink titanium phone, Selena smiled at Luke. "This phone cover is quite unique." Luke gave her a knowing look. Selena didn't say anything else. This colorful phone cover hadn't been released yet. It would only be next year at the very least that titanium phones would launch these sorts of accessories after other low to mid-range products appeared. By releasing them every once in a while, titanium phones would come across as more novel compared with other phones. This way, the titanium phone would maintain its top brand status for a long time, and would earn even more money. It was the classic example of a small investment generating large profits at no cost. The reason Mindy was able to enjoy this treatment so early was clearly because of Luke's V persona. Selena knew that, but she wasn't jealous. Her phone was one of a kind, personally custom made by Luke, and the phone cover was much more exquisite. She couldn't help but observe the little girl carefully. Someone who could make Luke show favoritism, even if she was a little girl, couldn't be ordinary. She had a petite oval face, and her eyes weren't particularly big, but they were narrow and slanted, like those of a fox. She had a high nose bridge and thin lips. Coupled with her bright chestnut-colored eyes, she was clearly a bright girl. She was wearing a pink Peppa hat and pink woolen mittens, and had the air of a little adult. She was indeed extraordinary. Selena wouldn't think that Luke had taken a fancy to Mindy. While Luke looked like someone who didn't care much for rules on the outside, he had a bottom line. As far as Selena knew, there had been more than one or two 16-year-old girls who had given Luke their phone numbers. He had casually thrown these away, and never crossed the line. Also, she knew that this guy actually preferred more mature women, particularly those with more outstanding feminine traits. Mindy, who was short and had a flat chest, had to wait until she was at least 18, and for her figure to develop. Just appearance alone wasn't enough for a certain someone who was fussy about aesthetics. Mindy wasn't on the phone for long before she hung up. "Dad's happy to have you over, but we don't have any ingredients at home. I need to buy some first." Luke looked around. "You're not walking, are you?" Mindy said, "There's a Chinese supermarket 200 meters away. It's very close." Luke shook his head with a smile. "Let's go. We should also bring some gifts with us." A moment later, they went to the supermarket together. 20 minutes later, everybody returned to Mindy's house. Taking out a bunch of things from the car, Mindy took a big paper bag from Luke and struggled to pull out a pink beanie from between the celery and the carrots. "Hey, what guest brings ingredients as gifts when they're visiting?" Luke spread his hands and picked up 4 bags of ingredients from the backseat. "Then what gifts do other people give you?" Thinking for a moment, Mindy had nothing to say. In all these years, it seemed that the only friend she and her father had who had ever brought a gift on a visit was V. But could she talk about V's gift? No. So, she couldn't retort, and could only mumble as she walked, "But I don't know how to make these dishes. I only know how to make sandwiches, salad, and fried egg." She reached the door and scanned her fingerprint before saying, "Open sesame." Luke chuckled. "Wow, high-tech. It's voice-activated." Mindy asked, "Isn't that common?" Luke said, "There probably isn't anyone around my place who uses voice activation. It's too expensive." Mindy said, "You make it sound like you live in the slums." Luke said, "They really don't have much money." After they entered, the door automatically closed. Following Mindy, the 3 of them entered the kitchen and put the bags of ingredients on the counter. Mindy went to the fridge and opened it. "What do you want?" "Coke, juice, milk." Seeing the familiar packaging in the fridge, Selena decisively said, "We want drive pepper." Mindy looked at Luke. Seeing that he didn't object, she took out 3 cans from the fridge and came back. As she gave them the drinks, she looked at the bags of ingredients and said worriedly, "Your gifts are too much. I don't think my father knows how to use most of them." Luke smiled. "I do." Mindy's eyes widened. "You?" She couldn't help but look at Selena again. Selena said calmly, "I only know how to eat. I can't cook." Mindy only thought for 2 seconds before she decisively bowed to the big shot. "Then I'll leave it to you." "Thank you. I'm going to go and watch cartoons first. Can I get Gold Nugget to come with me?" Luke said, "You can ask it for its opinion." Gold Nugget's interest in cartoons was second only to TV shows, so it probably wouldn't refuse. Mindy nodded happily. "That's great. Thank you, Luke." She bolted out of the kitchen like a colt and didn't forget to call out, Gold Nugget, come and watch cartoons." "Sit here." Gold Nugget glanced at Selena, who wasn't far away. Seeing Selena nod slightly, Gold Nugget lay down next to the little girl to watch cartoons. The sound from the TV in the living room rang out, and Luke heard a familiar opening track. He shrugged. "The Simpsons. I haven't seen that in a long time." Selena waved at him, as if to say, "Take your time," and then slipped out to watch TV. She was also a fan of cartoons, and wouldn't miss The Simpsons. She didn't mind watching repeats. Chapter 985. The food tastes sweet, probably because you're lazy. After everybody ran off, Luke got to work. Picking up a few knives in the kitchen, he shook his head. Only 1 kitchen knife was regularly used, while the rest of the knives were almost new. But that was a J.A. Henkel set, and the high-end Zwilling Pro line to boot, which was worth more than $1,000. If Luke wasn't a chef and didn't like cooking, this kitchen knife would be proof of his wealth. This sort of kitchen knife, which was pretty much an ornament, amply demonstrated how rich its owner was. Luke gave up on the regularly used kitchen knife and switched to a barely used Santoku knife. This kind of knife was similar to a chef's knife. As long as a person had good technique, it could be used for most things. With Luke's skills, using this knife was no different from using a chef's knife. First, he marinated the tenderloin with char siu sauce, then washed the celery, carrots, tomatoes, and onions before he cut them up. He then cleaned the brisket, steak, and pork. Less than 10 minutes later, a small head appeared at the kitchen door to observe his progress. Without turning around, Luke asked, "Hungry?" Mindy was curious. "You didn't go to culinary school, did you?" Luke chuckled. "In any case, I've never been to New Oriental Culinary School." Mindy asked, "Where?" Luke said, "The legendary Holy Land of Chefs. As long as you study there, you'll have the kind of cooking skills that will make women cry to marry you." Mindy wouldn't believe him. "I would believe you if you said it was a pharmaceutical business. I've never seen anyone cry while eating." Luke shrugged. "Just think of it as an ad." Mindy immediately got it. "It's a good cooking school, then." Luke said, "Yes, more or less." After saying that, he finally turned around. "You're hungry." This time, it was a statement. That was because the little girl's stomach was clearly growling, and she was swallowing her saliva. Mindy finally felt a little embarrassed. "Well, Dad left early in the morning to sketch, and I woke up late. I thought I might as well buy some groceries and have lunch." Luke wasn't surprised. When Mindy gave them drinks earlier, there wasn't anything in the fridge at all, no bread, milk, vegetables, meat, or eggs. It was like the fridge of a bachelor, and one who had anorexia. He stopped what he was doing for the time being and took out ingredients from a paper bag on the side. After cutting them up, he fried an egg in a frying pan and spread the vegetables and tomato on top. "There's no pickles. That's all I can do." He put the simple ham and egg sandwich on the table. "I don't need to make you milk and cereal, do I?" Mindy stared at him blankly. "You're so good at this. Are you actually a chef?" There was a clear difference in the actions of a person who had been cooking for a long time and a person who rarely cooked. Mindy could be considered an old hand with a blade, and the smooth and skillful way in which Luke used the kitchen knife was especially clear. It was as if he was just playing with a butterfly knife. He was definitely a professional. Luke went back to making lunch. "I should be good enough to open a mid-tier restaurant, the kind that costs about $100 per person." Mindy walked in, but didn't pour herself any milk. She took a bite of the sandwich and said, "It tastes better than what I make." "Why is that?" Pondering for 2 seconds, Luke said, "Something you don't have to make yourself always taste sweeter." "So, it's probably because of laziness." Mindy said, "Thanks." The person who takes has nothing to say. Mindy keenly experienced this saying for herself. For the sake of her stomach, she chose to accept the blame for being lazy. It was 12:05 p.m. when Damon finally returned home with a drawing board and carrying a few big and flat cardboard boxes. This was the common lead character of American fast food takeaway, pizza. But as soon as he opened the door, he smelled the faint and unfamiliar scent of food in the air. He couldn't help but be stunned. A hot Latin American beauty who was sitting on the couch in the living room turned around. Seeing him, she smiled naturally and waved at him. "Hello, Mr. McCready. I'm Selena, Luke's friend." Relieved, Damon scanned the living room. Selena seemed to know what he was thinking. Mindy is in the kitchen. She's probably tasting the dishes. Of course, Luke had heard the conversation from the kitchen. He patted the little girl's head and said, "Your dad is back. Tell him to clean up before lunch." Mindy nodded and ran out. "Dad, you're back. Go wash your hands. Lunch is ready. We were just waiting for you." Damon. 5 minutes later, the four of them sat down at the dining table. Damon stared blankly at the dishes on the table. Luke said with a smile, "Mindy said that she hadn't had breakfast yet and was on her way out to buy groceries, so I took the liberty of dropping by. I just cooked something simple, and the taste is so-so. Don't get your hopes up." Damon. There was steak, char siu, tomato beef brisket, and a huge stew of celery, carrots, onions, and pork. Apart from the steak which Damon was familiar with, everything else, be it the red and sweet char siu, the red and sour tomato beef brisket, or the green, white and red vegetable stew, made one drool. Selena, on the other hand, consoled herself inwardly. Forget it. Since Luke was the one who made it, then this meal was just barely edible. For her taste buds, which were quickly developing an intuition of their own, the shortcomings of these dishes were very obvious. There hadn't been enough time to marinate the char siu, so there wasn't enough taste inside the meat. The tomato beef brisket hadn't been stewed long enough, so the beef wasn't soft enough. The pork in the vegetable stew was of average quality, which pulled down the freshness of the entire dish. But there wasn't any problem with Luke's cooking itself. It was purely because he didn't have enough time. The father and daughter couldn't tell, in any case. Compared with the father and daughter, who subconsciously sped up after a few mouthfuls, Selena ate like a normal person today, and involuntarily felt more superior. It was as if they hadn't eaten this kind of inferior food for several lifetimes. How pitiful. The foodie mocked the father and daughter in her heart, completely forgetting how she had eaten such lazy food with gusto at the very beginning. Soon, all the dishes on the table were empty, and the pizza which Damon had bought back was long forgotten in the living room. Mindy stayed in the dining room to clean up the tableware. Damon and Luke sat in the living room and chatted over coffee. They engaged in idle talk. How are you doing? Very good. How am I doing? Before Luke changed the topic. Damon, this might be a little rude, but I don't think it's a good idea to leave Mindy alone at home, or even let her go out to buy lunch ingredients, said Luke. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.